Chapter 1, only 8 hours left in the system. Parallel world. Please do not substitute. Brain hosting, double the pleasure. Cool heaven and earth. Pretend to be invincible. Love to read it. Don't read it and nod your head. M78 Nebula. Blue Star. Hang City. Inside a certain undecorated roughhouse. Li Han, I'm warning you, if you don't want to work, you can resign immediately. Sorry Manager Huang, my girlfriend just broke up with me. A breakup, can I ask you to die? To die you do not come to work. Huang. The phone end hangs up. Sitting on the concrete floor Li Han suddenly ruthless a hand will be next to the bottle of wine smashed to pieces. Outside the windowless balcony the wind was blowing furiously, whistling and blowing his clothes. Desperately Han laughed miserably. Graduated from college, talked about a girlfriend. In order to enter the marriage hall, gritted his teeth and emptied the family loan to buy a set of Hungtai real estate commercial housing. In order to pay back the mortgage, he groveled in the company, do cattle and horses. In order to enter into marriage, he pampered his girlfriend, and responded to all requests. Who would have thought that Hungtai Real Estate, a large real estate company with a market value of several $1 trillion in assets, would just inexplicably crash and burn? This set has not been completed, have not been able to decorate and move in the wedding house, instantly turned into a complete and utter rotten building. The delivery of the house has become a distant future. The price of the house fell no one asked. The bank loan is not less. Girlfriend breakup was abducted. It is said that when people are unlucky, they can drink water and stuff their teeth. This is more than a gap between the teeth, are fast becoming Baotu. In this world, where are the good guys? Li Han angry ran to the empty balcony of the dark clouds, pointing to the sky and cursing, God, do you want me to die before you're happy? If you have the ability, chop me to death. Rumble. Suddenly, in the midst of lightning and thunder, a lightning bolt directly struck Li Han. Ding! Sixth dimensional space divine magnificent random system activated. System binding in progress. In a daze, Li Han heard a violent alarm sound coming from his mind, and when he was just a little bit awake, he realized that this system prompt appeared in front of his eyes. Didn't get chopped to death? System? My God, could it be that God has a conscience and wants to save me from the fire? The excited Li Han was immediately thrilled when he saw the system virtual interface appear in front of him. Usually in the company, his favorite thing to read is system text novels. Didn't think it's his turn to become the chosen one today? Alarm! Alarm! Failure to arrive at destination as requested. Problems with time and space travel. Host binding error. Host binding error. The system is about to start the self-destruct program. What? Self-explosion? My plants. It's true that handsome but 3 seconds. Good but a moment. Other people's systems are bound to marry rich women and walk on the pinnacle of life. But what about me? I'm just bound to self-destruct? I blow up your hashtag $% carrot and at. Li Han could not help but burst into foul language. However, soon, fear still let him put down his dignity, and said loudly, Tongzi, Master Unity, Righteous Father, for the sake of the party state, pull my little brother's leg. No response. After begging for half a day there was still no response. Li Han closed his eyes in despair. Okay, self-detonation. Anyway, I don't want to live after such a miserable life. A death for nothing. According to the space law, the system cannot take the initiative to damage the life safety of low-dimensional creatures. The law is greater than the setting. Self-destruction is cancelled. System reforcing binding in progress. Phew. Upon hearing that he didn't need to self-destruct, Li Han finally rekindled his hope again. Better to die than to live. If not desperate, who wants to die? System binding successful. Alert! Spatial dimension too low. Lack of energy base. Activating alternate emergency energy source. Input for the host in the system instruction manual. Li Han only felt a blur before his eyes, and a sharp pain came to his brain. Soon a huge amount of knowledge fell from the sky, drilling into Li Han's brain. He finally understood. This system was a product of a high-latitude space civilization, which came to the three-dimensional space he was in due to a data error caused by dark matter interference in shuttle space. To put it simply, it was like a smartphone that suddenly came to a primitive tribe and couldn't be recharged. Bound to the wrong host and unable to self-destruct, there is no source of energy. The system can only enter a shutdown hibernation state after the backup energy is depleted. There are still 8 hours to go before hibernation. The countdown begins. 8 hours? That can do what? Looking at the system interface countdown in front of him, time is disappearing by the minute. He cannot help but be anxious. No, it's not easy to have a life-changing system. How can he glean some wool down before hibernating? He tried to keep himself calm and began to open the system communication interface. Master Unity, do you have any special functions? For example, can you let me become Superman, Ultraman, or a strong countryman as well? Sorry, there's not enough energy in the three-dimensional space to do it. Then tell me what you can do for me. You can't do nothing, can you? Play with me? This system is an invincible randomization system. It has detected the extent of the available range within the three-dimensional space, and there is only enough energy to randomly generate one reward. Random reward? Chang, don't want it for nothing. Come on, I'll see how it goes. Random rewards activated in. Soon, the virtual system interface in front of Li Han's eyes suddenly turned into a huge technology tree. On the tech tree, there were all kinds of reward modules flashing non-stop, and one of them was being randomly selected. Ding! Random reward completed. Reward obtained, consumption cashback module. As the virtual subtitles appeared, a module on the tech tree was soon lit up. Li Han excitedly clicked on it, and the module immediately enlarged and appeared. Consumption cashback module has been activated. Consumption cashback module has been activated. Consumption cashback, any non-repeated form of consumption behavior by the host will be cashbacked at a ratio of 1:10. The funds will be passed on by the system to the richest capital organization on the planet. Li Han was dumbfounded. Any non-repeatable consumption can be returned to himself at 10 times the amount? Really? Master Unicorn, don't swindle me. I'm such an unlucky person, and I'm still here today? Why don't you believe me? The skeptical Li Han quickly jumped at the chance. Regardless of whether it's true or not, it doesn't cost anything to try. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone. This month's chanting he has not yet paid. Ex-girlfriend to buy clothes in the mall, consumption of 1 or 2,000. To flatter the leader to treat dinner, brush 850. Miscellaneous living expenses add up to 3,800. Originally this month to pay the mortgage. His salary is not enough to use, is planning to install it. The only thing that is left in the bank card of Li Han is the 4,000 savings to pay off the chanting. The next second, the cell phone bank card sent a text message. Your tail number 2910 account transferred 38,000 yuan. Balance 38,227. I go. It really works. Ha ha, Master Unicorn is not deceiving me. I'm rich. 8 hours. I still have 8 hours to spend. Buy. Brush. I want to become the richest man in the world. After the ecstasy, Li Han froze again. What should I buy next? Right, online shopping. Without saying a word, he took out his cell phone and opened the Duo platform. Hand more than 30,000. This interval he quickly thought of the computer. He has been a digital enthusiast since he was a child, and what he dreams of the most is to have a set of ROG family barrels. Think about the 4090 Raptor. Think about the Angel Eyes Asus motherboard. The mouth is watering. It's a pity that in the past, you can only think about such an expensive computer, enough to buy his life. But now that you have this opportunity, what are you waiting for? Buy the Searching for the ROG computer plus the same type of monitor, exactly 37,000. He directly bought and paid. The bank immediately received a transfer of $370,000. Li Han happy hands and feet. He knows, his brand new life came. Chapter 2, I want to raise my limit. What to buy after the computer? Buy a cell phone. The most expensive Zhongwei X5. 15K. The bank gave me 150,000 cash back. No, too little. And then buy a big one. He thought about it, directly bought another set of camera Hermes. Hasselblad camera. H6D plus 2 or 3 lenses, direct spending nearly $100,000. The bank direct cashback 1 million. The more you brush, the more you enjoy. Simply cannot stop. A moment of online shopping, a moment of cool. Has been online shopping a straight cool. But when Li Han put more and more platform shopping cart to pay and spent more than 300,000, but found that suddenly pay out of money. According to the tip to know, because he tied the savings card single day total degree only 500,000 yuan. More than after being limited. The quota can actually go to the bank to improve. But Li Han, this kind of wage earner, the usual flow of water every month on the thousands of dollars of wages in and out, simply did not think to raise the quota. How would he have thought that he also had a day to spend more than 500,000? I he meow. As soon as Li Han thought that the time until the system went dormant was getting closer and closer, he was so anxious that he didn't even have the time to explode. Grabbed his clothes and went downstairs as fast as he could and called a cab. Master, go to the nearest Eastern bank. Are you sure? You hurry up. I have something urgent. Okay, Lou. The driver kicked the gas, and then arrived. Well, this, so close? Li Han almost did not spit blood. He did not find this Hong Tu rotten building neighborhood opposite that street there is an Oriental bank. Cursing the driver's shamelessness, he didn't have the time to count, threw a $10 bill and got out of the car. Thank you. Behind him came the driver's mocking voice of thanks. Li Han could no longer care that much. He was now full of consumption. Consumption. Hurry up and consume. Wind and fire rushed into the bank. He directly shouted, Lobby manager. Hello sir, I'm lobby manager Zhou Ying. Soon, A beautiful woman in standard professional attire walked over. Li Han sized up the woman for a couple of moments. She was indeed quite pretty, with a convex front and a curvy back, wearing black silk high heels. Nowadays, bank employees, are their face value so high? Sir, may I ask what you need? Zhou was a little uncomfortable when she saw Li Han's gaze that was sizing her up, but she still smiled and spoke out. Help me raise the limit on this card. Please hurry up. I'm in a hurry to spend money on spending. Zhou almost didn't laugh out loud when she saw the ordinary and old savings card he took out. Okay, sir, please follow me. She held back her laughter and guided Li Han to the counter before leaving. Li Han looked at Zhou Ying's marvelous figure as she left, and couldn't help but feel an impulse in his heart. When I have money in the future, I must find such a beautiful woman to fall in love with. When I arrived at the counter, I realized that the maximum single-day limit can only be mentioned as 2 million. How can that work? Fortunately, Li Han has more than 4 million funds in the account at this time, upgraded for a diamond card that can significantly increase the amount. After filling out the identity information at the counter, the bank card limit was finally raised to 30 million. Parallel world. Don't be serious. Understand. Before Li Han even left the bank, he couldn't wait to purchase all the goods in the shopping cart of the Duo platform, a total of 386,700 yuan. The bank immediately arrived at 3,867,000 yuan. Together with the previous ones, there was now 8,691,258 yuan of cash lying in his bank card. Cool, really cool. I'm about to become a multimillionaire. Either that or people's desires are endless. Li Han's biggest wish yesterday was to have a house of his own. And now, even being a multimillionaire no longer satisfied him. However, the shopping platform expensive products he basically bought all over. And the speed of making money in this way is really a little too slow. Just now as the starting capital is small, no way. Now are almost tens of millions of dollars. What to buy some things to cash back faster and more. Thinking, Li Han happened to walk to the front desk manager Zhou Ying's side. Cannot help but voice that. Please ask if you know what to buy to spend the fastest and most money. Zhou Ying thought that this guy wanted to pretend to have money in front of him again to find existence, and couldn't help but whiten her eyes and said, that must be buying a house and a car, sir. What tens of millions of luxury cars, what tens of millions of villas, guaranteed to spend money like water. Right, why didn't I think of that? Li Han almost hated to slap himself. This buying things, is there anything faster and more direct than buying a house and a car? Please forgive him for being a beggar. He really hadn't spent much big money and hadn't spent so crazily. Moreover, he has suffered a loss in buying a house. Subconsciously, he automatically filtered out buying a house. If not for Zhou Ying's reminder, he really didn't react. Thank you. When I make a lot of money, I'll treat you to dinner. Zhou Ying looked at his departing back and laughed helplessly. These days, there really are all kinds of people. Li Han had just left the bank at this time when the system's virtual subtitles suddenly popped up in front of him, startling him. Dormant countdown at 7:30. He hurriedly gritted his teeth and rushed to the side of the road, stopped a cab and said, Master, the most expensive car store in this neighborhood. What do you mean the most expensive car store? The master was dumbfounded. Lamborghini, Ferrari, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, as long as it is an expensive car. Hurry. The master thought he was crazy. He couldn't help but laugh. Young man, don't pretend to be a pussy in front of me. Do you look like someone who buys that kind of car? Li Han was too lazy to explain with this guy, and directly swept the code to transfer $3,000. Is this money enough? I'll reimburse you for the speeding points. Give me your fastest speed. The master took a look at the transfer amount. His eyes immediately glowed, and he excitedly said, Sit tight, I'm Fujiwara Takumi's father today. Boom boom. The gas pedal was pressed deeply, and the tires spun wildly. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers of old cab, hard to be driven by him to give the immediate feeling of a sports car. Cab. Li Han also did not idle, or intend to continue online shopping. Mosquito is also meat. Not to mention a brush is a few million. It does not smell good? Who can't live with money? Brushing and brushing, Li Han suddenly accidentally clicked to the live broadcasting room, when he suddenly had a flash of insight. Right, is the platform recharging virtual coins also consumption? Try. Anyway, I have a lot of money, so I'm not afraid of anything. Li Han usually only watched the live broadcast of the Jella platform. Yeah, just watching. He doesn't brush his pennies, and focuses on companionship. A female anchor asked him why he doesn't have a penny. He said because of poverty. More anchors don't even look at him squarely. Nowadays, high and low have the opportunity to go in and shout, do not deceive the youth poor. Think about it on the head. His ruthless words will be inserted into the cell phone you shield. Straight charging $1 million. Bank, did not respond. Why not? Charge is not consumption? Li Han seems to understand.
He hurriedly found a random female anchor live room that he was familiar with and clicked on it.
There was no welcome. After all, he was only at level 5. This 5 level, all rely on grabbing the lucky bag to rise up. The female anchor's name was Xiaoxi Qiao, a walk-on anchor. Right now she was taking a beating in PK, pouting and asking her fans for gifts. In the beginning, she was quite good to herself. Although not every sentence back, at least occasionally C will return a sentence. Just for this, who is not a consumer to consume? Just her. Carnival, Jitterbug 1, Airship, Secret Land in the Clouds, Endless Romance, Romantic Carriage. Because he couldn't repeat consumption, Lihan swiped all the gifts that were worth money. Consumption of Jitterbug coins was over $900,000. The bank cashback is more than $900,000. Sure enough, it had to be real consumption to make it work. Whoa. Thank you for my dog brother's gift. Lihan almost didn't breathe past his back. He called Go not easy. The original meaning of life is not easy to live and steal the meaning. The result has become a dog. Got to. In the future, Go Lo will have to change his name to be able to do so. Squeak. A piercing sound of tire friction came. Lihan just raised his head and saw that the distant Motor City had arrived. Looking at the time on his cell phone, Lihan could not help but sigh. This master, really something. Get off the car, he realized. This car city is a large forest store gathering place. Inside all kinds of luxury brand is everything. In line with his expectations, he was the first to visit. Is the Lamborghini store? Chapter 3. You want to run a car show? Lihan used to be poor. You can say that he has not seen the world, but you can't say that he is stupid. The reason why he didn't want to go to Rolls-Royce was because he only had more than $8 million on hand and was afraid that he couldn't afford it. As soon as he went into the Lamborghini showroom, he was attracted by a body of fire-red sports car. It was said that sports cars were a man's romance, and this was true. In addition to beautiful women, the killing power of sports cars for men is too great. In the past, there was no money, so he didn't even think about it. Now that the unified master is added to his body, what's the time to wait if you don't buy it now? Hello sir, I'm salesman Zhang Lan. Although seeing Lihan dressed casually and still very young, but after all, it is a super luxury brand store, the sales is still very much about quality. Although not too willing, but still piled up a smile and came to inquire. Lihan glanced at the salesperson called Zhang Lan. The face value of the employees selling supercars was naturally quite high, and this beauty in front of her belonged to the short-haired innocent type, which was quite durable. That red sports car, briefly introduce it. Okay sir, this sports car is called Revuelto. It is the new generation of supercars newly designed and produced by Lamborghini, belonging to the successor of the Aventador. The whole car adopts. No need to report performance. How much in total? Lihan does not have time to continue to listen. Open the door. More than 10 million yet? The full price of this car should be around 7 million. Of course, if you need options then, no need to be so troublesome. Sign the contract. Zhang Lan was stunned. She had never seen a customer who had to sign a contract after entering the store for just a minute. What? Didn't hear me? Or should I find someone else? Lihan was a bit impatient. Lousy is now in a race with time. Wasting a second is wasting tons of money. No. You wait a moment, right away. I'll get the contract right away. Zhang Lan's ass rushed into the office to print the contract. Lihan sat on the chair and waited more and more anxiously. Simply took out his cell phone and clicked on the ShakeJoy platform. The $1 million that just rushed in has only spent $90,000, and there are still $91,000 that have not been consumed. Without hesitation, he came back to the live room of Xiaoxi several, clanging and continuously smashing up various gifts. Dragon Ranger, Urban Ranger, Wings of the Vault, Duke Nebula, Transformation Gathering. Gift special effects flew up on the public screen. Ordinary big gifts, mystery store gifts continuously without stopping. I'll go. A godly hero has fallen from the sky. It's Dog again? No, this is Master Dog. It's Righteous Father. Master Dog is domineering and mighty. Xiaoxi Qiao is full of food today. The comments section was all knee-jerking, only to be covered by the gift special effects. The female anchor Xiaoxi Qiao was also stunned. She was too excited to speak. Lihan's hands were sore from pointing, but he only ordered 3 million jittery coins to go out. The bank immediately arrived at the account of 3 million. The balance of 11,618,258 yuan, smoothly breaking 10 million. The speed of this platform consumption is obviously not fast enough, but also have to think of other tricks. Just when Xiaoxi several excitedly kept thanking, just when Zhang Lan stepped on high heels and brought the car purchase contract in a hurry, he put away his cell phone. After successfully signing the contract, Zhang Lan carefully said, Mr. Li, because the delivery of the car has to wait for a period of time, you need to pay some deposit first. What deposit to pay? I will directly brush the full payment. What are you kidding? The old man cashback is left 7 hours.
Of course it is the first car money to pay the line.
Otherwise where is the cashback?
Zhang Lan thought that Li Han was generous, not excited to lead him to the cashier. When the 7 million car purchase money smoothly brush out, she finally put the hanging heart down.
Surely Han is a real tycoon.
The bank cashback immediately arrived at $70 million.
Just now the balance only broke 10 million.
Now immediately have nearly 80 million.
Are almost 100 million. Cool, this is the speed of cashback that should be there. As if discovering a new continent, he said towards the saleswoman. What other models can I buy at your store? We currently have 3 main models on sale. Besides the Revuelto, there's also a 2-door hardtop sports car, the Huracan, and a performance SUV, the Urus.
I'll take both of those cars.
Sign the contract. Ha!
Zhang Lan was once again stunned.
What did it mean to be a ho-hum?
In the past, she had heard and seen rich people's bigness,
but none of it could be compared to today's young and rich tycoon. If people are rich again,
they have to pick the style, the color, and the configuration.
But what about this one?
Pressure simply does not ask.
Ask is to buy. Okay, sir, I'll handle it for you right away.
But we have different configurations for these 2 cars.
All top match will do.
A light word, overbearing that made Zhang Lan feel a little mesmerized. The eyes that looked at Li Han also became somewhat mesmerized.
Money is a man's charm that can mesmerize a woman. This is not true at all. After Zhang Lan left,
even the other sales who thought they had good looks couldn't sit still,
and offered their attentions one after another.
Those who served tea. Those who handed fruits. Trying all kinds of ways, they wanted to get close to the mysterious young rich man in front of them.
Sir, we don't just have sales models here.
If you like limited models or some out-of-print old cars,
I can help you contact them.
A beautiful imperial-style saleswoman was almost on the verge of sticking her body onto Li Han, her voice whiny and pinched.
Hiss.
He now finally understands why it is a supreme saying that men become bad when they have money. Just this test cadres. Which cadres can withstand the test? Nah.
Li Han is just a vulgar person. Almost also be fascinated by the soul.
This is not better than his ex-girlfriend who was full of dislike,
arrogance and indifference?
I'll consider it when I have the chance in the future.
But in the end,
Li Han still pushed her beautiful legs away from her body.
The temptation was indeed great, and Li Han really couldn't hold it.
But he knew better inwardly that if he missed this golden 8 hours, then he would absolutely regret it for the rest of his life. Compared to spending cash back to earn big money,
what is a woman? When he became a billionaire, or even 100 billionaire, how many women would he want? Seeing Li Han's complexion gradually become clear, the saleswoman secretly can only leave the business card unwilling to go. At this time,
Zhang Lan happened to bring out the contract.
Li Han quickly signed, directly to the cashier to pay. The 2 cars top match landed a total of 96 million. Again,
the full amount was paid in one payment, and the bank returned
89.6 million, leaving a balance of 258 yuan. The first time to break the billion.
Li Han looked at the information sent from his cell phone bank card, and his hands were trembling with excitement.
This became a billionaire? Mr. Li, you say. Well, at the risk of asking, do you care about the delivery time?
Because these 3 cars will be delivered at different times. I'm afraid that if you buy so many cars, you are going to take them to run a small car show, then the time will be.
Me, run a small car show?
Li Han cried and laughed.
You think too much.
I bought these cars purely for the sake of liking. Zhang Lan's eyes were filled with little stars.
Exciting, too exciting. See, this is what a godly man would say.
Purely for the sake of liking, casually spend more than $16 million to buy several cars. But how could she know that what Li Han got for buying the car was 10 times the cashback profit?
Leaving the Lamborghini store,
there were still more than 14 million bank card credit not used up. Li Han said goodbye to the reluctant Zhang Lan, and went into the Rolls-Royce store next to him.
Zhang Lan, that young tycoon just entered the Rolls-Royce store. Wow, wouldn't be going to buy a Rolls-Royce again, right? It's also too rich, buying a car without even blinking. If I can be his girlfriend, I guess the money won't run out. Still girlfriend, it's good to be his mistress. A group of female sales chattered.
Only Zhang Lan looked at the Rolls-Royce boutique next to her,
pondering. Chapter 4 Exclusive Manager. Sir, are you sure you want to buy a Mirage series model, but also the long wheelbase version? A handsome male salesman in a suit was still a bit unable to believe the young man who walked in not even 2 minutes ago and was about to threaten to buy a car in front of him. Go get the contract. After signing I pay, and it's full payment. Full payment?
The male salesman felt a bit deranged.
What? A $10 million Mirage. How many big shots would buy it in full? And still such a young one? But soon he did as he was told. After all,
For him there was nothing to lose even if he was cheated.
It wasn't that Li Han couldn't spend all his money in the Lamborghini store.
It was just a matter of buying a few more cars. But he knew from the movies since he was a kid that there was a top luxury brand Rolls-Royce in this world. All of the limousines of this brand were made by hand and were symbols of status and identity. How could he not come with a few cars like this one?
Soon, the contract was signed,
and the Rolls-Royce Phantom landed at a total of
98 million. Without saying a word,
Li Han went to the cashier for a split transfer operation and transferred the money into this company's account.
Soon, the bank cashback arrived. 109.8 million came into the account, and the balance immediately became 254,078,258 yuan, which is equivalent to about $254 million.
Developed, Li Han forced down the inner joy. Toward the male sales,
there are no other models of 4 million up and down? Male sales have just come back from the ecstasy.
Some embarrassed bitter smile.
Sorry Mr.
Li, our store is currently the cheapest model, landing are afraid to be more than 5 million.
You see, Li Han was vaguely regretful. How good would it be if there wasn't that damn limit? Just at this time, suddenly the cell phone rang. At a glance,
it was a call from the Eastern Bank.
Hello, is this Mr. Li? Mr. Li Han? I am. Which one are you? Hello Mr. Li, I am Wang Dong, the president of the Hangzhou branch of the Oriental Bank. I'm very sorry to disturb you. It's like this.
Our bank discovered that your account had nearly $300 million from overseas funds coming in within an hour.
Not only are your deposits formal and legal, but the amount is particularly huge, and extremely valuable foreign currency in the current economic environment. After discussion and decision by our bank's leadership, we are honored to invite you to become an Oriental Bank Black Gold Card user. Black Gold Card? Li Han was confused. Didn't he have some kind of diamond card already? What is the Black Gold Card?
He was originally a beggar. Where would he understand the bank's bank card system?
And couldn't help but say, what is the use of this Black Gold Card?
The Black Gold Card is the most honored user of our bank to get.
There are hundreds of VIP services. I don't have time to listen to your detailed explanation. Just say some better services to hear.
Well, VIPs who become Black Gold Card VIPs will receive our bank's exclusive private wealth manager service,
unlimited use of large sums of money, and all units that have cooperation with our bank. Wait, Li Han interrupted when he heard half of it. You said that the Black Gold Card can use unlimited funds?
Yes,
unlimited. Good, I'll do it. Li Han frowned.
But I'm buying a car at the Rolls-Royce boutique.
It's not convenient to go to the bank right now. Can you find someone to come here and do it for me? The bank president on the phone, Wang Dong,
had probably never seen such a request in his life.
Oriental Bank's Black Gold Card. How many people dream of a status symbol? Rich people are even richer. Usually give a minimum of respect. Personally come to the bank to sign and hold a ceremony. But this Li Han was so good that he had to send someone to the place where the car was sold to handle it hastily? Do you think this is running an ordinary savings card?
Although he was inwardly speechless, Wang Dong still let out a deep breath and agreed.
Why?
Because what Li Han credited were large sums of money from overseas. In the rice country, crazy interest rate hike nowadays.
Foreign exchange all flow to the rice country. Can reverse flow to our country that is simply very few.
That's why the governor will be so important,
so concerned.
Otherwise the same 200 or 300 million domestic funds,
but also do not need him the governor personally. Mr. Li, I will now send your exclusive manager to come and apply for the Black Gold Card. May I ask if you have any manager from our bank that you are particularly satisfied with? It can be assigned. No. Oh, there seems to be one.
Li Han wanted to be casual,
but a marvelous figure came to his mind, and he couldn't help but laugh. I think Shouing, the lobby manager of your branch near the Hengtai Rotten building, is quite good.
So tell her to serve me exclusively.
Shouing?
Governor Wang Dong obviously didn't think of it for a moment, but still agreed with his mouth full.
Hanging up the phone,
Li Han smiled with the corners of her mouth harder to suppress than AK.
It was really a case of what you want.
Once the Black Gold Card was done and the limit was cancelled,
wouldn't he be able to buy and sell even more crazily? Looking at the time,
there were still nearly 6.5 hours before the system went dormant.
So maybe he could get a few waves of big operations going. Li Han, whose ambition was swollen, said towards the mail sales, my bank exclusive manager will be here soon.
You help me prepare vehicle contracts for all the Rolls-Royce models for sale.
Remember, they all have to be top of the line. Mr. You said, all models?
Yes, all except the Phantom that has already been bought.
All of them come with one of each. The male salesman almost fainted a little. I have seen the bold. I have never seen such bold. This time, he really sold the car for half an hour, and got a full rebate.
Holding a briefcase in her hand,
Zhou, sitting in the cab, was still confused. Just 10 minutes ago,
she was just about to have her meal when she was suddenly called by the bank president. When she arrived at the office, she was taken directly to the conference room,
where she met Wang Dong,
the president of the branch.
In the midst of confusion,
her position as lobby manager was removed,
and in its place, she became the exclusive manager of the black and gold VIP card, and the object of her service is still waiting for her in the Rolls-Royce store. As a bank employee,
of course she knew what the black and gold card meant. The information of the VIP she has to serve is all in the briefcase,
and because of the confidentiality,
she has to see the person before she can unseal it for verification.
Right now,
she only knows that the VIP she is serving is named Li Han. As for why she was temporarily asked to be Mr.
Li's exclusive manager,
Zhou Ying was still puzzled.
But no matter what,
to be able to cross over from lobby manager to black gold card customer exclusive manager, that was a big step for her,
so she naturally wouldn't give up such a good opportunity.
After fixing her mind, she made up her makeup in the car again to make sure that there was no problem with her meter, and then hurriedly got off the car when she arrived at her destination.
As soon as she entered,
Zhou Ying saw a familiar face sitting in the rest area,
waving at her. "Ms. Zhou, we meet again. You're the gentleman who made an advance earlier?"
"Yes. I also want to thank Miss Zhou for advising me." Zhou Ying shook hands with Li Han in surprise and inexplicably said,
"Me? Advising?"
"Yes. You were the one who said to me that in order to spend large amounts of money, you need to buy luxury cars and villas."
Li Han smiled and said,
"This is not.
I came to buy a luxury car?
You." Zhou Ying's pretty face was red with embarrassment and laughed.
"Oh, it's just a matter of lifting my hand. What a coincidence. I came here to find someone."
Zhou Ying did not expect the man in front of her to be so powerful.
Actually really listened to her flirtation. Ran to buy a luxury car to come? Looking for someone?
Yes, looking for a gentleman named Li Han. Li Han cried and laughed as he pointed at himself.
"If I didn't guess, it's me you should be looking for."
Chapter 5, 3 Views Destroyed. Zhou Ying rounded her beautiful eyes. Her surprised look was quite cute.
At this moment, she truly realized,
what is called outrageous. His mother opened the door to outrageous.
Outrageous to the home.
You
Li Han,
as in fake.
My God.
She never dreamed that the black and gold card VIP customer of her exclusive service, the billionaire who was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, was the guy in front of her who was casually dressed,
excessively young,
and had been using an ordinary savings card before.
Zhou Ying is still not quite convinced.
Hurriedly opened the official bag to take out the confidential information. After opening the envelope against the photos inside,
only then dared to determine that this is true. Seeing Zhou Ying's shocked expression of disbelief, Li Han could understand. Not to mention her, even Li Han himself thought he was dreaming. Dormant countdown at 6:40. Manager Zhou, we're running out of time, so don't dawdle.
Hurry up and start helping me apply for the black gold card.
Waiting to buy a car.
Ha?
Oh, okay. Reality is reality.
And despite being beyond Zhou Ying's imagination, one must accept the facts.
Zhou Ying, who quickly adjusted herself,
took out her laptop and began to remotely apply for the black gold card for Li Han. The black gold card procedures are relatively cumbersome, but Zhou Ying is skilled in business, and before coming to the bank president urged some points. Plus there is the full support of the bank's backstage colleagues,
all the way to the green light. About 10 minutes after the smooth processing is completed. Mr. Li, the black gold card has been done, but the main card needs to be mailed. At the moment we can only give you a temporary secondary card to use. Is there a difference in function? There is no difference. May I ask where your specific mailing address is? That will do. As for the mailing address,
Li Han was a little embarrassed because the house he bought was a rotten building and had not yet been delivered. The original rented house is also returned.
Think about it. First mailed to the company it. After reporting the company's address to her, Li Han took the temporary card and looked at it. This temporary vice card is also extremely exquisite workmanship. Body pure black, gold border, and black gold card almost. He not far away from the male salesman who has been waiting for a long time waved his hand. Holding a hand full of contract sales immediately ran over. With a smile on his face, he handed the contract to Li Han. Li Han signed one contract after another, and Zhou Ying was so curious that she couldn't help but ask, Mr. Li, what contracts are you signing? So many? Do you need to consult a lawyer? No need.
These are all car purchase contracts.
Car purchase? So many copies?
Yes,
Mr.
Li bought all the models in our store in one breath. The male salesman was delighted and laughed. Apart from the Mirage that has already been purchased,
these contracts are now for the Cullinan,
Gusto and Shining series respectively.
Zhou Ying felt as if she was somewhat unable to see the world. There was actually someone who bought a top-of-the-line luxury car like Rolls-Royce and bought all the models at once? After signing the contract, Li Han smoothly took a temporary card and swiped the landing price of the 3 models. Cullinan Black Badge, landed at $8.69 million. Shining is a pure electric car, only one model, landing at 6.34 million. The Gusto Black Badge, landing at 6.39 million. In total, this adds up to a payment of $21,431,668 and a bank rebate of $2,143, 16,680. The bank balance was $446,963, 270, or about $447 million. Sir, would you like to choose the color please? Li-Han thought for a moment and said, Mirage wants black, Shining Spirit will be dark gold, Gust comes in white, and Cullinan should pick a black one as well. Okay, I'll make a note of it. Speaking to you, the pickup time may be a bit long. Long? How long?
Anywhere from 3 to 6 months, but Mirage's main office has the black one in stock, so if you can pick it up, it'll be here in a few days. Mirage, give me faster. Can I pick up the car in 3 days? I'll ask for you and arrange it for you as soon as possible. After buying the car, Li-Han, who was in a good mood, was thinking about his next spending plan. Continue to buy expensive vehicles? It seems like the rate of consumption is just like this. There's no limit anymore. Mustn't we engage in some bigger spending? Ms. Joe, didn't you propose that I buy a villa? Do you have any friends in the real estate business? You really want to buy a villa? Joeing surprised after some helplessness. Mr. Lee, I advise you not to buy a house recently. The price of housing fell too fast. Of course if you live on your own, it's a different story. Thank you for your concern. It doesn't matter. House prices fall on the fall. I buy return to buy. No conflict. Indeed, there is no conflict. Li-Han for spending money to return cash. Who cares about whether the goods retain their value or not? This statement makes Joeing a little speechless again. Look at this. Is this human language? What do you mean buy to buy? Fall to fall? Still not a conflict? Have not seen so many real estate investors wailing? How come he's so indifferent? If he didn't really have a black gold card and bought so many luxury cars in one go, Joeing would have thought that this guy was pretending again. If you really want to buy, in fact, my bank has cooperation with many developers, and can completely help you contact them. If you contact them, you still need to see the property and sign the contract. How long will it take? That's estimated to take a few hours anyways. A few hours? Li-Han beat a retreat. For a normal person to buy a house, not to mention a few hours, is dozens of hours are also willing, but he is not the same. The system hibernation only 6 hours left. A few hours to buy a house? Then he still cashback. Is there any fast payment to buy a house? Even if it's a rotten building, it's okay. As soon as he thought of a rotten building, Li-Han had a flash of insight. He hurriedly said excitedly, in your bank's cooperative companies, are there many real estate companies or other companies that can't pay their debts and are about to go bankrupt or have already gone bankrupt? If you contact these companies and I come to acquire them wholly, will it be fast? Joeing was really somewhat speechless. Big brother, what kind of companies do you have the money to acquire that you don't like, and you prefer to acquire bankrupt or nearly bankrupt ones? She explained bitterly. Mr. Lee, you want to wholly acquire. Then as long as the price is suitable for both sides, the transfer will not be slow. But I must remind you, the reason why those companies will go bankrupt or about to go bankrupt must be some mess. You look like this without even examining it to be acquired indiscriminately. It is easy to lose all your money. Even the old capital cannot come back. A mess? I like messes. Only messy people are eager to make a move, so they can take advantage of it. That's fine. Li-Han slapped his palm and said, you immediately let the bank contact these bosses. I want them to show up at the bank as soon as possible. The sooner the better. No waiting after the deadline. Okay, I'll contact the bank president right away, and he'll step in to communicate. Seeing that Li-Han didn't take it seriously at all, Joeing could only sigh and agree. After the two left the car city, they took a taxi and returned to the Eastern Bank. Dorman countdown at 5:50. Just as his but sat on the chair in the conference room, the system sent a prompt, making him anxious. Taking advantage of the gap between waiting for these bankrupt bosses, Li-Han wasn't idle as he clicked into the Jitterbug platform. It didn't matter that he couldn't spend gifts repeatedly. He could brush the non-repeatable gifts and then switch to another anchor and continue brushing. As a result, the Jella platform had an extra Heavenly God Master Dog today, and the whole platform swiped gifts indiscriminately. The anchors are just like buying a lottery ticket. Maybe they somehow received a full set of special effects gifts. Consumption of 100,000 jitter coins. Cashback 100,000. Consume 300,000 jitter coins. Cashback 300,000. Consume 150,000 jitter coins. Cashback 150,000. Li-Han's hand is almost poking. The screen is almost poking smoke, only to cash back more than 3 million. There is no way. Dry sitting is also dry sitting. Mosquito again small is also meat. Joeing on the side looked at Li-Han at that to the cell phone brush gift. Cannot help but some tears and laughter. What this rich man Li Han did today really made her 3 views destroyed. Could it be that rich people all play like this? She wasn't rich and didn't have any rich friends, so she didn't dare to say or ask. Bang! More than half an hour later, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open, and a group of people walked in from outside, as many as a dozen. Chapter 6 Bye. Zhou Ying's Oriental Bank branch Jiang. The president of the dozen or so company bosses from all walks of life around him were briefly introduced all over the place. Li Han began the one-on-one acquisition talks. The first one, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s with a big belly. Li Han glanced at the cattle manager of Zhejiang Construction Company and curiously said, "Manager Cattle, you are a construction company, right? How come you can't do it anymore? Originally we were doing well, but as a result, the developer went out of business and couldn't pay back the money, so we took the house as collateral." Cow manager wiped the sweat on his forehead. Slightly nervous crying face, "The house is a high-end villa. Now the economy is so bad. Sell cannot be sold. The company's loan expires without the ability to pay back. You cannot say that the closure of it." Hearing the villa, Li Han came to interest. "Where is the villa? How many sets?" "Just west of Hang City, Yuhang District Peach Blossom Garden Villa. There are currently 10 sets not dealt with." "How much is it together?" "After the discount, each set is from 15 million to more than 40 million. It depends on the size and location of the villa." Li Han had a little interest. Yuhang District was only 20 to 30 minutes drive from Hang City. It was considered a better location for villa-type buildings. "Okay, your company I will not buy, but this 10 sets of villas I buy. Full payment at a time to pay off. Sign the contract to go through the program. Is also considered to let your company back from the dead." "Really? Really? Full payment?" Manager Niu was so excited that he almost didn't jump up, and choked. "Mr. Li, you are my lifesaver. With this money, our Zhejiang construction can come to life. Thank you so much." Li Han waved his hand, signaling for Zhou Ying and the team hired around him to hurry up and draft the contract, with the bank taking the lead in transferring the funds. About a few minutes later, both parties signed the sale contract, and the bank made a direct payment of $287500000, or nearly $300 million to the account of Zhejiang Construction. The account deducted the purchase price and returned more than $2.8 billion, and the balance directly became $303,446,3270, which is about more than $3 billion. Li Han was satisfied. This is only how long just more than 2 billion plus 10 sets of villa fixed assets. Is there anything more efficient than this money making? With more than $3 billion, Li Han's bottom line is naturally stronger. Next, he began to contact these mess entrepreneurs. These old bosses see him like the wrongdoer, and then they have a heart to tout Li Han, slipping and flattering non-stop. Just want to let him buy the company. Li Han has cashback rewards in the body, simply not to refuse. The higher the acquisition price, the higher his rebate. So these companies, regardless of whether there is no future, it is cost-effective to buy. Playing games with him? Actually, he's on the 5th floor. Dormant countdown at 5:15. After an hour of negotiating and signing, Li Han smoothly acquired 10 more companies. 3 are internet companies, 1 is an e-commerce company, 1 is a software company, and 1 is a live broadcasting company. The other 7 were all brick and mortar companies, 2 cell phone parts factories, 3 food and beverage factories, 2 chemical and metallurgical factories, and 2 clothing factories and a publishing house. These companies are either because of the taste of the product or marketing problems, or because the company did not follow the financing of the funds broke, or because they did not receive orders to make ends meet on the verge of bankruptcy. But these are not problems for Li Han. Therefore, he used 1.5 billion of funds, not only acquired the 10 companies, but also gave enough funds for the late research and development, marketing and production. If they don't survive again, they deserve it. In one fell swoop, the system returned $15 billion. Dormant countdown 4 hours and 15 minutes. After sending off this group of bosses, the governor ushered in a special guest. This was the head of Hangzhou City of the Hangtai Group, surnamed Lu. "You're not here to tell me that you want to transfer Hangtai's rotten buildings in Hangzhou City, are you? Mr. Li is really a brilliant idea. You also know that our company is currently on the verge of bankruptcy and is in urgent need of funds to save itself." Li Han really wanted to spray him with a mouthful of salt vapor. "MMP, it's you Hangtai assholes that caused me to fail to deliver the house I worked so hard to buy, and the property prices plummeted. Now you still want me to be the receiver? You Hangtai's big company is on the verge of bankruptcy, and you can come back to life just by transferring this one project? Forget it, I'm not interested." Manager Lu suddenly fell on his knees in front of Li Han at this time. Li Han frowned in surprise. "What are you doing?" "Mr. Li, Governor Jiang and I are good friends. He told me that you are very powerful. I didn't come here this time to do the company a favor. but more for the sake of those owners who purchased Hangtai's real estate. 1,000 wrongs are Hangtai's fault, but those owners are innocent. Please help them. Hangtai has only sold one phase of this project, and there are still 3 phases that have not been pre-sold, and the structures are all almost built. As long as you are willing to acquire this rotten project, find a company to operate on behalf of the company. This 4-phase project can be successfully completed and sold. No matter how, you do not lose, Mr. Lee. Li Han admitted that this guy's words spoke into his heart, because he was the victim of Hangtai's bankruptcy. Naturally empathized. Anyway, the system has a cashback reward. Even if the real acquisition, even if it still closes down, it is not a loss. This rotten building neighborhood, a total of 4 packaged Hangtai, intends to sell how much? As soon as manager Lu heard that there is a game, he immediately said in a hurry, as long as you are willing to take over, I can apply to give you the lowest discount. Discount? I don't need a discount. I just need you to finalize the amount right away and sign a contract for payment. Manager Lu was dumbfounded, and quickly stuck out his thumb and said, Mr. Lee is bold and bossy. Mr. Lee is mighty and domineering. Less bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Hurry up. Li Han crossed his legs, his heart smug. Don't look at these managers, boss one on the verge of bankruptcy. That is also in the past. This small employee can't even look up to the height. Can be these people praise? Is the previous dream? Do not dare to think of things? He is not complacent, can it? After manager Lu made a phone call to confirm, Zhou and the relevant personnel of Hangtai began to draft the contract. Half an hour later, Hangtai Group sold all of Hang City's Hangtai Imperial Plaza neighborhood as a package at a price of $8.5 billion, which also included 4 entire rows of several hundred stores in the surrounding area, as well as a 15-story small high-rise commercial building. As soon as the account on this side was transferred, the system on that side directly returned $85 billion. The balance was $93,034,463,270. Almost a drop. He would have become a 100 billionaire. Dorman countdown at 3:45. After talking with manager Lu, Governor Zhang's side received a few more company heads who had just arrived. Li Han looked at the thick pile of information in his hands, rubbed his temples with a headache, and said towards Zhou next to him, Ms. Zhou, you guys draft the contract directly, and call all the people in to ask how much money is needed for the acquisition, and how much input is needed for the follow-up, and other details. Zhou said somewhat helplessly, Mr. Lee, you're going to have big problems if you go on acquiring like this. You're too hasty. It's fine, just do as you are told. I have plenty of money, but that's not how money is spent. Zhou was really a bit distressed and couldn't help but speak kindly. Miss Shou, I hope you put yourself in the right position. You are my exclusive manager, responsible for helping me draft contracts to negotiate business. As for acquiring or not acquiring, that is my business. Zhou was somewhat helpless. It was clear that she meant well, but it was Li Han who didn't appreciate it. Since Li Han liked to spend money indiscriminately, let him spend it. It wasn't hers anyway. Li Han knew she meant well, but he couldn't really explain. Should he say, don't worry about how much money Lousy spends, the system will let Western capital compensate him tenfold? She would definitely feel crazy. Soon, 8 more business representatives came in to negotiate the acquisition respectively. 4 of them were industrial, 4 internet companies. Zhou didn't get upset, and continued to dutifully handle the acquisition contract with her team, smoothly signing and making payments. Li Han gave 8 enterprises a total of 500 million funds, cashback 5 billion. Chapter 7, Heavyweight Enterprises. Dormant countdown 3:20. After the 8 companies signed up, Governor Jian quietly spoke to Li Han at this time. A heavyweight enterprise had come. At first, Li Han was unimpressed, but when he saw the background of this company on the information, he immediately paid attention to it. This was an automobile company on the verge of bankruptcy. This company produces new energy high-grade automobiles. The fame is very big and expensive. The styling is good and the technology is not bad, but the sales are not too good. Gaoha Automobile, I've heard a lot about you. Li Han put the information back on the table, sized up the trembling middle-aged man sitting in front of him, and couldn't help but say, may I ask who you are? Mr. Li, my name is Zhang Shun. I'm the Minister of the Strategic Investment and Financing Department of Gaoha Automobile. Our boss sent me here to get the opportunity to cooperate with Mr. Li, hoping to get financing. How much do you guys expect me to contribute? And what benefits can I obtain? Our company is currently in a bad situation. Our company hopes to pull in $8 billion in financing to save the company. The headquarters has already decided that as long as we can have this amount, the company can be saved. As for how many shares you have, we can talk about it more specifically. There's no need. If we want to talk, let's talk now, Li Han casually said. I'm a person. I don't really like to take shares. If I can, I want to be wholly owned. At the very least, I want to get a controlling stake.
What? Zhang Shun was dumbfounded. Mr. Li, you want a controlling stake? What's the problem? If you guys don't want to, then that's fine. I never force anyone. It's not impossible. Just, Gaohai is a big car enterprise. If you really want to hold that, you have to acquire 2/3 of the shares. I'm afraid that this capital, that is a huge amount. How massive? I estimate. How also have to? 115 billion? 15 billion? To come to the big one. What if it's a wholly owned acquisition? This, I have to ask headquarters. Say a rough number. Estimated. How to be 30 billion upwards, right? Okay, then you ask. Give me an answer in 10 minutes. No waiting after the deadline. If the acquisition can be successful, I can let your position rise further up. Really? Zhang Shun's eyes lit up, immediately knowing that this was his greatest opportunity. Not to mention that he might be able to become a vice president if his position rises. Even if his position doesn't rise, it's still better than becoming a hobo after bankruptcy, right? Zhang Shun asked backwards and forwards to contact. This time he really do not want to waste a minute. Zhou listened to the side of the fast speechless. I've seen a loser, but I've never seen such a loser. Not only her, the other auxiliary staff sitting next to her, each one of them was also wide-eyed. He himself was not distressed at all, but rather Zhou was distressed. Mr. Li, you have not visited the site. You have not contacted the top management of this company, and you have not researched this enterprise and audited its finances. So you just take the risk of saying that you are acquiring it. Are you really not afraid that the money will go down the drain? Zhou hesitated for half a day, but still couldn't help but say, Mr. Li, don't mind my whining, and don't mind me talking too much. This is a large enterprise worth tens of billions of dollars. It's not a family game. You, Miss Shou, I know you are thinking for me. I understand everything you said. Li Han laughed. I'm optimistic about this enterprise. I'm responsible for acquiring it. I just need to find talents who are good at management. That's all. But the problem is, there aren't that many problems. Ms. Zhou, sometimes, in front of absolute strength, any problem is not a problem anymore. Alright, I'll listen to you. Zhou sighed helplessly. What can you do when you say you've met such a master who doesn't take money as money? 10 minutes later, Zhang Shun pushed open the door and said excitedly, Mr. Li, after preliminary discussions among the company's senior management, the major shareholder, the state-owned party, is willing to sell the controlling shares, which means that you have the possibility of a wholly owned acquisition. But, they are asking for 35 billion. Okay, I don't have a problem with this price, but one thing, it has to be fast. Li Han looked at his watch and then said, up to 1 hour time. I have to have the acquisition contract in front of my desk. Expired. 1 hour? Zhang Shun wanted to open his mouth with some difficulty, but after seeing Li Han's undoubted expression, he could only bite his teeth and nod his head, turning around and leaving to contact the team. Time passed little by little. Li Han saw more and more people, and the money was spent like running water. More than 30 minutes time, before and after a total of 10 reception of the acquisition object, and spent another $580 million to acquire all. The system returned 5.8 billion, directly to the account. The balance of 102,754,463,270 yuan, finally broke 100 billion. Li Han became a veritable 100 billionaire. Acquisition of so many companies, a lot of fixed assets under their names at the same time also belong to him. For example, some companies have real estate, plant storage, factory land, office buildings, staff dormitories, units of public housing and so on. For example, some companies also have yachts, private helicopters, official cars, and equipment and so on. These fixed property, but also Li Han's intangible assets. It can be said that nowadays, even if he sells these assets, are enough to feed him for a lifetime. Dormant countdown 2 hours and 40 minutes. It was getting closer and closer to the system hibernation time. Li Han was also getting anxious. There was no other good way to think of it this time. Acquisition. The only way to maximize the cashback rewards was to keep acquiring. Governor John's attitude had also changed significantly. He actually didn't understand. Why was it that the more businesses this Li Han acquired, the more money he remitted over from overseas? From being a billionaire before, he had become 100 billionaire today, and these funds were all formal, legal, arriving at the scale of 100 billion deposits. The biggest president of Hangzhou Oriental Bank finally couldn't sit still, and he also rushed over, urging and instructing, to make sure that President Jiang must be careful to serve, and must make Li Han satisfied. Governor Jiang did not dare to be slow, not only sent 2 more beautiful exclusive manager to join Li Han's acquisition team, and began to mobilize the whole bank, began to the endangered bankruptcy enterprises to contact. Soon, Li Han met another potential partner. Hello Mr. Li, I am the capital representative of Huixing Building. My name is Su Man.
Li Han glanced at her and couldn't help but have his eyes light up. Indeed, compared to other big-bellied bosses, this Su Man in front of her was a beautiful,
charming and charismatic woman. Su Man was dressed in formal attire.
Straight suit pants and black high heels showed off her slender legs to the fullest. Combined with her medium-length straight black hair and the gold-framed glasses on her stunning face, she was a proper image of a beautiful imperial lady.
Hello, beautiful Su Man.
Li Han shook hands with her.
Not bad.
Delicate soft and white hands.
First class. Chapter 8. Lao Tzu has a mansion. Mr. Li, I'll get right to the point. Su Man retrieved his hand and then handed over the paperwork. Our Huaixing mansion is about to complete the construction and decoration,
but due to the recent stock market as well as the impact of the environment,
the company's investment in several large projects have huge losses, so I hope to resell. I wonder if Mr. Li has any interest in the commercial building? Once Huaixing mansion is completed, it will become a high-end mansion with shopping malls, office buildings, high-grade restaurants, and sky-rotating gardens in the western part of the city, and the prospect is very good. A commercial building? This is good. Other people pretending to be a bully as the old man has a few sweets. In the future they go out to pretend to be a bully directly say that the old man has a building. Which one is more powerful? It's clear at a glance.
If Zhouing beside her knew that Li Han's interest in buying this building was just to pretend to be a bully, she wondered if she would have the urge to strangle him.
Ms. Su, how much price is your company planning to be willing to sell? Seeing how happy Li Han was, Su Man could not help but frown her eyebrows.
One should know that in general acquisition negotiations, it was natural to show the more calm and indifferent one was in order to better press the price.
But what about Li Han? Obviously a look of I want it. Come and slaughter me. People's stupid money expression. Is this guy really unable to negotiate? Or is it deliberately like this? Su Man was torn.
She felt that the billionaire, it is impossible that this point of common sense negotiation is not, so she decisively thought that Li Han is pretending.
He is actually not interested in the building,
just waiting for her to quote an outrageous price.
She could refuse on the pretext that it was too expensive. Mr. Li,
this mansion is the work of my company's heart and soul. Whether it's in terms of design grade,
construction scale, or location, it's a surefire deal for you to acquire it. Ms. Su, just tell me straight, how much price does your company want to sell? That. Su Man was a little hesitant, gritting her teeth and testing. You see. 1. How about 15 billion? Si Li Han does not speak. Su Man thought he was going to refuse. Anxious then said, this price has been very sincere. Huaixing building quality is really in accordance with the top building to build. As long as you agree, you can make any request. Our company can fulfill it. Any request? Li Han looked her up and down twice, playing with the flavor. Including you? Su Man's pretty face flushed,
and the anger in her heart was forced down. She knew that right now was the company's only hope, and her only hope.
Once the company went bankrupt,
this famed mansion project of hers would become a complete mess, and it would be far from impossible to recover again.
Just kidding with you, don't take it seriously.
Li Han smiled and waved his hand.
$150 billion, to tell the truth is a bit cheap. Okay, then I wish us a happy cooperation. What? Cheap? Su Man stared wide-eyed, incredulous. Mr. Li, you are going to buy? Of course, I'm not buying it. What's the point of talking to you so much? Draft the contract, sign it and hit the money. Okay, thank you Mr. Li, thank you Mr. Li.
Su Man was so happy that she almost jumped up. She didn't expect such a big project to be completed so easily.
And just now, she even almost wanted to give her body in return. But then again,
this true tycoon in front of her who acquired a $10 billion project without batting an eyelid was so young.
And even though he wasn't very handsome, he couldn't help but have a temperament with a lot of money. He really slept with him, as if it is not a bad thing.
The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. Su Man hurriedly threw away the shameful thoughts in her head and hurriedly contacted the company to send someone to sign the acquisition.
Su Man just left. There is a big belly middle-aged bald man wiping the sweat on the forehead squeezed into the office. Dormant countdown at 2:20. It's my turn. It's finally my turn.
The fat man panted and walked to Li Han, piling up smiles in excitement.
This is the famous tycoon Mr. Li, right? Mr. Li is really young and talented. This guy in that pile of smiles touting,
while Li Han is inwardly surprised or stunned, because the fat man in front of him does not recognize him.
He can recognize each other.
Li Han has seen this man 3 times.
The first time is the company staff annual meeting.
He is the company president on stage speech.
The second time is Li Han's department performance is not qualified
in the teleconference to scold them bloody head.
The third time, it is the company scandal case broke out.
Li Han witnessed from afar to see this guy's wife
and his female secretary torn together,
and he was on the side to persuade the fight. Yes, this middle-aged fat man is the owner of the trading company where he works? Xiao Fuyo, Mr. Li, Mr. Li. Xiao Fuyo's enthusiastic voice of condolence made Li Han react, and only then did he shake hands and say, Mr. Xiao, right? Your rich trading company wants to be acquired? Yes, Mr. Li, either that or I'm saying that you're brilliantly calculated. I really have this idea. I looked at the information. Although your company's benefits are not as good as the time of the epidemic a while ago, it's not so bad that it's on the verge of bankruptcy, right? Indeed not too. He. But I was listening to a friend introduction. Said you here is willing to buy the company, and the price is very fair. Just want to come to try. Xiao Fuyo smiled and said, if I can really sell it for a good price, I'm willing to retire early. Li Han also understood. This boss was usually stingy, and it wouldn't be him if he didn't earn any benefits, but he still wanted it. Not for any reason, just to get back at his own bosses who were snarky and mean to him like a cow or a horse. Revenge those who in the past tried to do everything possible to disgust themselves, make bad to make their own colleagues. Based on these 2 points, he was willing to buy this company. Name a price and I'll listen. If it's suitable, I'll buy it. Xiao Fuyo didn't even recognize Li Han as a minion in his company in the past. Seeing him being so bold, he immediately rubbed his hands in excitement. How about that? 200 million? You can really be a lion's mouth. Mr. Xiao. Li Han coldly laughed. Do you think that with your broken company, it's worth this price? Then how much you say? 88 million? Sell it or leave it. After all, it is their own company. How much strength, how much water, he can be too clear. This Xiao Fuyo is not a good thing. He would rather make less money, but also not willing to let him eat pots and pans. So, Li Han rare first time to pressure the price. Zhou Ying and the team members next to him were surprised. How did this young tycoon, who was always bold and generous, start to press the price this time? This, 88 million is also too little. Zhou, send off the guests. Don't, sell, I'll sell. Although 88 million in Xiao Fuyo's psychological expectations are a bit far from the difference, but in reality that company is only worth this price. Besides, this is real money. The company at best is a fixed asset. The next time you cannot sell so much, that can really do not know. Soon after the two sides reached an agreement, Zhou Ying's team began to talk about the details, draft the contract and sign it into effect. It was all done in one go and never dragged on. 88 million paid successfully. Cashback of $880 million was credited. Balance, 98,414,463,270 yuan. Chapter 9 Big Deal. After signing the contract with Xiao Fuyo, Li Han was not afraid that he would make any small means to glean the company's interests. The contract was clearly written on the articles and paragraphs. First, although it was given to him, but he also had the responsibility of handing over. If he was found to have any act of embezzlement of public property after selling the company, he could apply for compensation. And as a rich man, Xiao Fuyo understood very well how serious the consequences would be if he offended a young godly man who could buy his company at the touch of a finger. After Li Han received 2 more companies and spent $80 million to acquire them, Suman came with his team to sign the building transfer contract. It was a total of 15 billion, and the direct system returned 150 billion. The balance became 234,134,463,270 yuan. Dorman countdown 1 hour and 50 minutes. Gao He's delegation finally arrived at the bank, and this time it was surprisingly Gao He's founder, Ding Xin, personally leading the group. The two sides talked about the bars in the conference room. Li Han directly said to Ding Xin, Mr. Ding, I am not good at this area of new energy vehicles. I invested in the acquisition of this brand purely out of love, as well as appreciation for Mr. Ding. So don't worry, the company's operation and decision-making will still be carried out by Mr. Ding in the future. What I want is just the results. Can I? Ding Xin obviously didn't expect that Li Han, who spent more than $30 billion to wholly buy an entire automobile brand, would actually still be assured that he would be at the helm, and couldn't help but say gratefully, Gao He is just like my child, and if Mr. Li is assured of me, I will definitely do a good job. At this time, he had the sense to speak out. Mr. Li, the company is so big, you don't send a little bit of people is not like that. The company's key departments, but also need you to grasp. Although Li Han was a beggar, but after all, the workplace also mixed. Of course, no a company if completely controlled by others. Naturally, there will be a lot of problems, but currently, he had a fart of a person besides being rich. After thinking about it, he nodded his head and said, okay, after a while, I will arrange for someone to enter the company, but don't worry, Mr. Ding, you can do whatever you need to do, no need to have any worries. Ding Xian was so excited that he almost burst into old tears,
holding Li Han's hand tightly and said,
"A man dies for a friend.
Mr. Li trusts me so much. I will definitely live up to your expectations."
Li Han was actually helpless.
Don't look at him as rich now, but he didn't have any connections at all. The company acquisition was easy,
but letting him go find a helmsman was harder than killing him.
Therefore, it would be better to top Ding Xian and let him continue to do his job.
It wouldn't be too late to replace him later if there was really any good talent.
After sending Ding Xian and the others away, the bank deducted money from his account. Soon after, the account was credited with a whole $350 billion from overseas. The balance directly exceeded 500 billion. Dorman countdown at 1 hour and 20 minutes. Li Han leaned on the sofa, really a bit exhausted.
A person who has been working for 6 or 7 hours in a row with a high level of mental tension.
The iron cannot carry ah.
Seeing that the system hibernation time was nearing the end, he gritted his teeth and braced himself again. There was still more than an hour left to work on another big project.
Ms. Zhou, talk to Governor Jiang. Push all those small companies in the back.
Help me pick another big project.
I'll acquire one at the end. Good. Zhouing was also a little dizzy. How come this guy's money seems to be inexhaustible?
The building has been bought. The car company has been bought.
And he still wants to engage in a big project? Does he have a mine overseas?
Governor Jian was also quite busy at this time. Various bosses who came to his office surrounded him.
The economy is so bad. The company and the boss cannot make ends meet is countless. The moment you hear that there is a wrongdoer here, there is a big tycoon in the acquisition of the company. That will not be like smelling feces maggots sworn to. Governor Jiang, please, let me go in first. My company you also know. Owe you a debt. I have to pay Old Jiang, we are acquaintances, right? You can arrange it for me first. Brother Jiang, you can't bear to see me being bullied by these big men. Just let me go first. I'll accompany you for dinner tonight. Governor Jiang was sweating profusely. He never knew that he would have such a popular day.
Although he is a branch president,
begging him to do more, but really cannot stand so many
the threshold are almost broken.
Open the back door of the open back door. Seduce the seduction. Give benefits to give benefits. He is busy do not know how to refuse. Zhouing squeezed through the crowd and came to the side of Governor Jiang, whispering Li Han's request to him. Governor Jiang was relieved and clapped his hands and said loudly, "Everyone be quiet." Mr. Li said, he will finally acquire one more large enterprise and call it a day. The enterprises whose scale reaches $10 billion will stay, and the rest of you can leave and wait for the next opportunity.
Seeing Governor Jiang say this, although many people were upset, there was nothing they could do. After all, Li Han was the gold master's father, and it was useless to stay here when he said he wouldn't acquire anymore.
10 minutes later,
Zhouing placed a contract in front of Li Han.
Mr. Li, at the moment, only this enterprise meets your standards. Li Han picked up the contract and took a look. Soft rain technology? What for?
This is a very famous manufacturer that produces flexible screens, has abundant screen patents as well as heritage,
and is one of the top existences in the screen industry, especially the flexible screen industry. So powerful? Then why did it go out of business and liquidate? It's mainly because of strategic mistakes. Instead of utilizing the advantages of the screen, it was overly ambitious,
not willing to be a supplier instead to produce cell phones to compete with other cell phone manufacturers.
Zhouing replied seriously. The domestic cell phone industry was already very rolled up.
Plus soft rain technology didn't have any popularity in the cell phone brand, so naturally the sales were poor, which ultimately led to the break of the capital chain.
You know quite a lot? I just looked up some information. Then do you think that acquiring this business has a future? It's hard to say, but at least in the field of flexible screens, this enterprise is quite powerful. Okay, I know. Call their person in charge in. Not long after, the person in charge of soft rain technology walked in. A quite handsome man. Hello, Mr. Li, I've heard a lot about you. Introduce yourself. I'm the CEO of Soft Rain Technology, called Zhou Kuang.
Li Han and Zhou Kuang shook hands,
sized him up and said, at present, the financing of Soft Rain Technology has failed, and it is forced to go into bankruptcy and liquidation soon, right? Yes, if the financing is successful, Soft Rain Technology will definitely be able to come back from the dead. How much do you intend to raise? We originally intended to raise $14 billion in IPO financing, but unfortunately it failed. Well, how much is the valuation of your company?
Before the highest market valuation of $55 billion.
Now then, more than $100 billion is still there. How much debt?
The total liabilities under the two companies together is probably more than $5 billion.
Li Han thought for a moment and said, let's do it this way.
I'll put out $20 billion to fully acquire Soft Rain Technology, and an additional $15 billion for production and R&D construction.
Zhou Kuang rounded his eyes. full of disbelief. Chapter 10, The Final Acquisition. Originally, he had come to walk on a dead horse. After all, no one's money is not blown by the wind.
Soft rain technology is already a dead end.
Are about to enter bankruptcy and liquidation. The wages of employees are owed for a long time. Who would be willing to invest tens of billions of dollars for such a half-dead enterprise? This is real money. So much money to do not good. Used to invest in a business that has no future? Who would believe it? But on the contrary, he not only met such a person, and this guy is even bold to add tens of billions of investment, which is simply, this is just outrageous, but outrageous to outrageous. The fact is the fact. This word from other people's mouth out. Maybe it is a joke, but from Li Han's mouth, that is hope. Who doesn't know that Gao and the car came back from the dead because of Li Han? If Gao he could be saved, why couldn't Zhou Yu be saved? Put. Zhou Kuang was so excited that he directly knelt down to Li Han. Thank you, Mr. Li, thank you Mr. Li, you don't have to be like this. Soft rain technology, can you have full authority? Yes, I've already obtained authorization before coming here.
Then hurry up and prepare the contract.
Don't waste time. Li Han glanced towards Zhou Ying and said, Ms. Zhou, you and your team are docked for the whole process next. Okay Mr. Li, Zhou Ying replied calmly, but in fact, she was not calm at all inside. It was another tens of billions of dollars acquisition project. This guy's money was as if it was the same as water. How could it not be used up? The boy who scattered money was not as good at spending it as he was. Spitting is spitting. The work that needs to be done still needs to be done. Time passes in a minute. All parties docking. Teleconferences are held non-stop. Because the price Li Han offered was something that soft rain technology simply couldn't refuse. So the other party didn't have any dissatisfaction or demands at all. And the contract was drawn up extremely smoothly. About 40 minutes later, the contract was finally formulated.
He hurriedly joined Zhou Kuang and signed the contract for the wholly owned acquisition of Soft Rain Group. The contract came into effect,
and not long after the bank transfer, the reward cashback of $350 billion arrived. The balance skyrocketed to $864,286,463,270. What is the concept of more than 800 billion wealth? Currently, in addition to those rich plutocrats in hiding, the known richest man in this country had a net worth of just over $400 billion. You have to know that he has more than $800 billion in cash in his account alone, as well as more than 30 companies, neighborhoods, mansions, villas, yachts, luxury cars, and so on. So if his assets were to be exposed, he would not only be the richest man in the country, but he would even be able to barely make it into the top 10 in the ranking of the world's richest men. After all, Li Han is just an ordinary office worker. No connections and no relationship. 8 hours to get these riches has been very hard. Dormant countdown 30 minutes. After the contract was signed and all of Soft Rain Technologies' team was evacuated, Li Han leaned on the sofa, his brain somewhat blank. What should be done have been done. The remaining last half an hour. But some do not know what to do. Also, tens of billions of dollars after the acquisition, and then engage in what online shopping what anchor reward already cannot raise half interest. In fact, he just utilized his free time and also tried to buy stocks. However, it was obvious that stocks were not a consumption item in the system's stipulated consumption reward cashback. Mr. Li, is there anything else you need? Zhou Ying asked in a respectful voice. Li Han thought about it, and with the attitude of not wasting this last bit of time, he casually said, can your bank contact you to buy some commodities? For example, commercial properties, luxury goods, automobiles, yachts, private airplanes, or whatever. I want to purchase them. If someone else had said this, Zhou Ying would have rolled her eyes without hesitation, thinking he was joking. But when Li Han said this, she had to think seriously. After all, the one sitting in front of her was a billionaire. Li Han also knew very well that before he had to personally go to the car store to buy cars one by one in a time-consuming manner. That was because he didn't have enough capital at that time, and he wasn't familiar with the bank. Now it is different. Money is a man's guts and a symbol of strength. Being worth hundreds of billions of dollars, it's not like you can have whatever service you want. Well, our bank seems to have cooperated with some real estate developers and car brands. Maybe the purchase can be guaranteed by the bank. I'll ask for you? Yes, it's best to be quick. Good. Zhou Ying was already accustomed to Li Han's fiery personality, and she made a call to start contacting these cooperative units. 5 minutes later, Zhou Ying came to Li Han's side and said, Mr. Li, I asked for you first. There are more than a dozen automobile companies, as well as 3 real estate companies that are willing. Which automobile companies? Porsche, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, Lincoln, Cadillac, Volvo. Listening to Zhou Ying explode the car brands one by one, Li Han nodded.
Although there wasn't much Rolls-Royce Lamborghini in these luxury car brands, it was considered a luxury car in the eyes of ordinary people. Okay, I want to land 1 million or more models of the current car inventory, each model to A. After the purchase of Rent-A-Car Warehouse, all put in it. Many products of these brand models are not that rare, and there are still a lot of spot stock. There are also those 3 real estate companies. There are villas to buy villas. There are no villas. I want to buy a large flat or a large leaping floor. In the city, Zhou was quick to follow the contact. 15 minutes later, the 3 real estate companies were the first to provide house types. There were a total of 8 sets of large flat, leaping floor, large house and so on. Because there were no villas in the city center due to the high cost of land, the total price of these properties was $97.8 million. The automobile companies also provided separate bills of goods. Porsche had the Cayenne, Paramax, 911, Taycan, 718 and so on. Mercedes had the GLS, Maybach, S-Class, Big G, AMG GT, and more. BMW has the 7 Series, X5, X7, X6, i7, and more. Audi has the A8, R8. All brands add up to 55 luxury cars totaling 42.18 million. The house car added up to 139.98 million. After spending more than 20 minutes signing the electronic contract respectively, Li Han transferred the money to the bank and rewarded the cashback of 13.99.8 million. The bank balance on arrival is $866,108,063,270. Dormant countdown 10 minutes. Finally, all the cashback that should have been returned was returned. And next, it was time to say goodbye to the system. Li Han borrowed a quiet restroom in the bank and supported everyone. To be honest, he couldn't afford to let the system go completely dormant. But it was also bull*********. Who owns such a system that would shed just 8 hours to say goodbye? Master Unity? Is it there? There are still 10 minutes left before hibernation. Let's nag? Host, please ask questions. If there's nothing else, stand down. Yoo-hoo. I'm pretty cool. Ahem. Li Han moisturized his throat and tentatively opened his mouth. Master Unity, 8 hours of time is too little. I still want. Greedy snake swallowing elephant. Not a good person. As if, there's nothing wrong with it? Master Unity, you misunderstood. I do not want to continue to brush money, but I do not want to watch you permanently dormant. The scene of life and death is unacceptable to me. Oh, Master Unity, if the heavens can give me a chance, I would rather use my life for your new life. Li Han's licking skills were still top-notch. It's just that it used to be used on his ex-girlfriend, and now copy and paste is used on Unity. No problem. The system can absorb the host's life force as energy to leave this 3-dimensional space. Determine whether to suck. Yes/no? I just said that. And you took it seriously? It's embarrassing. Chapter 11 Dormancy. Li Han was scared and hastily chose no, and laughed nervously. Master Unity, don't be ridiculous. Just kidding. Just kidding. I just can't bear to see you permanently dormant. In addition to taking my life, is there any other way to keep you from hibernating? Extracting a sample of this planet in 3-dimensional space. Sample extraction complete. Known types of energy this planet can draw. Binding mission interface. System hibernation restart conditions generated. Emotional energy 100000000/0. Emotional energy? What the hell is this? Emotional energy, 3-dimensional space creatures generate emotional fluctuations to form energy waves, initially manifested as joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, anger, dementia, and greed. Note, the 7 types of emotional energy must be generated by the host's influence in order to be automatically absorbed, providing reserve energy for the system. The amount of energy depends on the type and the frequency of fluctuation. Oh, that means that as long as the absorption of these energies meets the requirements, the system will be able to restart? Li Han was instantly excited. Although he had already made enough money, who would mind having too much, right? What's more, this was a system from the 6th dimensional space. How could it only have a money-making function? If other special rewards could be gleaned, it would be even more profitable. Warning, dormant countdown 5 minutes. Seeing that the system was about to enter hibernation, Li Han thought again if he could still make any requests. Master Unity, soon you will be dormant. Now there is no advice for me as a host? Advice, wealth doesn't match your identity. Easy to be counted. Danger level of becoming prey is 5. Danger level 5? Then how many levels is the most dangerous? The most dangerous is rank 5. The virtual subtitles that popped up from the system caused Li Han to have a moment of fear. Yes, he was now worth almost $1 trillion, but he was still a beggar. To have no background, to have no power. He like this. It is very easy to be targeted, like prey by the vicious wolves ruthlessly carved up. Why do so many rich people,
Demolition households will be a short period of time to squander the assets of the empty? Oftentimes they are being counted.
Never deny the goodness of human nature.
And never underestimate the evil of human nature. Then what should I do now? Li Han said nervously. Is there any solution? Is the host making a request for property protection? Yes/no? Does it even need to be said? Of course it was. Li Han chose yes without hesitation. Ding! Remove $800 billion of funds into the KfW Bank in Germany and purchase a financial fund to pay the interest every month. Only in case of emergency to Germany. With identity verification to withdraw the principal. German KfW Bank, of course he has heard of it. It seems to be the safest personal asset center in the world. $800 billion deposited for interest? Doesn't that leave over 1 billion? Assets will shrink instantly. But think about it, more than 60 billion is enough to spend. There are still so many industries in it. It's better than being gleaned out. Not right? Foreign exchange personal is not a limit? How can you transfer so much money overseas? For everything in three-dimensional space, the system can reorganize and decompose. Li Han hated to give himself a big mouth. Dare to question the system's ability in six-dimensional space? Live impatiently. Fine. Then do as you say. Request in execution. Successful entry of eyeball dome, face, vein fingerprints. Property protection successful. That's good? Li Han soon had the account number of the German KfW Bank in his mind. How advanced. No need for a bank card. To go to Germany, just use the eyeball's bulbous membrane and the human face as well as the vein fingerprints to verify the three ways at the same time and pass. Then you can withdraw money. Warning. System energy depletion. Self-protection activated. Hibernation in progress. Dormant success. Li Han only felt a flash in his brain and all the system information disappeared. It was like having a dream. Brother Tong? Master Unity? Righteous Father? After calling out several times, there was no response. I still don't think it's quite real. It can't really be a dream, right? Li Han had an inexplicable panic. He fiercely seized his thigh. Hiss. Pain. This time, Li Han finally believed that everything in front of him was real. He had really become a billionaire. It was still the 800 billion kind. Knock. The door to the room was knocked on. Zhou Ying came out from outside, holding the documents and glanced at him. Mr. Li, things have all been done. All the houses you bought have been transferred to your name. The large parking warehouse has also been rented. And the businessmen are sending the spot to the warehouse for storage. Do you have any more orders? Well done, Ms. Zhou. For the time being, I have no other orders. Li Han was truly satisfied with the beautiful bank manager in front of him. Not only was she as good looking as a flower, her ability and efficiency were also first-rate. This made him can't help but move his heart to love his talent. Ms. Zhou, at the risk of asking, what is your annual salary at the bank? Annual salary? Zhou Ying had just breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this and said with some suspicion, why are you asking this, Mr. Li? Nothing, pure curiosity. Before in the lobby as a manager. Then, about 150,000 a year. Now thanks to your blessing, do black gold card exclusive wealth management manager, there should be 500,000 like? Are you interested in following me? Zhou Ying's pretty face was red, embarrassed. Mr. Li, what are you talking nonsense? What nonsense? Li Han then reacted, crying and laughing. Oh, I'm sorry, I meant to say, is there any interest in quitting and working for me? Zhou Ying did not expect Li Han to make such an invitation. You can think about it, the salary I can offer you 10 times what you get at the bank, 5 million a year. In the future, if you perform well, you can also increase it. This. In the face of this unrefusable condition, Zhou Ying's heart in surprise couldn't help but begin to waver. $5 million a year Even if the bank was an iron rice bowl with drought and flood insurance, it couldn't help that Li Han had opened too much. This salary, dry a few years will be able to wealth freedom, but also what class can go to be their own boss. Mr. Li, then I, specifically do what work? This way, you first be my secretary, first contact the headhunter, help me pick the best and strongest batch of talents. Li Han thought for a while and said, at that time, I will assign all of these talents to these acquired companies to hold key positions. Zhou Ying understood as soon as she heard this. The billionaire in front of her was not only low profile, but also looked like he had just returned to the sea and hadn't gained a firm foothold in the country. Because of this, he had tapped into the bank to make her a secretary. Mr. Li, I understand. I can help you contact first, but the matter of resignation. Give me 2 days to handle the handover. Can I? Okay. Li Han laughed. You help me do it first, and slowly resign as emotional energy 100000000/5. At this time, suddenly very small numbers appeared in the lower right corner of the line of sight.
This is because I tried to recruit Joing and caused her to become agitated. So I collected 5 points of emotional energy? Holy crap. This has to be collected until the year of the monkey? But then he was relieved. If it was really that easy to collect, the system wouldn't have been forced to go dormant. Oh right. Joing suddenly spoke out at this time. Just now, Governor Jiang asked me to tell you that the Hang City charity dinner sponsored by our bank will be held at the Nanshan Hall tomorrow night. Governor Jiang would like to invite you to attend as the guest of honor. I wonder if you are interested. Me? Li Han was just about to excuse himself, but he stopped his mouth on second thought. Yes, now he wasn't the poor boy who was driven to despair by life yesterday. Nowadays, he was a rich young seafarer with $1 billion fortune. As the system reminded him, the piker is not guilty of harboring $1 billion. Now that he had hundreds of billions of assets in his possession, he was bound to make more friends and connections in the country. Only then would he be able to integrate into the circle of rich people and have more partners and friends, thus minimizing the danger. Okay, I'll go tomorrow, Li Han replied with a firm gaze. Chapter 12, The day is over. Drop. On the bank's ATM machine display, the dense and long string of numbers that appeared. Watching Li Han's mouth at this time was harder to press than AK. Removing the 800 billion from the German bank, the balance at this time was 66, 108, 063, $270. More than 66, $1 billion. That's a proper godly big brother. From the bank out, took a cab back to the rotten house inside. His excited heart only calmed down a little. Lying on a simple wire bed, Li Han tossed and turned, full of brains or thinking about what to do next. What to do? Anyway, he definitely couldn't live like this anymore. Right, since he was a rich man, he had to learn to be a rich man. At the very least, it was unlikely that a billionaire would live in a place like this. Coming to his senses, he hurriedly got up and packed up his luggage. But when the luggage was halfway packed, he suddenly laughed again. All to be a rich man. What more do these bottles and cans need? Picking up his cell phone, he took one last look at everything here that was simple and turned to leave. It was also considered an official farewell to the poor past. Out of the Hongtai neighborhood, Li Han took out his cell phone and directly called Ding Xin. Hello? Mr. Li? Mr. Ding, I'm inspecting the acquired Hongtai neighborhood. Can you transfer a car for me from the company? I want to personally experience the performance of the Gawa car. Good, I'll arrange it right away. Ding Xin really believed it and thought that Li Han really wanted to experience the Gawa automobile. But in reality, Li Han didn't press for any experience at all. But because he didn't have a car to drive. Yes, because many of the luxury cars he purchased had to be pre-produced, not spot. And the other spot had to be licensed as well as transferred. And the earliest they could arrive was tomorrow. Therefore, the only way for him to use his car was to transfer a high-end company car, which was the most convenient. 10 minutes later, flashing dazzling daytime running lights, with a low-speed pedestrian protection unique sound slowly approaching the high-end the car, immediately attracted Li Han's attention. The car that is coming is the Hithi Z of the Gawa brand. This car's high match to sell to $600,000, is considered to be in the tram proper high rich handsome. Only because of the bankruptcy storm, this high-end the owner of the car has become a leak in the eyes of others and a joke. The driver got off, respectfully handed over the keys to Li Han and then took a taxi away. Li Han sat in the car, feeling like from the future like science fiction mecha style, cannot help but cool to fly. With a kick of the gas, he sped away in the tram. Driver's license Li Han has a long time ago, also drove some cheap cars, but like such a high-level tram, he is really the first time to open that no-delay throttle, surging power, intelligent car machine function. Everything made him sigh with emotion. Have money, really ing good. Driving the car, Li Han only traveled to a high-grade creative restaurant in Hangzhou. Here, it was the place where his girlfriend used to show off to him frequently. What a meal to eat thousands of dollars. A lot of high-class dishes, drink the wine or high-grade red wine, etc. Only a pity that the person who took her to taste is not Li Han. At first, he also wanted to take a big hand, take his ex-girlfriend to splurge and splurge, but the shyness of the bag can only make him keep silent. Now, he became a billionaire. Although his ex-girlfriend followed the second generation of the one who invited her to dinner and ran away, Li Han had to come here to make up for the past regrets. Chinese restaurant is indeed very upscale, located in the 26th floor of the building, leaning against the bright floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking a piece of the city at night. Sitting on the soft leather seats, Li Han was alone, looking a bit out of place with the guests in pairs around him. After thinking about it, he made a call and contacted his old classmate and good friend Wang Jing. As soon as he heard that he was invited to eat a high-grade meal, this guy directly hung up the phone. Just about 10 minutes later, he appeared in front of Li Han panting. Looking at this fat guy in front of him, Li Han smiled and said, "You guy, once you hear that there is a meal to rub,
Bolt is not as fast as you. He. That's, on the positivity of eating, who is better than me? You'd better lose your body fat. Be careful you can't get a wife. Bah, down with love. I only want good food.
Wang Jing nonchalantly sat his butt on the chair and sked. The sun really came out from the west.
Li Han, when was he so generous that he dared to invite me to this kind of place for dinner? It's mainly because I'm bored alone. Otherwise I wouldn't have looked for you. Bah, dare you say I'm just a companion to eat? Then you go? Go, little cutie. Only then will I leave. I have to eat you poorly.
When Wang Jing said this, he looked at the waiter who walked by wearing exquisite clothes,
and couldn't help but whisper a bit weakly. I say, do you really invite me to eat here?
This is not cheap.
Why don't we go to the nearby barbecue stand to deal with it?
There's no need to break the bank so much.
Li Han smiled.
He knew that Wang Jing was afraid of spending money on himself. They were college classmates and both stayed in Hang City to work hard after graduation. He joined a trading company as a clerk, while Wang Jing worked in a factory.
Don't look at this guy's mouth flowery and out of tune. But people are actually quite good. It's fine. Today your brother Li is paying the bill. Whatever you want to eat, just order. Li Han threw the menu in front of Wang Jing. For this brother, he actually owed something. Ever since he got together with his ex-girlfriend Yina, he also started to be somewhat distant on purpose due to his girlfriend's dislike of Wang Jing's status as a worker. Now that he thought about his behavior back then, it was really outrageous and ridiculous. This is what you said.
Wang Jing glanced at him suspiciously,
opened the menu,
and closed it again in a frightened pause.
Shocked, I said, Li Han, what place is this? A vegetable salad for 188? Eating gold?
Seeing his look of not having seen the world, Li Han shook his head.
He called the waiter, opened the menu, and started ordering.
Give me 6 cold appetizers before the meal.
4 hot dishes. This one, baked Boston lobster with thick cheese, boiling lamb fish, Buddha jumping wall, Eastern star spot, Bellin oysters.
Listening to the names of the dishes reported by Li Han, Wang Jing's head was dizzy for a while.
Haven't you ever seen a pig run before without eating pork?
Just listening to the names of these dishes scared him to shiver.
Lobster? Eastern star spot? Buddha jumps over the wall? Listen, is this something a laborer can afford to eat?
Yes, sir.
May I ask what other entrees and drinks are needed? Let's have the abalone with rice. What do you recommend for wine? Our new Bordeaux Petrus is very good, sir. Good, have one. The waiter nodded and left.
At this time Wang Jing grabbed Li Han's sleeve and got up to leave.
What are you doing? Hurry up and run. I said, are you crazy? The day is not over?
Wang Jing urgently said.
So indiscriminate ordering, want to eat a king's dinner are you? Don't worry, eat yours. Li Han smiled and said, don't worry, I'll pay the bill. You really want to eat here?
Wang Jing some cannot understand said.
Old Li, I know you this person good face,
but our brothers really do not need to be so broke. You say you because of Hangtai house is enough to worry about. Talk about the girlfriend expenses and big. I have no girlfriend.
Li Han downplayed. I split with Yina. What?
Wang Jing froze in shock,
and only then reacted. The original mess. This is a breakup to revenge spending you. Li Han laughed and scolded. Am I that boring? Then you this is. Sneak up and tell your buddy. I'm rich. Chapter 13, A Chance Encounter. Ladies and gentlemen,
the development of the protagonist should have a gradual process.
The small beggar himself, heavenly wealth, urban daily life have to experience. Pretend to be reasonable. Hit the face is not guilty. Rich or not, have to experience. Wish you all have a beautiful girl. Everyone is rich. The following is the text. Hair, sent what? Sending coupons?
Wang Jing said blankly without understanding.
How much reduction for a full amount?
Put. The water Li Han had just drank into his mouth spurted out.
I say, big brother, this imagination of yours, it's really rich. What kind of place is this? There are coupons? What do you mean by that? I mean to say, old me is developed. Old me is rich.
Wang Jing glanced at Li Han,
reached out and touched his forehead. Suspicious. No fever? How come you're talking nonsense? Bah, Li Han said breathlessly. If I didn't have money, would I dare ask you to come here to eat? What's wrong with me? Wang Jing was skeptical. You're a small employee. How did you get rich? Did you win the lottery? Almost. When I first went to college, didn't I tell you about virtual coins? At that time I bought some, and then simply forgot about it.
Until I broke up and packed my bags and moved out of my rental house. Then I found the notepad from that year,
which had the account number and password on it. Virtual coins? You sold them? Anan, sold it. I dropped my own mother. Wang Jing was excited. Brother, you really got rich. So, there's no point in having this meal. Alright, then I won't be polite.
Wang Jing finally put his heart down and lamented.
Hey, do you think Yi now would be furious if she knew about this? Don't mention her. She wants a better life and resents my uselessness.
then fulfill her. Li Han shrugged his shoulders.
What about the end of the world? That's right.
Wang Jing couldn't help but have a smile pile up on his face when he saw how open-minded Li Han was.
Just as the two of them were talking and eating, Li Han didn't realize that in a corner not far away,
two pairs of eyes were staring at him.
Are you sure it's him? So young?
The one who spoke was a pretty girl with a ponytail and wearing a pink dress, while sitting beside her was a short-haired girl in a small suit and short skirt. If Li Han saw her, he would naturally recognize her. This was Zhang Lan, the saleswoman he met at the Lamborghini store.
This man's name is Li Han. That's him.
He ordered the $3 million SUV
in the store this afternoon.
Zhang Lan obviously lied in front of her girlfriends.
Li Han not only bought one,
but all the models all over the place.
Proper super big money owner. You know that my colleague Mei Zi, right? I often talk to you about the store that green tea.
Are not lying to others, but he hard not to pick up. The one who can buy a car of more than $3 million is probably some kind of rich second generation,
right? Ponytail beauty drank a mouthful of orange juice.
A pair of beautiful eyes blinking and blinking.
Egged on. The opportunity is so good. Try. I can. How do you know if you don't try?
So young to be able to buy a Lamborghini.
It is estimated that you, this niece,
has long been heartbroken to death,
right?
Zhang Lan's pretty face blushed and hammered her to hide her embarrassment. Encouraged by her best friend, Zhang Lan also felt that the opportunity was rare and took the initiative to pull her along to walk to Li Han. Li Han was drinking red wine with Wang Jing,
first smelling a burst of women's fragrance, looked up.
The two great beauties of national color and fragrance immediately came into his eyes.
Mr. Li, hello, do you still recognize me? What a coincidence. You are also eating here?
Zhang Lan stroked her hair and took the initiative to speak out.
Zhang Lan. Oh yes, hello MS. Zhang, what a coincidence.
Li Han was also a bit surprised, not expecting to meet an acquaintance over a meal, although this acquaintance is not too familiar,
but can't help but be pretty. Wang Jing, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table,
was looking straight at her.
If you don't mind, let's eat together? Give me a chance to treat you to dinner. Zhang Lan smiled. You brought me so much performance. I was looking for a chance to thank you. Li Han nodded his head in agreement after thinking about it. Two bachelors having dinner. How could they eat better than a beautiful woman as a companion? Hello Mr. Li, my name is Lu Ting. Li Han looked at this ponytail girl. Indeed the face value is also very good. Belongs to the youthful and beautiful type.
And Zhang Lan, this short hair innocent type, has its own style.
Hello, this is my brother Wang Jing. Beauties, take your seats.
The two women were not polite.
Zhang Lan took the initiative to sit next to Li Han,
while Lu Ting sat near Wang Jing. Wang Jing had never come into contact with such a beautiful girl. He immediately changed his face in nervousness, and his hands began to tremble a little.
In fact, Li Han wants why not also like this, but the money is a man's gall. With the money added,
the mentality is naturally completely different.
After the red wine sobering up, Zhang Lan took the initiative to pour it for Li Han, and the two sides ate the food while pushing the cups. Either that wine is a good thing for socializing. In the alcohol boost, for people less formal, the atmosphere gradually warm. After the second bottle of red wine, everyone has some slightly drunk.
Zhang Lan winks like silk initiative close to Li Han.
Li Han heart with a mirror, but after all, this is a public place. He still held back. On the contrary, on Wang Jing's side, it was calm and quiet. For one thing, Wang Jing was nervous, and for another, he estimated that Lu Ting was so beautiful that she wouldn't be able to look at this fat guy beside her. Li Han found an excuse to pull Wang Jing to the restroom and whispered, I see that Lu Ting is quite pretty. No idea? Don't laugh at me. It's pretty, but I'm also self-aware. Wang Jing laughed bitterly. I work in a factory. She also has to look at me. Li Han thought for a moment and said, Brother, I have some money now. Why don't you follow me? I will not treat you poorly. If you really like the girl, I can help you. Don't. We are brothers. I know you are for my good, but if I really become your subordinate, then this friend may not be able to do. Don't think too much. I really have a lot of money. Just want to. Don't say it, Li Han. How much ability I have I know myself. You developed, I'm happy for you. As long as you don't forget me, this grassroots friend, in my really difficult time, to help a hand on it. Seeing Wang Jing's serious expression, Li Han knew that this was his temperament, and couldn't help but sigh and nod her head. After finishing dinner, Zhang Lan took the initiative to call the waiter to pay the bill. But when she saw the number on the bill, she almost didn't turn white with fear. Lu Ting next to her saw her face turn pale, looked at the list, and was instantly messed up as well. When they ate, they knew that the dishes were more expensive, because it was lobster and Eastern Star Spot or something, but they didn't realize that what was more expensive wasn't the dishes, but the wine. This Bordeaux Plato red wine, a bottle of surprisingly to 38,000 4 people drank 2 bottles. Light wine money to 76,000 yuan. Together with the food and consumption tax tip, a total of 82,000 yuan. Zhang Lan's basic salary is only 6,000 to 7,000 a month. Even if today because of Li Han's reason to earn a substantial commission, but the money to the end of the month to get it. With the cash in her pocket plus her credit card, she probably couldn't even swipe that much money. She also said that she invited others to dinner, but in the end, she couldn't even pay for it. Zhang Lan hated to find a crack in the ground at this moment. Chapter 14, The Dragon Set. What's wrong? Li Han got up and saw the 2 women standing there awkwardly without moving. He couldn't help but curiously come over. When he saw the amount of the bill, he patted his head and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know that the wine was so expensive. I'll settle the bill." No, how can that be? It's fine, don't be polite with me. Li Han pulled out his black gold card subcard and handed it to the waiter. No password. Swipe it. Okay, sir. The waiter was quite eye-catching. After seeing this pure black credit card with gold edges, he immediately bowed and bent his waist. His attitude was much more enthusiastic. "Sir, Oriental Bank black gold card users are the most noble guests of this store. All meals and drinks are discounted by 70%. It's a great honor for you to come and spend money in this store." A 70% discount? Black gold card users? Zhang Lan didn't feel surprised, but Lu Ting beside her was so surprised that her little mouth could hardly close. She had heard of the black gold card and naturally knew what having such a card in the bank represented. A symbol of the identity of a top tycoon. She knew that Li Han was rich. Could someone who could spend millions on a Lamborghini SUV not have money? But she didn't know Li Han was so rich. At this moment, her hormones were a little over the top. Her eyes were all starry. Looking at Li Han's gaze obviously changed a lot. After paying the money, the 4 of them left the restaurant and came downstairs. "Old Li, I'm leaving first. I have to work tomorrow. Bye." Fatty Wang Jing waved goodbye and didn't forget to squeeze his eyebrows towards Li Han. The meaning was clear. That is, he wanted him to fix Zhang Lan. Li Han smiled and gave him a blank look. With his current worth, beautiful women? Simply how much do you want, right? Still need him to take the initiative? Doesn't exist. "I'm sorry, Mr. Li, said I'll treat you, but the result is really embarrassing." Zhang Lan lowered her pretty face. Her high-heeled shoes stepped on the ground in a hurry, like a daughter-in-law who did something wrong. "It's really pitiful to me." "It's okay, where are you guys going? I call a chauffeur to send you guys?" Went back to rest? Zhang Lan was still a little reluctant. It's rare to stumble upon this potential big gold master. If this goes away, I don't know how long it will take to get in touch again. "Zhang Lan, didn't you say you want to go to the bar tonight? Why don't you join us?" Zhang Lan did not expect that Lu Ting, who was on the side, suddenly spoke out. She hastily reacted and laughed. Yes, we want to go to the bar to have fun. "Mr. Li, why don't you join us?" "Bar?" Li Han had a bit of interest. Places like bars and nightclubs, young people all love to go, all want to go. He could be a former working class man who was burdened with a mortgage, but he only dared to think about it eagerly. Now that he had money, he would not be able to go in style. "Okay, then go and have fun." Li Han called for a chauffeur and handed over the keys to the Gaohe automobile. When the 2 women sat on the Gaohe car, they couldn't help but also look left and right curiously. This domestically made car is really beautiful. Lu Ting sighed at this time. "I've heard that Gaohe automobile seems to be closing down soon. What a pity. Your news is a bit outdated. Our manager told me that in the afternoon Gaohe automobile released a statement that it was wholly acquired by a mysterious overseas tycoon, and it's back from the dead." "Really? How rich must that mysterious tycoon be?" "No, at least invest a few tens of billions, right?" Lu Ting couldn't help but sigh. The rich man's world, really too crazy. Li Han listened and smiled without replying. How do the 2 women know that the mysterious tycoon in their mouths is far away and close at hand? Came to the lake of a large bar. Just entered the door. Bartender will come to receive. Deafening music will burst into the ears. Li Han then glanced down at the string of numbers in the lower right corner of his sight. Emotional energy, 100000000/18. It looks like the emotional fluctuations generated by the 2 women after paying the bill for Zhang Lan just now generated energy that was passively absorbed by the system. But this efficiency is really a bit slow. Under the bartender's leadership, Li Han brought the 2 women to a small card seat. Looking at the location that was rather crowded, Li Han frowned towards the bartender and said, "Trouble changing the largest card seat for us. Brother, you are just 3 people. Our bar seats have low consumption. You see." The bartender looked at the cheap short sleeves on Li Han, revealing a skeptical look. "Tell you to change the biggest, just change the biggest. Do we look like people who can't afford to pay?" Zhang Lan next to him glared at the bartender. Li Han couldn't help but secretly think, tomorrow during the day, he had to take the time to get a dress.
otherwise it really didn't fit his status as a rich man.
Let's put it this way. What is the most expensive drink in your bar?
Brother, the most expensive drink in the bar is of course the Divine Dragon set.
Do you want the big Divine Dragon or the little Divine Dragon?
The bartender said this with a smile on his face, but his eyes were clearly teasing.
Mr. Lee, why don't we just order some beer? We can't drink all the wine even if we order too much.
Li Han glanced at the bartender and laughed. I can consume to buy this what Divine Dragon set.
But I have a condition. The wine we can't drink up. You must finish it for me.
Upon hearing that Li Han was going to order the Divine Dragon set, the bartender thought he was joking,
and couldn't help but say, okay brother,
you can rest assured that you'll guarantee to drink it all.
Okay,
tell the waiter to bring the pose machine over.
I'll swipe my card. Really swipe?
The bartender nodded suspiciously and ran to the side to call the waiter over.
Give me 10 goddamn dragon sets. The waiter froze at that. What the hell? Can Divine Dragon sets still come in 10 for 10? Brother, are you unaware of how much the Divine Dragon sets cost? The bartender cried and laughed a little.
The Divine Dragon set is divided into 2 packages,
large and small.
The large one with 5 bottles of Ace of Spades,
888 yuan,
and the small one with 3 bottles of Ace of Spades,
999 yuan. Are you sure you want 10 of them? Where did you get all that nonsense? Come 10 big ones first. Without saying a word, Li Han handed the card to the waiter. The waiter nervously entered the amount.
10 large Divine Dragon sets, a total of 50 bottles of all kinds of Ace of Spades champagne except for the black and gold version,
valued at 788,888 yuan. Drop.
With the crunching sound of the voucher printing, the bartender was truly stunned this time.
More than 780,000, without even blinking an eye. Spend like this? What kind of person is this? Trenchant. Next to Zhanglan excitedly took Li Han's arm and screamed excitedly.
Lu Ting was also flushed with admiration.
Ordering wine like this was too bold and handsome. Brother, yeah, sorry. The bartender finally understood that he had offended the tycoon today,
and his face was a little pale with fear. Although he had a substantial commission for spending so much money, he was undoubtedly more afraid of what would happen if he offended a rich man than that.
Li Han glanced at him and laughed. Let's make a deal. If the 3 of us can't finish the wine, you must finish it all for me. The bartender was about to cry. 50 bottles of Ace of Spades, even if this champagne is not high, only a dozen degrees, but it can't be drunk like this, can it? What's more, with this boss's stance, in case he ordered 10 more dragonettes, he would have to die here drunk. Chapter 15, Not Wanting to Go Home. Plop.
The bartender's legs went soft and he fell to his knees,
begging for forgiveness. Brother, I was wrong. I had eyes but didn't recognize MT. Tai, you're an adult. Spare me this time.
Looking at the bartender on his knees begging for forgiveness,
Li Han did not intend to get entangled with this kind of person. After all, coming out to play was for fun. He waved his hand and said with some impatience, in the future, wipe your eyes brightly. Don't look down on people with dog's eyes. Yes, I promise I will never do it again.
The bartender hurriedly said, brother, I'll help you change the bar's biggest card seat.
Definitely the biggest and best. Pack brother, you are satisfied.
Li Han nodded his head. So he and the 2 women were guided by the bartender to the central luxury package area directly opposite the bar stage. The 3 people sat in the luxury card seat. This time it was not crowded. Instead it was very empty. It was the first time for Zhang Lan to come to the deluxe seating area, which was the area of the rich, and she looked around curiously. Lu Ting secretly looked at Li Han, her beautiful eyes blinking. Her heart did not know what she was thinking.
Not long after,
more than a dozen rabbit girls held up the lighted sign of the Ace of Spades and stood in a row in front of the card table. They had enchanting physiques, and all of them were in good posture. What was even more exaggerated was that each one of them was throwing winks towards Li Han.
Who wouldn't love a rich gold master? If it wasn't for the 2 beauties beside Li Han, I'm afraid they would be even more unscrupulous. The waiters, on the other hand, placed various colors of Ace of Spades champagne on the card table. Brother, I wish you a happy drink and fun. I'll show off this bottle.
The bartender opened the bottle of Ace of Spades champagne,
shook the bottle vigorously directly, and blew the bottle upright.
It wasn't until the bottle was blown out that the bartender burped,
covered his stomach, and almost didn't throw up.
Emotional energy 100000000/23.
At this time, the energy absorbed some more, but Li Han suddenly thought of a possibility. The system absorbed emotional energy. Wasn't it generated by a person's 7 emotions and 6 desires? Then if he invited everyone in this bar to spend money, they would naturally be grateful and happy to whore for nothing. Would they be able to absorb more energy? With a try-and-see attitude, Li Han waved towards the bartender.
When the bartender heard Li Han's words, he was suddenly surprised and thought that he had misheard them,
and after confirming it again and again, he excitedly shouted desperately towards the intercom.
It wasn't long before the lights suddenly all hit the card seats here,
only to see the host DJ shouting loudly, "Good news for everyone.
The entire venue's consumption tonight will be paid for by Mr.
Lee. Let's wish Mr. Lee good luck in his career and hair all the way. Everybody get high." Oh, powerful music played, and the whole place cheered with excitement. Yes, Lee Han just wanted to try and see if the energy value would increase after the entire consumption was paid for by him. Soon, he realized that the energy value moved and was growing by leaps and bounds, and sure enough, this method was feasible. Emotional energy 100000000/1057. Mr. Lee, you're really handsome. Looking at the entire audience cheering for Lee Han, where had Zhang Lan seen this kind of scene? So excitedly she hugged him, adoringly close to arching into his arms. How could Lee Han not be clear about Zhang Lan's mind? But how is also counted as a rich man? The necessary reserve or to have. Gently pushing Zhang Lan away, Lee Han smiled and said, "Since we came to the bar, we should have fun and drink." Good. Although Zhang Lan was a bit disappointed, she was not discouraged. Brag, stud, compare size, bull, two little bees, 50-15. Thus, the three of them played various small games and drank variously. Originally, the four of them drank 2 bottles of red wine during dinner, and all of them were a little bit drunk, and this after drinking a few bottles of Ace of Spades. Li Han all felt a little bit on the head. Zhang Lan's pretty face was scarlet at this time. Her charming eyes were like silk. At a glance, she was already a little drunk and happy. I'll go to the bathroom. Zhang Lan staggered and hurriedly left the card seat, obviously somewhat unable to do so. Go look at Zhang Lan. Lu Ting revealed a worried color at this time, and got up to follow over to have a look. But who knew that wearing high heels did not stand steadily? A crooked whole delicate body fell in Li Han's arms. Yeah, aromatic wind. Li Han subconsciously hugged Lu Ting, the two Four Eyes relative. The atmosphere became a little strange. Right at this moment, Lu Ting suddenly took the initiative to use her red lips to lightly tap on Li Han's cheeks and slowly kissed him on the mouth. Who could top this? Li Han didn't expect Lu Ting to actually take such initiative, but under the effect of alcohol, he couldn't care less and deeply experienced the joy of a wet kiss, whether it was the feel or the texture. The TSK could only be realized. You are so bad, Ali brother. Lu Ting reddened her pretty face and chirped, the stockings are going to ball up. Li Han was a little embarrassed, not grasping it for a moment. The eating was a bit ugly, but of course he couldn't admit it and dryly coughed. What? Interested in me? Well, Lu Ting reddened her pretty face and nodded. I have a good feeling about you. Have a good feeling? I'm afraid it's not a good feeling about my money. Although Li Han knows, but we are all adults. See through not to say break. Who will not play the scene well? Lu Ting? You. Just at this time, back to the card seat of Zhang Lan happened to see the scene. Suddenly shocked and petulant anger, Lu Ting slightly embarrassedly got down from Li Han, pulled Zhang Lan and then walked to a slightly quiet corner to the side. Lu Ting, I treat you as my best friend, and you're actually counting on me like this? Good, wow. You really are more green tea than green tea. Zhang Lan, I don't like what you're saying. You're not Li Han's woman. How am I counting this as robbery? Lu Ting hugged Zhang Lan and whispered, do you know what bank card he used? That's a black gold card. A bank card that only billionaires are qualified to get their hands on. Do you think any woman would reject such a man? Then you can't. Blatantly cut corners? What kind of corner digging? You pursue your own, I pursue mine. We're not in conflict? A man like Li Han must have a lot of women. It's impossible for you to monopolize them. So why don't you let me join in? At least there's more protection, isn't there? Hearing Lu Ting's words, Zhang Lan's emotions sort of stabilized a bit, and said with some jealousy, but you've all hugged and kissed him. I haven't yet. Idiot. The advantage of beautiful women to use up while in the bar, do not end up, posture lower, after this village, cannot be so store. Lu Ting's words made Zhang Lan also wake up completely. As soon as the two women returned to the card seat, they immediately became incredibly enthusiastic. Li Han which enjoyed this feeling. The three drink happy, hugging each other together with powerful music swing dance, play that call a passion like fire. From a poor, into a real billionaire, not only the aspect of money, but also experience, mentality, vision, boldness and so on. Such a transformation has to have a process, and Li Han, now, is gradually adapting. Zhang Lan drank another glass of wine. She stared at Lu Ting who was dancing hotly against Li Han's body, and her heart fiercely made up her mind. Taking advantage of the gap between Lu Ting's drinking, she came to Li Han's side, held his hand tightly and whispered, Brother Li, tonight, I don't want to go home. Will you accompany me? Chapter 16 Shopping. In a daze, Li Han awoke. His head still hurt a little bit. He opened his eyes, and what came into his eyes was the huge crystal chandelier above his head. No, what are you touching? How a little soft. Li Han twisted his head, only to find a beautiful woman sleeping beside him, and still the kind of CD-ROM action. I go, Zhanlan? Now, Li Han's memory began to recover gradually. Last night, the bar played high. Also do not remember how much alcohol. Anyway, later only remember the bartender with a group of beautiful women to the ace of spades all dry. He was so happy that each person sent 10,000 red envelopes. Those beautiful women were excited and crying. Then it seems to check out, because the whole consumption by him to pay the bill, spent like more than 2 million like. The bartender a strong explanation, said what the boss sent word, although he is the whole field to pay the bill, but absolutely not allowed to let the guests mess order wine. And then later, TSK, naturally, it was a wonderful reminiscent of the night. After thinking about it, Li Han was relieved. Emotional energy 100000000/11232. He scanned the energy value in the lower right corner of his sight, only to realize that it had actually broken 10,000. What the hell? Remembering that it was only 1,000 or so energy values when he bought the entire bill at the bar? In other words, 10,000 energy values were added directly afterwards? How was it added? Could it be? No way. You can add energy value to this? And this much? It's just a pleasant surprise. Deleted. At noon, after washing up, Li Han took Zhanlan to check out of the room, and drove the Gaohe car and then came inside the rented car warehouse. Mr. Li, I am Zhang Dugua, the person in charge of the warehouse. Hello, Manager Zhou has already greeted me. As soon as he entered the warehouse, someone came forward and spoke out respectfully. Li Han did know about this. This Zhang Dugua in front of him was temporarily hired by Zhou, and seemed to be a retired veteran. Old Zhang, have all the cars arrived? There are still some on the way. Most of them have arrived. Zhang Dugua smiled and said, don't worry, I will rush them. Old Zhang, you did a good job. Li Han looked at the neatly parked luxury cars in the warehouse and patted Zhanlan. Go, pick one you like. Me. Zhanglan's beautiful eyes lit up, excitedly saying, you want to give it to me? Don't want it? No. Zhanlan herself sold luxury cars every day and dreamed of owning one herself. But today, her dream actually came true? Last night's out of the blue payment could really be the best choice. So many good cars. I'm picking my eyes. Why don't you help me pick one for me? Brotherly. Li Han swept a circle, thought for a moment and said, the red Pamiayat, suitable for girls to drive. Okay, I'll listen to you. After receiving the key from Zhang Dugua, Zhanlan drove a Panamera with an infrared red interior out of the warehouse. Li Han sat in the car and looked at the interior. Indeed, a luxury brand was a luxury brand, and the interior workmanship was really first class. Zhanglan's slender jade hand gripped the steering wheel, at first a little nervous, but then relaxed. Brotherly, thank you. I like this car so much. It's good if you like it. Then, what are we doing now? Let's go eat a meal first, and then I'll take you guys shopping. Shopping? Zhanglan's eyes were starry at the sound of it. It looked like the surprise wasn't over yet, but soon she sensed something was wrong. Brotherly, what do we mean? You contact Lu Ting and ask her to come out as well. Aren't you guys besties? Bring her to buy some as well. Oh, Zhanlan was 100,000 times unwilling inside, her jealousy flying, but in the face of Li Han's order, how dare she say half a word of no? That is, 10 jars of aged vinegar. Also have to drink down and not spit out. The place to eat was chosen by Zhanlan, a Japanese restaurant in the mall. Lu Ting rushed over in a hurry. Today she was obviously well dressed, slightly powdered pretty face, black hair down, with a white wraparound skirt, flesh-colored stockings wrapped legs under a pair of white high-heeled shoes, the perfect pure desire wind. Zhanlan cursed the Thai fox in her heart, but her face was still piled with smiles, enthusiastically pulling Lu Ting to sit down beside her, deliberately placing the Porsche keys in a conspicuous place. Ting, did you sleep well at home last night? I am a little tired. Zhanlan deliberately winks and sweeps Li Han. By the way, sit in my Panamera in a while, it's beautiful. Lu Ting knew that Zhanlan was deliberately showing off, and was jealous in her heart. She also wanted to stay last night, but Zhanlan deliberately pushed her into the cab and told the driver the address to pull away directly, not giving her any chance at all. That's really congratulations. Zhanlan, you were so happy. Lu Ting said this and looked at Li Han pitifully. Li Han really couldn't stand these two playwrights, simply out of sight out of mind, buried his head and ate the sashimi. It should be said not to say, after the exercise was done, indeed the stomach was hungry, and the appetite increased greatly. Is eating it, Li Han suddenly found what soft silky at the ankle is rubbing himself. Looking up, he found that Lu Ting was winking at himself intentionally or unintentionally. This woman really wants to die. Under the table is indescribable. On the table Lu Ting is still chatting with Zhanlan. completely unable to see the abnormality. In this case, Li Han, which still have the heart to eat, to wait for the two women to eat almost, then directly by the bill to leave. He was a little afraid of this Lu Ting, simply a little demon that can charm people to death. Hey, money is ing good ah. After being suspected by the bartender at the bar last night, Li Han planned to change his outfit. Inside the mall, major luxury brands became the focus of the trio's consumption. The two women first accompanied Li Han to Hermes, Armani, Zegna and other men's luxury brands, purchased several sets of men's clothing and shoes. Business and leisure have, changing into high-grade clothes. Li Han's temperament was obviously much stronger than yesterday. Sure enough, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Really, not just say, all billionaires, and then play with wearing cheap clothes to go out and pretend to hit the face of the game. That is also too tired. Immediately after, he brought the two women to the LV boutique. Welcome. The pretty waitress just spoke out, and saw that the young man in front of her actually brought two pretty beauties, and couldn't help but show a surprised color. Chapter 17, Being a Dog at Work. What do you like? Pick it yourself. Really? Anything? Zhang Lan was still a little embarrassed. Of course, no need to be polite with me. Li Han smiled. The same goes for Lu Ting. The two women glanced at each other, their beautiful eyes revealing excitement. For women, the bag cures all diseases, that was the maxim. As soon as Lu Ting and Zhang Lan arrived at the LV bag area, they couldn't walk. They began to chatter non-stop trying on the bag. Next to the waiter is also helping to pick. Busy and happy, Li Han sat down on the chair next to him and swiped his cell phone in boredom. It was at this time that a phone call suddenly came. It was a call from manager Huang, his top boss in the department where he worked. After thinking about it, he still picked it up. What are you afraid of? Now that the entire rich trading company is his, will he still be afraid of this little sales manager? Li Han, you've been absent from work for 2 days. You really don't want to go to work, right? On the phone, manager Huang scolded. You don't want to go to work. Just say it, and I'm here to play what cat and mouse. Finished? Not finished. Continue. Li Han smiled coldly and listened to see what this old boy can curse. Completely different from the previous mentality. Today's Li Han treats manager Huang as a clown, and is already planning on how to properly tease this guy who didn't bully him much in the beginning. What do you mean? I can't say anything about you for missing 2 days, can I? You say, when will you come to work? Manager Huang, is there something you can't handle? Humph, last time you took over that list, the other party named you responsible for it. Come back and deal with it. Ha ha, wasn't that list something you snatched from my hands? What? You want me to take it over again? A good horse still eats back grass? Li Han laughed out coldly. He knew that this manager Huang must be unable to handle something before he called again. Don't talk nonsense, come to the company for me in a while. Li Han indeed had to go to the company. If he didn't clean up this bunch of guys, it would be hard for him to swallow this breath. What's more, his Supreme Black Gold Card main card was sent to the company. It just so happened that he also took it, by the way. Alright, since manager Huang wants me so much, then I'll come over. A busy tone came from the phone. Li Han put away his cell phone and saw that the two women had already chosen their bags. Both bags were quite beautiful. Lu Ting chose a white exquisite Capucine's BB handbag worth 54,000, and Zhang Lan chose a classic brown petite mal handbag, worth 48,500. Pick something else. Since I'm here, I'll buy a complete set. I see that there are shoes, jewelry, watches and everything here. Let the waiter help you all pick. Zhang Lan and Lu Ting saw Li Han say this and immediately picked again with gusto. The waiter, who originally didn't quite understand, seemed to finally get it now. With this kind of money power, not to mention embracing the right and the left, I guess it would be fine to let beautiful women queue up, right? Li Han remembered that there was a dinner party tonight, and the bank had invited him. Since he had agreed to go, it would be good to get in touch with the upper class circle. After sending a green bubble to Zhou, she realized that she had now taken time off to do her makeup and hair, so she made an appointment to pick her up at 4:30 p.m. More than half an hour later, the two women had sort of finished picking. One set of jewelry, clothes, high heels and bags. Two people spent a total of 328,700 yuan. Walking out of the Louis Vuitton boutique with a big bag, Zhang Lan was a little embarrassed. Brother Li, let you break the bank. It's okay, it's just a small amount of money. Li Han looked at the time and said, then we'll leave it at that. There's still something I have to go first. Contact me by phone. You're leaving? Lu Ting was a bit sorry and said anxiously, Brother Li, can you add a green bubble or leave a phone number? Zhang Lan has my phone number. Ask her for it. Li Han intentionally set up some obstacles for Lu Ting. Are you kidding me? Is Laozi a casual person? How can I be qualified to pursue me without putting in some effort? Soon after, Li Han waved goodbye and left the mall. Lu Ting looked at Zhang Lan beside her. Zhang Lan looked at Lu Ting.
The electricity in the eyes of the two flickered.
My good sister, can you give me Li's phone number? Ha, I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're saying. Zhang Lan.
Lu Ting crossed her arms and said,
You can't eat alone. Such a good resource. Isn't it good for us sisters to share it together? That depends on how you behave.
Zhang Lan proudly raised her head.
Come, call out good sister to listen. Good sister.
Lu Ting clip sound online.
Whining and pouting. Please, humph, go back and talk about it. This palace is tired. By the way, hold these clothes for me. I'm going to drive.
Zhang Lan proudly shook the Porsche car keys and walked forward. Lu Ting could only pout and carry a large bag.
Straining to be a follower, Li Han went out of the mall, carrying the clothes he bought and got into a cab. Because he has not yet thought about where to choose to live, he temporarily booked a 5-star hotel presidential suite. After completing the formalities and checking in, he changed into a formal Hermenegildo Zegna suit and smeared some hair gel on his head. Looked at the glasses in the suit straight. Spirit handsome self. Li Han thinking before that decadent despair gas dead dull self simply has a world of difference. Sure enough, when a man has a bottom,
his temperament will change significantly.
Called the warehouse responsible person Zhang Dugua.
Let him hire a driver to drive a Maybach over.
As today's driver, after all, he was going to attend a charity dinner at night,
and driving this kind of executive sedan was more in line with his status.
When he went downstairs,
he didn't expect the driver to be Zhang Dugua himself.
Old Zhang, didn't I tell you to get a driver?
Oh, Mr. Li, it's too difficult to find a driver temporarily.
Anyway, there are still security guards watching the warehouse,
so I'll drive the car for you temporarily.
It's okay. Li Han sat into the luxurious Maybach car, lying on the Napa leather seat,
comfortably crossed his legs and said,
Old Zhang, you navigate. First go to Rich Trading Company. A moment later you wait for me downstairs. Okay boss. Zhang Dugua kicked the gas, and the car drove smoothly on the road. After a slight squint, the car traveled to a building where Rich Trading was located. Li Han got out of the car, looked up at the place he was familiar with every morning and evening, straightened his suit, and stepped into the building. Rich Trade rented a whole floor of this building as an office,
and it has been 6 years.
Li Han walked into the Rich Trade and came to the sales department in a familiar way. As soon as he entered the department,
the other employees immediately discovered him and immediately exchanged pleasantries.
Gu, isn't this little Li? Just as Li Han was about to sit down, the middle-aged man next to him, who had finished his phone call, voiced out with some surprise and amusement. 2 days didn't come to work. I thought you were playing missing, but you've come back dressed like this? What's wrong with you? You've gone to work as a duck? Li Han gave him a look. Lu Kuei Fa,
the old man in the sales department, manager Huang's dog. It could be said that from the day he came to work, this guy had never failed to make bad tricks and insult and disgust himself,
in order to pay the mortgage, in order to support his girlfriend. Li Han lowered his voice and did not dare to rebel, but he went to the extreme, to see his own to sneer a bit, and today, he is going to be on behalf of his past self out of this bad breath. Whether I did or didn't do the duck, you definitely didn't see it. Li Han coldly said, but you were a dog in the company every day.
I saw it clearly and plainly.
Lu Kuei Fa was obviously stunned and was instantly surprised. You're scolding me? You're calling me a dog? Not to mention Lu Kuei Fa's surprise, the co-workers around him were also wide-eyed, usually always weak in bullying, bowing down to be abused. Li Han, how 2 days not seen, opened his mouth like a different person? Chapter 18 Brain kicked by a donkey. What the hell? Aren't you a dog? Li Han stood up with a slap on the table, pointing at the dumbfounded Lu Kuei Fa was a fire output. Must I say it right? Fine. Then let's talk. When you were the first to pass the 10 million large single, was it a customer I found? Is manager Huang assigned to you? Right? I have 3/4 of the year is the largest sales order of the whole department. Right? But manager Huang is right to send you the sales star every month. Right? Last time you had an Indian customer, paid a deposit to be delivered. You stupidly fooled crippled. The results of the end of the money later points to force no. Deliberately begged the yellow manager to pull me into the group, and then let me take the blame for me. Let me deduction of wages. Is not it? The whole ING department. Who doesn't know that your favorite lick every day is manager Huang? You poured the first cup of tea in his office in the morning. You swept the floor. And even when manager Huang's mom got sick, you were the one who got off work every day to serve him. Your ING always wagging your tail behind his ass. What are you if not an old dog? Old dog? Old dog. You're just an old dog for manager Huang. Jing. The entire department. Silent. Everyone knew that every word Li Han said in his vent-like rant was right, but for the sake of their livelihood, no one dared to speak out in agreement, and they didn't even dare to laugh out loud, but Li Han was very overjoyed at this time. These words, he had been holding them in his heart, and had always wanted to vent them out, and now, he finally had this opportunity.
It was awesome. Lu Kuei suffocated his old face and was so angry that his 7 orifices were filled with smoke. He angrily waved his fists and then roared, "I'll fight with you. Come on. Just buy you? I've long seen you as a bad influence." Before Lu Kuei's fist swung over, Li Han kicked the guy in the stomach, directly kicking him to his knees and wailing with his belly in his hands. "Hit someone, quickly go call Manager Huang." "Li Han, are you crazy? Lu Kuei is the team leader. Don't you want your job?" "Yeah, you're still hitting people. Beware of the company calling the police to arrest you for detention." Next to the colleagues have accused of accusations. Called people. Li Han cold eyes swept a circle. "All give the old man shut up. You do not dare to fight the people I help you fight. You do not dare to do things I help you do. But if you guys still beep, then I'll curse you all together." In the face of Li Han's overbearing attitude, the co-workers shut their mouths, and the office was quiet again. "Li Han, you want to revolt, are you?" Just at this moment, a roar came from outside the office door, only to see the glasses-wearing manager Huang hurriedly barging in. Looking at Lu Kuei, who was still kneeling and moaning on the ground, he said angrily, "Dare to beat up someone in the office? I think you're impatient to live." Li Han smiled and sat back in his chair, crossed his legs and said, "Manager Huang, your dog took the initiative to attack me, but you won't allow me to fight back in self-defense?" Everyone saw it. The surveillance video is also there. "Sue anywhere, it's me who wins. Want to try?" Manager Huang's face was grave. He did not know why the original coy and honest Li Han suddenly changed his character, but he thought that this guy should not lie. If it was Lu Kuei who moved first, then I'm afraid that calling the police is really useless. "Are you here to work or to cause trouble?" Manager Huang said with an iron face. "I haven't found you to settle the score after you missed 2 days of work, and you still dare to be like this? What's wrong with me missing 2 days of work? It's far worse than you." Li Han coldly said, "Let me help you recall memories. Last month, you and your colleague Xiao Mei went on a business trip. The original plan was 3 days. You insisted on staying for a week before coming back. There is this thing, right? That's talking about work. Put your bull *********. I'm the one who took your order. You took it. My client told me that you signed the contract in 2 days, and you took Xiaomei on a beach vacation for the remaining 5 days. Manager Huang's face was blood red, not knowing whether he was angry or suffocating. "Last month, you missed a total of 4 days of work and were late and left early 15 times. Enough, stop it." Manager Huang was furious. "I'm the department manager. What qualifications do you have to say about me? Now, you're fired. Get lost. Hurry up and get lost." "Are you sure you want me to roll?" Li Han sneered. "This is what you said." "Yes, it's what I said. Don't think that just because you have some sales ability, you can tell me what to do." Manager Huang growled. "The company will turn around without you, and the days will go on as usual. So get lost." Li Han smiled and nodded, pulling out his cell phone and dialing. "Hello, Mr. Chow, I'm Li Han. Yes, I'm in your company's sales department. Come over right now." After saying that, Li Han hung up the phone. "Manager Huang, let's just take a good look at who is going to get the hell out of here." "Ha, what a big mouth. What, do you still want to fire me? Who do you think you are?" There was no way Manager Huang would believe Li Han's words. Li Han didn't explain, and smiled as he began to pack up his things. He only picked out 2 pendants with commemorative significance, as well as the envelope wrapped with the black gold card sent by the Eastern Bank. Everyone in the sales department was watching him pack up, and many employees could not help but feel a sense of sadness at the death of the rabbit. In fact, we all know, Li Han these years in the company dedicated, business ability is also witnessed, but would show in the forest wind will destroy. Li Han is more prominent. Then the more jealous Manager Huang, he instructed Lu Kuei secretly make bad, the 2 partners to deprive Li Han of the fruits of their labor. These are all knowingly things. Clang! The office door was violently pushed open, and a panting fat man rushed in from outside. Upon this person's arrival, the employees were stunned. Manager Huang next to him immediately changed his face and piled up a smile. "Mr. Xiao, what wind has blown you here?" The person who came was none other than the former founder and owner of Rich Trading, Xiao Fuyo. "Get out of the way." Xiao Fuyo saw Li Han sitting in front of the desk, immediately excitedly pushed away the approaching Manager Huang, and ran over to actively shake hands, piling up smiles and said, "I am Mr. Li, look forward to the right and left, but you look forward to come. You say you are also, how to come also do not say. Run to the sales department for what? I will let the small yellow to your report on the work on the line well." "What? I'm not sure if you're a good person or not. The sales department has a count of 1. All dumbfounded. "Mr. Li? What Mr. Li? Where did Mr. Li come from?" However, when everyone's face was full of questions, Li Han patted Xiao Fuyo's shoulder and said, "Mr. Xiao,
The little yellow in your mouth just now was about to tell me to get lost? Come on, let me ask you, do I want to roll?
Xiao Fuyo's scared faces green, turned his head and cursed.
Huang Li, have you been kicked by a donkey? Didn't I tell you that a big boss will come to the company in the next 2 days? You told the big boss to get lost? Why don't you tell me to get lost too?
Manager Huang froze in place for a long time before coming back to his senses, his face full of disbelief.
Mr. Xiao, what did you say? He, the new boss? You must be mistaken. He is Li Han, is, an employee of our company. Chapter 19, The New Boss. What? Company employee?
Xiao Fuyo froze, and quickly cursed. Put your bull **** on.
I'm not blind yet. Here, he said towards everyone. Let me formally introduce.
This is the young tycoon who officially acquired Rich Trading Company yesterday.
The Honorable Mr. Li Han.
The Rich Trading Company was already owned by Mr.
Li yesterday, and I am only assisting in name only. Come on, everyone applaud. Let Mr. Li say a few words.
Xiao Fuyo was the first to applaud, and the colleagues in the sales department looked at me.
I looked at you.
Their eyes dropping out in surprise. The world is changing too fast.
So fast that it seems like the sun came out of the west overnight? How did a former colleague change into the boss of his company? Unbelievable to unbelievable. The colleagues still inexorably followed the applause.
The side of the Huang Li stupidly stood in place.
The expression, simply more ugly than crying. He couldn't figure it out.
But the facts were in front of him. What Xiao Fuyo said.
Could he not believe it?
The moment he thought that his future boss was Li Han, he immediately felt the sky and earth darken before his eyes.
The sky collapsed.
Li Han reached out and pressed his hand, and immediately the sales department office was silent. Please rest assured, what the company was like before, what it will be like afterward. I will not treat everyone poorly, and will only move the salary and benefits up. The bonuses of previous years, I doubled. All employees' wages are raised by 20%.
Wow, Mr. Li is awesome. Mr. Li is so handsome. What else is more pleasing than a salary increase? For a while, the employees in the office cheered wildly. Li Han looked at it.
Emotional energy 100000000/12058. The increase of a few hundred energies proved that the wage increase was also effective.
He gradually understood somewhat now.
Any energy generated through him causing the other party's emotions to fluctuate in a special way, the system could passively absorb it. And it is currently known that the most convenient way to obtain energy is actually on a woman.
This system is wanting him to be the Sea King. Hey. Huang Li walked to Li Han's side and awkwardly forced a smile. Mr. Li, you are the one with a big pattern. I thank you for all the employees in the sales department.
Li Han glanced at him and laughed.
What? You won't bare your teeth at me now? Not telling me to roll? How dare it? Oh, is my eyes do not recognize Taishan.
You have a large number of adults.
In the future I guarantee that you point to the east. I do not dare to go to the west. You eliminate the anger. I'm sorry. Just like this to let me dissipate anger. Do you think it is possible? Li Han sneered. If I don't roll, then of course someone has to roll. Huang Li's heart sank,
holding his red face and gritting his teeth.
Mr. Li, don't worry, I'll help you out. I know who should roll. After saying that, he then said towards Lu Kuei Fa, who was sitting on the chair before he got over it. Lu Kuei Fa, you've been fired from the company. Go to the personnel department to do the formalities. Lu Kuei Fa broke down with a crying face. Manager Huang, you can't fall down the well. I have an old man and a young man. I can't lose this job. Manager Huang. Humph, you still want a job after offending Mr. Li? Dream on you. You, Huang Li, you really are not a thing. In vain I desperately trying to curry favor with you. Lu Kuei Fa saw the job cannot be kept. Broken cans and ruthless. You opened me. I will not let you good. You let me rob Li Han. Order and performance is not to want to private invoicing, enrich themselves and accept bribes. I've memorized every single one of them. Mr. Li, don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't, really didn't. Huang Li was scared and hurriedly explained. You do. You're bloodthirsty. Asshole. Shut up. I've lost my job. Will I still be afraid of a dog like you? You to death. Lu Kuei Fa furious under,
and Huang Li instantly wrestled together.
Both sides you a fist I slap. Beat both sides are bruised and swollen.
Looking at these two people in front of the woeful appearance,
Li Han could not help but remember the scene when they bullied themselves. Finally, he took out a bad breath for his former self. You guys are really dog eat dog. Mr. Xiao, call the police and arrest both of these two.
Li Han said towards Xiao Fuyo next to him.
As for Lu Kuei Fa's report,
I still hope that the company's internal investigation can be conducted immediately.
If it is true, it will never be tolerated.
Xiao Fuyo's face was not bright. He gritted his teeth and said,
Don't worry, I will ask the company's legal department to follow up. If this guy really dares to embezzle, I'll let him sit through the jail. Huang Li was still fighting with Lu Kuei. When he heard this, he was scared and his legs went weak. He didn't pay attention and was kicked to the ground by Lu Kuei, letting out a miserable scream. Li Han wasn't interested in watching these two dogs perform. He said towards Xiao Fuyo, Mr. Xiao, you also know that I've been very busy lately. Help me manage the company, before I find someone to take over. I hope that the company can operate smoothly. Understand? Understood. Don't worry Mr. Li, you can rest assured of my old Xiao's work. Then I will leave first. These two people you deal with. Fine. Take care our general manager Li. Under Xiao Fuyo's farewell, Li Han left in style. Many people in the sales department wanted to get close to Li Han, but because of the large number of people, they were not too nice. When Li Han left, the former colleagues immediately began to ask for his phone number. Even if you don't play, it can be used in case of emergency. Sitting in the Maybach, Li Han has been too lazy to care about the company's subsequent situation. Today's him, after venting is good. There is no need to use his mind on those two little people. Yes, the current Li Han has been Huang favorable Lu Kuei. Such people cannot reach the existence of. According to the address, Zhang Dugua drove to the old neighborhood located in the east of Hang City. From afar, he saw Zhou Ying standing on the street at the gate, looking left and right. Next to her, there seemed to be two other men dressed in fancy clothes who were trying to chat her up. There was no way. Today's Zhou Ying was wearing a black evening dress and silver gray high heels. Did a side braid coiffure hairstyle? That innocent pretty face, slender body, like the moon goddess, which male looked not confused. Only, before these two men hit on each other successfully, the Maybach stopped steadily in front of Zhou Ying. The window was lowered, and Li Han smiled and said, Beauty, can I give you a ride? As soon as Zhou Ying saw that it was Li Han, she immediately revealed a smile and said, with pleasure. After saying that, she reached out to cover her career line and bent down to sit inside the car. Only after watching the Maybach sail away did the two men spit and secretly cursed the gold-digging woman. In the car, Zhou Ying patted her chest and said, Mr. Li, you came too timely. It's because you're too charming. Everyone has a heart for beauty, and you can't blame those two hitchhiking men. Li Han smiled and said, next time you wear such a pretty dress, remember to wait for the car at home. Don't come out and wait. Good. Zhou Ying nodded and smiled. Right, I asked you to solicit talent. Any eyebrows? Have the headhunters gotten in touch yet? Chapter 20 Attending a dinner party. Mr. Li, I've contacted several of the most famous headhunters in Hangzhou, and they will recruit the team that will take over the business according to our needs. However, because we require a more specialized approach, and because headhunters also need some time to poach people, it may be a few more days before we have any news. Today, I have already declared and registered the Tsanglong group of companies according to your requirements. Hearing Zhou Ying's reply, Li Han nodded with satisfaction. This woman was worthy of being a graduate of a prestigious university, a senior manager of the financial system, methodical and well-considered in her work. Digging her up to be her own administrative secretary was really not the wrong person to choose. In fact, for Li Han, the balance in the bank has already let him eat and wear worry-free in this life. Several $100 billion, the interest alone he probably can't even use up, right? But people always have to find something to do. Since these enterprises, companies and factories have been fully acquired, it is best to save the rescue, to be all closed down. The face also has no face is not. Mr. Li, can I put on my socks? Zhou Ying's pretty face reddened and said, these clothes are a little too thin, a little cold. Oh, well, feel free. No, that one, can you turn your face away? Li Han only had to do as she was told, twisting her face over to the car window. The driver, Zhang Dugua, on the other hand, knew how to lower the partition so that it wouldn't be visible in the rearview mirror. Now that it was entering the fall, the temperature was dropping, and wearing an evening gown without stockings was indeed a bit cold. Understandably so. Deleted. Mr. Li, I'm better. Ha, oh, good. Li Han awkwardly turned his head to look and realized that her beautiful legs looked even more hazy and charming after being wrapped in stockings. He couldn't help but feel a little foolish in his heart. Ms. Zhou, at the risk of asking, do you have a boyfriend? Zhou Ying did not expect Li Han to suddenly ask this question, and shook her head somewhat awkwardly. No, work is rather busy. Haven't looked for one yet. Unscientific. You're so pretty. How could no one pursue you? I still want to focus on career. Feelings are not too much to consider for the time being. So Li Han originally wanted to say how about you look at me, and then he was afraid of scaring her. After all, the two weren't very familiar with each other yet, and he had to rely on Zhou Ying to prop his team up. This fat sheep. It was better to wait until later to eat it. After you officially resign and the headhunters find a full team,
I want to form a head office to manage these acquired businesses.
Well, it will be much easier to manage this way.
Zhou Eng also agreed with this plan,
giving Li Han a little more confidence. The Maybach smoothly descended the elevated road to the mountains in the west of the city. Along the winding mountain road, the car finally arrived at the Nanshan Guild Hall,
which was built on the mountain. Nanshan Guild Hall is a complex of buildings,
rising up halfway up the mountainside, lofty and spectacular.
Jiangnan ancient-style architecture, grand and luxurious. Park the car to the parking lot. A car Li Han will see all around the parked luxury cars. His Maybach instantly have a kind of obliterate the feeling of the crowd.
It seems that to enter the circle of high society, Maybach belongs to the kind of tale. However,
the good thing is that the Rolls-Royce Phantom should be able to pick up the car tomorrow, when the time to change a Phantom is not bad, right? Zhou Eng accompanied Li Han out of the parking lot and walked into the hall of the club.
At this time, the hall has arrived at a lot of guests,
whether it is from the clothing taste or temperament.
These people are basically non-wealthy or expensive. That's right, without a few pussy boys. Who would dare to come and hang around here?
Passing through the hall to the entrance of the banquet hall, Li Han found that there were a lot of beautiful women standing here wearing dresses and well-dressed.
Why don't these women go in? Where are their male companions?
These are.
Zhou Eng was a little embarrassed and whispered, they are all peripheral women. Knowing that there is a charity event today,
they purposely came to stand at the entrance,
thinking to see if they can be seen by rich men. Can still operate like this?
Li Han was surprised and learned another trick at the same time.
Sure enough,
a woman's heart is deep enough to be pervasive.
Remember, he read a news,
said online those female net read in order to show off their wealth. A pair of Paris family black silk changed to wear posing shot hair circle, as a result of all got foot fungus.
From here today, it seems that there is still a possibility that it is the real thing.
Zhou Eng handed the invitation to the attendant at the door, and the two were respectfully invited into it. The banquet hall was large, decorated in a classical and elegant style, with long dining tables neatly arranged in 2 rows, with all sorts of gourmet desserts and fine wines on them. Many of the delicacies had strange shapes that Li Han had never even seen before.
Not to mention, because he was in a bit of a hurry before coming, he didn't have time to eat something, and this time his stomach was a bit hungry.
Have you eaten?
Li Han asked towards Zhou Eng.
Well, I already drank a bowl of 8 treasure kanji before I came.
Zhou Eng glanced at him and said in surprise, Mr. Li, didn't you eat something to pad out?
Li Han was a little embarrassed. He used to be just a civilian, so how would he know that he had to eat some food in advance to pad his stomach for this kind of high-class party?
Why don't you go eat some dessert first?
Okay, I'll go eat some.
What about you?
I'll go look for the governor. He should be here as well.
Zhou Eng thought for a moment and said,
the governor said yesterday that all your funds came from overseas.
You might not know anyone at home, and would like to introduce some old bosses to you.
Good. Say thank you to Governor Jiang. Li Han also knew that Eastern Bank certainly had a purpose for being so nice to him.
Not to mention anything else,
regarding his own $60 billion of cash, as long as he opened his mouth,
which domestic bank would not be greedy if they had one? With this huge amount of money, it was impossible for Governor Jiang not to treat him as an ancestor.
Zhou Eng stepped on her high heels and came to the door to wait for the governor.
Li Han touched his stomach, came to the food table, looked at it,
and chose a cupcake and stuffed it into his mouth.
Should I say no? It's delicious, it melts in your mouth, and there's ice cream inside? After eating it, he took another dessert that looked like a small steamed bun and bit into it.
I'll go.
This is crab meat? It's full of it. It's delicious. And what is this? He simply couldn't stop a bit.
These delicacies were not only good looking, they were even more delicious to eat.
Humph, a big man, eating so ugly, as if he hasn't eaten for a few days.
Ugly.
Just as Li Han was wolfing down his food, a pleasant but clearly mocking dissatisfied female voice came out from the side.
He turned his head and found a pure and elegant-looking beauty wearing a white dress with straight bangs.
This beauty had an extraordinary temperament, a proper princess model,
especially that pair of eyes,
buring, as if they could speak.
It is this mouth.
Seems to be a bit poisonous.
Chapter 21, Prideful Princess.
What are you looking at?
Talking about you.
Where did you come from, Earth Leopard? Eating is ugly. How did you get mixed in? Isn't this food table set up for people to eat? Me eating a little snack makes you look bad? What about you? You didn't come over to eat food. Did you come to eat?
Li Han wasn't used to her either.
What's wrong with a beautiful woman? Can a beautiful woman slander people so freely? What the heck? You dare to scold me? The beauty's eyes widened, obviously a little angry. You don't look like a gentleman at all.
I'm sorry, gentleman, that's a hypocritical term made by foreigners. This is not a foreign country.
I'm just a rough man, so what? What's wrong with you?
Okay, I can't beat you. I'll call security. Pretty girl twisted her head to call security. Li Han, this time is really some fire.
Angrily, I say, are you not some big disease? I can't even eat something. Do you have a point? The girl huffed. I don't want to talk to a roughneck like you.
Shut up. The quarrel between the two seemed to have attracted some attention, and it wasn't long before a few young men surrounded them.
Xiao Xin. What's wrong? Yes, Xiao Xin. Who made you angry? It's him.
The girl fiercely pointed towards Li Han and huffed.
He scolded me. What? Someone actually dared to scold our princess Xiao Xin? Are you tired of living?
A man walked directly in front of Li Han and said,
What's the deal with you? Princess Xiao Xin doesn't even recognize you? Do you want to die?
Li Han surveyed the guy in front of him.
Dressed like a man. Looks like a rich family's son.
Although he didn't enter the upper class circle, he also knew that in this kind of circle often the rich second generation were familiar with each other.
I don't know if I want to die or not. I only know that this princess in your mouth is brutal and unreasonable, asking for trouble over nothing. I'm merely striking back. What do you mean by nothing to find trouble?
The eunuch coldly said.
Hurry up and get out of here. Don't think that you can mess with anyone. That's right. What the hell? At a glance.
He's not from our circle. What's the point of running here? I think he's mixed in with a rich woman.
This kind of person should be kicked out.
The other young rich kids beside him were also cooing.
Li Han now understood. This is called Xiao Xiao. Is probably a pampered rich girl?
Usually white and beautiful by the second generation of touting used to.
No wonder it will be so lawless. Unfortunately,
they kicked the iron plate. Li Han was not a member of the upper class circle, and with several $100 billion of capital at the bottom, how could he be afraid of this gang of bull second generation? If you guys have a disease, then hurry up and cure it. I was kindly invited by the organizer and came in with the invitation letter in hand.
What qualifications do you have to let me roll? Who are you? The moment these words came out, the second generation present were all dumbfounded. How many years had it been? I guess they hadn't been disliked like this since they could remember. Plants. This guy is awesome. He dares to be so arrogant? Mad. Mad enough. I think he's looking for death. Mother her. If it wasn't for the banquet, I would have ed him to death. Daring to talk to my brothers like this. A few rich second generation lost face in front of Xiao Xiao.
They were furious and hated Li Han.
Although Li Han didn't want to make any enemies, but if he was to be bullied by a group of second generation people, then he was naturally unwilling to do so. In the past, he was bullied as a commoner, but now that he is worth hundreds of billions of dollars, he is still being bullied, and he is living in such a lousy way. So what is the difference between the past and the present? He did not believe that he was worth hundreds of billions of dollars, would not even dare to resist a few second generation. More money, no background, no power is very easy to be missed, but it does not mean that just anyone can be bullied. What's going on? What's the situation? Just as the two sides were in a bit of a mess, Governor Jiang and Zhouing rushed over and hurriedly opened their mouths. Yo, old Jiang, this your friend? Someone in the second generation recognized Governor Jiang. Yes, the honored guest I invited. Young Wang, what's going on here? Nothing.
He bullied our little Xin.
Little Xin? Governor Jiang took a look and had a bit of a headache, forcing a smile and said, Oh, so it's the Zhang family's princess daughter, Zhang Xin. Hello. Who is this person? Xiao Xin. This is Governor Jiang, of the Eastern Bank. This dinner is sponsored by the Eastern Bank. Someone on the side whispered a reminder. Upon hearing that it was the bank's governor,
Zhang Xin collected herself and nodded.
Governor Jiang. Hello, Miss Zhang Xin. This is our bank's VIP, Mr. Li. Do I see any misunderstanding here? VIP?
Zhang Xin revealed a look of surprise and said in amusement.
President Jiang, is your bank so short of money? How can this kind of person become a VIP? How much money has he deposited in your bank for you to defend him so much? What does Ms. Jiang mean by that? What did Mr. Li do to you?
Zhouing was a bit unable to look at him and asked out loud.
Nothing much, just that he eats ugly. He doesn't have much upbringing at first glance. I reckon that being rich is a thug at best.
Zhang Xiao waved her hand and said,
Let's go, brothers. Since he is a friend of Governor Jiang, then for the sake of Governor Jiang, forget it. Several second generation nodded their heads. Who wouldn't deal with the bank? How could they not give a few points of face? The rich second generation was just horizontal, but not stupid. Soon,
Zhang Xiao and the others left, and Governor Jiang wiped the sweat on his forehead and said,
Mr. Li, is everything alright? It's fine. I just saw that the dim sum was delicious, so I ate a few more pieces, and I was disliked. Li Han was eating a bellyful of fire. If not for the fact that this dinner party was sponsored by the bank, he would have to break up with these second generation. It's okay, these rich second generation are used to being pampered. It's common to look down on people. Governor Jiang whispered,
They are all children of rich families.
Don't know anything, don't take it to heart. What are those just now? Oh, that Wang Xiao is the young master of the boss of Evely Clothing, and that Zhang Xiao is a bit of a head. is the daughter of the chairman of Microstar Aluminum Industry. Microstar Aluminum? Is it very powerful? With a market capitalization of 10 billion, her father is considered a prominent figure in Hangzhou, and is familiar with many dignitaries. In addition, the Zheng family has only one daughter, and she is very spoiled, famous for being a brash little hottie. You don't even know. Last time, there was a second generation from a neighboring city who wanted to pursue her, and as a result, she was made to cry and kowtow and apologize. It was old and tragic. Li Han nodded, indicating understanding. It was also true that if she didn't have some power, she wouldn't be able to enter this banquet hall. Zhang Xiao dared to dislike people so arrogantly, so naturally she had a reason to do so. Governor Jiang brought Li Han and Zhou and began to socialize. The group of three carried wine glasses and traveled through the crowd, introducing each other. Li Han looked at these people enthusiastically on the surface, but in reality, he could see that they were just playing along. Although he acquired a lot of enterprises in Hangzhou, but after all, it is still in the integration stage. There is no fame. Many bosses naturally have little interest in making friends with him. In fact, for businessmen, Li Han really do not have much interest in flattering. Some people are willing to make friends no one is willing to nothing. Priority. He needs to find a backer in Hangzhou, to find a big man who can protect his industry. Chapter 22 Charity Event. Half an hour later, the banquet that gave everyone the chance to exchange and get to know each other ended, and the charity gala officially began. In the east package of the banquet hall, the invited dignitaries were seated, and on the stage, there were already invited stars helping to sing, and the scene resounded with applause. Li Han was considered a VIP because he was invited by the Eastern Bank, so he sat in the second row. On the stage, after the performance, the host handsome man and woman had appeared and started to announce the official start of the charity auction session. Mr. Li, a charity auction is when a social celebrity or caring person donates their items for free and brings them in for auction, and the proceeds generated from the auction will all be used for charity. Li Han actually understood what was going on. After all, in the age of the internet, charity auctions and charity sales were similar. The first thing to be auctioned was a cheval wristwatch collected by a popular female celebrity. The surface of this watch was set with 94 sapphires and 189 diamonds, which glittered under the light. The strap is pink and the dial is silver white with all diamonds pieced together for breathtaking beauty. A cheval by Van Cleef and Arpels. Whoever bids on it tonight will also receive a dinner with the watch's previous owner. Starting at $2 million, 300,000 plus one. Wow! A cheer rang out from the scene. Being able to have dinner with an actress. Many people were interested in this. For example, fans of the actress, or men who admired the actress. In short, as soon as the auction started, a frenzy of bidding started. The wristwatch with a starting price of $2 million was instantly speculated to $2 million, and there might even be people who would call for it. Li Han inquired towards Zhou. Is this watch for sale in specialty stores? Yes, but it requires an appointment. Zhou said, this watch has an estimated market value of like 3 million. It's 2 million. Don't they know the price of this watch? I know, but for one thing, this is a charity gala. It's mainly about giving love and gaining fame, so it's normal to speculate a bit higher. Secondly, the attraction of having dinner with an actress is too great. Li Han took out his cell phone and searched the star's photo. Looking up, this actress doesn't seem as pretty as you? Zhou shyly said. Mr. Li, don't joke. How can I compare to others? And I also like this actress very much. I'm her fan. This way Li Han thought about it and raised the sign in his hand. No. 13 raises the price and shoots for 5 million. Anyone else follow? Zhou was surprised and said, Mr. Li, you want that watch? Make a contribution to charity. Besides, before Li Han could finish his sentence, he saw a white girl not far away raise her sign. No. 16 raised the price. Auction 8 million. Looking closely, hey, isn't the one who raised the sign the pampered $1,000 princess, Zhang Xin, from the previous clash? Zhang Xin was also looking this way at this moment, clearly showing a smug look in her eyes. This woman is really sick. If she didn't shoot earlier and didn't shoot later, she'll shoot as soon as Li Han shoots her? This is obviously a deliberate target. Li Han smiled coldly. Interesting. Without hesitation, he continued to raise his hand. 1 million. No. 13 1 million now. Oh no. No. 16 4 million now. Good. No. 13 offers again. Just like this, Li Han and Zhang Xiao would not let anyone go. Your side sang. The two of them fought. The little cutie. This would all see that there was a problem. Who is this number 13? Dare to fight with the aluminum king of Hangzhou's daughter? What's his story? Governor Jiang brought him here? He's pretty tough. He dares not even give face to old Zhang? A bit of strength,
but I hope it doesn't offend old Zhang.
That's enough for him to suffer in Hangzhou. Under the stage, the guests were whispering. Even Zhang Kuei-do, the boss of the aluminum industry sitting next to Zhang Xiao, couldn't help but voice out, Nui, you have a problem with this person? Dad, don't you care? I'm going to win him. The sulking Zhang Xiao once again raised the auction card.
At this point the watch had already gone to
$3 million. Stop fooling around.
This wristwatch isn't worth this price at all.
There's no need to auction it again. Let him have it. What? Dad, I want. Don't be capricious. You're here today for something important. You can't be too noticeable too soon. Abstain.
Seeing her father so adamant,
Zhang Xiao could only pout and get angry. It's really not fun.
She threw the auction cards on the ground in dissatisfaction.
In the end,
Li Han won the wristwatch and the qualification to dine with the actress for
$6 million.
Zhou beside her cried and laughed.
Mr. Li, why are you doing this? It's fine. Just consider it a contribution to charity. Li Han laughed. Does this watch like it?
There's no woman who doesn't like it.
There's no difference between asking this question and asking it in vain. Alright then, this watch is yours. Ha? Zhou was dumbfounded.
She had never thought that this wristwatch could possibly become hers.
More than $5 million. Giving it away just like that? No, this is too expensive. I can't.
I think your wrist is white and delicate.
Perfect for wearing this watch. Li Han laughed. This is considered your entry reward.
I'll have to trouble you to work well for me in the future.
No, don't, or I'll get angry. Zhou saw that Li Han's expression was serious and didn't look like she was joking at all.
She could only nod her head with some embarrassment.
Thank you, Mr. Li. It's really a waste of money. Li Han really didn't tell a lie.
Don't look at this wristwatch in other people's eyes as extremely expensive. But a few million for him,
it is simply a drop in the bucket.
Not to mention other things.
Let's just say that the over $1 billion of cash placed in the Oriental Bank.
According to the senior VIP interest rate of 6% to 8%, every day there is roughly more than $10 million of interest.
This is not to mention the $800 billion that exists in the KfW Bank.
The interest rate is as high as 8% to 10%, and the daily income generated is more than $170 million at the bottom, so he wasn't short of money at all. It just depended on whether he was willing to pay or not.
The next auction, Zhang Xiao seems to have disappeared, did not shoot a piece,
and Li Han on these auction items are not interested in.
On the contrary, the scene is a lot of other guests shoot up, time and again to push the price up. Just as Li Han was a little bored, suddenly the cell phone vibrated. When he opened it,
the green bubble showed that a small fish had become a new friend.
He tapped it to take a look at the avatar, and it was none other than Lu Ting. This girl, the level is high enough.
How long has it been before I got my number from Zhanglan?
Li Han smiled and verified that it passed. Ding! Soon, Lu Ting sent a message. Brother Li, your little fish is here. What kind of fish are you? The fish in your heart. Yo ho, quite good this girl. That what? Looking for me something? Yes, Brother Li, next time I have time, I want to invite you to have a meal at home. Is it possible? You still know how to cook? I cook very well. Saying this, she also sent a shy emoji. See,
I'll try your handiwork when I get the chance.
Good do. Chapter 23 The Grand Finale. The first one. This eye, this face, this body, simply. The second one. I go. Li Han hurriedly turned off the green bubble interface. He can't look at it anymore. Even the Tang monk can't hold it anymore. Mr. Li, why are you blushing? No, nothing. The weather is too hot haha. Li Han explained awkwardly. Zhou next to him just wanted to say something,
but her eyes happened to fall on his pants and immediately reacted.
Her face flushed red. Why are you blushing too? Are you hot too? Well, yes. Zhou really didn't know how to explain,
and could only nod helplessly and breathlessly. It so happened that the music started at this time,
finally dissolving the embarrassment.
Tonight's charity auction is about to reach its end, and we thank all the bidders for their great support, raising a considerable amount of money for us.
Below will be the last bidding item for the finale of this dinner. Everyone please look.
As the host reached out his hand, the gazes of all the guests on the stage landed on the plate carried by the beautiful waitress on the stage. Placed in the plate was a scroll of calligraphy and painting. Only after the host opened it slowly did the crowd realize that it was a piece of writing.
Great exhibition? Li Han looked around and barred his mouth. Forgive me for not being able to appreciate it. Is this character well written? Zhou thought for a moment and said, I think it's okay. The momentum is very sufficient.
It can be seen that there is a very deep foundation.
But bring it to auction.
Before she could finish, the host excitedly said,
This is tonight's grand finale. Great exhibition. How about it?
These words are written with a dragon and phoenix.
Not bad, right? Not just good.
It's simply a stroke of God.
Do you know who wrote these words?
There's a story here. The host was selling the story, and the people under the stage had their appetites whetted. Yes, the grand finale was bound to be extraordinary. Seeing that the words weren't very outstanding, then surely there was a great story inside. More than 20 years ago, a student came out from the mountains and was admitted to the prestigious capital university. Before he graduated, he wrote down this character, which has been accompanying him to greatness. Hearing this, originally Li Han was still guessing who it was. Zhou looked at her cell phone and revealed a look of surprise and said, "Mr. Li, Governor Jiang sent a message to quietly tell me that this piece of writing was inscribed by Hangzhou Mayor Zhou Zhikong. So this word was written by Mayor Zhou. No wonder it's the grand finale. Is he also at the scene?" Right in the first row of VIP seats. Zhou, this Mayor Zhou is quite good very manly. Mayor Zhou was even more handsome when he was young. That is a typical beautiful man. I heard that his wife is the youngest daughter of the central chief. Hiss, that's really going to be big. Li Han looked at the VIP seat Zhou Zhikong, could not help but sigh. Or the organizers will play the mayor's inscription can get their hands on the auction. The original worthless word. With the mayor's identity a plus, the value of the moment can turn 100 times. Not this word into the hands of who is equal to the mayor, and Zhou climbed the relationship. For Li Han, he is determined to get this word. No reason, just to be able to make friends with the mayor. This investment is worth it anyhow. Do many people know about this? Li Han asked towards Zhou. That's unknown. It's estimated that there are people who don't know, but those who do know are not in the minority. Li Han nodded his head and thought that it was also true that all the people here were upper-class people, either rich or noble, who didn't have a doorway to know some gossip. The first auction of the great exhibition is $1 million. One raise plus $500,000. No cap. Start. No. 8 Guest of honor raises his hand. 1. $5 million. Guest of honor number 5 raises his hand. $2 million. No. 19. 25 no. 31. As the auctioneer's voice kept ringing out, the auction price soared, and the atmosphere at the scene was even hotter. Li Han guessed correctly. Everyone is just unspoken, who is still not 1,000 years of fox play. What chatty 4 million, 7, 5 million, 9 million. The auction price was climbing, but there was no intention to stop at all. Time was passing minute by minute, and when the auction amount reached 13 million, finally the number of people vying for it began to decrease. No. 16 raises his hand. 13. 5 million. Right at this moment, suddenly the familiar number 13 appeared again. Li Han looked over and saw that the one who raised her hand was still Zhang Xiao, and at this moment, she glared provocatively at him again. This chick, provoking again. Li Han did not hesitate and raised his card. No. 13 raises his hand. $14 million. The competition entered a white heat. Although the mayor's inscription was indeed rare, the price of more than $10 million still made many people feel that it was not cost-effective and deterred them. After all, it's just a piece of writing. It doesn't mean that the mayor will really favor you if you buy it. A few million can still play to try your luck. Tens of millions? Whose money came from the wind? Therefore, many people chose to give up, and only no. 13 and no. 16 continued to scream and shout at each other, pushing the price up further. 15. 5 million. 16 million. The auctioneer's forehead was vaguely sweating a bit. He wiped it off and said urgently, "No." 13 raised his hand again. This time it's 16. 5 million. Zhang Xiao really didn't expect that the young man who ate a dessert and gobbled it down would actually dare to call out to her to grab this word. She really didn't believe that such a man was actually so rich. Nui, look at this. I told you not to always offend people. Now you've kicked the iron plate, right? Father Zhang Kuei-do glared at Zhang Xiao, doing everything to ruin my good deed. Dad, me, this good opportunity to flatter the mayor let you screw it up. 16. $5 million. Is there any point in calling it again? Humph. Zhang Xiao didn't know how to retort, angry and blamed all the responsibility on Li Han, staring at him with more fire in his gaze. Li Han didn't care what attitude Zhang Xin had on his side and directly raised his hand again. 16. 5 million for the first time. 16. 5 million for the second time. 16. 5 million for the third time. Sold. The auctioneer put down the hammer, and this painting and calligraphy officially belonged to Li Han. Congratulations to Mr. Li. Zhou Ying's mouth congratulated, but in her heart, she still couldn't help but sigh. This rich person is just bold. 16. 5 million. In Hang City, he could have bought a villa, but now he only bought a painting. It is really exaggerated. This auction also made many high society dignitaries notice Li Han. After all, someone who could spend $16.5 million on a painting and calligraphy could not even think of not being noticed. Next, it entered the donation section of the final charity dinner.
Representatives of one enterprise after another donated money on the spot to help the charity. Some donated 1 million, some donated 5 million, 8 million, and even a few large conglomerates,
donating $10 to $30 million. He soon saw that Zhang Xiao was representing the Microstar Aluminum Group,
donating 35 million.
They all seemed to want to get the first place in charitable donations so that the media could make a big deal out of it. Li Han thought for a moment and said towards Zhou Ying, "Go, you donate $100 million in the name of Tsanglong Group."
Ah, Zhou Ying was surprised. $100 million? Li Han nodded and said, "That's 100 million. I want to make Tsanglong Group a hit,
become the center of attention in Hang City."
Chapter 24, The Power of Money. 100 million.
The host was still a little disbelieving when he heard the confirmation message coming from his headset.
Tsanglong Group? She hadn't even heard of it? Where did it pop up from? But doubt after doubt.
The organizer had confirmed it,
so she could only say loudly, to tell you all the good news.
Our Tsanglong Group in Hang City has officially decided to donate $100 million to charity.
All of us, together, applaud Tsanglong Group's good deed.
There was first a silence on the stage,
followed by a rush of applause. As the applause rose and fell, many people were also confused, and were privately inquiring, what is this Tsanglong Group, and how did it donate so much in one donation?
Zhang Xiao at this time the back teeth are almost gritted. She realized that she actually did not once can win over this man he despised.
On the stage, Zhou Ying went up on behalf of Tsanglong Group.
With a slightly flushed face, she was slightly nervous as she held a piece of red foam board with the words
100,000 yuan clearly hanging on it.
After handing over the foam board, which symbolized the funds, to the leaders of the charity organization, she took the microphone and began to introduce Tsanglong Group.
When everyone heard that Tsanglong Group was a newly formed and registered company,
and that it was a comprehensive group that covered many fields, they once again let out a burst of gasps.
Li Han wanted this effect.
Not to make a splash was to make a splash. He wanted to use the power of money to make these people in the upper class present firmly remember Tsanglong Group and remember his company.
On the VIP seat, Mayor Zhou Yongkong whispered towards his secretary, Xiao Wen, this female representative of Tsanglong Group seems to be the bidder number 13 who just auctioned off my work?
Yes,
it should be.
Secretary Xiao Wen respectfully said. She was the one who raised the number 13 sign just now.
Zhou Yongkong thought for a moment and said, contact her in a moment.
I want to meet with her boss.
Mayor, a moment you should go back to rest.
Tomorrow morning there is an important meeting.
It doesn't matter. People spend so much money to support charity. I am the head of a city. How can I not see how to say it? Arrange it. Okay.
Li Han crossed his legs,
watched Zhou Ying walk to his side, and laughed. How is it? How does the donation feel? The legs are still shaking a bit now. Zhou Ying waved her hand towards her pretty face and said, you don't even know. I was too nervous just now. In the past, when I watched charity donations, it was all on TV, but I've never experienced it in reality. Ha ha,
there will be plenty of opportunities to go on stage in the future.
You can be prepared. Li Han laughed. Transfer the funds in a moment. Don't let people pick on us. Okay, Mr. Li. Zhou Ying nodded and said, Mr. Li is really a warm-hearted and caring person. With so much money, it can really add to the charity cause. Li Han smiled and didn't say anything. Charity? It was none of his business. What he was doing was just a name. If he really wants to engage in charity, he will definitely not donate to these bone-eating organizations. It is not as good as his own real money for supplies. Take money to build the hope that the elementary school to the real charity dinner officially ended. Li Han paid the money. The mayor's paintings and wristwatches were successfully obtained. He opened the exquisite box and took out the Van Cleef & Arpels diamond wristwatch. Here, put it on. A blush rose on Zhou Ying's face, and she raised her small white hand with some embarrassment. Li Han held the slightly cold and slippery arm and personally put the wristwatch on her slender wrist. The wristwatch emitted a purple and silver glow under the light. Bright and dazzling. Beautiful. It suits you. Thank you. Zhou Ying's breath was a little short in excitement, and her erect chest rose and fell violently. Hello, may I ask if this is Ms. Zhou? Just as Li Han was planning whether or not to hug this beautiful woman, an inquiring voice came from the side. The two of them turned their heads and realized that the one who spoke out was a man who was about 30 years old. Introduce yourself. I'm Mayor Zhou's secretary, Su Wen. Mayor's secretary. As soon as Li Han heard it, he knew that he had come to the play and had successfully attracted the mayor's attention. He hadn't spent all this money in vain. Hello, Secretary Su. Li Han shook his hand. My name is Li Han. I'm the chairman of the Tsanglong Group. You? That's the owner of the Tsanglong Group? Su Wen revealed a visibly surprised look. He had actually seen Li Han beside Zhou Ying a long time ago, but had always assumed that he was also a staff member of Tsanglong. The main reason was that Li Han was simply too young. A little too young.
The character who donated $100 million at the charity gala at the drop of a hat was actually a young lad. Whoever else would not be surprised. Mr. Lee is really young and promising. Soo-won quickly came back to his senses and tried to say, I don't know your father is? Oh, my father is just an ordinary worker. My assets is operating overseas too. Hearing this, Soo-won was even more surprised. Surprisingly, he wasn't even a rich second generation? Okay, it's like this. Mayor Zhou wants to meet Mr. Lee. Now do you think it's convenient? Convenient. Of course, Lee Han agreed with a smile. The two discussed to meet in the parlor in 10 minutes, and Soo-won went to report. Mr. Lee, you're really great. You successfully hooked up with the mayor. This money wasn't spent in vain. Ha. Lee Han was also very happy. After all, if this meeting was pleasant and he could climb into a friendship with the mayor, then the safety of his funds would be guaranteed in Hang City. Before long, the waiter invited the two to the conference hall. Inside the conference hall, Lee Han saw Mayor Zhou sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Young man, I'm really a bit surprised. Zhou Yongkang looked at Lee Han and laughed. Secretary Xiaowen said that you are very young and also said something about you. You really deserve to be a young talent. Mayor Zhou overpraised. I've just been more lucky in investing overseas in the past few years, and I've earned some along with the rice stock market. Lee Han sat beside Zhou Yongkang and took the initiative to say, after earning money, I wanted to make some contribution for my hometown. So I invested and acquired some Hangzhou companies, which led to the establishment of Tsanglong Group. Oh, then can you tell me, under the name of Tsanglong Group, what are the big industries in the future? The two biggest industries would be Gaoli Automobile as well as soft rain technology. Zhou Yongkang's tea that he had just drank to his mouth was so shocked that he almost didn't burn it. He stared at Lee Han in surprise and said incredulously, what did you say? Gaoli Automobile and soft rain technology were acquired by your company? Yes, and it was a wholly owned acquisition. Hiss. Now, even Soo-won, the secretary who accompanied him next to him, sucked in a breath of cold air. He realized that he seemed to have underestimated this seemingly harmless young man in front of him. Gaoli Automobile and soft rain technology, not to mention the other things. A wholly owned acquisition would require at least a few tens of billions of capital. Tens of billions of the entire Hangzhou city. Tens of billions of scale enterprises are only dozens of hundreds. He acquired a purchase on the acquisition of two. This is the proper business big brother. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. In addition to these two enterprises, I also acquired a building, as well as Hangtai Group's rotten neighborhood in Hang City. Wait, Zhou Yongkang suddenly interrupted at this time, moving to say, you mean, the rotten building project of Hangtai Group in our city? You acquired it? Yes, a wholly owned acquisition. I intend to rebuild it and sell it. Good, great. Zhou Yongkang slapped his thighs and laughed happily. Little brother, you've really solved a big problem for me. Lee Han did not understand why Zhou Yongkang would be so excited, revealing a puzzled look. Chapter 25, Little Old Brother. Seeing this expression on Lee Han's face, Secretary Soo-won explained, Mr. Lee, you don't know. Mayor Zhou has been trying to figure out how to solve the problem of this neighborhood's rotten buildings ever since Hangtai Group's minefield. But with the economic downturn and the real estate industry in the doldrums, it's just too hard to find a company willing to take over. Zhou Yongkang sighed and said, yes, Hangzhou small area is located in the center of the new city. Here rotten means that the image of the entire new city will be greatly affected. I have been pondering over this matter. So many real estate bigwigs did not dare to take over, did not expect you to do it. On behalf of the owners who purchased the houses in the Hangtai neighborhood, and on behalf of the Hangzhou municipal government, thank you. Facing Zhou Yongkang's gratitude, Lee Han waved his hand and said modestly, Mayor Zhou is polite. It's also my honor to do something for my hometown people. Good. Young man, not arrogant, not impatient, heart of hometown, the key is also so capable and capitalized. Zhou Yongkang patted his shoulder with satisfaction. You little old brother, I've decided, we'll be friends from now on. I'll need your support. Old brother, older brother, older brother? I'm not sure if you're a friend of mine, but I'm sure you're a friend of mine. I go. This Zhou Mayor, is really take him as a friend Although Lee Han did not contact the big man, but he also knows that the shopping mall politics are like a battlefield place. Is not really forgetful friends, he is not sure. But at this time Lee Han is willing to believe that at least Zhou Yongkang feel that he has value to him. That will do. To be able to get the recognition of a city's mayor, that was his biggest gain tonight. Mayor Zhou, don't worry, my investment will basically be in my hometown. As long as the government trusts me and supports me, I won't move away from here. Lee Han had also learned to be smart, not to see a rabbit without a hawk. The meaning of this statement is saying, as long as you treat me well, I will always invest in Hangzhou. If you don't treat me well, then I'm sorry, I'll just pat my ass and leave. Zhou Yongkang smiled. He felt that the young man in front of him is really quite interesting. After the two chatted for a while longer, the talks ended with Su Wen reminding the mayor to take care of his rest. When they left, Su Wen and Li Han took the initiative to exchange numbers and said that they could look for him if they had any difficulties or problems in the future. What do you think of this young entrepreneur? After Li Han left, Zhou Yongkang asked towards Su Wen. I can see that it's still a bit juvenile and more genuine. I'm afraid this is also related to the fact that he makes all his money in the overseas stock market and hasn't touched down in the domestic society. Well, true nature is good. It's always better than pretending to be a fake. Zhou Yongkang nodded and said after pondering the meeting, check his details well, especially the legitimacy of the funds. As long as there is no big problem, and he more friendship is always right. Okay, Mayor Zhou. Su Wen nodded, indicating that he understood what to do. When he walked out of the conference hall, Zhou hurriedly ran over on her high heels. How's it going? Did the talk go well? Not bad. The mayor is calling me brother and sister. Li Han smiled and said, I've kept you waiting. That's good. Zhou laughed. In the future, when the company has the mayor as a backer, a lot of troubles will be solved. Yes, this is the effect I want. Let's go. It's late. I'll send you home. The two left the Nanshan clubhouse and followed the path to the parking lot. Just as Li Han was about to call Zhang Dugua, he was suddenly surrounded by a group of people. Li Han looked around at these gawking guys and knew that it wasn't good, and pretended to be calm and spoke out. What kind of people? What people? Pack up your people. Brothers Lu him. Without waiting for Li Han to speak, these guys rushed towards Li Han. It was over. Carelessness. Li Han really didn't expect that there would be gangsters in a place like this. How did they appear here? Why did they want to make a move on him? I'll block them in a while. You go and call the police. With a head full of questions, Li Han couldn't think much longer. Li Han shook off Zhou Ying's small hand and pushed her back, then faced the attacking 5 people alone. He knew that he was going to be cleaned up today. As the saying goes, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Plus he's just a commoner and not a practiced fighter, but he also had the ruthlessness of a civilian. Li Han was ready. Even if he spared hospitalization today, he would still beat up and waste one. The one who rushed at the front was a yellow hair, looked like he had enough momentum, and swept his foot towards Li Han. Agu. Li Han could not react in time, looked to be kicked. The result of a sudden flash of shadow, the yellow hair waist was kicked hard. Directly the whole person was kicked out. Miserable screams came. Yellow hair lying on the ground cannot move. Enough to see how ruthless this kick. Mr. Li, is everything alright? It was only then that Li Han realized that the visitor was actually Zhang Dugua. Old Zhang, are you okay? Don't worry, it's still no problem to clean up a few punks. Zhang Dugua took off his jacket and took the initiative to stand in front of Li Han. A few punks looked at me and I looked at you. And someone took out a butterfly knife with a cruel heart. There's a knife. Be careful. Zhou Ying, who was not far away, warned with a frightened voice. When the punks had already raised their knives and stabbed towards Zhang Dugua, only to see Zhang Dugua let out a cry of rage, reached out quickly and accurately pinched the punk's raised knife wrist. Fierce pinch under the pain. Butterfly knife should fall to the ground. Bang! Immediately following, Zhang Dugua punched the punk in the stomach, directly making him instantly pale, dry heaving and kneeling on the ground, covering his stomach and lost the ability to fight. What are you guys doing? Just at this moment, the side rushed over a few security guards. The gangsters saw that the situation was not right, hurriedly assisted their accomplices and fled the scene. Mr. Li, is everything alright? It's fine. Old Zhang, you're good with your hands, right? Thank you so much. Li Han hadn't really realized that Zhang Dugua was actually so powerful. Capturing a knife with his bare hands was not something anyone could do. I practiced in the army before. It's nothing, Zhang Dugua said. It's good that you're fine. You stupid you. Why don't you run together? Oh, Zhou, red eyes and tears flung into the arms of the somewhat deflated Li Han, is both afraid and touched. Just now, Li Han knew that he was unbeatable, but he still wanted to protect her and let her go first, which really deeply touched Zhou. To know, he was worth a billionaire. She, on the other hand, was just a small secretary. Which woman can withstand this kind of heroic rescue bridge? Li Han warm fragrant soft jade into the arms. Just now the point of fear has long disappeared. While patting Zhou Ying's jade back while comforting, have to say, this Zhou Ying's delicate body, indeed a little material. Ahem, let's hurry to the car. It's too dangerous here. Zhang Dugua didn't want to disturb the duo either, but he still coughed out dryly. Zhou Ying shyly struggled out of Li Han's arms, pulling him, then hurried to the Maybach and sat in. The car drove smoothly away from the parking lot. Li Han still had palpitations. 100 billionaire. If he was beaten up by a group of punks and sent to the hospital, it would really be a laughing stock. Chapter 26 Recruitment. Mr. Li, where are we sending you? Old Zhang, have you eaten yet? I haven't yet.
Mr. Lee,
Then go to your place first to deal with a mouthful of food.
I'm starving. This, what? Not convenient? No,
It's just that the home is relatively shabby and dirty.
I'm afraid you guys dislike it. What's that? Go ahead.
Li Han really didn't want to leave Zhang Dugua right now. Having him made him feel down to earth.
Mr. Lee,
What kind of enmity do those guys have with you?
coming up to beat people up. How would I know? Li Han helplessly said. I usually didn't offend anyone. Just tonight. You mean, that MS, Zhang? It can't be. Zhou Ying was surprised. Look at her. She's so gentle. How could she know that group of people in society? Just because she doesn't know them, doesn't mean that the people in her circle don't know them. It's estimated that 80% is her. Li Han used to be a civilian.
Even if he had enemies who wanted to retaliate, they wouldn't know that he was in such a high-class place as Shishan Club.
So there was only one possibility that it was Zhang Xiao or those second-generation people who instructed him. What then?
In case these guys have their eyes on you,
then aren't you in danger? Zhou Ying's worry was not unreasonable. Li Han was alone now, and if he really wanted to fight, he was at an ordinary level. How could he beat the gangsters with knives? The Maybach drove all the way into the city, along the elevated down to the old town in a lane. Here belongs to the area to be demolished, surrounded by former silos and low cottages. Is your house here? I rent a house here.
The conditions are indeed tough enough. Li Han knew that Zhang Dugua's life was not easy just by looking at the shabby environment of this neighborhood.
Old Zhang, you're not a local? No, I'm from a neighboring province. My family is in the countryside. Then how did you think of coming to Hangzhou City? My wife is sick. Hangzhou City hospital technology is good, so I came here. Li Han sort of understood. The car steadily stopped next to a silo. Because the road was narrow, the inside could no longer be driven in. Mr. Lee, the conditions are simple. Why don't we go outside to the roadside to have a snack or something? It's fine. Come all the way here. Just go to your house.
Li Han was actually in love with his talent.
This Zhang Dugua, who was a good fighter and a retired special forces soldier, could stay by his side and take charge of security in the future.
And to make him responsible for his own security, how could he also need to know more about his family situation?
Dad, when the three of them walked up to the second floor of the silo, Zhang Dugua only opened the iron door, and the girls' cheers came from inside. Ha ha, my good daughter.
Zhang Dugua picked up his skinny daughter and hurriedly said,
Quickly, call uncle and aunt. Uncle auntie. Good girl. What's your name? My name is Zhang Ku.
Zhang Ku pulled Zhou Ying's hand and smiled happily. Zhou Ying also liked this little girl and hugged her and chatted.
Mr. Lee, I'm sorry, the house is quite messy. I'll go and cook a few dishes right away.
Where is your wife?
Lying down in the inner room. Go take a look. Don't, Mr. Lee, it's dirty inside. Li Han waved his hand and went into the inner room. Mei Zi, my boss came to see you.
Zhang Dugua lifted the door curtain and then voiced out towards the inside.
Boss, hello, cough.
Li Han saw Zhang Dugua's wife lying on the bed. Her face was yellow and thin and bloodless, and it looked like she was very sick. He nodded and chatted for a few moments before pulling Zhang Dugua back to the living room.
What is the wife's disease? Lung cancer. Li Han froze.
He did not expect that it would be so serious.
Can it still be saved? Can.
The doctors say that it hasn't spread.
As long as the surgery is carried out, chemotherapy and medication. And if it doesn't recur in the late stage, it can be good. Then still stay at home for what? This. Li Han understood as soon as he thought about it. Surely there is no money. Money who still do not know to go to the hospital.
He slapped his forehead and said, I'm sorry, old Zhang.
It's me who's confused. It's okay, Mr. Lee.
I've already saved up some money for the surgery, thinking to go to the hospital before the end of the month.
Zhang Dugua's eyes reddened as he spoke. In that case, old Zhang, are you interested in doing it for me?
Li Han simply said, in the future, you'll be responsible for my security,
and I'll cover all of your wife's medical expenses. Zhang Dugua froze in surprise, and soon said excitedly, willing? I'm too willing. Zhou Ying, you follow this. All expenses for Zhang Dugua's wife will be reimbursed by the company. Understand? Okay, I know, General Manager Lee.
Zhou Ying touched Zhang Ke's little head and also revealed a happy smile.
Zhang Ku, quickly kneel and kowtow to your uncle.
Zhang Dugua excitedly pulled his daughter's soft body, and wanted to kowtow to Li Han together to thank him.
Old Zhang, I'll be angry if you're like this. If you really want to thank, work hard. My safety can be entrusted to you. I know.
Zhang Dugua wiped his tears and choked.
I am happy. Mr. Lee, don't worry.
Watch me perform in the future.
Li Han patted his shoulder. Old Zhang, I'm quite surprised. Aren't you a veteran? How did you get mixed up like this? Zhang Dugua wiped his hands and sighed. Back when I enlisted in the army,
Our Special Operations Brigade was on a border mission, and a few of our good brothers sacrificed their lives. All of us living comrades sent our retirement fees to the families of our fallen comrades. The government did arrange a unit for me, but I was used to staying in the army, and my character was more easily offended, so I resigned when I felt that I was not doing a good job. But I came out to society to realize how hard it is to have a good job and how hard it is to make money. At that time, I really regret. Why do people cannot be smooth, cannot tolerate some, and will not be reduced to the wife is sick, have no money to heal the point? Hearing this, Li Han quickly thought of himself. The former him may be the appearance of Zhang Dugua after being smoothed out the edges of the bar. In order to live, everything is tolerated, and retreat everywhere, but sometimes, being weak was not a good thing. The Special Warfare Brigade, isn't that the Special Forces? Right. Our troop is the Southwest Region's premier Soldier King Brigade, the Flying Eagle Special Warfare Brigade that makes the enemy scared. Li Han immediately became interested. Wasn't he himself insecure? What else was more secure than being protected by Special Forces? What about those comrades of yours? Can you still get in touch? Can. They're all working all over the place, and those of us who are stubborn and easily offended, so a lot of them haven't had a very good time. In this case, old Zhang, I'll contribute a sum of funds. Please help me hire some of your comrades and form a security brigade to specialize in my safety. Is that okay? Zhang Dugua thought about it and said, Mr. Li, I can only try, because they are all in the 5 lakes now, and I'm afraid that they are not very willing to come to an unfamiliar city. Understandable. In this way, as long as someone is willing to come, I'll offer 1 million settlement fee, annual salary of not less than $500,000. Bonuses will be counted separately. How about it? That much? Zhang Dugua was surprised. If the conditions are that good, then there will definitely be someone willing. Then I will wait for the good news. Chapter 27 Inspection. Li Han was awakened from his sleep by the ringing of his cell phone. For the past 2 days, because he was worried about being watched, the insecure man had stayed in the hotel and hadn't gone out. What's wrong with being afraid of death? For someone like him who already had so much money that he didn't need to earn it and only had one life, who wouldn't be afraid of death? Dazed and confused in the wee hours of the morning before going to sleep, and once he slept, it was high noon. Hey, Mr. Li, disturbing your rest? I have a few comrades coming. They are more anxious and want to see you earlier. Coming? Li Han finally sobered up a bit, got out of bed and went to the check room to put on a bathrobe, then opened the door of the room, only to see at the door, in addition to Zhang Dachia, there were also 4 strong men standing. Although they were all around 30 years old, it was obvious to see their unique military temperament. Come in, inviting all 5 of them in. These comrades of Zhang Dazhou remained standing in a row, standing tall. Mr. Li, these are the 4 comrades closest to Hang City. We've always been in contact, and they all wanted to come over and try out when they heard that you were giving such generous treatment. These 2 are specialized in reconnaissance, nicknamed Bobcat and Falcon. This one is a combat champion nicknamed Mangzi, and one is a firearms expert. Fox, a firearms expert? I probably don't have the channels and ability to give you guys guns in the country yet? Reporting to Mr. Li, I am not only a firearms expert, but also an expert in all kinds of long-range weapons, shooting arrows and crossbows. I can do it. Should be afraid that Li Han doesn't want him. The fox was quite anxious to take the initiative to open his mouth. Good. I like special forces. You guys all come as you are. Li Han thought for a moment and said, in the future, you will all be members of Zhang Daigua's security brigade, responsible for my security work. Hard work everyone. No hard work. The 4 of them shouted at the same time, but they couldn't hide the color of joy in their eyes. It was also true that with a settlement fee of $1 million, an annual salary of $500,000 and a bonus, who wouldn't want to come and do it? Old Zhang, in the future you don't need to report to me again to recruit people. I believe you. You think it's okay that you have to, but if something goes wrong, I will only look for you, not anyone else. Zhang Dugua immediately felt pressured, but still gritted his teeth and said, please don't worry, Mr. Li, I understand. Good, old Zhang. Now I'll give you the first task. I don't care what methods I use. I'll give you whatever you want. You must find those punks who made a move on me. It's not a gentleman who doesn't report his revenge. A tycoon with a few $100 billion worth of wealth. If he was incapable of fighting back even when others were counting on him, then it would be better to find a block of tofu and crash it to death. Zhang Dugua, in fact, these 2 days have not been idle. Already have some brow. Now have a helper will be more twice the effort. He immediately agreed, left the fox and Mangzi protection, then took the other 2 left. With the veteran special forces as bodyguards, Li Han naturally felt a lot more at ease, and also had the intention to go out. After simply washing up, Li Han, who was just about to go to dinner, happened to receive a call from the Rolls-Royce boutique sales. His Rolls-Royce Phantom had arrived at the store.
10 minutes later, when Li Han left the hotel, a dark and lengthened Rolls-Royce Phantom had already appeared at the entrance.
The small gold man's spirit of ecstasy above the front of the car was the most dazzling and eye-catching.
A symbol of identity and status. Which one of you two can drive? I can.
It's just that this car
hasn't been driven. Fox was a little embarrassed out loud. Indeed, when he came,
he knew that Zhang Dugwa's boss was rich,
but he didn't expect to be so rich. Rolls-Royce? Is that a car that ordinary people can drive? It's simple. You let the staff teach you for a while.
Li Han didn't take it seriously at all. The car was just a toy for him.
Fox was not afraid. After all, he was a multifaceted player in the army. A player who could drive a transportation truck on a log bridge.
Rolls-Royce sedan staff briefly explained with the Fox. He already had a grasp of the situation. Li Han sat in the long and luxurious back row and looked at the starry roof above his head, thinking that the money had not been spent in vain.
Boss, where are we going? Fox's inquiring voice made Li Han ponder for a while. To Huixing Mansion. It should be on Jiangwo Road. Good. The Fox opened the navigation and started driving towards the destination. Anyway,
there was nothing to do left and right. Li Han still wanted to make a round of all the industries in his hands. It was just like making a tour of the place after King's Landing, so as to have a clear picture in mind. He sat in the car, and in passing, he called Su Man, the project leader of Huixing Mansion. This was a beautiful imperial sister. Li Han actually quite admired this kind of woman who was beautiful and capable.
Just like Zhou.
Rolls-Royce came to the Huixing building near.
Li Han lowered the window to look at. Towering building stands in front.
The degree of completion has been very high.
The periphery has been added blue floor-to-ceiling glass. High-end atmosphere upscale. Come to the site gate.
The security guards look at this luxury car. People are a little confused, but in line with professional ethics, or hastily stop.
Just as Mangzi from the passenger car off to go to the theory when a fire-red BMW 5 Series parked not far away.
From the car down a beautiful woman.
This woman is Su Man.
Today she dished her hair with light makeup, wearing a gray professional dress, stepping on black high heels. A pair of legs were wrapped in black stockings. Proper workplace imperial lady model.
Old you. What are you doing? This is the car of the new boss. Mr. Li, go, call all the people from the building's project department over to me. Oh, okay, Manager Su.
The security guard was startled and hurriedly ran to call for people. Su Man then straightened his clothes, came to the Rolls-Royce and smiled towards Li Han sitting inside.
Mr. Li, I'm really sorry. Just now I was signing some handover documents at my former company. I didn't expect that you would personally come to inspect it. It's okay, I also came to take a look temporarily. Li Han got out of the car. Su Man immediately opened the umbrella she was carrying to cover his head. In the end,
she was a woman who had been in the shopping mall.
This service, indeed, was spot on enough.
Along the already paved concrete road,
the two of them put on brand new helmets and walked towards the building, while behind them,
they were followed by a group of heads of the building's project department.
Fox and Mangzi were one on the left and one on the right, keeping a certain distance from Li Han but within the reaction time. Mr. Li, the building's current construction body has been basically completed, and the decoration is almost finished. Do you want to take a look? Just introduce it to me in a moment. I don't ask about the decoration. The designer definitely has a better eye than me.
Su Man breathed a sigh of relief. She was most worried about Li Han's blind command without understanding, and she would be scolded for not being able to do the job.
This is the reason why leaders say one word and subordinates run their legs.
She realized that the new boss in front of her not only had more money,
but also was more amiable.
With the line of people walking outside the building while being introduced,
Li Han roughly understood the block division of this building. The side of the building, the future will be a large shopping mall, which set dining, entertainment, shopping, leisure in one. The main body of the building is a business office building. The main object of leasing is the company office, business meetings, and hotels. Go up and take a look.
Li Han looked at the main body of the building that towered over the clouds and had an interest in going in to take a look.
He looked towards the crowd behind him and said, "Just let Su Man follow me. You guys do what you need to do. Don't affect the progress of the construction period."
The heads of the project department immediately responded with coy smiles and dispersed like birds and beasts.
Li Han and Su Man walked into the interior of the building. Because the renovation has just begun,
so the smell is not very strong, but the dust is relatively large.
The two took the installed elevator to the middle of the building,
and Li Man walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows.
Mr. Li, the construction site is relatively simple. Your clothes are dirty. Should we? Ouch. Su Man walked while worrying about the opening, but did not expect the ground has a depression. Did not pay attention to the high heel step down to break the foot, but to sit on the ground. Chapter 28 Sanglong Mansion. Well, is it alright?
Li Han was concerned and hurriedly helped Su-man up.
It's fine, I was careless. Su-man just shook her head and wanted to say something.
But when her foot stepped on the ground, the pain made her face go white, and tears began to swirl in her beautiful eyes.
Broken foot? Li Han, who could not see this, helped her to the side to find a place to sit, squatted down and said, "Come, let me see." Su-man frowned in pain. He reached out and held the calf, lifting her beautiful leg gently. Just now, Li Han was really a little worried, and only then did he react to the fact that he was holding up a beautiful woman's leg. "Does that want you to do it yourself?" I can't hold it up. My feet hurt." "Ahem. Then I continue?" "Well."
Su-man reddened her pretty face and nodded. He meditated on the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra in his heart and took off his black high heels. Her feet were of the slightly bony type, and her nails were painted burgundy.
"How's it? Is it swollen?"
Well, it seems like I sprained my ankle and it's showing signs of swelling."
"What about? Why don't I rub it for you?
If it hasn't hurt the bones,
rubbing it will be much better." "Mr. Li, then, how embarrassing that would be." "It's fine, just treat me as a doctor."
Li Han reached out and lightly pinched his ankle.
Just like this. According to the video he had seen before, he now learned, need and need.
At first Su-man also felt some pain,
gradually really better. "Mr. Li, it's okay, I feel much better."
Su-man gradually pretty face more and more red,
low voice open, but see Li Han did not react at all. Can only be embarrassed again out loud? "Mr. Li, really can. Oh, look at me, rubbing and thinking about things and forgetting the time."
Li Han was somewhat enamored.
Su-man reluctantly stood up.
Although she was still walking with a limp, she was obviously much better.
"Thank you, Mr. Li, you are so sweet."
Su-man thanked him gratefully,
which in turn made Li Han a little embarrassed. However, in fact, with his strength, if he really wanted Su-man would definitely not resist. But Li Han knew very well that women were different from women. Like Zhonglan Lu Ting,
he was more willing to go straight.
And like Zhouing Su-man, playing with flirtatious feelings was quite good. "Has my secretary contacted you and asked you to leave the top 5 floors as the group office and my office?"
Li Han changed the topic.
"Miss Zhou has already contacted me. I have already made arrangements.
And the first time I contacted the decoration company to come up with a design plan,
and worked overtime to carry out the decoration." Su-man smiled. "Huaixing Mansion is happy to have our group's headquarters in the building. The name Huaixing is still the name of the previous company, right? It's time to change it. From now on,
it will be called Sanglong Mansion."
"Good. I'll immediately ask someone to change it." Su-man nodded knowingly in curried favor. "Mr. Li, the renovation will probably be completed in a week or so. Should I rush the work schedule and let the building's office renovation speed up first, so that the headquarters can move in as soon as possible?" "Yes, the mall will open later. Let's get the office building done first." Leaving Sanglong Mansion, Li Han sat in the car, still reminiscing about the scene just now when Su-man broke her foot. It was said that if a man is not horny, a woman has no chance. This is so true. Thinking about it, he thought of those photos that Lu Ting had sent him at the charity dinner. The corners of his mouth revealed a silky smile as he took the initiative to send a message to Lu Ting. "Where is it?" Lu Ting replied almost in seconds, and it could be seen that she was very excited. "Waiting for you in your heart. It's a good thing you didn't say it was in my stomach, or I wouldn't be interested in you." "Why? Who likes a worm?" "So, is this your way of saying you like me? Got a minute? Come out for dinner together?" Right now? I'm not off work yet."
"Where do you work?
I'll pick you up." "Yeah." Lu Ting sent him a location, and Li Han gave the address directly to the driving fox. "Lu Ting, you're still applying makeup when you're almost off duty?" "Well, quite pretty." Inside the office, the middle-aged man smiled lewdly at her. Lu Ting put down her makeup. Her eyes flashed with a hint of disgust and said, "Thank you, manager, for the compliment. Tonight after work, let's have a departmental fellowship. Go to a nearby restaurant. Everyone should be there." "Oh, I'm sorry, manager. I have a date with a friend tonight." "What friend? A pretty girl? Bring her along for a meal?" Male. The big-bellied manager's face immediately pulled down. "Lu Ting, usually you are quite smart. How come you don't have a big picture? Friends can often get together. Company parties are rare."
Lu Ting momentarily did not know how to explain. This time the manager suddenly leaned over.
"Colorful. For the sake of work, you can overcome the difficulties, right?" She subconsciously took 2 steps back, her heart in a difficult position. Li Han was a billionaire-level second generation. Of course she wanted to catch on. But on the contrary, the progress was only in the preliminary stage now. In the eyes of a man like him, beautiful women were probably picking their eyes out. Who knew if she had any weight in his heart at all? In case you play and run, she and the company fell out with no income. That day will be difficult.
Although this manager is a little color. But the good thing is that his wife is stronger. Belongs to the color heart not thief kind of courage. Instead, he is quite good to the girls he likes. For example, Lu Ting works here, gets a high salary, and does the easiest work? Where can I find such a job? Weighing the options, Lu Ting still reluctantly said, then, why don't I leave work and talk to my friend? And if he agrees, I'll join. That's right, if your friend doesn't believe me, I'll accompany you with my coworkers to be your witnesses in a while. Good. When it was time to get off work, the manager really did accompany Lu Ting downstairs with the other coworkers. Lu Ting, where's your friend? Hasn't arrived yet? The manager said with some dissatisfaction. Really no sense of time. You don't know what time you get off work? Lu Ting looked left and right. Indeed, she did not see the high-end electric car that Li Han drove when they met earlier. Just then, a brand new luxury Rolls-Royce Phantom steadily stopped in front of the crowd. The rear window was lowered and Li Han smiled. What are you waiting for? Get in the car. After Lu Ting saw that the visitor was Li Han, she covered her small mouth in shock. How could she not expect that Li Han actually drove such a luxurious car to pick her up today? Not to mention her, the co-workers around her and that manager also looked dumbfounded. Rolls-Royce who doesn't know about top luxury cars? Have you seen less of them in TV dramas? Chapter 29. Do I count as your girlfriend? That, brotherly, After Lu Ting was surprised, she excitedly tried to explain, but she didn't understand for half a day. These are your co-workers? Li Han frowned, slightly displeased. This girl wouldn't want to bring so many co-workers to eat with her, right? Seeing Li Han's face not looking too good, Lu Ting instantly understood, and urgently said, brotherly, don't misunderstand. We just happened to go downstairs together. They are going to get together. Wait for me and the manager to ask for a leave, okay? This will Lu Ting has already woken up. Other people worth hundreds of billions of billionaires' time is not more valuable than you? What qualifications do you have to let them wait for you? People sitting in Rolls-Royce, as long as a little nod. You do not have to worry about food and clothing, but also work? What a joke. Then hurry up. I'll look for a restaurant on my cell phone. Good dough. Lu Ting gave Li Han a flying kiss, hurriedly turned around and ran to the side of her colleagues, towards the manager who was still full of shock. Manager, I'm really sorry. I may not be able to go to the potluck. It's fine. That's nothing. Ahem. That Lu Ting that is your boyfriend? Lu Ting did not know how to answer. Just some shy heart thought. If Li Han is her boyfriend, that's good. Definitely boyfriend. All came to pick her up. Woohoo. A boyfriend in a Rolls-Royce? Lu Ting is rich. Rolls-Royce traveling. This boyfriend is a rich second generation. The co-workers were whispering there, saying that Lu Ting's vanity was bursting with happiness. Lu Ting, don't let your boyfriend wait in a hurry. Hurry up. At this time, the manager was surprisingly reasonable. It's okay if you can't participate this time. It's okay if you participate next time. What's wrong with that? Just now in the company. The manager did not say so. Didn't he say that it's hard to get a friend to attend a dinner party, so we can make a date another time? How can he flip-flop faster than a book? But soon she reacted. The manager was probably shocked. A friend who drove a Rolls-Royce. Using his brain to think about it was not something he could afford to offend. You really don't need me to participate? No, you go busy yourself. Receiving the manager's affirmative answer, Lu Ting smiled and nodded her head, then happily ran back to get into the Rolls-Royce car. In the envious gazes of her colleagues and the manager, the Rolls-Royce slowly drove away from the place. Lu Ting looked at Li Han next to her and happily and affectionately took his arm. Her delicate body also leaned over. The fox driving the car glanced at the rearview mirror and knowingly lowered the partition directly. Why are you like a snake spirit? Li Han touched her hair and laughed. It can't really be the reincarnation of the white lady, right? You? Which has. People just want to be with you. Lu Ting pampered kissed Li Han. Li Han smiled and scraped her yao nose. What do you think? Eat first. Where to eat? Lu Ting happily leaned on Li Han's shoulder. There's a Michelin restaurant nearby. Go eat there. Lu Ting thought of something and said nervously. Should I call Jean Lon? What's the point of calling her? It's just the two of us tonight. Yeah. Lu Ting was happy like a child. On the way, she snuggled in Li Han's arms and looked at the scenery outside the car window, and couldn't help but feel some emotions. The roads were still the same roads, but sitting in a different car, the mood changed, and the roads became different. Looking out the window at the pedestrians who stopped and showed envy towards the side, she knew she had a chance to rewrite her life. When the Rolls-Royce arrived at the parking lot, Li Han led Lu Ting to Embassy Yelper, a Michelin French restaurant in Hangzhou. Taking the elevator to the first floor, there was a butler in a suit from this restaurant to receive them. The two of them entered it. The decoration of this place has a strong French romance, low-key luxury. See Lu Ting some eyes. She felt that she had lived her life somewhat in vain. Previously, she thought that the upscale restaurant she ate at last time was already very good, but it seemed that this one was undoubtedly even better. Li Han glanced at the menu handed over by the butler and casually ordered charcoal grilled Mozambique crayfish, Australian sirloin, French blue lobster, Mindong rhubarb fish with mushrooms, slightly intoxicated cod with caviar, classic Napoleon. Ordered another bottle of Chateau Lafite Rothschild 1990. Originally, Lu Ting thought that he could not finish eating, but only after serving the dishes did he realize that the plate of each dish was very large. But the dish was extremely delicate, only a small piece. Although it was gone in one bite, it was melting in the mouth, delicate and delicious, and Lu Ting almost didn't cry out in shock when she ate it. Thank you, Brother Li, for letting me see what it means to be delicious on Earth. Lu Ting thought of something, hurriedly took out her cell phone and said while taking pictures, "No, I have to take a few pictures and send them to my friends to show off." Li Han smiled and didn't say anything. Girls, love vanity is very normal. In a money-oriented society, who doesn't love money? After a meal, when Li Han paid the bill, Lu Ting realized that the two actually spent 68,000 yuan. Could not help but secretly stagger. Where else do you want to go play? Back in the car, Li Han hugged Lu Ting, smelling her body fragrance. How about going to a bar? Not going. I want to go back to the hotel. A little dizzy. Lu Ting this is no longer want to miss the opportunity like last time. This time she wants to go out and strike. It's only a few o'clock Ha ha, well, fulfill your wish. Li Han which cannot know this girl's mind, smilingly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, kissed her and then toward the driver fox said, "Go to the hotel where I live." As soon as he entered the hotel, Lu Ting hugged him and said intimately, "Brother Li, do I count as your girlfriend?" "By girlfriend, which kind do you mean?" "Well, I'm still budding, so, I don't want to hand it over casually." Li Han was really a bit surprised this time. Really? In his eyes, Lu Ting was even more teasing than Zhanglan, and should have a lot of experience. How? Actually still a bud? Anyone else, who would not believe nah? Really, I can go for an appraisal. And, you are so rich, how can I dare to cheat you? Then you haven't had a boyfriend before? Hand it over, but I never gave it. Lu Ting seriously said, "My family has been poor since I was a child. My mother couldn't get by and divorced my father. I followed my mother to live a life of upheaval and no one loved me. At that time, I said to myself that a girl's greatest capital is her looks and body. It can only be given if you think you can meet a man who will make you happy." Hearing this, Li Han sort of understood somewhat. This Lu Ting didn't look like she was passionate, but she was actually shrewd in her heart. However, it's not impossible to be a gold-digging woman, but don't be a gold-digging woman again. Lu Ting's character Li Han quite like. What to say? No avoidance. Chapter 30, A Meeting of the Minds. Brothers nah. This chapter changed 10 times. Baby heart bitter ah. Lu Ting, I'll be honest with you. You can be my girlfriend, but maybe not to the last step. Li Han caressed her pretty face and said, "I now have no intention of looking for true love." Lu Ting's complexion slightly dimmed, but she quickly nodded her head and said, "I know, you're so good, Brother Li. I want to be your woman." Li Han understood what she meant, but he didn't care because he had plenty of money. The key was whether he was willing to spend it. Looking at Lu Ting's body, Li Han was moved. After all, a beautiful woman's first time was rare in today's society anyways. Li Han kissed Lu Ting's small mouth hard, picked her up like a kitten and walked towards the room. 10,000 words omitted from the following. Tomato daddy positive. Li Han woke up in a daze, looked at the sleeping Lu Ting, got up and drank some water. Don't look at Lu Ting is really the first pass, but the skill level is obviously not like the bronze level. During the intermission, Li Han asked this question. Only then did Lu Ting petulantly say that she usually had read some information, although she had not practiced, but her theoretical knowledge was still relatively rich. Sure enough, those who had studied were much stronger than those who hadn't. Looking at the system data in the lower right corner of her site, emotional energy 100000000/33176. The energy had risen by more than 20,000 in the past few days, and more than 10,000 of it was because of Lu Ting. If one didn't eat the emotional tickets, this energy was really hard to absorb. Looking at it, it seems to be collected quite quickly, but it can't help that the amount needed is large. According to this frequency, to collect the full how to also need tens of thousands of days, more than 30 years. If he activated the system again after 30 years, he would be over 50 years old by then. Still, he had to think of a way to see if he could speed it up. What is hubby thinking about? Lu Ting woke up at some point and tenderly hugged Li Han from behind. Who asked you to call your husband? I remember your name last night was not this? Hate. Lu Ting lightly hammered Li Han, shyly said, that's not out of the question. Still plan to work? Li Han hugged her, thought for a moment and said, if you don't want to go to work,
then quit. Lu Ting's beautiful eyes lit up. Hubby, you want to support me? Of course. Li Han smiled. What? Not willing? Of course I am willing, but I still want to continue to work. Lu Ting pouted. The canary in the birdcage also longs for the outside world. You are so busy. Usually I have nothing to do is also quite boring. Okay, hubby, as long as you call, I'll immediately fly back. Okay? If you want to work, of course I won't object. Li Han scraped her yao nose and said, in this way, I will give you 100,000 pocket money every month, and I will go to my car warehouse to pick a car for transportation. Also, in the neighborhood of your company, I seem to remember that I bought a set of commercial house, also for you to live. Really? Lu Ting said excitedly. Near where I work? Right. Leapfrog, 200 square feet well decorated. Li Han remembered that in the leaping floors he acquired, there were properties near Lu Ting's company, which happened to be used. Leap floor, 200 square feet, near the company. Even if the current housing prices were in a slump, that area was at least 60,000 square feet. A suite that would be $12 million to start with. She couldn't afford to buy a house in her whole life, and she owned it just like this? Lu Ting burst out in shock and jumped up in joy. Delete. The two left the hotel. When you go back, take a vacation and rest for a day. Li Han laughed. Then go pick up the car and the house yourself. Got it? I know. After sending Lu Ting away, Li Han was thinking of taking a car to continue inspecting the other enterprises. As a result, at this time, he suddenly received a call from Zhang Dugua. The fish had fallen into the net. The Rolls-Royce drove smoothly into an abandoned and dilapidated factory, and soon saw the Mercedes-Benz GLS parked in the factory area. Boss, it's here. Fox voiced a reminder and Li Han nodded and got out of the car. Under the protection of Fox and Mangzi, he walked inside this abandoned factory warehouse. In the empty and dirty warehouse, 5 guys were hanging high in the air with their hands bound, each with their heads hanging down, beaten and bruised, their faces swollen into buns. The others Li Han didn't have much of an impression, but that yellow hair who made a move on him at that time was still fresh in his mind. Boss, Zhang Dugua and Bobcat Falcon stood at attention and saluted, and next to them were 2 more big and tall men, who by the looks of it were probably newly recruited retired comrades. Li Han waved his hand and said, don't come with that troop routine. I'm not the head. Old Zhang. Good job. Caught them so quickly. Boss, these guys are the ones who attempted to make a move on you in the parking lot of the Shishan Club. All of them were caught without missing a single one. Have they been interrogated? Did you find out who was behind it? I've already tortured them to make them confess. They spoke very vaguely, as if they didn't know who the real mastermind was. Then whose orders did they take to kill me? They said it was their boss. Boss? What's the source? Checked it out. A local gang leader called Dragon. Boss, I reckon someone made Brother Lung move. Brother Lung? Li Han thought about it and said, listening to the name is quite powerful. Does he have any strength? Just a gangster head. Take it down in minutes. Li Han looked at the hanging 5 for a few moments and sneered. Then let's go and meet that Brother Long. What happens in the Jianghu? Let's settle it in the Jianghu way. Chapter 31, Social My Dragon. Touch. Who had it? Ha ha, give money. The body is full of tattoos of the bald dragon brother holding a cigarette laughed loudly and collected the money. Happy to say, today this wind that is not cover. You all miserable. Honestly pay out your waist. Brother Lung, you are too fierce. Yes Brother Long, be merciful. Mercy? This mahjong is like a battlefield. If I show mercy, I will lose money. You guys want to eat? Jokingly, Brother Long exhaled a smoke ring and started to touch up the cards again. Has been playing until midnight. After everyone dispersed, he took 2 little brother, wobbling out of the chess room. Intends to go to the roadside stalls to eat some barbecue beer. Boss, Juan, I haven't been contacted for a day. Won't something happen? Put your ing. Brother Long slapped his little brother's head and glared. You don't hope for the best. Something happened to your mom. The little brother rubbed his head and did not dare to speak. Give Juan another call. Ask him to come to drink. Really? I don't know which this guy died on the belly. The boss can't get in touch. Cursing Long just happened to walk into the alley, suddenly only to see the dark dim light. A bright silver light flashes. Before he could react, his neck was racked with a sharp military dagger. Good man. Have a good talk. Originally, Long still wanted to be tough, but when he saw the scene of his little brother's neck gently moving, the blood flowed, and his face turned white with fear. This was encountering a real ruthless person. If you don't want to die, obediently follow us. After saying that, the visitors then put a hood on each of them and put all 3 of Brother Long's heads on. Then they fell unconscious. When Brother Long woke up again, the strong light illuminated his eyes, and it took him a long time to recover. Big brothers, who are you? Brother Long, up to now, you still don't know who you have offended? Hearing this,
Brother Long took a closer look and realized that sitting across from him was a young man, and around him, there stood 6 burly men in suits. At first glance, they were objects that were not to be messed with. You are? Li Han, that is, the object you told people to clean up. Li Han? Long froze and was surprised. It's you? Come to think of it? Li Han crossed his legs and said, then tell me, who instructed you to tell your men to mess with me? Long looked a little flustered, but gritted his teeth and kept quiet. Okay, tough talk, right? Old Zhang. Make him comfortable and collect some interest first. Zhang Dugua immediately stepped forward, put on his fine steel finger tiger, and greeted Brother Long's stomach with a punch. Boom! With just one punch, Brother Long was struck with wide eyes, dry heaving in agony, and almost didn't pass out. Bang! Another vicious punch, smashing the corner of Long's eyes crumbled, cheeks red and swollen, instantly letting out a miserable scream in pain. Vicious, really too vicious. Don't hit me, I said. I all said, don't hit, TSK, society my Brother Long. People are ruthless and don't talk much? This is also not good. Why don't you just change your name to Brother Bug in the future? Li Han despised. Say, it is best not to play any tricks. It was Wang Xiao who contacted me and asked me to do it. Brother Long cringed in fear and coughed out. He said that you don't know the sky in the sky if you have a little money, and asked me to find someone to clean up and clean up. Give you what favor? 500,000. Mother asterisk 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 her. I'm worth $500,000? Li Han angry went forward and then came to his crotch hard to a foot. Agoo. Brother Long's important parts were kicked, and he fell to the ground in pain and kept rolling around. His tears couldn't stop flowing. Boss, which one is the young Wang he's talking about? It should be the son of that Evely company's boss, Wang Xiaodong. Li Han sneered. If I guessed correctly, this guy should have pulled this stunt in order to stand up for Zhang Xiao. Should I send someone to kidnap him then? Zhang Dugua's words caused Li Han to glare at him. Old Zhang, you have to remember that you are my bodyguard, not a triad fighter. Against these gangsters and ruffians, we can use Jianghu tactics, while against those dignitaries, try to use other methods. That father surnamed Wang is not a big shot, but he is also a dignified businessman in the clothing industry. You tie up his son, that is, then if the matter becomes a big deal, it will not only be unfavorable to you guys, but it will be even more unfavorable to me. I know. Zhang Dugua knew that he was a bit ill-considered and wore a guilty look on his face. From today onwards, keep an eye on that Wang Xiaodong for me, and don't let go of any handle that can be exposed. I don't believe that his rich second generation will be honest and regulated. Yes, boss. Zhang Dugua and the others immediately led the order. A day later, Li Han had a pile of documents on his desk. On it was all information about Zhou Ying's investigation of Evelyn, Wang Xiaodong's father. His name was Wang Dekang. He was the brand founder and chairman of the board of Evely Clothing Company. The clothing brand, Evely, had experienced the epidemic and had already sold far less well than before. Now has closed more than 1,000 stores. In the Hangzhou clothing industry, ranked behind, estimated annual turnover of more than 100 million scale. And Wang Dekang, the boss, the total assets are only a few hundred million yuan. In the detailed investigation report, he also found that the brand Evely does not have its own production plant, only the design department. All the clothes are made by the processing plant OEM production. This does not seem to be a flawed situation. In Li Han's eyes, is a big breakthrough. There is no way. Who let him have money? Having money can stir the power of capital. To clean up Wang Xiaodong, just deal with him cannot. Ultimately to deal with, or his father. To put it bluntly, without Wang Dekang, Wang Xiaodong is nothing. Li Han called Zhou Ying in. Mr. Li, what are your orders? You now find a way to help me find all the upstream OEM manufacturers of Evelyn clothing. Find them for what? Tell them that I want to acquire these factories. Acquire? I'm afraid that's a bit difficult, isn't it? It's the peak season now, and I'm afraid these bosses aren't too willing? Not willing? Then raise the acquisition price, mentioning that they can't refuse even if they want to, and see if they're willing. Mr. Li, listen to me. Good, I know. Although Zhou Ying had opinions, she also knew Li Han's temper. Immediately shut up and nodded her head, leaving this temporary office. Li Han leaned back in his chair, not feeling any neat pain at all. What a joke. Around but a few $100 million of funds for the game. He returned in a few days of interest. To retaliate, you have to come hard. Really, when the billionaire good bully it, he is to let the entire Hang City high society to see his fangs, see his ferocity. Let them be afraid. Let them be afraid. Let them think clearly about the price to pay and the consequences before they want to mess with themselves next time. Chapter 32 Desperate. Old Qin. Factory Director Qin. What do you mean? Inside the chairman's office of Evely Company, Wang Dekang held up his cell phone and frowned. Where are the goods?
Where did my goods go? Old Wang, you still don't know, do you? My factory has been turned off. Turned off? What does that mean? It means it's been acquired. What? Why didn't you tell me when you were bought out? Are you kidding me? It's peak season. You're willing to sell the factory? I do not want to.
The beginning of the refusal.
But cannot help people have money is not money. What do you mean? It means that they didn't give me a reason to refuse. He gave me too much money. How much did he give? $38 million. How much? $38 million? Is he crazy?
Wang Dekhang almost jumped up in shock.
Shocked. Your factory is worth this much? You don't laugh at me.
I know myself how much I weigh. On my factory if I sell, at most it's worth 1,000 million at most. So people offer 3 times the price.
You say I can't sell it? But you sold it. What about me? What about my order? Then I can't help it. Old Wang, and then you say voice, take over the person to come to the factory the first thing, is to let an Iblis orders all suspended cancelled. What does it mean? I do not know, but I feel out, you seem to be in trouble. What? Hello? Hello?
Facing the incoming hang-up sound,
Wang Dechan's face was a bit ugly. Ka-ching, outside.
The pretty female secretary anxiously rushed in on her high heels.
You don't know to knock before you come in. Facing Wang Dechan's disgruntled roar,
the secretary was startled and coyly said,
Mr. Wang, I'm in a hurry, that's why. What's so anxious, Mr. Wang? It's not good.
The biggest garment factory Hongcheng Garment that cooperated with us, directly told us that because of the change of the new boss to rectify the situation,
so the order is cancelled.
Said that they are willing to compensate us for the liquidated damages of this quarter according to the contract, and will no longer cooperate in the next quarter.
What? Wang Dekhang stood up violently. Now his old face was green. Hongcheng Garment is the largest garment factory in the provinces around Hangzhou, and fully 40% of Evelyn's clothes are completed by this factory. This said do not do. That Iblis still sell the fart clothing? Directly close the door.
Wang Dekhang vaguely had a very bad feeling,
but he did not want to give up.
Hastily took out his cell phone and wanted to call the boss of Hongcheng Garment to ask, but at this time, he found that the secretary hesitantly still standing there,
and could not help but be impatient. Do you have anything else? That, Mr. Wang.
In addition to Hongcheng Garment,
there is also Tian Cohen Garment Factory, Blue Sky Garment Factory and, bam!
Wang Dechan's cell phone fell to the ground. His eyes went black and he sat paralyzed in his chair.
Mr. Wang, are you alright? Quick, someone call an ambulance. Call an ass. I'm not dead yet.
After Wang Dekhang slowly reacted, he cursed towards his secretary.
Wastes, all a bunch of wastes. Get out, all of them.
The panting Wang Dekhang gradually calmed down.
He realized the seriousness of the problem. Who in the world deliberately screwed me like this? Even going so far as to acquire so many garment factories so that I can't even produce clothes? No, I must ask clearly, or Evelyn will be finished. Wang Dekhang was truly anxious.
The cooperating garment factories had all cancelled their orders,
and in less than half a month, Evelyn would close down. Without solving the problem,
his Wang family will have to drink the northwest wind.
Hello, Mr. Lu, hello, I'm Iblis Old Wang Oh, Old Wang long time no see. It's like this, I heard that your factory was acquired? Yes, the other party has offered a price that I can't refuse.
The voice on the phone paused and added,
Old Wang, I knew you would make this call. It's for the Evelyn's order, right? Yes, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, I'm no longer the boss and the factory doesn't listen to me anymore.
But what I heard from the new boss is that he would rather lose money than produce your order again.
Why? Wang Dekhang, have been in Hang City for so many years,
and said that there must be opponents.
But there really isn't a mortal enemy who would rather spend so much to screw me over. I'm not sure about this.
The new boss is quite mysterious and the people who came are all his men.
Okay, I know, thanks.
Wang Dekhang hung up the phone. Now his head was full of question marks.
Who was this opponent who wanted to put him to death? Li Han, accompanied by Ding Xin, was visiting Gao He's production plant in Hang City.
Looking at the scene inside where the fully automated robots are constantly busy,
he said towards Ding Xin, Mr. Ding,
there is no problem with the manufacturing and technology of Goa's car, but the sales have not been able to get up, and it was only before that there was a break in funds,
and now that I'm acquiring it, is there anything to crack it?
Our senior management summarized the meeting and discussed.
Basically it is still because the domestic market is too rolled up, the price is set too high, the competitiveness is somewhat lacking and other reasons.
Li Han smiled and waved his hand.
In fact, in my opinion, high-end automobile products are still very good. There are only 2 reasons for not selling well: a high price, a wise driving. All of your models start at 500,
000 price points. Why don't you come out with a few cars that cost around 200,000? In fact, we have had planning in the early stages, but this industry is currently in the 200,000 price point is too rolled up. It is difficult for our products to get out of the circle, and the profit is too low, and may even lose money. Ding Xin is a little worried. Besides, this will hurt the brand. At the juncture of life and death, don't think about this. The primary purpose now is to survive. Any high-end brand can do low, medium and high-grade cars. Mercedes-Benz also has 100,000 to 200,000 cars. Why high-end cannot? It can be, but the loss is too much. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out for long. Sales up. Product costs can be amortized low. Loss on loss. Low-end car thin margins to occupy the market. High-end car to do the image. High-end the car has a bottom in. It is unlikely that it will always lose money. See Ding Xin still hesitate. Li Han simply said, so, first according to this to-do, late if the loss is too strong, I will go out and continue to add funds. So can? Seeing Li Han's commitment like this, Ding Xin was instantly relieved. With this commitment from Mr. Li, what else can I say? Dry. Originally, Galha had plans to come out with a low-end product, and mass production is not far away. This car will probably sell for 250 to 300,000. With Mr. Li escorting us, then dry, then volume, Galha car in order to survive not live. Get a pricing of 200 to 250,000. What do you think? I think we can even set a pricing that starts at 180,000 for the low end. It's more approachable. Li Han said. As for the smart driving, I think we can use Zhongwei's Ads 3.0 solution. You can sign a betting agreement, bet on sales, give more profit if you lose, give less profit if you win. As long as the sales volume is done to me until the monthly sales exceed 10,000, Galha Automobile will be able to live. Mr. Li, you are really bold. I, Ding Xin, am convinced. Ding Xin does not know. New energy vehicles are so voluminous at the moment. The pricing of products of the same level is naturally lower and more attractive. But the lower the price means the higher the cost, the lower the profit, and even sell a loss of one. So he knows that price reduction is useful, but he does not dare. Li Han dares, no other, because he has money. In this world, who can afford to lose? Who is the master? Who will have the bottom? It is a bucket. Relying on money can also be dead to him smashed up. Chapter 33, Feeling the Doorway. Boss, Wang Dekang is asking around about who acquired the clothing factory that cooperated with Evelyn. Inquiring? Then let him inquire. Sitting in the Rolls-Royce car that left the Galha automobile factory, Li Han smiled and said towards Zhou, let him get busy first and see how capable he is. If he doesn't even have this ability, then he deserves to close down and go bankrupt. I've already asked the major garment factories that I acquired to all cancel their orders with Evelyn's company and give compensation. Well, how much did this acquisition and compensation cost in total? For the 5 major garment factories, the total acquisition cost was $180 million, plus the compensation of $13 million, totaling nearly $200 million. Okay, 200 million on 200 million. This time I have to let these guys taste a lesson. Li Han didn't panic at all. $200 million was just his interest for almost one day. He could afford to play. Besides, the garment factory is also an entity enterprise. The acquisition can also produce profits, and not worried about the money down the drain. Li Han how crosstalk at the same time. Wang Dekang has been anxious into a hot pot of ants. At this time he is simply no way to heaven and no door. Under no circumstances, he can only use contacts. Began to frantically contact. After all, the garment factory change acquisition. All need to pass the business sector. He was introduced through a friend to contact the relevant person in charge. Business banquet after some. Finally privately know to clean up his opponent. Sanlong Group. When he heard this name, Wang Dekang was full of confusion, because he had never even heard of it. When did Hang City have such a comprehensive group of companies? However, when he asked his secretary to investigate this group, he realized that it was a newly established company and had no idea how to contact it. Under no circumstances, Wang Dekang can only about the meal. The circle of friends are called out to advise. Wine over 3 rounds of dishes over 5 flavors. Wang Dekang this opened his mouth. Several brothers. Dekang, I am really desperate now. I hope you all help brothers. I just want to ask everyone. Who of you know Sanlong Group? The ones here are all bigwigs in the business world with faces. Once they hear this name they fall into contemplation. Soon someone seems to remember something. Out of the blue they say, Dekang, that Sanlong Group you're talking about.
Wouldn't it be that Sanglong Group that spent tens of millions of dollars to buy the mayor's inscription and donated $100 million at the charity auction at the Shishan Clubhouse a while ago? Donated $100 million? By the mayor's inscription? Wang Dekhang was a bit shocked. He didn't go to the charity dinner that day when something happened, but sent his son to attend. And he didn't say these things to himself. Donating $100 million proved the financial strength of Sanglong Group. Spending a high price to auction the mayor's inscription proves that he has an unfathomable relationship with the mayor. These are enough to prove that this Sanglong Group is not to be messed with. But now it wasn't him who was messing with the Sanglong Group, but the Sanglong Group who was trying to clean him up. I heard that it's a valued guest from the bank side, overseas capital, who just came back to the country to invest. So it is this bank? What bank? Bank of the Orient, just that branch head near the Hengtai neighborhood, surnamed Jiang. I met him at the banquet at that time, and he even recommended me to recognize, but I didn't take it seriously at that time, because I hadn't even heard of any Sanglong company at that time, and thought it was a purse company. One of the bosses spoke eloquently, as if, the introduction to know that person is called Mr. Li, very young. Yes, I also remembered, that company's boss called Li Han, young unlike. Another person picked up the conversation, trying to get up to voice out in agreement. Li Han. This time, Wang Dekhang finally had some clues. He was also quite familiar with Bank of the Orient, and after the banquet ended in a hurry, he directly called Governor Jiang in a hurry. Governor Jiang didn't even know Li Han's recent situation, and thought that Wang Dekhang was looking for him to do business, so he quickly gave his number. Looking at the string of cell phone numbers he wrote down, Wang Dekhang heart for no reason some palpitations. How many years? In the commercial crawling and fighting, what big storms have not seen, but this time is really different. The opponent is too mysterious, too strong. A shot is directly to be messy stick to kill the rhythm. At this time Li Han is in a high-class restaurant, enjoying tasting food. He looked at the unfamiliar number, did not even think about hanging up directly. Not long after, the phone rang again. Li Han thought about it and pressed the connect button. Mr. Li, hello, this is Wang Dekhang from Evelyn's company. Are you listening? Hearing this, he smiled towards Zhou who was sitting opposite him. Looks like I underestimated people's level and came to the door so quickly. Zhou giggled and did not say anything. Li Han picked up his cell phone and opened his mouth. Mr. Wang, what can I do for you? Oh, Mr. Li, I know that you have a lot of work to do day in and day out. I wonder if I can meet you in my busy schedule, or find a place to sit? No need, and it's not necessary. Li Han sneered. Mr. Wang has something to say. I'll hang up if there's nothing. Mr. Li, I don't know what kind of misunderstanding happened. I hope you'll hold your hand high. I have no problem with you acquiring the garment factory, but can you not cancel my company's order? Do you think that I'm eating nothing to acquire these garment factories? Really optimistic about the prospects of garment making wanting to make money? Li Han said breathlessly. I'll tell you clearly, I'm acquiring these garment factories to make all of your Evelyn stores have no clothes to sell. The phone was silent for a long time before slightly angry. Mr. Li, Hangzhou City is not small or big. We do not see each other. Why do you want to drive to the end of the world? In the end, where did I mess with you? To this dead hand? Even do not know what happened and call for what? You don't understand? If you don't understand, ask your son. After saying that, Li Han directly hung up the phone. The purpose has been achieved. The next is to watch the theater time. Anyway, he, Li Han, was sitting in a fishing boat. Regardless of how the Wang family handled this, the loss would be the Wang family, not him. Wang Dekhang grimaced and quickly dialed his son's phone. No one answered. Dialed again. Still no answer. Rubbish snack. Definitely gone to spend the day drinking again. Wang Dekhang cursed, thought about it and dialed another number. Check the young master's credit card records for me. See where he spent the most recently. It is said that knowing the son is like fathering the son. Soon the subordinates gave feedback that the most recent purchases were made at a business club called IN77. Without saying a word, he took his secretary and subordinates and drove to this top luxury club located by the lake, looking for the waiter to call the manager. Bright identity. The manager did not dare to be slow, and hurriedly said the box number. Wang Dekhang iron green face, directly through the corridor, rushed into the 666 luxury package, only to see the box lighting dim ambiguous. Sofa. Men and women are not fully clothed hugging together shaking their heads. Simply cannot bear to look at. Music off. Lights on. Wang Dekhang directly to their own confused sunside. A slap will be ruthless fan past. Chapter 34, Confessing at the Door. Agu. Wang Xiaodong cheeks hot pain let him instantly wake up whine, just to be angry as he is his father. Suddenly goaded complained. Dad, you hit me for what? Hit you for what? I also want to kill you. Wang Dechan's lungs are almost exploded. The company is almost bankrupt.
You are still here to enjoy yourself.
I do not hit you to hit who? Uncle, you calm down. We are just playing. Know that. Roll. Get lost.
Wang Dekang roar resounded through the box. Scared Wang Xiaodong, these friends and public relations girls have fled here.
Wang Xiaodong was still a bit confused and said blankly, Dad, what did you say? What dumping money? Play play play. All you know is play all day long. It's not enough for you to play.
Why do you still cause trouble for me?
I didn't cause any trouble. Let me ask you, tell me honestly, did you offend the boss of Sanglong Group? Who is it? What Sanglong Group? I don't even know. You dare to say you don't know Li Han? Li Han? What Li Han? Suddenly, Wang Xiaodong seems to have finally reacted,
and patted his head.
This foreign wine, all drunk and confused. I remembered. Li Han. Yes, Li Han I know. Say, how the hell did you him? Say it. In the face of Wang Dechang's angry roar, Wang Xiaodong impatiently said, Dad, I didn't do anything to him. Who let him be too arrogant at the charity gala? Dared to scold Xiao. I don't see eye to eye.
Let alone find a few people to clean him up,
to give him a little lesson. Pa!
Before Wang Xiaodong finished speaking, Wang Dekang was furious and slapped him again.
This time it was obviously heavier.
Wang Xiaodong was struck dumb, his face instantly red and swollen. Asterisk bastard. Wang Dekang cursed in anger.
How did I give birth to a waste like you? Who the hell do you think you are? You dare to mess with anyone? You're sick of living, aren't you? Xiao is the daughter of the Zheng family.
The Zheng family will step in if she is scolded.
What are you trying to be a hero for? What are you?
Meddling in other people's business and eating more farts.
You! Wang Xiaodong was scolded and beaten. Unconvinced grunted. Dad, what are you anxious? That Li Han is a turd. A little bit of money only. A little bit of small money only? Your mouth is still really big. The little ghosts have dared not to take the king of Yen as the king? Wang Dekang gas laughed. You know what? You know, it's a little bit of money in your eyes of the turkey.
Spend hundreds of millions of dollars to our family upstream cooperation of the garment factory all to buy. Our stores will soon have no clothes to sell.
Will soon close down. If he's a turd, then what am I? Your father? I'm a loser. Wang Xiaodong was now dumbfounded. He said with some disbelief, Dad, are you serious? It's not right. Him, a turd like him can have this strength? Idiot, you didn't see that Sanglong Group donating $100 million during the charity dinner? Can donate $100 million. The value must not be a few billion to start? Sam Long. Oh yes, it seems to have donated 100 million. But the question is, what is the relationship between Sanglong Group and Li Han? I remember on stage as clearly a woman saying you're stupid, you're really stupid. Stupid. Wang Dekang, who hated the iron, was so angry that he didn't want to strangle this giant baby alive. However, things had come to this. Strangling him to death was useless. Quickly, follow me. Where to? Where else can I go? Go to the door to confess and ask for forgiveness. Wang Dekang sighed. Son, no matter what faults Li Han and the Zhang family's daughter have, it's a fight between the gods. Our family is small. We can't fight with anyone. We can only live cautiously. The price of being a leader is that we will be humiliated and insulted together. Dad, it's not that bad. If Li Han is more powerful than the Zhang family, how can he be more powerful than the Zhang family? In this case,
I'll make a call to Zhang Xiao and ask her to make peace.
Will it work?
Wang Dekang pondered for a while and hesitated.
What if it makes people even more angry? What kind of person is Zhang Xiao? The little princess of Hangzhou, who dares not give her face. The bag will be fine. After saying that,
Wang Xiaodong took out his cell phone and called Zhang Xiao.
After the call was connected, he told Zhang Xiao the general situation, and even claimed credit in front of her. As soon as she heard that Wang Xiaodong had found someone to beat up Li Han, Zhang Xiao laughed continuously on the phone and was obviously in a good mood. Faced with Wang Xiaodong's invitation for her to step in and settle things, she readily agreed. With Zhang Zhao's support, Wang Xiaodong again felt that he could do it. He didn't take it seriously at all and thought that it was the same as before when the second generation resolved their grudges with each other, looking for a big brother to come out and talk about it, and that would be the end of it. Unbeknownst to him, the other Li Han was not a second generation at all, and would not even follow their childish routine. Li Han after dinner to send away Zhouing, a person, back to the hotel, wash and lie down on the bed, suddenly feel a little lonely. Yes, after tasting the taste of a beautiful woman, sleeping alone is indeed a bit boring. Who to find to accompany? Zhang Lan, or Lu Ting? Almost without hesitation, Li Han chose Lu Ting. For one thing, this woman had given herself for the first time. Secondly, she had a more interesting soul and more positions for a better experience. Lu Ting had also been waiting for Li Han's call for the past few days. She was afraid that Li Han would forget about her. What kind of person was Li Han? A billionaire, young and golden. What kind of woman wouldn't be charmed?
so when she received Li Han's phone call, she was as happy as a bird, hurriedly prepared and came to the hotel. At this time, there was a sudden ringing of the doorbell. Li Han was constipated. Which psycho came to harass himself at this time? Helplessly, he could only remind Lu Ting to stay in the master bedroom and not go out, before draping on his bathrobe and crossing the living room to open the door. Who rang the doorbell? Li Han looked at Mangzi and Berserk, who were standing at the door in displeasure. Berserk is a newly recruited security team member, and Mangzi is the same as the Special Forces veteran. The figure is thinner than Mangzi, but is a Muay Thai Red Duan. Took the army competition champion character. Boss, it's not that we want to disturb you, it's that there are a few people coming at the door, saying that they are looking for you for something very important. Saying this, Mangzi gazed towards the side corridor. Li Han twisted his head and saw that a group of people were standing there, and at the head of them, besides the Wang family's father and son, there was also Zhang Xiao, who was dressed quite casually. Yo, what are so many people doing here in the middle of the night? Want to clean me up again? Li Han laughed coldly. That may disappoint you. This is not the cold parking lot of the West Mountain Club. Chapter 35, Punching the Second Generation and Kicking the Rich Marshal. Li Han, we are here to negotiate with you. Zhang Xiao crossed her arms and said in a big sisterly manner, your deliberate acquisition of malicious competition has simply broken the rules of the business world. Business world rules? Li Han couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean by business world rules? It means that you can just bully others and they can't fight back, right? Zhang Xiao gasped and stomped her feet. Li Han, don't give you face, don't. We came to negotiate with sincerity today. If you want to be like this, then the negotiation won't go on. Li Han laughed. Negotiation? Talk about what? What do I have to negotiate with you guys? Tell me? Okay. First of all, Wang Xiaodong calling the punks to beat you is indeed his fault first. He is already willing to apologize to you and promise not to behave next time. Well, what else? Also, since he apologized to you, then this matter is over. You must have the garment factory and Evelyn Company re-sign the production contract before tomorrow. Uncle Wang said that as long as you agree to supply the goods, he doesn't want a single penny of the liquidated damages. Listening to Zhang Zhao's eloquent negotiation conditions, Li Han couldn't help but stifle a smile. In the past, I never knew what the idiom of pampered and spoiled really meant until today, when I realized that some people really do live in a greenhouse for days, dreaming of spring and autumn. Ha, what do you mean? Zhang Xin glared out. What do I mean? So after all this mess, I deserve to be almost beaten for nothing? I spent $200 million to acquire a garment factory. Do you think I'm joking around? What do you mean beaten for nothing? Aren't you standing properly and not injured? Zhang Xiao was unconvinced. Besides, you can make money by acquiring the factory. There's no harm in that, right? What do you care if I make money or not? Get lost, little kid. Who are you? Li Han rolled his eyes. These second generation, really spoiled. Others treat them respectfully. It is because they are afraid of their father's retaliation, but also really take themselves as a character. You call me a child? You are not a child. What are you dreaming in the daytime? You are not willing to negotiate? Negotiate your mom be. Li Han lazy in her nonsense. He has not spoiled this chick. Scolded and turned to go. You are angry with me. Zhang Xiao was spoiled from a young age. Who dared to be so mouthy in front of her? Her eyes red with anger. Pointing at Li Han then said, give me to stop him. Beat him to death. Dare to scold Princess Xiao Xin? He's crazy. Brothers, get him killed. Beat this to death. Seeing their goddess being angry and crying, those second generation people, anxious and angry, all of them cursed and swung their fists towards Li Han. Li Han looked at them like idiots. People will not learn from their mistakes? When Long's men took action, he was not on guard, but now he is waiting to be beaten up again. One could only say that they were too naive. Mangzi, Berserk, they made the first move. We belong to self-defense. Give me to clean them up. Li Han waved his hand, and the two immediately jumped into action, clenching their fists and walking towards the oncoming crowd. The two were not stupid. They knew that these expensively dressed guys in front of them were all rich second-generation sons, so they couldn't kill them, but also had to hit them to hurt them, which tested the ability of the two grappling and Muay Thai champions, only to see Berserk easily pinch the fist swung by a cocky guy, gradually using strength. The pain of that cocky guy almost did not cry out. A kick to his stomach directly knocked him to the ground, turned around and landed an elbow strike, which in turn made the guy behind him instantly fall to the ground as well. Mangzi wasn't idle either. He had one hand in one hand, each time specializing in hitting the armpits of these second generation. The pain of them one by one crying and wailing instantly lost the ability to resist. When they rushed over, they were in a flurry of activity, but at this point, they were already in a mess. Apart from the Wang family's father and son who were there dumbfounded, only Zhang Xiao stood in place, petulantly furious. You actually dare to hit people.
Do you know what kind of people you are hitting?
Zhang Xin said loudly and nervously.
You're finished, Li Han. You're finished.
I don't know if I'm finished or not.
Let's teach you a lesson first.
Li Han rushed to Zhang Xiao with big steps, and before she had time to escape, he wrapped his arms around her thin waist and directly swung up her body.
What are you doing? Ah, pa!
Li Han fiercely slapped her on her butt, and the pain caused Zhang Xiao to instantly burst into tears.
This slap, it's for your father.
For him to educate you as a troublemaking and unreasonable young lady.
Slap, another heavy slap,
and Zhang Xiao yelped again in pain.
This slap is for lousy, telling you to be unselfish and not know the heights of heaven. This is what happens when you mess with me. Slap, the third slap, which hit Zhang Xiao finally wailed.
This slap is for those who were bullied by you and dared to be angry but dared not speak out,
telling you to be unreasonable and arrogant. 3 slaps down, Zhang Xiao completely collapsed. She had grown up.
Where had she experienced such a strange shame? After being thrown to the ground, Zhang Xiao struggled to get up, gritted her teeth and pointed at Li Han and choked.
You, I what?
Li Han glared at her angrily, frightening her and stifling the words behind her.
As the saying goes, one thing leads to another. Zhang Xiao, a petite girl, was thoroughly beaten and dared to speak.
I was acting in self-defense.
It was you who moved first.
The surveillance camera captured it clearly.
Want to investigate? Anytime welcome. Want revenge? Anytime. If it's fine, then you guys can get lost.
Li Han said this. His hand pointed to the father and son of the Wang family who were looking dumbfounded next to him.
As for your Wang family, just wait for Evelyn to go bankrupt and close down. Put. Wang Dechan's legs went soft and he directly paralyzed on the ground. He regretted listening to his son Wang Xiaodong's words and pulling Zhang Xiao and these second generation. Li Han will be retaliated against later. He does not know. He only knows that at most a few days of inventory bottom, Evely will have no goods to sell. Closed down and shut down. Evelyn closed down. The Wang family is finished.
Wang Decang is really difficult to imagine. Originally worth hundreds of millions of him to asset crazy shrinkage owed a butt of debt. Every day to live a bitter life of bankruptcy.
That can be how to live. Mr. Li, we are wrong. We give you kneeling kowtow line, Mr. Li.
Wang Decang wailed and pulled Wang Xiaodong to the ground and pressed his head.
We apologize to you. I'm sorry. Li Han didn't even look at the two of them. What did he do long ago? Berserk, Mangzi, whoever of these people dares to make trouble again, beat them all to death for me. Yes, boss.
The roar of the two men scared the second generation who had just climbed up with a shiver. They finally realized, this time may really kick the iron plate,
or go back to think long term. No longer pay attention to these second generation.
Li Han directly opened the door of the room and tends to go in. I didn't realize that the door was half open.
Lu Ting was peeking inside, and couldn't help but laugh. Does it look good? Oh, I'm not worried about my husband. Lu Ting laughed and pouted. My husband is really powerful, really fierce, and beat down all those male children. Who do you say is fierce? Husband fierce. Which one? Lu Ting's pretty face reddened. Which are all fierce. Deleted. Chapter 36, The Young Plot. The entire second generation circle of Hang City completely exploded.
It's hot enough that a group of rich kids were beaten up.
Zhang Xiao, the daughter of the Zhang family, was also beaten on her ass. Such explosive news immediately spread throughout the entire high society. In the past 2 days,
as long as Zhang Xin touched her buttocks, she could instantly recall the humiliating scene of that night.
In front of so many second generation people, she was actually picked up and spanked like a child. Her face was disgraced.
This girl hated Li Han with a gnashing of teeth. This will take advantage of the father Zhang Kuei Do at home. Zhang Xiao cannot help but rush to the study.
Toward him, Dad, my revenge in the end when to report is not let that Li Han get away with it? Get away with it?
Losing you are still a graduate of a famous university.
Using improper words, Zhang Qidu drank a mouthful of tea. Not slow. Is Li Han first hand? No, not. He broke the law? No. Then how did he get away with it? Oops, I can't talk to you. So is it just like that? Then what do you want? Let me go find someone to beat him up? Or use your business power to bankrupt him? Yes. Zhang Xin's eyes lit up and said, it would be best if I can bankrupt that guy. Little Xin. Sorry, your father. I'm a human, not a god. Zhang Kueidu crossed his legs and threw the newspaper in front of her. Take a look. Zhang Xin picked up the newspaper suspiciously, and saw the big words on the front page. Mayor cuts ribbon for its Sanglong Group's listing, city to usher in tech giant? After carefully reading it over, Zhang Xin became more and more shocked as he looked up and said, Dad, is the report wrong? That Li Han's Sanglong Group has acquired dozens of companies such as Gaoa Automobile and Soft Rain Technology? These assets add up to almost $100 billion, right? The newspaper got it wrong. You think Mayor Zhou would get it wrong? Zhang Qido sneered.
You don't really think that if that kid spends more than $10 million to buy Mayor Zhou's inscription, Mayor Zhou will go and cut the ribbon specifically for his company, right? Even I have somewhat underestimated him. A big company of hundreds of billions of dollars. Do you think your father and I can handle him in the mall? Zhang Xiao blushed, a little embarrassed. Although she was pampered, she still understood the minimum logic. Her own father's assets were at most tens of billions of dollars in size. To make him fight with a boss with hundreds of billions of dollars of assets in the mall, that wasn't called snacking on the big one. That was called being delusional. This kid, awesome Zhang Kuei sighed and said, honestly, at first, when I heard you being bullied by him, I had fire in my heart. Last time when the mayor's inscription was snatched away by him, I also had fire in me. But just as I was pondering whether to unite with others to give this kid some color, he revealed his bottom and gave me a hard time. You think that at this point in time, he didn't have a deeper meaning when he asked Mayor Zhou to go and cut the company's ribbon? He is trying to tell us through this that he has the mayor's cover and $100 billion asset conglomerate to cover him. We can't touch him. Zhang Xiao looked a bit gloomy and said helplessly, Dad, is there really no way? Even if we find him and ask him to apologize? Little Shin, this is a society where the weak are the strong, and it is impossible for the strong to apologize to the weak. Zhang Kuei sighed. You were just spoiled by your family and provoked such a scary guy for me. Right now, what we should be thinking about is not how to make him apologize, but how we can keep him from retaliating against the Zhang family. Will he really do that? Zhang Xiao pouted her small lips in dissatisfaction. Aren't you being too alarmist? I'm alarmist? Oh, that Uncle Wang of yours. Evelyn's company sent out an announcement today that it already intends to close its stores to rectify the hiatus. On the surface is a hiatus. In fact, insiders who do not know clearly, is Li Han to his upstream garment factories are acquired. He cannot produce goods to go out of business. What is this called? This is called the power of capital. In front of the capital, everything is a Yang scheme. The front flat push can. People simply will not play any crooked way with you. You think that such tactics can't be replicated on your father? If he really wants to make a move, he only needs to support one of our competitors, smashing money to engage in dumping. Our family's industry does not say that it will fall, but will also be made worse than death dying. At that time, do you think he'll have to apologize or will have to kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Zhang Xin froze. Her father's words had put her in touch with the nature of mall capital. In the world of businessmen, there was no such thing as good and evil. There were only means used to achieve the end. But no matter what means, in front of absolute capital, there was no ability to resist. What a scary man. Zhang Xiao finally developed fear within her heart. She really didn't expect that a person of the same age who she just happened to meet at a banquet and ate ugly food would be so powerful. For the first time, she admitted that she had completely looked away. So, what should we do then? Turn it into peace. I'll be the host and all of you will reconcile with Li Han together. You, on the other hand, must take the initiative to apologize. Nui, the mall is like a battlefield. One more friend is better than one more enemy. What's more, in Hang City, your father and I have quite a few rivals. Don't give them an opportunity to take advantage of it. If possible, pull Li Han into our camp. That will undoubtedly increase our strength greatly. Zhang Xiao hesitated for a long time, but finally reluctantly nodded in agreement. Li Han's schedule was full these days. He also knew that after cleaning up the gang of second generation, he would definitely be retaliated against. So First Strike contacted the mayor's secretary Su Wen, invited Mayor Zhou to come to the Tsanglong group to stay in the building ribbon cutting. Mayor Zhou backing. Li Han would like to see if they still dare to retaliate against themselves. And because the mayor cut the ribbon, the local news media have been reported. Li Han also wants to take this opportunity to take the strength of their own Tsanglong group to the front of the stage, to deter others. More than 30 companies, Songlong Building, high-end automobile, soft technology, so many assets add up to the strength anyone has to weigh, and he became the enemy of the end. As expected for several days, the fathers of these second generation did not react at all, enough to prove the success of his strategy. They are afraid. However, this Zhou mayor is not a good person. Mouth call brother, a mouth a little brother. But in reality, immediately after learning the situation, he asked for a price. Hardly let Li Han promise to move the headquarters of Soft Rain Technology to Hangzhou, before agreeing to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Really do not see the rabbit does not spread eagle stingy ghost. But Li Han did not have much to lose. Trees move dead, people move alive. Soft Rain Technology is also the time to change the location. After all, Soft Rain Technology is not a small business, and to relocate to Hangzhou City is bound to give better treatment and subsidies. At this moment, he was inspecting his property accompanied by Zhou. Boss, the team recruited by Gaoha Auto Headhunter has officially moved in, and the team that will be appointed on the side of Soft Rain Technology is almost recruited. Zhou Ying accompanied Li Han as she looked at the large flat in front of her while reporting her work.
I'm looking at the house. Isn't this secretary of yours a bit too dedicated?
Li Han was a bit speechless. This Zhou Ying was really a bit terribly diligent.
I say, you should rest as well. So hard-working.
The dark circles under your eyes are out. Zhou Ying was a little embarrassed, blushing.
Boss, I have to be able to afford the salary you open to me.
Then there's no need to be a desperate man.
Come, let's not talk about business today. What do you think of this large flat?
Li Han pushed open the glass sliding door with considerable interest, and the oversized terrace outside immediately appeared in front of him. Chapter 37, Convinced of Softness. So beautiful.
Zhou Ying walked to the periphery of the terrace of this flat floor, and the beautiful view was almost unobstructed. On the right side,
there was the urban landscape of Hang City,
and on the left side,
there was the natural scenery of the Beishi wetland as well as the antique buildings interspersed in it.
Together,
they compose a beautiful picture of the harmonious coexistence of the city and nature.
I really didn't expect that I actually bought such a set of large flat. It's really value for money. This large flat
is one of the properties he bought with cashback that day.
The location here is very good. The terrace can drink tea and look at the beautiful scenery, and it's a well-decorated turnkey luxury large flat. It's really good value for money.
Hearing Zhou Ying's comment, Li Han was a bit moved and said, I'm considering taking this as a place to live for the time being.
It's quite good. You always stay in hotels. It's true that it's inconvenient sometimes.
Zhou Ying nodded her head in agreement.
Li Han wanted to say something again, when her cell phone suddenly rang.
It was actually her friend Wang Jing's call. More than a week had passed since the last dinner with him, and the two of them hadn't really called each other. Calling over at this time, it couldn't be that he had encountered something, right?
Without hesitation, Li Han opened his mouth and laughed. Aha, little Wang, it's been a long time since you've greeted me, No king's law. Be careful, I'll ask the purification room to castrate you. Bah, still me, shamelessly like to put gold on his face. Ha ha, you this guy. So many days do not come to a phone. How? This will miss me? I think of your sister, women are enough for me to think. There is time to think of you? Then what are you calling me for? Ha, ahem. That, the class president contacted me earlier and said he couldn't reach you, so he asked me to notify you. Class president?
Li Han's appearance surfaced in his memory and skimmed his lips.
What is he looking for me for? It's like this. This is not everyone has graduated for a while now. There has been no reunion, so he wants to invite all the classmates to get together, saying that the sponsorship has been pulled, to ensure that it will not be bad. Yo-ho, this class president can mix reunion can pull sponsorship.
Who knows which big boss has gone crazy?
Wang Jing laughed. Are you going? Li Han didn't really want to go. After all, the student era had already passed,
and the friendship of classmates except Wang Jing had become fainter and fainter.
Besides, who doesn't know that the current reunion is a comparison meeting? Although Li Han is not afraid of comparison,
he is not interested in showing off his wealth in front of others.
If you don't go, I won't go either.
Wang Jing laughed.
I go is also the object of ridicule. It's good if you don't go. Yina is probably going to go as well. When you run into her, how embarrassing it can be. Yina is also going?
Li Han was surprised. He didn't expect his ex-girlfriend who ran away with the second generation to attend as well.
Yeah, the class president said so herself. Wang Jing teased. What? Did you miss her again? Don't joke. Am I the kind of person who eats back grass? Then you are afraid of seeing her?
Li Han was somewhat speechless. You're saying this as if I'm afraid of Yina.
Just go.
Just to meet these classmates that I haven't seen for a long time.
Wang Jing laughed. Good. If Yina knows that you have money now, I guess her intestines will regret it, right? You have to put on a good show in front of her. Asterisk 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 you.
Li Han laughed and cursed as he hung up the phone.
He really didn't care.
His current status had no ripples for these things.
Looking at the energy value in the lower right corner of his site.
Emotional energy, 100000000/38176. The energy had been slowly accumulating these days, and what made him somewhat helpless was that the emotional value surprisingly could only surge once per woman. The second time he had sex with Lu Ting, the energy value only went up by 1k.
That's right, if every time he did it he had 10,000 energy value, then he probably really wanted to go as a Sea King Cedar. Still, he had to think of some other more reliable way to do it.
Zhou Ying next to him handed over a bottle of mineral water.
Li Han just wanted to talk. The phone rang again. This time, it was the bank's president Jiang who called, saying that he was the vice president of the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce, inviting him to dinner and had something to discuss.
Li Han thought that Sanglong Group must have made a name for itself because of the mayor's support, and even the Chamber of Commerce took the initiative to start contacting him, so he gladly agreed to do so. He asked Zhou Ying to ask the housekeeping company to help clean up this large flat tomorrow. and help him buy all the furniture and daily necessities before moving in. This large flat was about to become one of the residences of Li Han, the billionaire. After sending Zhou Ying away, Li Han asked Zhang Dugua to drive the Rolls-Royce and send himself to the hotel where the banquet was held. After all, it was a banquet of the Chamber of Commerce nature, and the location of the invitation was in a formal 5-star hotel Chinese restaurant. When Li Han arrived at the agreed box and pushed the door in, he was a bit surprised at first glance, only to see that this large luxury box that could accommodate 20 to 30 people was seated with many people. Many of them had never seen, but some young faces he recognized. Aren't these all those second-generation people that his bodyguard had beaten up a few days ago? At the head of the group, the pretty girl wearing a dainty white dress today was Zhang Xin, the Zhang family's daughter. Li Han frowned and sneered. What? Is this a home-men banquet? Mr. Li, don't misunderstand. Governor Jiang hurriedly got up and came to his side, explaining, let me introduce. This is one of the vice presidents of the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Zhang Qidu, the chairman of Microstar Aluminum. I know, I've met Zhang Zhao's father. Li Han was not polite at all. You called me here because I taught your daughter a lesson, right? Yes, I invited Mr. Li here today to talk about this. Zhang Kuei-do smiled and reached out his hand. As the saying goes, if you don't fight, your daughter has eyes and doesn't recognize MT. Tai, and has offended Mr. Li. I deeply apologize to you. Li Han was a bit surprised. He thought that Zhang Kuei-do was here to ask for punishment. How come he came up and apologized first? This was not scientific? Could there be some backstabbing? Alert. Li Han shook his hand and said, apologizing is not necessary. After all, I hit your daughter is also somewhat wrong, but she brought people to me to find me unreasonably and called for hands, is also unreasonable in the first place. Yes, both sides have misunderstandings. It's good for everyone to talk it out. It's good to talk it out. Zhang Kuei-do smiled and said, I also asked my little daughter, originally, and Mr. Li, you also, just because of some trivial matters caused by the unpleasantness. You do not take it to heart. Speaking here, he turned his head towards Zhang Xin and said, Zhang Xin, what are you guys still standing there for? Oh. Zhang Xin stood up somewhat unwillingly and brought the other drooping second generation along with him to Li Han's face. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, we were wrong. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, we were wrong. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, we were wrong. The rich second generation's three apologies in unison could really somewhat confuse Li Han. He thought before, these second generation in the future, as long as you do not find trouble on the Umatba Buddha, who thought today also came together to collectively recognize the wrong. This is how embarrassed. Well, however, the heart is quite cool. He. Yes, if this scene is seen by outsiders, definitely will be shocked off a lot of people's jaws. Hangzhou City upper class circle. These second generation together, not to say occupy a large share, at least is also considered a small force. This kind of stupid apology, it is estimated that they have never had a second time in their lives, sort of gave Li Han enough face. Li Han is not a person with a small heart. Since they have taken the initiative to sincerely apologize, they waved their hands and said, we are all young people. There is nothing wrong or right, as long as they are not unreasonable. Mr. Li is atmospheric and open-minded. Zhang Kuei-do gave a thumbs up towards Li Han. Come on, everyone take a seat. Let's eat and chat. Chapter 38. Pulling together. After Li Han was seated, Zhang Kuei-do began to introduce the fathers of these second generation, who seemed to be very polite and piled on the smiles, not at all displeased that their offspring had been beaten up. This was not at all in line with the rich man's urbane nature. But gradually as the chat deepened, Li Han somewhat understood why this was the case. The mall was like a battlefield, following the law of the jungle, where the weak were the strongest. Li Han took the opportunity of relocating Xianglong's headquarters into the building, invited the mayor to come and cut the ribbon, and revealed to the outside world the companies under Xianglong Group, showing his muscles ruthlessly. It was also because of this that his strength was exposed. This, I'm afraid, was the fundamental reason why these businessmen were willing to befriend him and take the initiative to lower their stature. Of course, there was one more thing, and that was that Evelyn's royal family had shown them what would happen if they went against Li Han. Mr. Li, let me toast you. You are truly the best among the young people. All of us children, have to learn from you. A rich merchant got up and raised his cup and said, in the future, as long as these uncompetitive ones do something wrong, you can beat them up or scold them. Li Han raised his glass and said, that can't be, since we are all eating at the same table. We will be friends in the future. Right. This is called not fighting. Why don't you guys toast to Mr. Li? If you hang out with Mr. Li in the future, that's called having meat to eat. Hearing the rich merchant's words, the second generation raised their glasses to toast him. Sensei didn't care if they were willing or not, but they gave Li Han enough face. and it was always brotherly in their mouths. The former Li Han probably never dreamed that he would have this day, right? Wine over 3 rounds of food over 5 flavors. This meal is considered to eat the guests and hosts happy. Happy. Li Han also drank slightly drunk. At this time, Zhang Kuei-do pulled him to the side of the box to taste tea alone. Mr. Li, it is because of the support of this group of old brothers that I barely have a share in the Hangzhou business community, and it is only because of the position of vice president of the Chamber of Commerce that I can sit still. You also know that businessmen are difficult. I apprehensive business these years. In order to live you have to tiger mouth to plow food. You have to fight with others. Others rob. Li Han nodded his head to express his understanding. Indeed, the cake is so big, but there are so many people. You do not grab others will grab. You do not eat others will eat first. Therefore, businessmen must also gang up. It's hard to make it alone. Zhang Kuei-do glanced at him and said seriously, I want you to come and gang up within our big family. I don't know what you think. Coming, Li Han finally realized. It turned out that after all the fuss, this guy had feasted on himself, apologizing and flattering, just to pull himself into his business gang. Although he is rich overnight, without any experience in business, but Li Han grew up loving to read the 3 kingdoms, Spring and Autumn and Warring States, Sun Tzu The Art of War, these ancient books. From these historical stories, the reality of what happens in a lot of things can be traced. To see it plainly, it was a good thing that Zhang Kuei-do was pulling himself together, can get more allies, can have more contacts, in the future do not have to fight alone, can be more powerful in the mall. But he only said the benefits, but not the drawbacks. When you choose sides, you will naturally set up more rivals and enemies for no reason, helping Zhang Kuei-do guys share the pressure. What's more, their strength isn't considered one of the best in Hang City, and they belong to a small group. If they really joined, I'm afraid it would only be Li Han dipping into their light less and them dipping into Li Han's light more. Weighing the pros and cons, Li Han took a sip of tea and said with a smile, Thank you for President Zhang's kind invitation. This is a rather important matter. I have to weigh it again and again before I can make a decision. But President Zhang, don't worry. In the future, I and everyone are good friends. What are the difficulties or need my help? Just greet. We are all our own people. Zhang Kuei-do smiled on his lips, but it was hard to hide a hint of helplessness and loss in his eyes. Fight. Can't fight. Cheat. Can't cheat. Obviously, he also knew that Li Han was politely refusing. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. Good. Then we will be friends from now on. Calling you old brother is not too much, right? How could it be? Old brother, I'll toast you with tea instead of wine. Li Han sipped his tea and cursed in his heart. A group of old foxes. Everyday brother and sister are good, but their bodies are full of calculations. Mayor Zhou, this old brother is like this. Zhang Kuei-do, this old brother is not also like this. Either way, everyone in high society has to wear a mask. You never know what they think inside? Leaving the hotel, Li Han was just about to get on the car. Suddenly from the darkness out of a silhouette, was Zhang Duguo blocked in front. Fixed eyes to see, was Zhang Kuei-do's daughter Zhang Shirao. Not vigilant smile. What's wrong with my great niece? This is the reversal of the want to make trouble again? Who is your great niece? Your father just called me brother. In the future he is my oldest brother. So aren't you my great niece? You. Zhang Zhao's pretty face reddened with anger. She was really nearly exploded by Li Han's shamelessness. You what you? Nothing to let. I can have a lot of things. No time to play house with you here. Li Han, I've apologized to you. Why can't you still talk to me properly? I'm not just mocking you for your ugly eating. You're still a big man. So petty. Li Han saw Zhang Xiao staring at himself with a grudge. His eyes were red, that aggrieved and sad petite appearance. He could not help but look a little confused. What is this little girl doing? Still aggrieved? Really want to make friends with yourself? Ahem. I'm not a petty person. This is you pursuing the previous things. I didn't say anything. You really forgive me? Well, forgiven. I'm not a woman who is so calculating. Then it's still counting on you to be generous. Then let's become friends from now on. Zhang Xiao stretched out her small white hand and said, Come, shake hands. Li Han glanced at her and shook her hand. Nah, we'll be friends from now on. You can't back out. Li Han looked at her wry smile. Why did he feel that his back was a little cold? After sleeping until dawn, Li Han touched the position beside him and found it empty. He then remembered that Lu Ting had already left early because she had to work. Yesterday, Li Han officially moved into the large flat floor to stay. In order to celebrate, he called Lu Ting, and she two people whirled to enjoy a good romantic night. Lu Ting was also fancy, changing 3 sets of sexy dresses in one night, even changing 4 stockings. TSK. It really opened Li Han's eyes. He got up and drank a cup of black coffee, and went to the room where he worked out to use various equipment to exercise his body, only to realize that the kitchen was empty. Nothing. The nanny that Zhou Eng had called for him hadn't arrived yet. so it seemed that he still had to go out to eat before he could do so. After taking a shower and putting on his clothes, Li Han was about to go out, but he didn't expect the doorbell to ring at this time. Li Han thought it was the nanny coming, walked to the door and opened the door while saying, "Auntie, if you didn't buy food you can go and buy." First, just halfway through his sentence, Li Han realized that standing outside the door was actually Zhang Xiao, this girl and Evelyn's son Wang Xiaodong. Chapter 39, The Little Follower. How come it's you guys? Why can't it be us? Zhang Xin walked straight in to scrutinize a bit and said, It's not bad, but compared to a billionaire, this residence is still not quite classy enough. What are you waiting for? Come in." Zhang Xiao gave a greeting. Wang Xiaodong bowed somewhat awkwardly towards Li Han, and then he also entered the house. Li Han laughed somewhat coldly. "I say, Missy, you really don't consider yourself an outsider? Why should I treat myself as an outsider? Aren't we already good friends? Are we? Why do I remember that we are uncle and niece? Yuck, let's talk about our own business. Don't bring this up." Zhang Zhao's face was pulled. Her but sat on the sofa and said, "Li Han, Wang Xiaodong is my childhood friend. Can you spare him this time for my sake? After all, he also provoked you because of me. Count on me to beg you, okay?" Li Han was somewhat speechless. This girl wouldn't really think that she and her father were serious when they called themselves brothers and sisters and played games, right? Just as he frowned with dissatisfaction and wanted to speak out, Wang Xiaodong beside him plopped down on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "Brother Li, I have eyes that do not recognize MT. Tai. I do not know my own strength, and I actually dare to calculate to your head. I deserve to die. From now on, I'll be an ox for you. I'll be your little brother. If you go east I won't dare to go west. I only beg you to let our Wang family off the hook." Li Han glanced at him, poured himself a cup of water and took a sip before saying, "What? Evely can't hold out? It can't. My dad said that many shareholders have withdrawn their capital, and no one dares to take over the resale of the store, so it will close down in less than a week." Wang Xiaodong cowed out in fear. Snot and tears a handful of said, Please beg Li. Li Han knew why Wang Xiaodong was so scared and put down so much to beg for forgiveness. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Wang Xiaodong's such a playboy. If the company closes down the family falls apart, can he still live the days of the former spendthrift? Let him eat steamed buns and pickles in the future. It would be better to kill him. Seemingly seeing Li Han's hesitation, Wang Xiaodong gritted his teeth and said, "This time, my father said, as long as you raise your hand, Evelyn is willing to give you 40% of the shares." Li Han actually had little interest in this kind of clothing company. Evelyn. He had a lot of industries. What did he care about these three? However, Zheng Kuei-do, the vice president's face still has to be given. After all, it is also considered his nominal brother. But the death penalty can be waived and the living penalty can't be escaped. How to also let the Wang family pay the price that should be paid? For the sake of the Zhang family, I can give in. Li Han thought for a moment and said, "However, I want 90% of the absolute controlling interest in Evelyn. Of course, those 5 garment factories of mine will be merged with Evely's assets to form a new group company." Originally, when he heard the first half of the sentence, Wang Xiaodong's face turned green and his eyes revealed despair. However, when he heard the second half of the sentence, he came back with some spirit. Although the company was acquired by an outsider with absolute control, it was considered a complete loss of industry anyways, but at least they have integrated all 5 garment factories into it, and the assets have been appreciated. 10% of the shares counted like this, more than $30 million was still there. "I will talk to my dad right away." Wang Xiaodong immediately called Wang Dekang to report. Wang Dekang hesitated for a quarter of an hour, or painfully helpless to agree. "There's no way Now the Chamber of Commerce Vice President Zheng Kuei-do has reconciled with Li Han. Just by the Wang family wanting to fight Li Han alone? They didn't even have the qualifications to be on the field. They can only be obediently captured. No matter what, such an ending is much better than living in poverty. Wang Xiaodong left with a complicated mood, and it was only then that Li Han realized that Zhang Xiao, who was sitting on the sofa, still hadn't moved. "People have left. Aren't you leaving?" "Why should I leave?" "No, haven't you accomplished your purpose? Why are you still staying?" He. "Thank you for giving me face so much. I'm so touched." Zhang Xiao playfully said, "Say, what kind of reward do you want? How about, I give my body in return?" "Put." Li Han sprayed out a mouthful of water. "When did this woman have such a thick skin? Did not see to body in return? Are you sick?" Li Han glanced at Zhang Xiao. Today she is wearing a pair of tight jeans, upper body a loose long-sleeved pink t-shirt, tied in a ponytail wearing a duck-tongued cap, looking quite youthful and beautiful. Have to say, this little ninja really looks not bad, otherwise it would not have been so many second generation pursued. "Little brat, the hair is not long enough to start babbling. I'm not interested in you. You, Zhang Xiao defiantly puffed out her chest and said, "Who said I'm a brat? Is your family's brat this big?" Ahem. Li Han was speechless. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Okay, stop it. I'm going out in a while. You can stay alone if you want to. Going out? Where to play? To go to the company to do some work. Do you think all of them are like you to be a big lady with food to eat and clothes to wear? You're talking about me. Again. Zhang Xin twisted her body in spite of her petulance, but moved the pillow beside her. Suddenly, as if she had discovered some new continent, she reached out and curiously pulled towards the crack of the sofa. A fiery red, extremely transparent stocking was pulled out by her just like this. Li Han was embarrassed and speechless. It must have been dropped last night when she was on the sofa with Lu Ting. Careless. This? Whose is this? Zhang Zhao's gaze turned playful. Ahem. Who do you care whose this is? It's not yours anyway. Can't see it. Mr. Li, quite good at playing, quite a rich nightlife. You know all this? Bah. I'm not really a flower in a greenhouse. I know everything I need to know, right? Don't always look down on people. Li Han grabbed the stockings in Zhang Zhao's hand and threw them into the trash can. Boring. I'm going to work. I'm going too. What are you going for? To accompany you. I don't need you to accompany me. Li Han felt a bit of a headache. He finally understood why he had a bad premonition last night when he and this woman had cleared the air. Not only was this guy self-centered, but he also liked stalking. Uncle, I was wrong. Just let me accompany you. Zhang Xiao timidly pouted and whined. I just want to accompany you. You don't reject me, okay? Roll. You scolded. People. I also hit people. Li Han cannot stand to stride forward, an arm around Zhang Xiao, intercepted waist hold up, to his snap too. Oh, still pretending not to pretend? Dead clip? Zhang Xiao screamed a little weird, but obviously her face reddened and begged. Sorry, I don't dare anymore. I don't dare. Only then did Li Han throw her onto the sofa, pointing at her. Don't give your face no face. Less pester me. Woo. Zhang Xiao actually cried, crying in a sad way. Li Han couldn't stand it when a woman cried, and said in annoyance, I say auntie, what the hell do you want? I just want to accompany you. You scolded me, and hit me, bully me. Li Han was simply speechless. This demonic spirit really can't be subdued. Love to do whatever. He simply turned around and left. Hey, you wait for me. Zhang Xiao saw Li Han out the door, hurriedly wiped tears while following and chased out. Incidentally also first rushed into the Rolls-Royce that has been parked by the roadside. The car traveled smoothly all the way to Sanglong Mansion. Chapter 40 Beware of Spanking. Sanglong Mansion, belonging to the Grade A office building, had 32 floors, and the headquarters of Sanglong Group was located on the 28th to 32nd floors of Sanglong Mansion. Each floor has nearly 1,500 square meters. Walking out of the elevator, the first thing that caught his eyes was the luxurious and atmospheric front desk area. On the background wall, a pale dragon circled up, precisely the logo of Sanglong Company, as imposing as a rainbow. Mr. Li, good day. Mr. Li, Mr. Li. The newly recruited front desk ladies greeted Li Han one after another, and some even secretly threw winks. Who doesn't know that the boss of this company is an unmarried golden bachelor, and he doesn't allow them to have a peep at him? In case he took a liking to them. Wouldn't it be like a carp jumping over the dragon gate and soaring into the sky? Li Han waved his hand towards the front desk beauties and was pulled into the company by Zhang Xiao at his side. Leaving the front desk area, what met his eyes was a busy scene. Since the company had just been formed and relocated, a lot of equipment in the office area still needed to be assembled and debugged, and the recruitment of personnel was also being carried out in an orderly manner. The entire Sanglong Group could be said to be like a new machine that had been wound up and was desperately turning the gears of development. Mr. Li, hello, Mr. Li, I'm Xiao Li from the Personnel Department. Mr. Li, I'm Xiao Zhang from the Finance Department. On the way to the internal elevator, there were subordinates everywhere who recognized Li Han and greeted him. Many people, on the other hand, whispered after Li Han left, because today this big boss appeared beside a beautiful woman that he didn't recognize at all, and they were all guessing whether Zhang Zhao's identity was the boss's wife. Entering the internal elevator, they went straight up to the top floor. On this floor, apart from the workers who were in a hurry, there were a lot less employees in the company. It could be said that this floor was Li Han's exclusive area. The entire floor was divided into security area, meeting area, rest area, secretary area, and president area. It was completely decorated and built according to first-class standards. Li Han looked at the top floor in front of him, which was elegantly and luxuriously decorated, and couldn't help but secretly admire it. A Zhou, a Su Man. Aren't all strong women so desperate? The efficiency is really too high. How many days did it take to completely renovate and put into use? Without mentioning anything else, just this work efficiency is really worth praising. Mr. Li, you're here?
Zhou,
who was heading to the president's office with information in hand, happened to come out from the secretary's office and said, "I was about to talk to you about dispatching the team from Soft Rain Technology." Zhou had just said this before she realized that there was a pretty girl standing beside Li Han,
none other than the Zhang family's Miss Zhang Xiao,
and she couldn't help but stay in place in surprise.
"Miss Xiao, long time no see."
Zhang Xiao did recognize Zhou.
"Last time at the charity dinner, Sanglong Group donated $100 million,
and it was Zhou who came on stage."
"Good, long time no see."
Zhou did not understand what was going on for a moment. This Zhang Xiao and Li Han,
weren't they not dealing with each other? How did they get together again?
And at this moment, Zhang Xin saw the Van Cleef & Arpels watch she was wearing on her hand.
The very same one that was snatched by Li Han during the charity auction. "Li Han, is this the owner of the stockings?" "Shut up, be careful, I'll beat your ass."
Hearing Zhang Xiao's playful and flirtatious words,
Li Han glared at her,
and she hurriedly spat out her tongue in fear.
"What, stockings owner?" Embarrassed,
Li Han said towards Zhou.
"It's nothing, last night Zhang Zhao's father set up a banquet."
She apologized for her messy temper.
"I'm not a big fan. Forget it."
"Oh, that's best." Zhou saw that there are outsiders.
Some things are not good to say explicitly, can only say, "Then Mr. Li, I'll give you the information for you to look at. If there is no problem, it will be approved, so that I can carry out the work that follows." Li Han took the information, remembered something, "Right Zhou, Evely side I want 90% of the shares,
and the garment factory merger. You negotiate with the Wang family on behalf of Sanglong Group."
"Good." Zhou nodded in surprise. Li Han led Zhang Xiao into the president's office. The entire president's office was divided into an office area, a rest area, an entertainment area, and a security area. The rest area was decorated according to the presidential suite program,
with 1 room and 3 halls in luxurious European style.
The entertainment area has a billiard room, gaming room and a golf course,
focusing on entertainment and leisure with customers.
The safety zone is an area that belongs exclusively to Li Han. In case of danger, there is a small room inside as well as various life-saving devices.
The whole area is made of special materials.
Bullets and bombs can't enter, unless the building collapses. This is the safest place. Office area is naturally the usual office place, about 200 square feet,
all with gold carving lined granite paved floor, soundproof sandalwood panel mounted walls,
coupled with modern furniture and equipment,
looking full of high-tech and exquisite sense of full.
"This office of yours is much more advanced than my father's."
Looking at Li Han's voice-activated various electrical devices, Zhang Xiao came to the side of a small pool with a rockery,
looked at the dragonfish swimming inside, picked up the bait and threw it while sighing, "It's fine for you to play, don't bother me with my business,
or else please get out."
"Got it, President Li." Li Han glared at Zhang Xiao,
sat down on the comfortable massaging office chair, and began to read the piles of documents. Among the more than 30 companies under the Sanglong Group,
the ones most worthy of his attention were Gaoha Automobile and Soft Rain Technology.
These 2 technology companies were the ones he had invested in the most and were also the largest in scale. Therefore, he had to firmly control these 2 companies in his hands. Zhou utilized a headhunting company and spent a lot of money to poach 2 teams. One was the senior team in the automotive industry headed by Zhang Li, which was basically filled with elites from prestigious foreign universities with a wealth of experience. One is the company management team headed by Zhang Feng. He planned to put this team in Soft Rain Technology. Soft Rain Technology does not lack invention and technology, but the reason why it will collapse, the team analyzed that it is still a problem of decision-making and management.
Obviously do flexible screen,
not good as a supplier to improve technology,
but to be ambitious to become a cell phone provider to do terminal, to fame without fame, to quality control without quality control.
The cell phone industry and the volume of flying, not a serious loss is strange.
Unlike high-end automotive, Soft Rain Technology, if it is back on track, focusing on being a flexible screen supplier, the future of turning a loss into a profit can be easily realized, so he must be more careful. After thinking about it, he still signed the letter and decided to personally visit the Soft Rain Technology factory in Guangnan province if he had the opportunity. This busyness was a bit overwhelming. Zhang Xiao played this and that, and after staying in the entertainment area for a few hours, she came out, only to find Li Han still looking at the documents. Bored, she sat on the sofa, resting her chin and looking at Li Han, who was working seriously. Look, do not know why pretty face becomes more and more red, simply closed up the eyes, unconsciously, fell asleep like this. Li Han looked up and realized that this little girl was asleep on the sofa, just wanted to wake her up. Just at this moment, the cell phone that was set to vibrate rang. Li Han saw that it was his brother Wang Jing calling, so he walked to the entertainment area within the billiard room and picked up the phone. What? Reunion tonight? So sudden? Li Han was surprised. Why didn't you inform me in advance? Chapter 41, I want to participate too. Big brother, didn't I send you a message? You didn't see it? Li Han flipped to the green bubble interface, and sure enough, Li Han's message was still unread. Alright, you send me the address. I'll go over in a moment when I'm ready. Good. Do you bring a female companion? What do you mean? You want to bring a female companion? Hey, if you bring one, then I'll bring one too. Goo, can fatty, your spring actually also come? Li Han, who was really a bit surprised, flirted. Which girl is so blind to find you? Bah, what kind of person nah? Do not look forward to me a little good. Hey, is the factory, the countryside down the girl paper. People can be purite, meat don't mouth flour. Okay, now I can't even go to the reunion. I have to see the future sister-in-law. What sister-in-law? Obviously your future sister-in-law. Screw you, you're obviously a few months younger than me, right? After 2 more sentences of nonsense, Li Han hung up the phone with a smile, and just as he turned around, he saw a silhouette standing behind himself and was startled. I say big sister, don't scare people like a ghost, okay? After seeing that the person standing was Zhang Xin, Li Han said breathlessly, people scare people to death. Zhang Xin flashed her big eyes and said excitedly, you're going to attend the reunion tonight? What for? Li Han said with some irritation. Who gave you permission to eavesdrop on my phone calls? I'm also going to attend. To be your date, to give you face. Zhang Xiao proudly said, with this lady's face value, she will definitely kill all your female classmates. Li Han cried and laughed. I'm going to a reunion, not a beauty pageant. What are you so proud of? Stop it. It's getting late. Hurry and go home. What do you mean? You look down on me? Zhang Xiao pouted. You don't want someone else to go with you, do you? I'll ask whoever I like to accompany me. It's none of your business. Li Han breathlessly rolled his eyes and said, you less give me what moths. Don't be. Li Han, you want to like the mature style. I can also How does your words make me feel like I'm an LSP? You already are. Scram. Li Han cried and laughed. Let's each go back to our own homes and find our own moms. Don't bull asterisk. Who's bull asterisk ting? I'm serious. Zhang Xiao posed and said, I'm like this, sexy or not. I said big sister. I'm smaller than you. Okay, I say big sister. Can we play with someone else? You've been with me all day. Aren't you bored? It's not boring. I think it's quite interesting. Zhang Xiao wrapped her arms around Li Han and pouted. Can you let me be your companion? No way. Okay, then I'll come to your company every day, and annoy you every day. Li Han was really a bit speechless. In the past, he only knew that this Zhang Xiao was spoiled and unreasonable, but who knew that her means of pestering people was also first class? With a headache, he could only slap his forehead and said, I'm really afraid of you. Let's say yes. Go to the reunion with me, and you won't bother me anymore. Okay? Zhang Xiao blinked her eyes and said with a smile, okay, let's hurry up. Helpless, Li Han could only leave the headquarters with this drag queen. At Zhang Zhao's request, Zhang Daigua drove first to the top beauty store she had designated, and after drawing a beautiful light makeup, he then went inside the nearby luxury goods store to change clothes and dresses and buy a bag. When Li Han saw the originally youthful and beautiful Zhang Xiao, transformed into a white halter wrap dress with black silk high heels, the mature and sexy glamorous look made him not come back to his senses for half a day. How is it? Is it good? Seeing Li Han's shocked look, Zhang Xiao couldn't help but say smugly, I said I have the strength, but you still don't believe me. Ahem. Get in the car. Time is almost up. Li Han awkwardly turned her face away. This girl, it is really to be ladylike, to be mature. The 100 Changes star monarch is not as cow as her, but this temper is still good as a little sister. He can't handle it. What? Don't dare to look at me? Is it too sexy? Zhang Xiao quietly came over. Missy, it's a bit too much. Watch out for your butt. Giggle. Okay. Zhang Xiao laughed and raised her eyebrows in triumph. The address sent by Wang Jing was located at Overseas Sea, an upscale restaurant by the lake in Hang City, which was also considered a very famous place with a high price tag. Li Han was actually a little curious as to who exactly the class president was funded by, and actually dared to run there for a get-together. To know, they are all young people who have not long entered the society after graduating from university. Most of them are working class, which have that strength to go to this kind of restaurant to eat. The Rolls-Royce parked a few hundred meters away from the restaurant, and Li Han brought Zhang Xiao out of the car. Zhang Dugua just wanted to follow. Li Han waved his hand and said, class reunion, you don't need to follow. Go find a place to have a meal by yourselves. I'll call you when it's over in a while. How can that be? Boss, your safety is most important. Zhang Dugua thought about it and said, this way, I will send 2 people to wait near the entrance. The rest of my men will wait in the car. Alright, you guys make your own arrangements. Li Han glanced at the two GLSs following behind him and turned around.
His security team had now expanded to a dozen people,
and every time he traveled,
he had a convoy of bodyguards to protect him.
After all, a billionaire should also have such security measures. The Overseas Sea Restaurant, a large antique imitation cruise ship at the edge of the lake.
When Li Han Zhangshao walked to the entrance of the bow of the boat,
a waiter enthusiastically approached him.
"Aren't we going up directly?" Seeing that Li Han politely declined the waiter's guidance and looked at the time,
Zhang Xin couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. "I'm waiting for a friend, I should be almost there."
As soon as Li Han's words fell, an electric bicycle rode by the side of the road at a rapid pace.
"Fatty, this way."
Squeak,
the ear-piercing sound of brakes rang out, and Fatty Wang Jing with a bit of girl then stopped by the Overseas Sea Restaurant.
This place is upscale. I searched for several circles before I found it.
The positioning is a bit too inaccurate."
Wang Jing laughed.
"Been here for a long time?
Just arrived and saw you flying over." Li Han patted his shoulder and raised his eyebrows.
"And no introduction? This is Lu Pingping.
Hey,
my girlfriend."
Wang Jing laughed embarrassedly, and only then did he see Zhang Xiao behind Li Han,
and couldn't help but freeze.
Zhang Xin today dressed up quite some pure desire.
Long and beautiful, temperament and outstanding.
Which male is not confused?
Zhang Xin smiled and held Li Han's arm, not caring. "Hello brother, my name is Zhang Xin."
"Hello." Wang Jing was a little dazed by Zhang Xin's coy voice,
but fortunately,
his waist flab was pinched hard by Lu Pingping, and he quickly came to his senses.
Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiao couldn't help but laugh out chirpily. Chapter 42, Classmates Meeting. Li Han sized up Lu Pingping for a few moments.
Dressed simply and plainly,
with a big ponytail,
she had a few good looks,
and would be even prettier if she wore makeup. However,
compared to a proud girl like Zhang Xiao,
no matter what she was wearing, her temperament, or her face value,
it was far worse. A very standard country girl. Wang Jing and her were a good match. Li Han reached out his hand and said,
"Hello, I'm Wang Jing's college classmate and good buddy. My name is Li Han."
"Hello."
Lu Pingping was a bit shy.
"I heard Wang Jing mention you." Wang Jing was just about to open his mouth with a smile,
when a group of people walked not far away,
and the leader of the group was their class president,
Chu Yiping. "Yiping, I missed you to death."
Wang Jing excitedly pounced over and hugged Chu Yiping.
Li Han secretly said something to Zhang Xiao,
making Zhang Xiao giggle. It turned out that class president Chu Yiping had a nickname that harmonized to Yiping.
This Yiping, on the other hand,
was the name of the female lead in a certain household romance TV series.
The class president's face was black, hammered Wang Jing a hand and said, "You this guy, mouth is still so damaging.
How long have we not seen each other?
Come up and call me a nickname. I do not want to lose face." Ha ha, excited. Wang Jing chatted with the other university classmates for a few more moments. Li Han also greeted a few familiar classmates.
A roar of a sports car came, and the black Porsche 911 sports car dashingly parked on the side of the road.
"Wow, what a handsome sports car. Porsche 911, right? It seems quite expensive. $1 million luxury car. I want to be able to drive one in my life. Then it's not a wasted life."
In the envious whispers of the students, the car door opened, and from inside the car stretched out a beautiful leg wearing flesh silk.
Valentino heels stepped on the ground,
and the slim figure just appeared outside the car.
The woman was dressed quite exquisitely. The beige dress was not conservative nor exposed, and the high-grade LV bag in her hand, all added a lot of noble color to it.
Many people's surprised gazes shifted from this woman to Li Han,
and they whispered, "This is not Yina? Boy, what a big change. Isn't she in love with Li Han? How come she got off someone else's car? Stupid didn't you see that Li Han brought a pretty beauty with him? Obviously split up."
Looking at this familiar and unfamiliar woman in front of him, Li Han's heart surged with memories. When he was in college, he and this girl named Yina were almost the model of love recognized in the class.
Unfortunately, after 3 years of love,
they were unable to overcome the cruelty of reality and the temptation of money.
In his toughest days, Yina ran away with the rich family's son. After Yina got off the bus,
her rich second-generation boyfriend accompanied her to walk among her classmates.
"Yina, you've really gotten rich, sitting in a Porsche sports car every day. Didn't you see this bag? LV, tens of thousands of dollars it. Those shoes are Valentino, right? Boy, it's so beautiful."
Both male and female students gathered around Yina, and she immediately became the center of attention.
"That woman, is she related to you in the past?" At this time, Zhang Xiao whispered, although she didn't do it deliberately.
"I realized that she stared at you at least 4 or 5 times since she got off the bus. Ex-girlfriend from college,
ran away with a rich male. Is this answer satisfactory?" Zhang Xiao was a little excited. "Wow, so you've been dumped by a woman before?"
Li Han rolled her eyes.
"You are really a gossipy woman. Che, I'm not interested in other people. I only gossip about you."
okay? Zhang Xiao nodded and laughed badly. Don't worry, there's me. I guarantee to earn your face back. You less give me trouble. Without waiting for Li Han to finish, he saw the crowd walking towards the side of the bow entrance in unison. Hello, Li Han. Long time no see. At this time, Yina walked up to Li Han with her rich second-generation boyfriend and said after sizing him up, I haven't formally introduced you yet. This is my boyfriend Feng Xiaoyang. Oh, Li Han? That's that ex-boyfriend from your college days, right? The rich second generation dangled a cigarette and squinted at Li Han. You're still dressed like a man. And your clothes are all brand name Ha ha, Givenchy? Zegna? I say man, do you know how much money you need for this set of boutique? Over $100,000. Next time to pretend to remember to buy cheaper. Or even if you buy cottage fake where people do not believe Feng Xiaoyang's words made some of the students around him couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. Yina pouted and held Feng Xiaoyang's arm. Hubby, don't be like this. At least they are classmates. Baby, what? Heartbroken? No, how could it be? In my heart, you are the most important. Yina's face changed and she hastily pouted. Li Han smiled and stared at Feng Xiaoyang without saying anything. Only Wang Jing knew that Li Han was angry. The angrier he got, the more smiles he had on his face and the more he loved to squint his eyes. Feng Xiaoyang, right? It doesn't matter what I wear. What matters is that I don't like picking up other people's second-hand goods like you do. Li Han smiled and wrapped his arms around Zhang Zhao's thin waist and said, unlike me, I only like new and better. Zhang Xiao froze at this moment. She glanced at Li Han and a happy smile appeared on her pretty face. Feng Xiaoyang's face suddenly turned blue with anger. He wanted to retort, but when he looked at Zhang Zhao's beautiful face and sexy body, he didn't know how to speak. Yina was the one he snatched away from him, and the Zhang Xiao in front of him was not a bit prettier than Yina, and in every way, Li Han's sarcastic words did not have any faults. Humph. Feng Xiaoyang could only grit his teeth and said, you only have one mouth left. I really don't know how this beautiful woman was fooled by you. Actually looking at goods like you. Li Han is the male god in my heart. What do you mean by snubbing? It's only your kind that only relies on money to catch women that's called snubbing, right? Who are you talking about? Yina couldn't listen anymore. Zhang Xiao was not saying that she was a gold digger by pointing at her? You know who you're talking about. Zhang Xin smugly whispered. If you want to be don't set up a house of cards you. Yina vaguely heard. Angry body is trembling. She gritted her teeth. Li Han, where did you find a woman? Really unqualified. I have no quality? Oh, who exactly is unqualified? This is really funny coming out of your mouth. Seeing the two women to quarrel, next to the class president hastily did the peacemaker. Finally the two women's fight temporarily calmed down. Come to the box. Here spacious and luxurious. Many students who have never seen the world are exclaiming in amazement and kept taking out their cell phones to take pictures and launch a circle of friends. Feng Xiaoyang sat on the chair, sullenly mocked. Yina, look at your classmates. A look of the world. Really a group of turkeys. You too, causing me to be told by others that my old man is picking up second-hand goods. You wouldn't really be second-hand goods, would you? How can I? That's Li Han deliberately pissing you off. Yina aggrieved. And he pressed nothing happened. You do not believe in me. Do not believe in the bed fall red? Feng Xiaoyang heard. Seems to be a bit reasonable. Immediately embraced her comfort. Well baby, we are not angry. Must be that guy deliberately stirring up trouble. You wait. A moment, I have to properly mess with him. Cannot. Forget it. Don't make everyone unhappy. What, happy or not happy? We happy good. Feng Xiaoyang's gaze was fixed on Li Han, his face showing a fierce light. Chapter 43. Love is worth a few dollars. Li Han and Wang Jing were chatting, not taking Feng Xiaoyang's gaze seriously. Even the arrogant, bossy and unreasonable business princess of Hangzhou, Zhang Xiao, the daughter of the Zhang family, and the gang of rich kids were all subdued by him. He Feng Xiaoyang, and how old is he? Just a clown. Through Wang Jing's introduction, Li Han knew about his relationship with Lu Pingping. This Lu Pingping is the factory just recruited to not long temporary workers. Wang Jing is the leader of her group. Usually take care of her. 1 to 2 on the good. I said. Look, quite simple. Sincere move? Planning to get married? Shoo, keep your voice down. Wang Jing startled. Secretly said. 8 has not yet a skim. Just on not long. You cannot give me stirred up. Okay. You slowly develop. To get married to notify me, I will give you a big red packet. Li Han knows that Wang Jing has a hard time, pondering that when they get married, they will send a set of house, or to alleviate the economic pressure of good brothers. The food is served. Everyone take your seats. The class president greeted everyone to be seated, raised his glass and said, rarely let former classmates get together. The class president, has not been in vain. Looking at everyone, one by one, I am also relieved. Even though not all of us are here today, those who should be here are here. Allow me to thank Yina first.
All the expenses for today's reunion were sponsored by her. Everyone applaud. Only then did the students react and applauded their thanks. Don't thank me everyone. If you want to thank me, thank my boyfriend Xiao Yang. He's the one who paid for it. Yina said rather proudly and happily. We're happy when everyone eats and drinks well. It's still Yina who's great. She's on the list of big spenders. And we're also getting the glory. That's right. Look at what's on the table. White wine Moutai red wine penfolds. With the capital words, is the Bureau of Gas. Many of the students began to pat up the horse's ass, blowing Yina's face light, smiles constantly. As everyone ate and chatted, it was obvious that Yina and Feng Xiaoyang became the center of attention. How is everyone eating and drinking? Class president Zhu Ping wiped his mouth and said, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. So let's put on a show and everyone introduce the current recent developments. Let's start with Jiang Hao on the far left. Ah, good. Then I'll say it. The student called Jiang Hao rose his voice and said proudly, I am now working in an accounting firm. My salary is more than 10,000 a month. Wow. Cannot Jiang Hao. You also counted mixed out. Someone on the side boasted, making Jiang Hao even more complacent. At this time, he smiled towards Yina and said, Yina, what kind of company does your boyfriend run? You can look for me for the auditing and taxation piece. No problem guaranteed. Yina smiled and looked at Feng Xiaoyang. Me? I don't have a company. The company is my old man's. I'll go back and ask if there is a need to find you. Thank you. At the risk of asking, your father's company is Hongsheng Dai Forging and Forging Company. Hearing the name of this company, many of the students were confused and didn't know what it was for. Only Zhang Xin's beautiful eyes blinked. I'm working as a chef right now, 8,000 a month. I think. I'm opening a store to sell clothes, about $100,000 a year. One by one, the students took turns to tell their own recent situation. But after listening, it seems that they are all mixed up in general. Basically our company staff, small bosses and so on. Also, Li Han attended the university as a 3-book university. Diploma and whatnot have any advantage. Find a job naturally very difficult. I got into the civil service. Currently just become the municipal government office comprehensive section of the section. At this time, a student named Liao Kai exited, immediately attracting the attention of the students. Wow, Liao Kai can without saying a word as a civil servant? He'll be an official in the future. Liao Kai, you have to help your classmates more in the future. We're counting on you to make it big. Yes, Liao Kai, when the time comes, you can't say you don't know your classmates. Liao Kai was touted a little dizzy, clasped his fists and smiled bitterly. Everyone, give me a break. I'm just a small clerk. Don't give me a high hat. Then it was Wang Jing's turn. He smiled awkwardly. I work in a factory. The salary of 3 or 4,000, counting the bonus of 5 or 6,000. Ha! Hearing that Wang Jing was working as a laborer, Zhang Hao said at this time, Wang Jing, when a laborer only earns this much, how hard is it? It's not as good as delivery. That's right, workers are too hard. How can college students get mixed up like this? For a while, many students began to sneer. The identity of a worker made them despise it. Lu Pingping, who was sitting next to her, lowered her head in some embarrassment and seemed to have some inferiority complex. Wang Jing next to her hurriedly lowered her head to comfort her. Where's Li Han? It's your turn. What are you doing? Nothing, lying flat at home. Li Han was not interested in playing this kind of boring game and casually opened his mouth perfunctorily. Once they heard that Li Han was actually a hobo, many of their classmates' sense of superiority came up. There were those who were surprised, those who hated it, and those who despised and gloated. Li Han, you quit that sales job? At this time Yina shocked. Then you can't pay the mortgage. How can you pay the mortgage of that rotten building? That's not for you to worry about. Li Han glanced at her and said, I'll figure it out myself. Hey, kid, really give you face? Yina cares about you, but you don't appreciate it? Feng Xiaoyang couldn't stand it at this time and sneered. People like you deserve to be dumped by women. Even if you are incapable yourself, you still always feel that others owe you. Who do you think you are? Everyone should know that this Li Han turned out to be Yina's boyfriend, right? Do you guys know why they broke up? Oh, or that this guy has no vision, spent his savings on a loan and bought a rotten building on the city's Hengtai neighborhood. Know it? Once heard these gossips, students have whispered and pointed. Obviously, Li Han's image in the hearts of his classmates has been greatly damaged. This is not all. In order to pay the mortgage, he only burns 3 dishes a day to eat 2 meals. Holidays ye now want to go out to eat. He is in order to save money do not go out. Look, enough stingy right? What's more stingy is still to come. This kid Valentine's Day ran to the florist, buy discount roses, and go to the discount store, buy the cheapest high imitation bag, riding an electric car to take Yina to the movies, even the movie ticket, our discount online to buy. 9. Ha ha ha. Fang Xiaoyan's words made many of his classmates couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Han sat there, smilingly looking at Fang Xiaoyang. So what? I deduct the mortgage from my monthly salary. The rest is basically spent on Yina. I think I did my best. Yes, you did your best, but Yina is not willing. At such a young age, she has to live such a hard life with you. Do you know what she wants? She wants Louis Vuitton. She wants Chanel. She wants a Porsche. She wants a high-class restaurant. She wants a big house. Can you give her all that? Do you have them? Indeed. I can't give these. After all, my monthly salary is 5,003. Li Han shook his head. But I gave her all my love. Love? Love is worth a few dollars? Love is priceless. Ha ha ha. Fang Xiaoyang, as if he had heard the world's funniest joke, exclaimed, even if you have love, it's the cheapest love. You ask her if she likes it? Willing? Chapter 44, won't regret it. A lot of gazes fell on Yina. She coughed dryly and said awkwardly, Li Han, in fact, I didn't leave you for the sake of money before I left you. The main thing is that I can't see the future when I follow you, and I don't feel safe. You as a sales, always running around to earn that little salary. How many years do you have to work to pay off the mortgage? Originally, having a house is also a good thing, but it's just that Hung Tu collapsed. Even the house is not worth it, and it can't be delivered. I'm tired. I'm really too tired with you. We've never even had a decent dinner together. I pawn and stand again. Yuck. Zhang Xiao secretly despised it. Alright, no need to say anymore. Li Han waved her hand. I can understand you wanting a better life. I just want to ask, do you think the love we once had was cheap? Yina opened her mouth. For a moment she actually didn't know how to answer. Next to Fang Xiaoyang dissatisfied, he said, what are you waiting for? Tell him. Cheap. Cheap. Hearing Yina's answer, Li Han nodded and said, good. Since you made a choice, just don't regret it. What do you mean no regrets? Yina frowned. Li Han, what do you mean? Since I made a decision, I won't regret it. Ever. I hope you remember what you said. After saying that, Li Han did not make another sound. The reunion continued. Yina and Fang Xiaoyang were the protagonists of the day. Compliments, envious currying favor were endless, causing Yina to get great satisfaction. At this moment, the door of the box was suddenly opened, and a man walked in from outside. This man wearing gold-rimmed glasses swept around the table and quickly locked onto his target, revealing a smile. Ha ha, Li Han, it's really you. I told you I didn't see the wrong person. Li Han was a bit surprised. The person who came was certainly someone he recognized. It was Mayor Zhou's secretary Su Wen. Secretary Su, you're also dining here? Yes, what a coincidence. Just happened to have a meal. Su Wen walked in front of Li Han and raised his wine glass. When I just arrived earlier, I happened to see you walk into this box. It just so happens that after chatting over there, I came over and wanted to toast with you alone. These people, are they all from your company? Secretary Su misunderstood. These are my classmates, who came here today to attend the university reunion. Oh, so they are all high achievers. Out of respect, come on, I'll toast everyone. In the future, Li Han's classmates are my friends. If you have any difficulties, you can contact me through him, as long as there are no violations. With these words, Su Wen was clearly trying to give Li Han face. Don't look at the fact that he was already the mayor's first secretary, but he was still respectful to Li Han. There was no way, not to mention Li Han's relationship with Mayor Zhou, just for his huge Sanglong group. In the future, it was not certain who would do who a favor. There is nothing wrong with giving more face now. Fang Xiaoyan snorted coldly, leaning back in his chair, sizing up Su Wen. You really have a big mouth. Ah, how is it that like your friend Li Han, you love bragging so much? Looking for you when you have difficulties? What kind of big shot are you that you just open your mouth, bragging without a draft? What the hell? Su Wen froze, but with his experience, he quickly reacted. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a playful smile and said, Li Han, who is this? Female classmate's boyfriend Fang Xiaoyang. His family owns some kind of forging factory, a rich second generation. His family is Hongsheng Dai Forging and Forging Company. Secretary Su, you don't know. This Fang Xiaoyan robbed Li Han's former college ex-girlfriend. Zhang Xiao at this time quietly and Su Wen briefly said all the causes and consequences, ruthlessly filling in the blanks. Su Wen instantly understood, the corner of his mouth still smiling and said, the original is the second generation. Ah, no wonder so crazy. Said who is crazy you? Fang Xiaoyan was just about to continue to make a sound. Suddenly Liao Kai sitting next to him excitedly got up and picked up his wine glass. Director Su? It's really you. Hello, you recognize me? I am the Government Office Comprehensive Group of Section, called Liao Kai. Oh, Office a group of. Hello. Ah. Su Wen nodded and said, some other day when you have dinner with Director Xing, let him take you with him.
Liao Kai was simply so happy that he almost didn't jump up. Su Wen was the mayor's secretary and also the deputy director of the office. Director Xing, on the other hand, was the director of the government office. Asking him to bring himself to the meal would prove that he could become Director Xing's person. You know, in the organization, no background. The establishment is dead establishment. Want to move, want to be respected by the leadership? There is no door. Now well, with Su Wen mention, as long as Director Xing has an impression on him, career path at least a lot of smooth. So it is no wonder that Liao Kai excited wineglass are a little unsteady. Without saying a word will be two white wine into the stomach. Good drinking capacity. Little Liao is good. Cough cough. Thank you leader praise. Liao Kai's face reddened. Although the white wine was hard to drink, but it couldn't help but be a rare opportunity. Su Wen and Li Han's classmates mean down, playfully looked at Feng Xiaoyang, and Li Han said goodbye and left. Liao Kai, what kind of director is this? Look at you. You look like you've met some big leader? Some students were curious. Liao Kai looked excited and said, you guys, you really don't know what you're looking at. The mayor of Hang City, you know who it is, right? Yes, isn't it Zhou Yongkang? Yes, the one just now. Is Mayor Zhou's secretary? Deputy Director of the Municipal Government Office Su Wen. Hiss. The students sucked in a mouthful of cold air. There were many kinds of secretaries, but the one that couldn't be offended the most was this kind of secretary. Feng Xiaoyang's entire body was stunned. Where could he have expected that the person he just disliked was the mayor's secretary? I say Liao Kai, could you have misread it? The mayor's secretary? What level of character is that? To be able to mix with Li Han? How could I be wrong? I've seen them come and go in the office building a few times. There's absolutely no mistake. Speaking here, Liao Kai also looked at Li Han with some curiosity. But Li Han, how did you recognize Director Su? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Feng Xiaoyang still couldn't believe it and said with a gloomy face, you must have recognized the wrong person. How could the mayor's secretary call himself a brother with a poor man who is posing for a job? Dog's eye view. You think that anyone who has a little bit of family money like you doesn't put anyone in their eyes? At this time, Zhang Xiao couldn't help but voice out, humph, what's the point of knowing Secretary Su? Li Han even calls Mayor Zhou his brother. As soon as Zhang Xiao's words came out, the entire audience was silent. But soon, the crowd burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Obviously, no one would even believe Zhang Xiao's words. Li Han didn't care if this group of students believed it or not. There was no point in flaunting his arms at the likes of them. As for this arrogant and domineering Feng Xiaoyang, he would like to teach him a lesson, but he probably didn't even need to step in. This guy had offended Su Wen, and he didn't even know it when he died. As expected, just more than half an hour after Su Wen toasted and left, Feng Xiaoyang's cell phone rang. Chapter 45 Bill. Uing brain sick the mayor's secretary you dare to mess with. Still think that the trouble for me is not enough? Dad, how do you know? Bah. Industry and Commerce and Tax departments have already shut down our factory, saying that they want to suspend business and reorganize. I begged my grandpa and grandma to learn that it was the mayor's secretary who personally made the call. I don't care what methods you use. In any case, if you can't get the factory unsealed, you shouldn't come back. Dad. The beeping sound came from the phone, and those with sharp ears had already vaguely heard some of it, and couldn't help but be surprised. This retaliation came a little too fast, right? In more than 20 minutes, the industry was straightened out? This Secretary Su is vindictive. Too scary. Xiaoyang, what's going on? How the hell should I know? Feng Xiaoyang growled out towards the worried Yina by his side. What a damn bad luck. How was I supposed to know that guy was really the mayor's secretary? It's all your fault. You insisted on attending some bull **** reunion, causing me to be so unlucky and get into big trouble. Feng Xiaoyang's words caused everyone here to show their dissatisfaction, but no one dared to speak out to refute it. Then what should we do now? How do I know what to do? Feng Xiaoyang's eyes were a bit flustered. Yes, messing with such a powerful character. If the factory keeps being investigated and can't produce products, how can it live? At that point, it would really be over. His gaze fell on Li Han. Although he still didn't understand why Li Han had become friends with Secretary Su, it seemed like he was the only one who might be able to save him at the moment. Li Han, can you talk to Secretary Su? This is all a misunderstanding? Li Han looked at him like he was an idiot. What kind of person are you to me? Why should I speak for you? Feng Xiaoyang was trembling with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Wasn't someone very wild just now? Even the mayor's secretary dared to mock and question? What? Now you know you're afraid when you're dying? I'm telling you, it's too late. Zhang Xiao beside her gloated. Seeing Feng Xiaoyang's arrogant behavior just now had suffocated her. At last, she was able to get out of the way. Feng Xiaoyang's face was burning hot.
feeling humiliated. He also knew that Li Han could not help himself, and could only turn around and leave with an angry grunt, intending to think of other ways and means. Xiaoyang? Xiaoyan, where are you going? Yi Na called out twice, but still failed to call back Fang Xiaoyang, and could only watch as he hurriedly left. The atmosphere at the scene was so awkward that the reunion could not go on. Why don't we call it a day? Let's meet again after we've had enough to eat and drink. Li Han was not interested in staying here, so he got up and proposed. The students had also eaten and drank almost enough and nodded their heads in agreement, ready to leave. Just then, the waiter walked in and smiled. May I ask which guest can buy the order? For a moment, the crowd's eyes immediately fell on Yi Na, who was lost in thought. Ah, my boyfriend who went out in front didn't pay the bill? I'm sorry ma'am, no one has paid the bill yet. Yi Na's face reddened in embarrassment and she said towards her classmates, sorry, maybe Xiaoyan was anxious about his family's company and forgot for a moment. As she said this, she took the list and said, I'll do it, how much is the total? The waitress reached out and nodded at the end of the list and said, a total of 64,799 yuan. How much? Yi Na thought she had misheard and was surprised. Isn't this table's price tag 999? Yes ma'am, the main thing is that your husband previously ordered Penfolds 170 red wine is 12,800 a bottle, a total of 3 bottles. The 3 bottles of Flying Mutai are 4,888 each, and the drinks are 52,800. And then there is a 20% service charge over here. Listening to the waiter's explanation, many people couldn't help but be secretly staggered. This upscale restaurant is just ridiculously expensive. Not counting the drinks, eating and drinking a meal is tens of thousands of dollars, scaring individuals to death. Not to mention the wine. No wonder that red wine is so good. More than 10,000 a bottle. Never drank it in my life. Yes, I still have some in my cup. I have to drink it all, or it's a waste. If it wasn't for the big money checkout, who of us could afford to eat? The students were whispering, but Yi Na was embarrassed. Family members knew their own business. Yi Na and Fang Xiaoyang together. By anything is he pay right. But the problem is that Fang Xiaoyang only gave her 30,000 pocket money in January. And because she has a backer, she spends a lot of money, which has nothing to save. Don't look at her all brand name. To pay a more than $60,000 can kill her. Opened the bag, took out a few bank cards, thought about it or simply not enough. At this time, she could only helplessly say, that, I only have more than 20,000 in my hand. Is there anyone who can first lend me to settle the bill? I'll go back and let Xiaoyang transfer the money to you guys. The moment these words came out, the students revealed a look of difficulty. If the incident of Secretary Su's toast hadn't happened just now, they would definitely be willing to all chip in and pay for the meal. But now everyone knew that Fang Xiaoyang had offended the mayor's secretary, Su Wen, and the company had encountered retaliation. At this time to borrow again, then I am afraid it is a meatbag. There is no return. So you look at me, I look at you. Hesitant, no one is willing. What's more, some began to blame Yi Na. I say Yi Na, what's wrong with you? If you don't have money, don't come to hold any reunion. Where is the reason to ask us for money? That's right. Isn't your boyfriend very arrogant and jumpy? He's so arrogant and jumpy, but he's not good enough when it comes to the key moments. I don't think it's because he didn't want to pay and left on purpose, right? Listening to the cynicism of her classmates, she was like a different person from the one she was just now. Yi Na at this time, probably experienced what is called the coldness and warmth of human feelings. What to do? You don't have the money to pay the bill and you want to eat a bully's dinner? She lost all her face. Ma'am, may I ask if you are swiping your card or scanning the code? The smile on the waitress's face gradually diminished. You bring the bill over. I'll pay it. Don't waste everyone's time. Suddenly, someone spoke out. The crowd fixed their eyes on it, and all of them revealed a look of surprise, because the one who spoke out was no one else. It was actually Li Han, a poor man who had laid flat, resigned from his job, and whose house had turned rotten, was actually saying that he wanted to pay the bill? Did the sun come out from the west? The waiter didn't know the inside story, and when he saw that someone wanted to pay, he immediately came over with the bill. Li Han looked at it and nodded. No problem, swipe your card. After saying that, he took out the black gold card from his wallet and handed it over. After the waiter swiped the card in full view of everyone, the clicking and printing sound of the POS machine soon rang out. The payment was successful. Thank you, sir. Welcome to next time. After the waiter received the swiped card bill, he respectfully left. The entire box, with one counting the students, all stood in place in shock. What the hell? What's the situation? Did the sun come out from the west? The one who was most shocked was also Yi Na. She could understand whoever paid the bill, but she couldn't understand Li Han paying the bill. Chapter 46. Low profile is the greatest bragging rights. In Yi Na's perception, Li Han was the kind of lord who would spend $1 in 2 halves. especially after buying a house. It is even more frugal, although once on her or boo, but to say money that is really no. But today, now, she saw what? How could she not be incredulous when she saw that the man of yesteryear, who had even given a discount on roses, had casually paid a bill of more than $60,000? It was as if what stood before her eyes was not the Lee Han she knew at all. How could it be? How is it possible? More than $60,000. Even if Lee Han had worked before, that was 10 months' salary. He actually paid it just like this? Yina's eyes widened in shock, opening her mouth for half a day before saying, Lee Han, everyone has eaten well, right? Eat well and disperse. See you again when you have the chance. Lee Han simply didn't even look at her and turned around to leave. The students were also impressed with Lee Han. Obviously, this single purchase had completely subverted their perceptions. Is this Lee Han, Harry? I think this is the only possibility. Otherwise it wouldn't be such an expensive bill to say bye. Right, haven't you guys seen that even the mayor's secretary is friends with him? Could it be that he's really flown the coop? The crowd speculated and left the box together. Yina suffered a strong stimulus inside. Originally, she was the one who should be the star of the show, and this reunion, which she proposed to organize, was to let everyone know that she had followed Feng Xiaoyang and lived a good life. She wanted to prove that she had a vision and that her choice was right. But now what? The boyfriend left without saying goodbye. The money is still paid by the ex-boyfriend. Isn't this the same as saying again in disguise that she made the wrong decision to leave Lee Han? The more she thought about it, the angrier Yina gritted her teeth at this time and followed her. Lee Han. Yina called out to Lee Han and said angrily, who asked you to be a good person? Who asked you to pay? What ability do you have to show off, in order to look at me as a joke? One strike and you work for nothing for a year. Are you crazy? Don't misunderstand. Lee Han turned towards her. I only paid because I didn't want to waste my time and my classmates' time. With one sentence, it completely blocked all of Yina's words, because the person had made it very clear that they weren't paying for her at all. What else could she say? I say you're too high on yourself. You really think Lee Han is still in love with you and helping you out? Bah! Stop dreaming. Zhang Xiao next to her didn't forget to add a few words. Yina felt like a clown. Trying to show herself, she ended up losing. The crowd walked out of the restaurant and came to the side of the road. My electric car is right next to me, so I'll leave first. Wang Jing patted Li Han's shoulder and whispered, Lu Pingping is not in a good mood. I have to hurry back to coax her. Okay, if you want a decent job talk to me, I'll do it for you. Don't bull asterisk. No, you have money, but I don't eat food handed out in contempt. Asterisk. You. Li Han laughed and whacked him. Wang Jing took the lead and rode away on his electric bike with Lu Pingping. The students, because many of them had been drinking, took a taxi and called for a chauffeur, and for a while they all crowded on the side of the road waiting for a car. Just then, a black convoy slowly came from the roadside. I go, is that a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Nonsense, little gold man and not blind. TSK, rich is good this car can be tens of millions of dollars. I want to sit a time to die is worth it. The students looked at the luxurious black Rolls-Royce getting closer and closer, and couldn't help but sigh. But to their surprise, the Rolls-Royce fleet traveled to them and stopped. Ka-ching! A sound of car doors opening and closing rang out, and from the convoy instantly came down 5 or 6 burly bodyguards in black suits, who ran this way, and soon all stood beside Li Han in 2 rows. Boss, are you done eating? When Zhang Duguo bowed and inquired out towards Li Han, everyone in the room collectively stared blankly. Finished eating, let's go. Li Han nodded and turned around to wave his hand at the students behind him. I'll leave first then. See you all later. Without waiting for the students to react, Li Han had already gotten into the backseat of the Rolls-Royce under the careful care of the bodyguards and took off. Jing, these people standing by the roadside, one by one, were quiet as statues. I don't know who was the first to speak out, saying, asterisk. Immediately after, countless I chow from these people wildly out. The scene finally came to life. This, Li Han actually has bodyguards and a Rolls-Royce car? This is true? Bull asterisk. So many people have seen it. Would you think it's fake? Oh my god, how did this guy do it? Deeply hidden Do you think rich people are like certain people who are wild all day long and end up breaking at the touch of a button? Li Han, such a low-profile big brother, is really powerful I also think, on Li Han's strength, to really mess with Yina's boyfriend. That's not a minute hand-to-hand? Low profile is the most powerful way to show off. This word used on Li Han, simply too much. Hey, do any of you have Li Han's contact number? Once this came out, you looked at me and I looked at you. No one squeaked. Yina stood in place in a state of disorientation.
For a moment she wished that this was just a dream that woke up and everything returned to its original state. How could it be? How is it possible? Li Han, how to become so rich? If you do not betray, do not accept Feng Xiaoyan's pursuit, then now sitting in the Rolls Royce is yourself regret, helplessness, collapse. Good, since you made a choice, just don't regret it. Since I made the decision, I won't regret it, ever. I hope you remember what you said. When her mind echoed the words she said to Li Han in the box, she could no longer carry her eyes black and collapsed to the ground. You didn't see that expression on your ex-girlfriend's face. Simply, I'm so happy, so happy. Inside the Rolls Royce, Zhang Xiao danced with her hands as she excitedly said, at that time, I should have gotten together to taunt her. I didn't expect it, did I? I didn't realize that your former poor boyfriend is now worth hundreds of billions. A billionaire, right? Ha ha, she must have collapsed on the spot. Well, what's the point? Li Han said breathlessly, look at you, a rich girl, how come you also like to play this kind of pretending to hit the face? I just like it. Who let them be arrogant first? I can't stand this kind of pawning and standing woman the most. Zhang Xiao happily took Li Han's arm and said, don't worry, that Feng Xiaoyan will definitely make him regret it and punish him so hard that he'll cry his eyes out. I'm not interested in that. You're not interested? You weren't this nice when you cleaned me up. Chapter 47, a place to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Li Han was really a little dizzy. It wasn't from riding in a car, it was from being mesmerized by a woman. But fortunately he had a bit of stamina and hurriedly said, Missy, what are you doing? Love me? Yes, love you so much that I can't help myself. What do you think? Not good. Why? Am I not as good as that ex-girlfriend of yours? Or not as good as the one who stayed at your house last night? Li Han helplessly said, Zhang Xiao, don't misunderstand. I really take you as my niece. Even if I'm on equal footing, that's still treating you as my sister. I don't care. I just like you anyway. Li Han really cried and laughed a little. You say Zhang Xiao is not beautiful? That's definitely deceiving yourself and others. But if you want to say that you have any feelings with her, you really don't. And he didn't really want to. After all, this girl is also considered to be the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce's daughter. He provoked this little witch. In the future, there may still be some chaos. It's not like he's some innocent man who only loves her. He has hundreds of billions of dollars in assets, and he's still afraid of not having a woman? This chick doesn't seem to be the casual type, so if he really goes for it, he'll be in big trouble. Zhang Xin, that what? You come down first and listen to me. Look, I currently have no plans to get married, and it's unlikely that I'm the kind of person who only likes one woman. Do you understand what I mean? Zhang Xiao blinked her beautiful eyes and said after thinking for a while, you said half a day. That is to say that you are very philandering. There will be a lot of women, and you are afraid of hurting me? I don't care. Zhang Xiao said, as long as I can be with you. Missy, you don't care I have a so-called your father's side. Him? He has a bunch of sons of his own. How can he be qualified to care about me? Li Han was speechless. What else could he say? One could only say, Zheng Kuei-do, you are really good. A model for men. A goal for my generation to learn from. It's impossible for me and you. I really only treat you as a sister, without any hint of male or female love. If you're willing, I'll recognize you as my godsister. Really? Really? I don't want. Zhang Zhao's eyes reddened and she was about to cry out. Nah, don't cry. Let's do it this way. You'll be my godsister first, and if we can really fall in love with each other at that time, then we'll talk about it. How about it? You're trying to paint me a picture. I'm not falling for it. Whatever. I don't have feelings for you anyway. If you don't want to, let's not meet in the future. Hearing this, Zhang Xiao could only settle for the second best, and said in a resigned manner, okay, then let's be godsisters first. That's right. Li Han gave another silent nod to his own wit. Inside the Hongsheng Die Forging and Forging Co. Ltd., there was a scene of depression. The factory machines were stopped, and the workers were hugging each other, chatting and smoking cigarettes. I say, what kind of person did this boss Fong offend? This is to put the factory to death? That's right. Everyone should plan ahead and look for other jobs. It's not that bad, is it? Not that much? Why don't you look at the current situation? It would be fine if it was just a production consolidation, but now we can't even buy raw materials, and many orders have been cancelled for no reason. If this goes on, the production can't be produced and the goods can't be sold. Can the factory not collapse? Just as the workers were chatting hotly and worrying about the future, inside the general manager's office in the office building, Fang Jiping slapped Feng Xiaoyang's face fiercely, hitting his cheeks rapidly red and swollen. Next to him, the pale-faced Yi Na was trembling in fear. Waste, tell me honestly, besides offending the mayor's secretary, who else did you offend? Dad, I didn't offend anyone. Feng Xiaoyan was dumbfounded.
not understanding what was going on at all. Still talking tough. Still talking tough. I really want to take a knife and chop you up. Fong Jiping huffed. My friend told me that the daughter of Microstar Aluminum's general manager Zhang named you and said that you offended her and wanted to screw us over. I really did not. What Zhang's daughter? I have not seen. You really haven't seen a girl named Zhang Xiao? I haven't. Wait, what did you say? Zhang Xin? Seems a bit familiar. Just as Fong Xiaoyan was pondering, Yina beside him said in a shocked trembling voice, Zhang Xin, is it the female companion of Li Han at the previous reunion? Fong Xiaoyan was stunned, as if it was really true. Fong Jiping was furious as he reached out and pointed at his son with an expression of hatred. He was just about to break out into a loud curse, but unexpectedly the phone rang again. Hello? What? Song Long Group? Got it. Fong Jiping's face turned pale, and after hanging up the phone, he stood unsteadily and directly sat down on the ground. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, this is the heavens trying to kill my Fong family. Dad, what's wrong with you? Scram, old me doesn't have a son like you who causes trouble. I'm going to sever my father-son relationship with you. Thinking that his family business, which he had built up from nothing and fought for decades, was about to go down the drain, Fong Jiping collapsed and rolled on the ground, crying with a handful of snot and a tear. It was a sad one. The mayor's secretary, MSI Aluminum, Songlong Group. After a person reaches the age of confusion, he finally experienced what is called a triple blow, what is called complete despair. After venting, Fong Jiping finally regained some sense, wiped his face and got up, staring coldly at Fong Xiaoyang. You too, come with me to Songlong Mansion. Songlong Mansion? What kind of place is that? A place to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Chapter 48, Repentance. Emotional Energy, 100000000/40235. When Li Han got up and brushed his teeth, he paid attention and looked at the system energy value. As life was continuing, this energy value was also increasing, just a little too slowly. A few days ago, Zhang Xiao confessed to him in the car, which scared Li Han. Luckily, this girl finally went home. Otherwise Li Han didn't know if he could withstand such a pursuit. Hey, women chasing men into yarn is really almost cannot carry our brothers. After a simple wash, continue to work out every day without fail. Not to say that the exercise of their own more powerful, at least have so much money, to live in good health. While drinking water, the phone rang. The caller was surprisingly Zhang Lan. Since that night, he hadn't contacted Zhang Lan, and there was some small embarrassment when this call came. After answering the phone, he realized that Zhang Lan did not come to complain about her love for him, but to inform him that the Lamborghini sports car that he had purchased earlier had arrived. The one that arrived was the Lamborghini Rivuelto, the new generation of the Great Bull. Li Han gave Zhang Lan the address of his current residence, just as he was going to the company, and asked her to bring the car over. Walking out of the gate of the neighborhood, he waited not long before the roar of the engine attracted his attention. Not only him, but the pedestrians near the street stopped. The Lamborghini Rivuelto Big Bull just roared in and smoothly stopped in front of him on the curb. Li Han just took a look and completely fell in love with this luxury plug-in hybrid sports car. The smooth body lines, angular edge cut lines, and with the red and black gradient color. It was simply cool. The car door opened, and Zhang Lan, who was wearing professional work clothes, got off the car together with her colleagues. She first sent away the colleague who drove the car, and then came to Li Han's side with a smile. After not seeing her for a while, Zhang Lan had become prettier and more confident. Brother Li, here are the car keys for you. The relevant documents are in the locker. Good. How's it going lately? Not bad, just miss you a bit. Zhang Lan was blunt. Her beautiful eyes were full of anticipation as she hugged him and took the initiative to offer a kiss. Li Han was not polite. After all, they all went to the clouds and rain. Which part of the body has not been explored? He directly wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her. Do not invite me up to sit? Li Han was a little moved, but after thinking about it he still said, later, there are plenty of opportunities. Today I have to go to the company. Okay, then by the time the other cars arrive, I will send you over. A trace of loss clearly flashed in Zhang Lan's eyes. However, she quickly piled on a smile and began to carefully explain to Li Han what he needed to pay attention to with the car. After the introduction, Zhang Lan fondly flew a kiss goodbye. Li Han looked at her beautiful shadow as she got into the cab, and thought that he would see her again if he had the chance. Sitting in the cab of the Lamborghini sports car, although the low-slung position was a little hard to bear, the excitement of driving a sports car was enough to offset these flaws. With a kick of the gas pedal, the Lamborghini roared to life. The performance monster with a 100-kilometer acceleration of 2.9 seconds was not for show. Zhang Dugua had long been waiting outside the neighborhood with his car, and when he saw Li Han driving the sports car on the road, he turned on the intercom to greet the fleet of vehicles and follow closely. Outside the Songlong mansion,
the red and black gradient-colored Lamborghini roared into existence,
attracting the attention of many people.
There was no other reason. Mainly because this car was really too handsome,
too cool and too expensive. It was also at this time that the father and son of the Fong family and Yina,
who had been waiting at the entrance of the building for a long time,
all noticed this cool sports car.
As soon as Fong Xiaoyang saw this sports car, he immediately felt that his Porsche 911 didn't smell good anymore. And when he saw the person coming down from the car, he was even more stunned.
Li Han? How is it him? Fong Xiaoyang rubbed his eyes and after confirming that there was no mistake,
he turned his head towards Yina and said, "Is this your ex-boyfriend?"
Yina,
because she was afraid that Fong Xiaoyang would get angry, did not say anything to Fong Xiaoyang about that day's reunion when Li Han paid the bill and left in the luxury Rolls-Royce. At this time, she could only harden her head and said with a complicated mood,
"Yes, it's him. How is this possible? How is it possible?"
Yina also wanted to ask God how is this possible. She had been muddled these past few days, just because she couldn't figure out how her former poor boyfriend had transformed into a tycoon. Offending a big shot and still not knowing who he is.
You two are really stupid. Fong Zhiping was furious.
Yina, you really killed our Fong family.
Uncle Fong,
Without waiting for Yina to finish, Yi Zhiping pulled his son, who was still in shock, and then took the initiative to run to Li Han, who had just gotten off the bus.
"Hello, Mr. Li."
Li Han threw the car keys to the security guard and just turned around. He saw Fong Zhiping standing there with Fong Xiaoyang and Yina.
"What are you guys doing here looking for me? If you want to find it you should go find Secretary Su, right, Mr. Li?"
"My son offended you by not recognizing you with his eyes. I apologize to you on his behalf."
"I'm sorry." Fong Zhiping, in full view of everyone, even directly fell to his knees and kowtowed. Li Han was somewhat disgusted and walked directly towards the entrance of the building.
"Mr. Li." Before Fong Zhiping was about to chase after him, Zhang Dugua who was next to him brought someone to stop them and said seriously, "Please do not harass my boss. Otherwise I will immediately call the police and take personal control of you." Seeing these big guys,
Fong Xiaoyang immediately wimped out and said towards his father, "Dad,
people have said that it has nothing to do with him. Why don't we just go find Secretary Su, or find the Zhang family as well?"
Pa! Fong Zhiping backhand is to give him a slap. Furious, "You idiot, what Secretary Su? What Zhang family daughter? That in the final analysis, is not all because Li Han? If you don't look for him, what's the point of looking for others?" After cursing,
Fong Zhiping said towards Zhang Digua,
"Trouble talking to your boss. Just say that I, Fong Zhiping, am willing to make up for my mistakes. No matter what conditions I can agree to, I only ask for a way out." Saying this, he hurriedly glared at Yina who was at the side.
Yina had no choice but to harden her heart and said,
"I'm your boss's ex-girlfriend. Speak to him and hope that he can give us a chance."
Ex-girlfriend? Once Zhang Dugua heard this identity of Yina, he looked at her twice more before pondering for a while before saying, "Okay, I'll go talk to my boss about this.
Send a henchman to stay here,
and I'll have him notify you of the results."
"Fine. Thanks a lot."
Yina felt really humble at this moment. She had never dreamed that it would become so difficult for her to actually see Li Han,
and even to grovel to his men.
After Zhang Dugua and the others left, Yina quietly came to the side of the bodyguard who stayed behind and said,
"Hello, may I ask, your boss, is the company open in this building? How many floors is it on?"
That bodyguard glanced at her and said,
"This Tsunglong mansion belongs to the Tsunglong Group, and the Tsunglong Group is my boss's industry."
Yina's eyes widened in disbelief.
"Are you saying that this entire mansion is owned by Li Han?" "Not only this mansion, our boss also has more than 30 large companies and enterprises, a proper 100 billionaire. Speaking of this,"
the bodyguard glanced at her and said,
"Aren't you the boss's ex-girlfriend? You don't even know about this? I'm also quite curious.
Forgive me for saying more, the boyfriend of a 100 billionaire doesn't even want it."
"What exactly do you think?"
The bodyguard's rhetorical question almost caused Yina to have an emotional breakdown and didn't pass out.
"Yes, if at first I did not break up, not with Fong Xiaoyang, then what kind of life, what kind of days would you be living now? Billionaire's girlfriend? High-end dresses, jewelry, brand-name bags full of cabinet pendulum? Living in a mansion, eating gourmet food, driving a luxury car?" She simply dared not think about it.
The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to kill herself.
Regret?
She felt that she was regretful.
Her intestines were green with regret. Chapter 49 Conditions. He really said that? Yes, any conditions are negotiable. Alright, then let them go to the parlor in a while. Li Han opened his mouth to speak with Zhang Dugua while reading the documents. Understood.
Zhang Dugua immediately nodded his head and left the president's office,
which coincided with Zhou walking in with the documents. "Mr. Li,
The team we recruited has officially settled into the various departments of Gaohe Group,
especially the personnel and finance departments.
The succession work has basically been completed.
Very good. Let them work hard.
As long as there are achievements, they will not be treated poorly.
G driving side. Contacted Zhongwei Company? Contacted.
That side of the high-end automobile cooperation is also very interested.
At present immediately betting agreement will be signed. Ads 3.
Zero smart driving system has been in the trial car for basic experimental design.
Good.
As soon as possible to launch the intelligent driving version and low-priced models. Li Han was very satisfied with this progress.
Nodded and said, what about the soft rain technology side?
The team has also started to take over, and is currently negotiating to utilize the patents to produce flexible third-generation screens and cooperate with cell phone manufacturers.
Are there any manufacturers currently interested? Zhongwei is interested. Their folding screen phone is lacking a good flexible screen. Okay, then negotiate well. And at first, in order to advertise, you can even lower your profits a bit. Okay, I know.
We'll talk to soft rain technology side.
Anything else? Li Han smiled.
With you as my secretary,
I can really save my mind. Zhou Ying smiled. This is what I should do.
All the other companies are still in the reorganization stage and are basically maintaining the status quo.
Oh yeah, do you still remember this wristwatch auctioned at the charity gala?
Yes.
Why? Is it not being worn on you?
Well, when the watch was auctioned,
didn't it say that you could also have dinner with an actress? Oh, if you don't mention it I almost forgot about it. Li Han waved his hand and said, why don't you go? I'm not interested in actresses. Mr. Li, it's better for you to go if you spend the money. Zhou Ying laughed. Actually,
it was her who took the initiative to contact me and beg me to give this opportunity.
I'm not her fan. So, you this guy, the elbow is turning outward she slightly pouted.
Please Mr.
Li, help, please.
Ha ha, okay, seeing as you are dedicated to working for me, then I'll give you this face and go for a casual dinner.
Li Han thought about it and agreed to go. Have a casual dinner only, and not a dragon pool or tiger's den. Afraid of what? After chatting about business,
Li Han sized up the female secretary in front of him for a few moments. Today she wore a black and white professional suit, but also with a gold-rimmed white silk scarf.
The body that is quite wow.
Especially those long and slender legs with black high heels. They really couldn't get tired of looking at them.
Zhou Ying,
whoever you say is going to marry you is truly blessed in 8 lifetimes. Zhou Ying's face was a little flushed by Li Han's words.
And she snapped. Mr. Li loves to make fun of me. I'm going to get busy. Alright, I'll also go to the conference room. Li Han got up, and when he walked past Zhou Ying, he intentionally got close enough to smell the unique scent emanating from her body. Zhou Ying awkwardly sidestepped hastily and leaned against the desk without paying attention. Ha ha ha, Li Han didn't know why.
Flirting with the female secretary changed his mood to a much better one.
Bad president. Humph, Zhou Ying muttered, gently stomped her feet, stepped on her high heels and went to the secretary's office.
Li Han arrived at the conference room and pushed open the door to see the koi trio. Upon knowing Li Han's strength,
Fang Xiaoyang and Yina already understood that they were not Li Han's rivals at all. Not to mention being rivals, today's Li Han,
to pinch them to death was as easy as pinching an ant. Therefore, the arrogance and domineering attitude of the two men had long since disappeared,
replaced by only fear and respect.
Yina's mood was extremely complicated at this time.
Just now in the downstairs, when the bodyguard told her, Sanglong Group are Li Han's company, she almost did not regret the intestines are green. Angry want to slap themselves to relieve anger. However, when the bodyguard informed the 3 Li Han is willing to see them, Yina's heart again arose a silk hope. Could Li Han still have lingering feelings for her? Is it for her that he is willing to negotiate conditions? If that was the case, then she undoubtedly still had a chance. Thinking like this, Yina was immediately excited. She felt that the life of a billionaire's wife was getting closer and closer to her. Arriving at Sanglong Group's headquarters, she looked at the busy employee figures in that piece of office, and looked at the company's imposing decoration as well as the atmospheric overall room. Yina's ambition was expanding with it. Mr. Li, thank you for meeting us. Fang Jiping excitedly got up and said, thank you, a million thanks. Talking about things is talking about things. Don't come to the kneeling and begging for forgiveness thing. I don't like it. Fine, we definitely won't be like this anymore. When Fang Jiping said this, he slapped his son's head and glared, still not quick to apologize to Mr. Li. I'm sorry Mr. Li, I have eyes and I don't recognize them. Tai, I'm wrong. Fang Xiaoyang drooped his head. Indeed his self-esteem was too battered. The more he saw Li Han's strength, the more he felt like a jumping clown. Jumping up and down at the reunion was as ridiculous as a monkey. If apologizing is useful, then the police don't even need to work. Tell me, how do you guys plan to solve this? Li Han can be nonchalant, Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. No interest in what he came to chat about? Just listen to them apologize? How much is an apology worth? As long as Mr. Lee is willing to raise his hand. How about giving Mr. Lee half of the equity of the Fong family's company? Are you sending a beggar? Li Han laughed coldly. Do you think that with this amount of sincerity, you want to pass this hurdle? 60%. Fong Jiping gritted his teeth and spoke out. Li Han glanced at him and said bluntly, I'm also too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I've seen that factory of yours that produces superior automobile chassis parts. For my Gaoha automobile, the chassis parts have been supplied by suppliers before, so I need a company like this. What Mr. Lee means is, turn the factory over to me. I'll give you 5 million for your retirement, and this will be written off. What? Fong Jiping almost jumped up and said urgently, Mr. Lee, my factory is worth more than $20 million anyways. This, 5 million, a little too little? Less? That's fine. That's it. You keep waiting. Li Han got up and laughed. Let's see how much your factory is still worth after a month. Fong Jiping shivered. He knew that Li Han was a naked threat. But on the other hand, the other party had this strength. Day after day, the raw materials are out of stock. The stock is not sold, not to mention a month. If this continues for half a month, the factory will be yellow. At that time, not to mention 5 million. I'm afraid to close down and owe a few million. Sell, we'll lose money. Don't sell, even more loss of life. Hesitation again and again. Fong Jiping disheveled despair. Good, I agree. Okay, the follow-up matters I let the secretary to bring the person in charge of the investment department with you to contact. Li Han got up and was about to leave, when Yi Na, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly spoke out. Li Han, wait. Li Han's gaze fell on her. Feeling the pressure of her gaze, Yi Na nervously blurted out, I decided to break up with Fong Xiaoyang. Li Han, in fact, I still have you in my heart. I want to continue to be with you. Chapter 50, The human heart is not enough to swallow an elephant. Fong Xiaoyang's face was red with anger. Pointing at Yi Na, he cursed, you're a scum of the earth who forgets what's right and what's right. Yi Na simply ignored him, and excitedly said towards Li Han, I was really obsessed for a moment. Li Han, for the sake of our many years of affection, forgive me this time, okay? Really, Li Han, I know you have me in your heart, otherwise you wouldn't be willing to give the Fong family a chance. Just want to meet me again, right? You can't forget me, can you? Li Han looked at her as if she was looking at an idiot and was amused. Stinky, you think people billionaires will still like second-hand goods like you? Ha ha ha. Fong Xiaoyang was also broken, furious and mouthing off. He had torn his face with Yi Na anyway, so of course he didn't want to make this woman feel better. I have feelings for him. I love him and he loves me. Why can't we renew our relationship? What do you mean by that? You didn't love me? Love you? Don't dream. I never even liked you. You, stinking, I'll kill you. Fong Xiaoyang was so angry that he couldn't control it anymore, and as soon as he pulled Yi Na's hair, he backhanded and slapped him hard. Slap, snap, pa. Yi Na screamed miserably as she was slapped 3 or 4 times in a row, her face quickly red and swollen. She cried, Li Han, save me, save me. Li Han laughed. On the day of the reunion, you said yourself that you would not regret it. How come this is only a few days? It has changed? Your ability to speak without saying anything is really as thick as your cheek? TSK, if you want to dream, go home and do it. Don't flirt in my company. No one is watching. Li Han left after saying that. When he reached the doorway, he said towards Zhang Digua, get rid of this Yi Na. If she dares to make trouble, call the police and arrest her. Okay boss. Zhang Digua waved his hand and immediately 2 bodyguards rushed into the conference room, pulling the struggling Yi Na and left. Li Han, you cannot abandon me. Cannot abandon me. I want to be your woman. Yi Na went crazy. She did break down. The price of feeling good about oneself was cruel. After this tawdry operation, not only did Li Han not even look at her squarely, but instead, the Fong family father and son were completely offended as well. This is called, the heart is not enough to swallow the elephant. Lost the wife and soldiers. Fong Jiping sat paralyzed on the sofa, got up and gave his son a slap in the face, finding such a vain woman and completely losing the family fortune. Are you satisfied now? Fong Xiaoyang's head drooped in dishevelment, his eyes full of remorse. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret under the sky. Li Han actually originally did not want to take care of the Fong family's father and son at all. If not for looking at the information from the investigation, he found that the Fong family's forging factory can produce automobile chassis parts, such as aluminum alloy lower arm, bracket, car plate and other products, and high in if the acquisition of this production chassis spare parts factory, and to expand the scale of production, for the whole car cost will have no small reduction, so that the price war will have more confidence. Why is the current domestic sales of the first domestic automobile brand can be so low price car and profit? Is not because the part self-sufficiency rate is high, small-scale mining, so the car unit price can be reduced?
And the acquisition of this spare parts machinery forging plant
is undoubtedly the first step to reduce costs and increase efficiency. After all, Healy Han is not bad money. As long as the step is not too big like Hungtai car making and pulling the egg, it will not happen to invest tens of billions of dollars and even hair cannot return to the cup. In the afternoon, Lee Han rested, and accompanied the secretary Joing to play billiards to relax, then drove away from the company. Lamborghini driving in the street, the windy red and black gradient color appearance. It is difficult not to attract people's attention. Lee Han realized that the fun of driving a sports car was not only because of the strong power, but also a strong sense of vanity. Joing sent the contact information of the actress. Lee Han parked the sports car on the roadside parking space, casually found a coffee shop, sat down and drank coffee while adding the other party's green bubbles. Mr. Lee, I've heard a lot about you. Hello Sister Jean, you're a household name. It's my honor to make friends with you. Mr. Lee, the location has been arranged. At the Jinhu Manor. I'll send you the location. 6 o'clock in the evening. I won't see you there. Good. Lee Han typed. The actress's appearance appeared in his mind. In fact, there was one thing to say. The actress named Jean Shasha's posture was still good. Singing and acting have a certain fame. Also shot a lot of famous TV series. Is considered to be a little famous actress before. But actresses cannot hold the impact of the passage of time. Now she is already in her early 40s. The peak of her career has passed. In fact, Lee Han is also a little curious. Do not understand why Jean Shasha specially requested Joing to arrange a meeting with himself. This Jean Shasha and his obvious age difference is quite large, so basically can rule out the possibility of wanting to evening their own. And his industry in the film and television, this piece of investment is not much. Want to shoot a movie, want to read to find him is not much doorway. Could it be that he wants to find him to help invest in movies and TV? This is quite possible. Drinking coffee leisurely, Lee Han took advantage of the fact that there was nothing else to do, and looked for Lu Ting to chat a few words. Lu Ting didn't come to him in the past few days because she was valued by the company and was assigned to go on a business trip to talk about a project. Counting the time, she should be back. It did not take long for Lu Ting to return the message. It turned out that she is now at the beach, is sunbathing, mixed to more than 5 o'clock. He then got up and intended to go to the appointment. Just arrived near his sports car, but found that there are 3 beautiful girls are taking pictures in front of the Lamborghini. These 3 girls are quite youthful looking. Looking at the clothes are not any famous brand. Maybe college students. Zhang Dugua and the others probably felt that they were not a threat, so they did not get down from the Mercedes-Benz SUV sitting behind them to kick them out. Lee Han stood not far away to admire the meeting, only to see them one by one take turns to stand in the front of the sports car, gesturing various movements. 3 women, wearing a pink camisole denim skirt, girl along the most beautiful, white skin, beautiful long legs, watery, overflowing with youthfulness. Yen, you say, the person who drives this car, will it be an uncle or a handsome man? I know you're a bit springy, but I still want to tell you cruelly, the man who can drive this kind of car, even if he's a handsome guy, that will definitely not be your turn. Asterisk. You. Dreaming is not enough. Hey, see that guy? He's been standing there looking at us. He's not a peeping Tom, is he? The girl whispered to this, suddenly walked out toward Lee Han. I said, you see enough? You can leave when you're done, right? Lee Han looked left and right and realized that no one was there, so he pointed to himself in surprise and said, are you talking to me? Chapter 51, Dinner. If I'm not talking to you, am I still talking to a ghost? The girl rolled her eyes breathlessly. I've seen more than enough of your corny pickup lines. We're not in existence that you, a boy on a shared bicycle, can covet. Shared bicycle? Lee Han turned his head and realized that he was standing beside a row of shared bicycles, and this girl thought she was getting ready to ride one. Crying and laughing, Lee Han could only pull out his Lamborghini key and press the unlock button. The lights of the sports car flashed and was soon in an unlocked state. The 3 women were scared and hurriedly walked away from the sports car. They looked at each other but realized that there was no one around at all. The car is unlocked, where is everyone? Excuse me, please move over. Just as the girls revealed strange colors, Lee Han passed by them and opened the car door with his hand. I'm going. The girl who had taunted Lee Han just now had her mouth turned into an O shape in shock, and the other 2 women were also shocked. They really didn't expect. How did the one who rode a shared bicycle transform into the one who drove a Lamborghini? Hey handsome, can you add a green bubble? A girl rushed to the car window and smiled. Give us a chance to get to know each other. Lee Han looked up at her. Are you all college students? Yes, we are college students from the nearby art school. Sophomores this year. Sure enough, they are still from the art school. No wonder their posture and figure are not bad. female college students. Ha, it's a bit interesting. After thinking about it, Li Han took out his cell phone and said, "Add it." "Thanks."
The female student excitedly swept the code and then said towards the other two girls,
"Yen Yen, Nan Nan, hurry up and come add your friends." The two women, embarrassed and red-faced,
also took the initiative to come over and add their friends. Although they were female college students who had not entered society and were still living in the school greenhouse, they also knew that it was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be friends with a man who drove a luxury supercar.
"Handsome man, at the risk of asking, how much does this car cost?" "Quite expensive, right?" "Not quite expensive." "It's okay.
I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Bye."
Li Han kicked the gas, and with a roar, the supercar drove away from the street.
Looking at the handsome silhouette of the supercar in the distance,
the girl named Nan Nan sighed. "If I could ride in this car once, I would definitely die of happiness." "Don't worry, there's a chance. Didn't we add him as a friend?" "Add is added, but people may not pass the verification." "Ah, it's true. Forget it,
my dreams are shattered. I'm going to drink a cup of milk tea and treat myself hard."
The girls immediately laughed out chirpily and walked towards the milk tea store not far away.
Li Han drove to the restaurant where actress Jin Shasha had made a reservation. This was a private manor, and only people with status and identity had to come here to dine. Of course, Li Han didn't even need to show his identity, just the luxury car he drove, and Zhang Dugua's security fleet following behind him, were enough to make the porter let him in.
The entire manor, our Chinese garden architecture, pavilions and pavilions, beautiful atmosphere at the same time,
but also added a very strong privacy. He told the waiter the box number. The waiter respectfully brought him to the courtyard located next to a pavilion.
Entering it,
Li Han saw two beautiful women already sitting at the dining table. One of them was Jin Shasha. Today, she was wearing a white elegant cheongsam, and her hair was coiled up and slightly powdered. Because of her age,
the once sweet and innocent her looked dignified and atmospheric, with an obvious mature flavor. The other, who cannot be named,
is obviously much younger than Jin Shasha, and even more beautiful.
She was wearing a black French V-neck waist-length dress,
with long straight black hair, and her delicate face and snow-white neck were all perfect, especially the faint beauty mole on her cheeks, but also added a few points of fireworks to her original beauty. The beauty was a bit shy by Li Han's look and lowered her pretty face.
"Mr. Li, you are much younger than on TV." Jin Shasha smiled and got up, shook hands with Li Han and said, "I'm sorry, I temporarily called a younger sister over." "No comments, right? It would be my honor to have the company of a beautiful woman for dinner. In the end, you are a billionaire."
"Your speech is just good.
Come, hurry up and take your seat. Waiter, serve the food."
The three of them took their seats. Jin Shasha took the initiative to introduce.
"Mr. Li, let me introduce to you. This pretty young girl is called Yang Yen." "Yang Yen, say hello to Mr. Li." "Hello, Mr. Li." Yang Yen was obviously very shy, speaking in a warm voice,
and it was not known whether she was really or deliberately pretending. Li Han nodded and said towards Jin Shasha,
"Sister Jean, what have you been busy with lately? It seems like I haven't seen you post any new works."
"Hey, I'm old and over the hill, and the scripts of the movies I've been asked to shoot recently aren't very good,
so I've put them off with the intention of resting for a while and recuperating." "Indeed, filming is quite tiring."
Jin Shasha seemed to want to say something,
and said, "Mr. Li,
I haven't thanked you for giving face at the auction. My wristwatch was auctioned to more than $5 million.
It's nothing, it's just a contribution to charity." Li Han waved his hand and laughed.
"Besides, I can still have dinner with the stars.
I've even earned it. He, don't be modest, Mr. Li."
Jin Shasha laughed beautifully.
"I'm in the field.
So I heard from my friends in Hangzhou that a new Tsanglong group with a market capitalization of $100 billion has appeared here,
and the president of the group is actually only in his 20s.
A little bit of luck, invested overseas to earn a fortune.
This is not to return to the country to make some contribution to economic development. Mr. Li really has a pattern."
Jin Shasha gave a thumbs up towards Li Han, when she swept a glance at the silent young beauty beside her and said,
"Yang Yen, what's the point of always being silent? Accompany Mr. Li to say something."
Yang Yen blushed and coyly said,
"Hello, Mr. Li." Li Han joked, "You don't have to be nervous, I'm not a tiger. I don't eat people." "That Mr. Li, don't be offended.
It's Yang Yan's first time to socialize with such a big level figure as you,
so she's very nervous."
Jin Shasha explained. "She is considered a distant relative of mine. I saw that she is pretty, so I wanted to bring her out from a small place to meet the big world."
"Oh, Yang Yan is not a star?"
Li Han was a bit surprised. He had always thought that Yang Yan should be some kind of third-line star. He didn't think that she hadn't even debuted yet.
"What star? Oh,
she is just now out to learn acting.
8 has not yet a skim."
Jin Shasha laughed.
I'm now letting her work as an anchor on the Shake Music platform, to exercise her guts, and also practice dancing and whatnot, so that if she has the chance to become an actress later, she can also get started as soon as possible. Lee Han nodded. He really did not expect Yang Yen is actually a female anchor. As soon as he thought of this, he remembered that he hadn't watched a live broadcast since he had his wealth. The door was knocked open, and from outside, waiters came in to serve all kinds of delicious food on the table, worthy of being a private manor. The dishes here looked very flavorful and classy, and in women's words, exquisite. Jean Shasha took the initiative to open a bottle of Lafite Rothschild and handed it to Yang Yen. Making a wink, Yang Yen reddened her pretty face, walked to Li Han's side and bent down to pour wine for him. Only then did Li Han realize that not only was Yang Yen's face beautiful, but her figure was also quite impressive. Extremely good. Chapter 52 The Calculator. For the sake of face, Li Han didn't dare to look more, but his sight had been caught by Jean Shasha, revealing a wry smile. Mr. Li, I toast to you. Yang Yen raised her glass in a toast. Li Han clinked it with her and took a big sip. Mr. Li really gives face to Yang Yen. Yang Yen. You and Mr. Li are both young people. Communicate more in the future, you know? Got it, Sister Jean. Yang Yen smiled sweetly, seemingly a bit more relaxed than earlier. Li Han looked at Jean Shasha. He was wondering what kind of medicine this woman was selling in her gourd. But anyway, it was definitely Jean Shasha who had a request for him, so he wasn't in a hurry. During the meal, the two women frequently raised their glasses with Li Han, drinking quite happily. After a bottle of red wine was finished, the two women's faces showed a rosy color, but it didn't look like there was much drunkenness. Mr. Li, can you still drink? Jean Shasha laughed. Should I open another bottle? Although Li Han's drinking capacity wasn't very good, a bottle of red wine was still a good amount, so he nodded after thinking about it. Jean Shasha pretended to be happy on the surface, but when she turned around to call the waiter, she clearly revealed an expression of heartache. Indeed heartache. She tonight but blood money. This Lafite is the collection of Chateau Lafite Rothschild. More than $100,000 a bottle. 2 bottles plus the cost of the meal is $300,000. Don't look at Jean Shasha as a famous actress, but she also has a difficult to read scripture. Opened a bottle of red wine. 3 people drink and chat. Jean Shasha saw that she drank almost as much. If she didn't mention it, she wouldn't have a chance. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and said, Yang Yen, you go to the restroom for a while to fix your makeup. I have some things to talk to Mr. Li about. Okay, then I'll go first, Mr. Li. Sister Jean. Yang Yen immediately got up to leave and closed the door to the room. Li Han looked at Jean Shasha playfully. It looked like the medicine in her gourd was finally going to start selling. Mr. Li, you should know that I'm a weak woman with little speaking skills, so please bear with me if I say anything that offends you or makes you unhappy. Jean Shasha exhaled deeply and spoke out seriously. You talk about it? It's like this. I've been working hard in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years. It's very difficult. Although I have some achievements, my private life is a mess. My parents, brother and sister, the whole family relies on me to support them. They see me making money. Their demands are getting higher and higher. My yearly expenses on them are more than myself. As you know, I got married a few years ago to a rich businessman, but the sky is the limit. My husband's business collapsed and he owed a lot of foreign debts. Although I divorced him smoothly, I paid all my savings as a result. Now I'm too old to shoot a movie. Not to mention that no company is willing to hire my aging actress as a #1 actress. So, my financial situation is actually very bad. I'm not afraid to laugh at you. That wristwatch that was given to the charity auction is already the most valuable of my jewelry. Li Han was a little curious. Sister Jean, then why did you give the wristwatch for free to take to auction when your financial situation is so bad? Because, I want to evening out the big money. Jean Shasha said this, a little embarrassed. I thought before that by auctioning the wristwatch, the ones who can come to dinner must be rich middle-aged men. If an unmarried one can look at me, I will talk about marriage. If a married one looks at me, then I'll consider whether it's worth it for me to be a mistress. But I didn't expect that Mr. Li, the one who shot the wristwatch, was so young, so I definitely didn't stand a chance. So I pulled Yang Yen in to see if there was a chance that she could fall into your eyes. Li Han didn't expect Jean Shasha to speak so bluntly, but thinking about it, it was true. The entertainment industry was a place where there was no purity to speak of, not to mention what to pack a mistress to raise a lover. Is that what underground slave girl what? Are very much. No wonder Yang Yen would be so nervous and shy. I'm afraid she already knew what the purpose of coming here for dinner was, right? I'm a bit puzzled. Sister Jean, you've been filming for so many years, you wouldn't even not know some of the bosses, right? Why bother with this trick? It's different. Those rich people I know are basically from the same circle, and each one of them is not a light. Then what if it's a woman who shoots your watch? Then consider my investment a failure this time. there's probability in everything, right? You have a point. Li Han laughed and said, then what do you want to do after you're going to be a big shot? Become a rich wife? No, I want to open a film and television entertainment company. Isn't the recent short drama quite hot? I want to shoot short drama microfilm in the early stage, and then engage in TV series and movies later when I have capital. If possible, I also want to specialize in digging up newcomers and cultivate them to become popular anchors or stars, and I can even participate in organizing concerts and other projects. Li Han chucked a mouthful of food and ate. This is to change from being a star to being a showbiz boss? Yes, this is something I plan not a day or two. The whole team has long been identified. Is the lack of funds? Jean Shasha drummed up the courage to say, Mr. Li, your capital is so strong. If you can you partner with me? I still have connections in the entertainment industry, and I don't have any interest in entering the entertainment industry, for now. With one sentence, Li Han left Jean Shasha speechless and filled with disappointment. Indeed, Li Han had his own considerations. The current spread of Sanglong Group was already big enough, while the water in the entertainment industry was too deep, and it wasn't an industry where a high input would result in a high output. He was rich, but he wasn't willing to be a big complainer. This kind of silly thing of taking money to accomplish someone else's career, he wouldn't do it. Okay, Jean Shasha said rather helplessly. Then, if Mr. Li is interested in the future, let's talk again. Okay, the food is almost done. And Li Han stood up and said, thank you, Sister Jean, for being able to wine and dine with me. I'm very happy tonight. Jean Shasha barely smiled, not meeting her mental expectations, obviously still rather affecting her mood. Mr. Li, what do you think of Yang Yan? Should I let her accompany you? Jean Shasha was still not dead set on making an issue out of Yang Yan. Li Han frowned a little and said, Sister Jean, I'm not too fond of forcing things. There are some things that can be done when the water is right, but the melon that is twisted is not sweet. Do you understand? Ming, understand. Jean Shasha knew that Li Han was angry, scared and hurriedly nodded her head. How could she, an over-the-top star, dare to anger a billionaire who was worth hundreds of billions of dollars? That consequence was simply not something she could bear. Walking out of the box, she met Yan Yan at the door. The three of them came to the front desk of the manor. Jean Shasha was just about to pay when Li Han had already handed over the black and gold card. Mr. Li, how embarrassing this is. It's fine. Treating a beautiful woman to dinner is the natural thing to do. After Li Han made the payment, the three of them walked out of the door to the parking area, and they saw Zhang Dugua and the other bodyguards had been waiting for a long time. You guys drove here? Nope, had to drink, so I took a taxi. Zhang Dugua, send the two beauties back. Li Han said this, and then asked Fox to drive his sports car and take him home first. Only after Zhang Dugua sent the two women back to their residence did Yang Yin gasp for air and carefully said, Sister Jean, does that Mr. Li not see me? No, he's just being unproductive. Jean Shasha helplessly and bitterly laughed. Rich men, really one more than one shrewd. Is that I underestimated people? Young can earn so much money, not without reason. Yes, he is so powerful, so young and so rich, but even more powerful. It has nothing to do with us anymore. Jean Shasha slightly apologized. I'm sorry, Xiao Yan, for almost making you do something you don't like. I didn't even know if I would harm you. Luckily nothing happened. Yang Yan shook her head and said, Don't say that, Sister Jean. I can come from the countryside to the big city step by step. It's all because of your help. You are my benefactor. The only thing you begged me to do. How can I say yes? Hey, silly child, our woman's life is so bitter. Jean Shasha touched Yang Yan's hair, and her eyes gradually reddened. Chapter 53, Meeting the Schoolgirl. Hello? Mom, hiss. No, nothing, hit the corner, you say. Li Han woke up in the morning and received a call from his mother in his hometown. He sighed, hit the phone, vaguely said, Well, nothing, I have money. Oh yes, I forgot to say with you, Hungtai that house has a developer to take over. It is estimated that the end of the year will be able to decorate. Yes, so tell you not to worry about it. When to go home? Well, I think about it. Recently the company is busy. I strive for the national day to go home to see you guys. Good, I have to go to work. Bye. After saying that, Li Han hung up the phone. Deleted. After the refreshed Li Han's workout, he accompanied Lu Ting for a hearty breakfast and then took her shopping. Lu Ting was busy picking out items in the luxury store at the mall, while he leaned back on the sofa and played with his cell phone. Looking at his bank account, not only did the balance not decrease in any way during this period of time, but it skyrocketed by more than 2 billion, becoming more than 2 billion. All of this money was interest from domestic deposits as well as interest from cross-country transfers from German banks. Can't spend it all. can't spend it all at all.
After opening Green Bubble and looking at the messages, he found that there were actually a few friend applications. He clicked on it and only then remembered that a few days ago on the side of the road, hadn't he added 3 college girls as friends? Clicking through one by one, his eyes fell on the avatar of the girl called Blossom. This girl, is the 3 people in the longest beautiful that? It seems to be called something like Yin Yin. Just after he passed his friends, all 3 girls sent messages. Hi, handsome. I didn't expect you to really add me to Green Bubble. I'm so touched. I know you definitely like me. Honestly, did you add the other 2 girls' green bubbles? Hello. 3 girls? Obviously this one called Yin Yan's message is more cold. I don't know if she's not a gold worshipper or if she's just trying to catch up. Being long and pretty was an advantage. And she gained Li Han's attention. Other people add my green bubble back to the message. Across the screen I can feel their excitement. You are very calm? Oh, because I know that the gap between the world of you rich people is too far. So I don't have hope to become friends with you. Then you still added me? I just don't want my 2 classmates to think I'm puritanical. Li Han smiled. This girl was quite interesting. By the way, what's your full name? Jiang Xiaoyan. Oh, my surname is Li. What are you doing now? Me, lying on the bed in the dormitory, getting ready to go downstairs to the cafeteria for lunch. And in the afternoon, continuing classes? No mandatory classes this afternoon. Planning to take a break and put on some makeup for the night out. You know what? There's a concert by Shui Jiyu at night. And we managed to get tickets for the back row of the infield. Shui Jiyu? Yeah, you don't know about Shui Jiyu? A popular singer. He's sung many famous songs. It's just a pity that the tickets we bought are too far away. We might not even be able to see his person clearly. I really don't know what's so great about the concert that makes you guys so obsessed. How old are you? Talking like an old man. Concerts aren't just about seeing stars. It's more about enjoying the atmosphere and enjoying your youth. Seeing this, Li Han couldn't help but freeze. Yes. He was only in his 20s. How did he feel alive like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s? The old self always had a lot of things he wanted. A lot of things he wanted to try. But nowadays, he had everything he wanted. But instead, his mindset had changed drastically. Could this be the aftermath of having too much money? He felt that he was to have more fun with the young people. Always dealing with those middle-aged people in the mall. He was not old and his heart was getting old. After thinking about it, Li Han said, "Can I go too? I want to join you guys." But there are no more tickets? Tickets were sold out a long time ago. I'll think of a way by myself. If I can get a ticket, I'll go with you guys? Yes, of course there's no problem. Li Han thought about it for a while, and it seemed like there wasn't really anyone in the entertainment industry that he knew besides Jean Shasha. So, he called Jean Shasha. Jean Shasha felt puzzled at first. She thought that she and Li Han were unlikely to cross paths in this life. Who knew that people actually took the initiative to call her? It was only after asking that she realized that she had come to ask for tickets. I'm not very familiar with Shui Jiyu, but don't worry, Mr. Li, every celebrity will keep some tickets. I'll drag my connections to ask him if he still has tickets. Well, if there are more, prepare 4 for me. Okay. Jean Shasha hung up the phone and hurriedly dialed her friend's phone, asking for Shui Jiyu's number and calling it. Shui Jiyu stammered at first, obviously not wanting to give it. Jean Shasha knew in her heart, the entertainment industry is so realistic. The two are not very familiar, and she has gone out of fashion. A lot of acquaintances she used to know do not buy face anymore. Gritting her teeth, she promised to help him introduce the domestic famous lyricist. He only gave 4 front row VIP tickets. After Li Han got the news, he sent a message to Jiang Xiaoyan. I got the concert tickets. TSK, being rich is good. My sisters asked you if you can drive to pick us up. It's too far from the concert venue, and a taxi is so expensive. Fine, I'm alone anyway. You send me the address. Let's not see each other. After chatting with Jiang Xiaoyan, he felt a bit more relaxed. Still, chatting with college students could bring back the shadow of youth. Lu Ting finally picked a good, before and after the clothes, shoes, jewelry bags. A total of more than 800,000 spent. Li Han did not care about swiping the card. Went to the mall's upscale Japanese restaurant to eat a meal, which sent her away. This little goblin does not go back. He must be sucked dry. Still need to combine labor and rest. In the afternoon, I went to the company. There is a competent Zhoueng, coupled with highly paid to hire the head of each department into the right track. The group work, everything is well organized. Li Han is also not as busy as before. Usually just deal with some important decisions. Mr. Li, the Xinlong Mansion shopping mall has been initially renovated, and then it's time to invite the merchants to move in and renovate their own stores. Just before her ass got hot, Suman stepped on her high heels and entered the president's office, reporting to Li Han about her work. Well, how's the recruitment of merchants going? Quite good. The office building is also basically rented out. I also specially left a few floors for some of the group's branches that need to be rented. Okay, I trust your ability. Li Han did rather admire the Su man in front of him. This strong woman was just like Zhou, meticulous in her work and super capable. Thank you, Mr. Li, for the compliment. Su man revealed a happy color. After all, the president's compliment was an affirmation of her work. Facing this beautiful imperial sister, Li Han thought for a moment and said, Su man, after the building construction and decoration work is completed, basically there is no big deal. Is there any interest to come to the headquarters to do something? Chapter 54, The Pickup. Me, is that okay? Of course, your ability is there for all to see. Li Han thought for a moment and said, in this case, you communicate with Zhou, then learn about the positions within Sanglong Group and make your own choice. Okay, thank you, Mr. Li. Su Man's excited face is a little flushed. Into the headquarters work means that she will be promoted. How can also get a manager level position? Promotion and salary increase that is proper. After Su Man left with satisfaction, Zhou came to report on some of the matters that the group needs him to decide. The cooperation between Gala Automobile and Zhongwei is in full swing, and the new model is already being debugged and finalized for testing, so it is estimated that it will be ready for mass production next month. Soft Rain Technology successfully took the screen order for Zhongwei's folding cell phone and signed a contract to become the main supplier. Other enterprises are also in the rectification stage. Most of them are profitable. Only a small number of them are still in the loss-making state. There is a group to integrate the resources of each branch is good. Although many industries are not related, but as long as in the big group, make up for each other is a good way out of the dilemma. For example, a food factory produces a certain product, market awareness is not high, sales have not been able to get up. The group can be the first product to all branches of the purchase of appointments, the use of e-commerce platform sales, live company with goods. All of a sudden sales can be hot. Therefore, a good integration of the group's resources can have the effect of 1 + 1 2. After finishing everything, Li Han looked at his watch and asked Zhang Dugua to drive a Porsche Cayenne downstairs, because it was to pick up 3 beautiful college students. Other luxury cars are usually okay to drive. Really, to go to school or to Windy Point, Li Han is mainly to take into account a few girls, afraid of gossip too much on the life of the trouble, so change a low-profile car. What? You say this Porsche Cayenne is not too low-key? But the problem is that this is already the cheapest car in Li Han's garage. The art school in Jiangshayan's mouth is the Media University located in the university town of Hangzhou's high-tech district. Li Han leaned the car on the side of the road and sent a message. It didn't take long for Jiangshayan to appear at the entrance of the dormitory living area with the 3 of those 2 sisters. Jiangshayan. Li Han lowered the car window and was just about to wave at them when a BMW M3 suddenly cut in front and blocked the 3 women's path. Yen, you guys are going to a concert? In the car, a young man wearing sunglasses came down. Looking at the dress, fancy, Long is quite handsome. As soon as Jiang Xiaoyan saw him, she frowned and bit her red lip. Dong Hui, where we are going has nothing to do with you. Don't be like this. I'll send you guys there, okay? The boy called Dong Hui smiled and said, I have 2 VIP tickets for the concert. Or else Yen will join me? Not interested. You can be with whoever you like. Just don't be with me anyway. Jiang Xiaoyan shook her head and refused in disgust. Dong Hui wanted to say more, but next to him, Jiang Nan voiced out at this time, Yen, still angry with young Dong? It's almost enough. Why don't you go with him and we'll wait for that brotherly. Jiang Xiaoyan looked at Jiang Nan, and then looked at Dong Hui. His face turned blue and said, Jiang Nan, it wouldn't be Dong Hui stopping us here because you talked to him, right? I'm also doing it for your good. How can you be like this? Jiang Xiaoyan said in anger and disappointment. I've broken up with Dong Hui. Why are you so nosy? What do you mean by nosy? I also have good intentions. You actually blame me? Don't PUA me there. Jiang Nan, I treat you as a friend, but you use me as a tool. There are things I don't even want to say about you. Jiang Xiaoyan said with petulant anger. Okay, you're right? Then let me ask you, why did you encourage me to get good with Dong Hui in the first place? Why did you say good things about Dong Hui every day? Not answering? Then I'll answer. That bag you bought last month. I checked it cost more than $10,000. Did Dong Hui buy it for you? With your family's condition, your monthly living expenses are only 1,000, and you don't have a boyfriend. How can you afford to buy it yourself? You sold out your sisters for material things, and now you're working as a doggy mastermind for Dong Hui. Aren't you overdoing it? Jiang Nan's face turned a shade of white and red at Jiang Xiaoyan's words, and she stammered for half a day, unable to speak. The girl next to her also got angry. Jiang Nan, so you're an undercover agent sent by Dong Hui. You're so materialistic. Thanks to Yen treating you as a good friend. Yo. Why are you still arguing? Yen, I've apologized to you. Why won't you forgive me? He, Dong Hui, You should be glad that I didn't choose to call the police, otherwise you're going to jail. What you did, I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life, just die of this heart. After saying that, Zhang Xiaoyan saw Li Han who was sitting on the Porsche and lowered the window, pulling the girl next to her. She said, "Xin, let's go." The door of the Cayenne was opened, and Zhang Xiaoyan deliberately sat on the passenger seat. This scene was seen by Dong Hui, who said with a gloomy face, "Zhang Xiaoyan has a new boyfriend? Why didn't you tell me about this?" "No, that's not her boyfriend. That's a rich man we met on the road a few days ago." Jiang Nan hurriedly explained the situation. Dong Hui was a little surprised. A sports car driver? Then why did he drive a Cayenne today? I don't know. Could it be that the sports car was rented? Humph, daring to rob my woman. I think he's impatient with life. Dong Hui furiously said. Let's go. Let's go to the concert entrance and wait for them. The two women sat on the car. Li Han glanced at Zhang Xiaoyan who was still huffing and puffing to the point of fullness and undulation as she fastened her seatbelt. Today she is wearing white tight short sleeves, chiffon short skirt, beautiful legs under the white sneakers, carefully dressed makeup looks pure and incomparable. What's wrong? Quarreled with your boyfriend? Li Han separated a little far. Vaguely heard a rough. Don't mention it. That scum is really too bad. Actually bought my friend off. Zhang Xiaoyan glanced at Li Han and hummed. You rich people. All of you are no good. AI. You're angry, but you don't want to expand the blow. It's that scumbag who messed with you just now. I didn't mess with you. Brotherly. Sympathize. Yan is angry. That's her ex-boyfriend. Called Dong Hui, a rich second generation. It's the rich second generation again. Li Han was simply speechless. Did he have a bad luck with rich second generation? And rich second generation love is quite good. The family has money to eat and wear no worries. I see that the guy is not bad. How to split up? Don't mention it. That guy is not only a scum, but also super bad. Called Xin girl exasperated. He originally and Yan love is also someone else set up. There is no emotional basis. The results of good on a few days he actually. Xin. Zhang Xiaoyan face embarrassed voice to stop. Do not say. Actually what? Li Han was somewhat curious. No, nothing. Xin lowered her head in some embarrassment. Seeing that Zhang Xiaoyan didn't want to mention it, Li Han didn't care. He wasn't a gossip girl, so don't say anything. Who didn't have some stories? Chapter 55 Conflict. The evening rush hour was a bit jammed, and by the time Li Han drove to the stadium where the concert was being held, it was already getting a bit dark. Wow, what a long line. When the three of them walked to the ticket checking channel, they realized that the queue of ticket checking people had been lined up all the way to the intersection. This didn't take more than an hour to estimate that they wouldn't be able to get in. There's no way. We can only line up slowly. Zhang Xiaoyan spoke out helplessly. When the three of them just approached, they saw that Dong Hui and Jiang Nan were standing there waiting. Yan, you're here? Dong Hui walked over quickly and said towards Zhang Xiaoyan, I'm worried about your safety. You're less likely to get together with unsavory men. Zhang Xiaoyan gave him a cold look and said, I don't understand what you're saying. It seems like you're the one who's a man of the unsavory kind, right? Dong Hui glanced at Li Han and said disdainfully, Jiang Nan all told me that this man is nothing more than a friend you added on the side of the road because he drove a sports car at the time, didn't he? I'm talking to you. Sports car, this kind of thing. A few $1,000s to rent a day more dead. You want to sit in the sports car I called Wang brother borrow me to drive a few days. Every day to take you for a ride, how about it? Li Han looked at Dong Hui with a smile. How could he not hear that Dong Hui was saying that his sports car was rented? Mocking him. Not good. I'll make friends with whoever I like. I don't need you to meddle. Zhang Xiaoyan grunted, pulled Li Han's hand and said, Brother Li, ignore him, let's go and line up. Yan, why do you have to be so mean to yourself? I have a VIP ticket here. Follow me and you can go directly to the VIP channel. While follow him, you can only wait in line for an hour. Dong Hui disdainfully said, I admit that I was wrong last time and got carried away. But wasn't that because I liked you too much and wanted to get you earlier? You still have the nerve to say that. Zhang Xiaoyan was trembling with anger. People like you are despicable, shameless and nasty. What did you say? Say it again. Dong Hui was angry at being scolded, and was about to go forward to find her to argue. Li Han was caught in the middle and could only talk to Zhang Xiaoyan's body, saying to Dong Hui, that, you guys are arguing. Don't make a move. What's the matter with you? Don't look for death. Hurry up and get lost. Faced with Dong Hui's arrogant appearance, Li Han narrowed his eyes and sneered. Who are you scolding? Cursing is you, old man. Dong Hui hadn't finished cursing when he saw Li Han kick him hard in the stomach. Working out every day wasn't for nothing. Li Han is currently a tendon meat, although unprofessional cannot be compared. But clean up in front of this kind of eating, drinking and playing the second generation, or hand holding the pinch is not a problem. Dong Hui was kicked directly to his knees on the ground. His face was green with pain.
and he couldn't even vomit anything. Jiang Xiaoyan and the other two women were also startled. None of them had expected Li Han to actually dare to make a move. You-ing. Slap. Li Han backhanded a slap and coldly said, "Keep your mouth clean. You, what are you doing? Do you know who he is? Are you crazy?" Jiang Nan rushed over to support Donghui at this moment, screaming at Li Han. "Hitting someone is against the law. Who let him verbally abuse me in front of him? Me hitting him is also considered educating for his parents." Li Han coldly said, "Still not rolling? Want me to continue beating? You. Donghui was angry and hurt, but also afraid that Li Han really want to do it. Hard to get up and retreat side to side to put a vicious word. "You give me weight." He hurriedly took out his cell phone to make a call. Obviously intends to call someone. "Brother Li, you quickly go." He called out for people. Jiang Xiaoyan said in fear, "You don't know. There is a male student in our school who was directly hospitalized by him because he offended him." "Go what? Don't we still have to watch the concert? What else to watch? Hurry up and run." Next to her, Yi Xian also said anxiously, "How long do we have to wait in line?" "It's too late." Li Han smiled and said, "What's the hurry? He wants to play. I'll play with him." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and sent a text message. About 10 minutes later, Dong Hui's side came 5 or 6 men, looking like nothing good. Should be all gangsters and ruffians. "Who is it? Who dares to hit my brother? Looking for death? Bah! I'm so tired of living. Let's beat him up." "That's right, beat him to death. Let him have it." The gangsters, each with a cigarette in their mouths, aggressively pounced towards the side. The security guards next to them leaned to the side of the crowd, seemingly not wanting to mess with these lunatics. "Run, Ali!" Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned white with fear and pulled Li Han to run. However, Li Han wrapped his arms around her and went over. "Don't you hate this Donghui? I'll help you learn a lesson today." Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned red when she was wrapped in Li Han's arms, and just as she was about to struggle, she froze at Li Han's words. Right at this moment, several black shadows rushed out from the crowd and greeted these ruffians. In the blink of an eye, these ruffians were put down in a flurry of 3 blows. Screaming miserably, "Boss, is everything alright?" Zhang Dugua came to Li Han's side. Concerned, Li Han waved his hand. "Go, grab that kid for me." "Good." Zhang Dugui gave a wink, and the 2 bodyguards immediately pounced on Donghui, directly grabbing the still dazed him and dragging him to Li Han. "Didn't you ask me to wait? I'm waiting. Do you still want to continue?" Donghui was trembling a little in fear. He was arrogant, but he wasn't stupid. These guys with their tall size and explosive attack power were definitely bodyguards, and in this society, those who could afford to hire bodyguards were truly big shots. At least it wasn't something he, Donghui, could afford to mess with. Brother, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm not something." Saying this, Donghui had already started to slap himself, snot and tears hanging on his knees begging for forgiveness. Obviously, this is a bully who has no eggs. "Alright, disgraceful, get lost, don't harass Jiang Xiaoyan again in the future. You hear me? Yes, don't dare. Donghui fled into the VIP channel with his ass in the air. Next to him, Jiang Nan also ran in after him with an ugly face. Jiang Xiaoyan and Yi Xian were both completely dumbfounded at this point. They knew that Li Han was rich, but they didn't know that he was actually so powerful that he had bodyguards following him. "Brother Li, thanks. Jiang Xiaoyan thanked with some restraint. "Thank you for helping me and teaching Donghui a lesson. You don't need to be pressured. We are friends. There is no need to be polite between friends." Li Han winked at her and laughed. "Let's go. Let's enter the venue." "Enter the venue? Don't we have to line up? I almost forgot. I have 4 VIP tickets here, so I can be the same as that Donghui, and go directly to the VIP channel without queuing." Li Han had truly forgotten. He only remembered when he saw Donghui enter the VIP channel. Jiang Xiaoyan and Yi Xian looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. Being rich is good. The VIP ticket given by Jin Shasha, the location was naturally good. Li Han brought the 2 girls in to find a location, and the 2 girls almost didn't jump up in excitement, because the position they sat in, even in the center of the stage, not near not far, the view is really great. Chapter 56. That's M3. "Brother Li, really thank you so much," Jiang Xiaoyan said gratefully. "I never dreamed that I could still have such an experience." "Yeah, concert VIP area tickets. Outside scalper that one will cost 30,000. It's really awesome." Yi Xian was also excited and clenched her small fists. "I now feel like I'm still dreaming. It's too unreal." "Me too." Jiang Xiaoyan smiled happily. This smile, full of youth and sunshine. Li Han looked at it and felt that the whole person was much more relaxed and cozy. Also in the VIP seat, slightly to the back of the row, Donghui was staring at Li Han with a gloomy face, secretly staring at him. "Xiao Dong, this surname Li is too much. He actually dared to. Shut up. Dong Hui glared at Jiang Nan who was sitting next to him, and said angrily, it's all your fault. The intelligence can't even get it right. That surname Li is so powerful, causing me to become a clown. Jiang Nan aggrieved, that I also only met with him once. I have told you that he has a sports car. It is you who said to rent. Talk back again and you get out. Dong Hui gritted his teeth and said, even you want to see me laugh, is not it? Don't be anxious. My big brother will come in a while. You know, his sister is a big brother in the circle of the second generation. I want him to get back for me. Just said this, Dong Hui saw two people are walking over. Cannot help but excitedly piled up a smile and ran over. Brother Wang, you're here? Well, thank you Dong Hui. This VIP ticket I asked several friends cannot get. You are a little way. You're welcome. Hurry up and take your seat. Dong Hui brought what he called Brother Wang and his female companion to quickly take their seats. Dong Hui, what's wrong with your face? Seems a bit red and swollen? Brother Wang, I was just beaten up. What? You were beaten up? Really? Really? My girlfriend and I had a falling out, didn't we? Who knows that she actually has a big money? I wanted to salvage the relationship, but the big money beat me up. So arrogant? Is there still a law? Dare to pry my brother's girlfriend? What's the story? I haven't seen him before. I don't know when he came out in Hangzhou. He's quite young. By the way, he and my girlfriend are sitting in the VIP area. Hey, I'd like to see what kind of big shot is so powerful. Take me to see. That Wang patted Dong Hui and said, don't worry, brother, our sister is a famous person in Hangzhou. Even if he is a big shot, he still has to give me some face. It's just a woman. I don't think he would dare not give us face. It's still Brother Wang who is powerful and domineering. Hearing this, Dong Hui felt that he could do it again, and his eyes became arrogant. At the same time, because the concert hadn't started yet, Li Han chatted towards Jiang Xiaoyan next to her. I'm quite curious. What did that Dong Hui do to you to make you break up with him with such a resolute attitude? Jiang Xiaoyan reddened her pretty face and hesitated before saying, in fact, Dong Hui and I got together. It was Jiang Nan who set us up. She always said good things about him, and he was quite a gentleman in the beginning, and he was very gentle with me, so I tried to go out with him. But who knows that after dating I realized that he actually has many other girlfriends at the same time. A complete scum. I also know that rich people must be very philandering, but on the contrary, he is not only scum, but also very that. Only a few days after talking to me, he want to have that with me. Of course I don't agree, but he shamelessly actually used drugs and tried to make me lose consciousness. Li Han was a bit surprised. This is indeed despicable and shameless enough. Yeah. Fortunately that day when he drugged it was Yi Xin who happened to bump into it, otherwise it would have really been his way. Jiang Xiaoyan sighed, so, I will never forgive such a man, despicable and shameless. I am disgusted when I see him. You did the right thing. It's better to stay away from such bottomless people. Li Han nodded. Don't worry, give him a lesson this time. I guess he won't dare to harass you again. Thank you brother Li. Jiang Xiaoyan gratefully thanked again. Just as Li Han wanted to wave his hand, he realized that two people were walking this way, and the leader was none other than Dong Hui. Li Han's face instantly pulled down. Speak of the devil. I had just boasted in front of a beautiful woman that he wouldn't dare harass her again, and then he came to my door. It's really embarrassing. This kid, he really doesn't see the coffin and doesn't shed a tear. And what surprised him even more was that when approaching, Li Han accidentally realized that the young man behind this Dong Hui, he actually knew. Wasn't this Zhang Zhao's little brother? The original young proprietor of Evelyn's company, Wang Xiaodong? Wang Xiaodong was just halfway to the road in a rage, and when he realized that Li Han was staring at him with a cold smile, he couldn't help but shiver all over. He hurriedly pulled Dong Hui, who was still going to walk forward, and said in shock, the person you just said, is he? Yes, it's him. I'd recognize him even if he turned into ashes. Dong Hui proudly said, brother, a moment to teach him a good lesson. For me to export the bad anger, I must fix him. Let him kneel down and call my old son. Ouch! Before Dong Hui could finish his sentence, Wang Xiaodong slapped him directly and turned him around. Brother, what are you hitting me for? Pa! Another slap, hitting Dong Hui's other cheek quickly reddened and swollen as well. Damn you! Don't drag me around if you want to die. Wang Xiaodong was so angry that he almost didn't smoke through his 7 orifices and cursed. I just escaped from the tiger's den, and you want to harm me into the tiger's mouth you? Egu! Brother don't hit. Brother, what did you say I don't understand. Wang Xiaodong ignored Dong Hui, hard-headedly came to Li Han's body, piled up a smile and said, oh, what a coincidence. Brother Li, you are also there. What? Dong Hui moved you as a savior? Which can it? That bastard I was about to clean up. Actually dare to disrespect brotherly. Living tired of him. This is not. Bring him to make amends to you. Li Han saw through it and didn't say anything. What's this kid's origin? Dong Hui? Hey, his father is a wholesaler. Opened a small trading company. How can he be in your eyes? Mr. Li. Wang Xiaodong said this, seemed to understand something, gritted his teeth. Mr. Li, you don't have to do it. Go back and I'll call a few of my circle of friends, and bring his family down. Not bankruptcy is not the end of the kind. You misunderstood me. I'm not that interested. Li Han shook his head and said, let's go. Let's go. Don't get in the way here. Fine. We'll leave right away. Wang Xiaodong beckoned towards Dong Hui at this time. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and apologize. Brother, I was wrong. Dong Hui listened to the heart jumping. He knew that he could let Wang Xiaodong backhanded to screw him. Must be absolutely cannot be messed with the big man. This is really a goat. Don't talk to me if you're wrong. Dong Hui immediately understood in a second. Towards the side of Zhang Xiaoyan who looked dumbfounded then said, Yen, I'm wrong. Don't worry. I won't pester you again in the future. You almost bullied someone. Don't you have to give compensation? Give. Compensation must be given. Li Han glanced at Zhang Xiaoyan and said, want something? No need. Zhang Xiaoyan reddened her pretty face and hurriedly shook her head. Next to Xin is not polite. Yi Yen. What a good opportunity. Why not whoring him for nothing? How to say? Also have to compensate a bag of what, right? Li Han thought about it and said, let's do it this way. You will go tomorrow to transfer your BMW 3 Series to Zhang Xiaoyan. Ha? Dong Hui was heartbroken and almost cried. Choked. Brother. That's M3 What? Not willing? Li Han's eyebrows tightened, and the frightened Wang Xiaodong kicked Dong Hui's body, knocking him to the ground. Here, I'll give. Dong Hui really wanted to cry. That was a BMW M3 Chapter 57, Discoveries at the Concert. Brother Li, you have fun. If you need anything, just call me directly. Okay, that's it for now. Good. Then we'll leave first. Ha! Wang Xiaodong pulled the weeping Dong Hui and bowed with a compensatory smile as he turned to leave. Yi Xian secretly pushed Zhang Xiaoyan and whispered, Yen, you've picked up a treasure this time. See, Dong Hui's elder brother came to see Brother Li all respectfully. This is a big shot Zhang Xiaoyan nodded. She is not stupid. Of course she can see it. If you follow him, not to mention what broken BMW. Sports car is a matter of minutes. This kind of rich people catches less struggle for a lifetime. This. Zhang Xiaoyan sneaked a glance at Li Han and shyly lowered her head. The concert officially started with the cheers of tens of thousands of people in the stadium. So everywhere I go it's like joy is set ablaze. Like you were in the class next to mine. As Xue Zhiyu's chorus part rang out in the scene, it immediately brought the atmosphere to a climax. Zhang Xiaoyan and Yi Xian excitedly picked up the glow sticks and began to actively wave them around, singing along with Xue Zhiyu at the top of their lungs. Li Han could feel the restless youth at the scene, as if he was also young back, and followed Zhang Xiaoyan to shout and sing together, which was quite enjoyable. Friends of the audience at the scene, are you happy? Happy? Then scream up. Let me hear your happiness and joy. Screams rang out across the room, and everyone's faces revealed excitement. Then, Xue Zhiyu suddenly sang another very sad song, and the scene fell into silence again. Everyone showed sadness and helplessness, and some even shed hot tears. Li Han was also brought into the mood, when he suddenly had a flash of insight. Happy, joyful, sorrowful, and sad? This one concert, directly pulling all four emotions? Wasn't that exactly the source of energy he was lacking? The entire concert, there were tens of thousands of viewers, so wouldn't it be possible to collect more than 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands of energy values at a time? Thinking of this, Li Han was not calm anymore. Holy, this method is good. But soon, he realized that it was difficult to operate like this, because he wasn't a star, and his singing wasn't good. No one would come to see him in a concert, right? Hire a star for a concert? But that wasn't because he was affected by him, so the emotional energy couldn't be absorbed. Li Han couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What's wrong? Aren't you going to watch the show? The beauties on the stage were dancing hotly. Zhang Xiaoyan saw Li Han with his head down and couldn't help but voice out, you boys' favorite show aren't even watching it? Li Han looked up and laughed. They are not as pretty as you. Why don't you dance for me? Okay, one day I'll join a dance troupe. I'll go on stage and dance for you. What's your major? Acting. Oh, how about graduating as a movie star? It's not that easy. I plan to go to the theater to act in plays. That competition is smaller and easier. This way Li Han nodded his head to show understanding. Indeed, movie and television actors are just too rolled up. Don't look at the actresses glittering, but behind the scenes, How many actresses didn't even splash up?
The splendor at the top of the pyramid is the result of a wide foundation piled up layer by layer.
Yen, let me ask you something. Li Han thought for a moment and said, how can I make the emotions of so many viewers be infected because of me?
Zhang Xiaoyan thought for a moment and said,
you can become a singer and open your own concert. Wouldn't that be fine? But I can't sing, and it doesn't sound good. Then I don't know.
Zhang Xiaoyan said helplessly.
Anyway, if it's me, having the ability to buy tickets to my favorite stars, that's when I'm the happiest.
Tickets?
Li Han's eyes lit up. Yeah, tickets.
When he was in a bar,
he could pay for the entire venue.
So why couldn't he pay for all the tickets for the concert himself,
thus making the audience grateful to him?
As soon as he thought of this, his thoughts opened up.
Thank you, Yan, I think I know what to do.
Li Han revealed a long-lost smile. The passionate and lively concert came to an end with Shui Zhiyu's last song.
The audience in the VIP area left in an orderly manner through the exclusive channel, and Li Han accompanied the two women just as they walked to the door,
when they saw Wang Xiaodong unexpectedly waiting for them.
Young Wang, what's the matter? Brotherly, won't you hit me in the face by calling me Wang Xiao? In the future just call me Little Wang or Little Old Brother.
Wang Xiaodong smiled and bent his waist.
Brotherly, the concert is not over. It's only more than 9 o'clock in the evening. Thinking if I can ask you to go play again and have a nightlife. What? Want to flatter me? Yes, I hope you give me this face. Let me show off in front of my friends and fox a little. He.
Hearing Wang Xiaodong's words,
Li Han smiled and nodded. Alright, then I'll give you face for the second time.
Although Li Han said that he didn't need to rely on these people to help him out,
but more friends, more roads,
he wasn't a person who rejected people. He also wanted to get in touch with the rich people's circle more, to grow his knowledge and experience their happiness.
Thank you, brotherly. Are you guys going to have fun together? Li Han turned his head towards Zhang Xiaoyan and Yi Xian to inquire. Yi Xian hurriedly winked at Zhang Xiaoyan,
but Zhang Xiaoyan still refused.
We won't go. Brotherly, you guys have fun. Good. Then let my bodyguard send you guys. Li Han waved his hand,
and Zhang Dugui immediately dispatched his bodyguards and took the two girls to the parking lot.
Since it's your treat, then you set the place tonight, you have the final say. Alright brother, you see, absolutely let you have fun. Wang Xiaodong excitedly made a phone contact and told Li Han's bodyguard Zhang Dugui the location. Li Han took the Rolls Royce and went on the road. On the way,
he thought about it and made a call to Jin Shasha.
Hello, Mr. Li?
Li Han spoke directly.
Are you trying to open a movie and entertainment company?
Jin Shasha was a bit puzzled.
Mr. Li, didn't you already reject me a few days ago? Now I've changed my mind. Li Han opened the door. You have connections. I have money. I think we can work together. Really?
Jin Shasha's excited and thrilled voice came from the phone.
Mr. Li, are you serious? Li Han dominated out. I'm investing to open an audiovisual entertainment company.
Mainly doing the training of stars.
Film and television drama filming, concert organizing, network live broadcasting guilds these projects. You, on the other hand, will be employed by the audiovisual entertainment company as the person in charge, and utilize your connections to develop and grow the company. Okay, no problem. I will definitely work hard.
Ugly words have to be said first.
Hiring you to manage the company will pay you $10 million a year, but there will also be incentives. Within 3 years, if your efforts bear fruit, I will give you 5% of the dry shares. After a moment of silence on the phone, he said, Mr. Li, then how much do you intend to invest? Pre-investment of $15 billion. Later will be added according to the situation. From tomorrow onwards, you have a busy time. $1.5 billion? Okay, I know. Thank you, Mr. Li, thank you. Chapter 58 IN 77. Jin Shasha hung up the phone, still feeling as if she was dreaming. It was really a turnaround. There is no way out of the mountain, but there is another village in the darkness. Investing $1.5 billion in the first stage, and definitely more in the later stages. Starting with $10 million a year, and 5% dry shares after 3 years. That would be a proper billionaire. She couldn't suppress her inner joy and couldn't help but scream out. At this moment, a knock sounded on the door, and from outside rushed in Yang Yan, who was wearing a nightgown. Sister Jean, what's wrong with you? Is everything alright? No, it's fine. I'm too happy, too excited.
Jin Shasha happily hugged Yang Yan and told her about it.
Sister Jean, I'm so happy for you. Ha ha, if I'm happy, you should be happy too. Jin Shasha laughed. Xiao Yan, remember, you must do everything you can to get Mr. Li's heart. As long as you have a relationship with him, you'll really be flying high in this life. Understand? I try my best, but I can't usually meet him. Stupid. Don't you have contact information? Take the initiative to contact him more often. I'm sorry, what's there to be embarrassed about? Aren't you the anchor? You can ask him to support you when he's free, so you'll get in touch over and over again. Good, then I'll try it sometime. Well, women must take the initiative. Mr.
Lee is rich and young.
This is the best diamond bachelor. You don't like to live with a bad old man for the rest of your life, right?
Hearing Jin Shasha's words,
Yang Yan revealed a hint of movement. At the same time,
Li Han's bodyguard also happened to send Jiang Xiaoyan and Yi Xin to the entrance of the school's living area.
Yi Yan, just now when I gave you a wink like that, why didn't you say yes?
Yi Xin got out of the car and hurriedly pulled Jiang Xiaoyan to say,
it's good to follow brotherly to see the world contact with the life of the upper class.
He certainly will not treat us poorly.
Jiang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and said, Yi Xin, wake up, we and others are not a class. Hard to get up interesting? Besides, rich people like obedient and understanding girls.
They will surely get bored with the ones who are on the pole.
What you say seems to be a bit reasonable. Yi Xin nodded and smiled. Anyway, this concert is not a bad thing to see. A BMW M3 for nothing.
My driver's license is just taken not long.
But which open up such a good car? Stupid woman. Then realize let that dong we take money to offset it. Aren't you short of money at home? It's good for your mom's emergency. That's not good, is it? Silly girl, what's wrong with it? Since it's compensation for you, it's your money. How you want to spend it is your own business. Yi Xin said triumphantly. If that dong we doesn't give it to you, just tell brotherly, guaranteed he'll wimp out. Jiang Xiaoyan thought about it, but still shook her head. No, brotherly said the compensation is for the car, not the money, so I can't discount it.
Say you dead brain is really dead brain.
Whatever. Yi Xin stomped her foot in dissatisfaction and voiced out helplessly.
Li Han came down from the Rolls Royce, surveyed a few eyes in front of the flowing light.
Quite a future feeling of the building a few eyes.
The building was the whole screen, and the whole screen was the building.
Only a few alphanumeric characters, in 77, were hanging on it, which was particularly conspicuous. In 77, the most famous nightclub in Hangzhou, commonly known as the Men's Grotto. Here, the collection is the most beautiful girls in the country. I heard that all the upper-class men playing inside. I heard? Yes, these are really what Li Han heard. He used to be a beggar when, at the table once heard colleagues bragging, said it is a man. It is not in vain in 77 walk a time. It was then that he learned about the most powerful nightclub in Hangzhou. At the main entrance, there were handsome men and women coming in and out, each wearing a flamboyant and sexy dress. Hello boss,
little brother is the bartender here.
May I ask boss, are you alone?
The sharp-eyed bartender had already seen Li Han coming down from the Rolls Royce on the roadside,
and hurriedly ran over, handing over cigarettes and nodding his head. No smoking, thanks. Li Han politely refused. A friend invited me to have some fun. He may not have arrived yet. As soon as the words fell, he saw Wang Xiaodong with 4 or 5 people were walking out from inside in 77. When he saw Li Han, he hurriedly threw away the cigarette in his hand, and hurriedly ran here with the people. Brother, you've arrived? I was coming out to wait for you. Wang Xiaodong smiled and half bowed, frowning at the crowd behind him. What are all doing? Call brotherly, brotherly, brotherly. The guys behind him were dressed differently and were of different heights, but the bowing was that neat and tidy. Li Han sized up these people for a few moments and realized that these people looked a bit familiar. These people are, they are all buddies from our circle and big sister Zhang Zhao's little brothers. That one is Chief No's son, Niu Li. Hello brotherly. That one is General Manager Liang's son, Liang Chu. Good day, brotherly. With this introduction, Li Han immediately remembered. These guys, is not the door to find fault by him to clean up? Zhang Kuei Do said Wine also apologized to himself, though second generation. Don't stand at the door. It's in the way. Let's go into the box to talk. As soon as Li Han gave the word, Wang Xiaodong immediately directed everyone to go inside. Wang Xiaodong said IN01, which is also the largest and most luxurious box in this nightclub. Originally, Li Han thought that with so many people, the box would not be crowded, but when he entered this box, his concerns immediately disappeared completely. Indeed, the difference between this box and the KTV box in his cognizance was too great. The entire box is a modern light luxury style. The space is big and scary, not to mention that they are a few people. That is to come back dozens and 20s. As usual, very empty. More exaggerated is that there is actually a pool inside, you dare to believe. Nightclub club box has a pool table, has a DJ desk, Li Han have heard people say. But this box has a pool. That is really have not seen. This is still a pool party? Hey, drink too much wine hot. Must not cool off, cool off. Wang Xiaodong mysterious bad smile, respectfully said, brotherly, you sit. This box, not cheap, right? Cheap or not, it depends on who brotherly you. That's 9 cows and a hare. To ordinary people, That's definitely can't afford to play.
Li Han nodded his head. That's right, even more high-end nightclubs, even more expensive drinks accompanying girls, with his trillions of dollars, how expensive could it be? Brother, I've contacted in front, and the ones I picked for you are all young models, small stars, and absolutely beautiful. Speaking of this, Wang Xiaodong also quietly said, moreover, many of these are just off the sea, some are still young, all went to the hospital to do the proof, to ensure clean and hygienic. Li Han was somewhat speechless. However, he could also understand. People, the richer they are, the more they are afraid of death. And in this paper-drunken place, in case of a dry spell, who is not afraid of getting sick? First bring the person to take a look. Okay. Seeing that Li Han did not hold back, Wang Xiaodong immediately showed a happy face. He was afraid that Li Han's rich generation that relied on themselves to start their own business would look down on these rich second generation, and some of them could not play together. Chapter 59 666,888. Seeing Li Han giving so much face, Wang Xiaodong excitedly walked out of the box and said towards the manager guarding the door, find me the best and prettiest girl in the whole IN 77. Don't be afraid to spend money, understand? Mr. Wang, didn't you say that you don't have the strength recently? Why are you so willing to spend so much today? The manager was surprised. That price can be. Who are you looking down on? Wang Xiaodong blared. You don't even look at who I invited today? Don't say anything about expensive or not. Even if you lose all your money, you still have to give my brother a good company. What big shot came? Mr. Wang, reveal it? Humph, talk to you my ass. Wang Xiaodong said smugly, not to mention anything else, with my brother's strength. To buy this IN 77, it's a matter of minutes. Don't pry into what you shouldn't. Hurry up and go. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately nodded his head and left. Wang Xiaodong's eyes flashed with a hint of flesh pain. The best box, the top-class chicks. This price was naturally expensive to the point of spitting blood. However, in order to curry favor with Li Han, he sort of went out of his way. Nonsense. As long as you serve Li Han happily, people just need to leak a little. He will be able to eat a lot. This is a good deal. Brother, wait a minute. The manager called someone to go. Wang Xiaodong smiled and sat beside Li Han, pleasing his voice. Li Han glanced at him and laughed. How is Evely doing? Quite well. After integrating the garment factory, the business was quickly turned around, and it has now started to make a profit. Okay, tell your father to do a good job of making Evely bigger, and that 10% of your Wang family's shares will be worth more and more. Yes. Wang Xiaodong hurriedly nodded his head in response. Tonight's consumption. I'll buy it in a while. The first time I come out to play with you second generation. It's a kind of meeting gift. Li Han casually said. Drink whatever you want. Play whatever you want. That's how. Listen to me. Next time if you want to treat yourself. Good. Then thank you brother. Brother really has a pattern. Bold. Wang Xiaodong secretly rejoiced. Finally he didn't need to hemorrhage money. He hurriedly told the news to all the second generation in the box. Immediately a cheer came from the box. It didn't take long for the manager to walk in with the uniformed girls. Li Han looked at this row of warbling girls. They were indeed top-notch, each generally around 170 in height. These girls were all quite pretty, but there was also a division between beautiful women. In addition to personal aesthetics, there were also differences in face value, skin, and body shape. Li Han selected a pretty girl who looked a bit like Jean Shasha. This girl's typical Jiangnan style, with a soft and sweet look, yet her body was quite wow. One of his favorite styles. At this time, his gaze fell back to a girl with an even taller figure and a face value that was on the mature side. This girl seems to be good too. Oh? As soon as the manager took a look at Li Han's eyes, he knew that he was stuck in a selection dilemma, and immediately understood and spoke. Brother, this is 666 and 888. Both are the top cards here. He whispered to Li Han's side and said, no, 666 is called Xiao Nui, a talented girl who graduated from a university. The main focus is fresh and lovely. No, 888 is Rose, a flight attendant, just started her career not long ago. If you don't say that you have a good eye, they are all superb. Sneakily say, they are both young. As for you to take out, that depends on your own ability. These girls usually only accompany drinking and chatting, and other girls are not the same. Li Han laughed. You guy, are you deliberately trying to whet my appetite for sales? It can't be that you're talking nonsense, right? How could it be brother? Mr. Wang said to call the best and top-notch. How could I dare to slack off? To put it bluntly, they come here more to find their other half. Alright, men don't do multiple choice questions. Tell them to drink with me. Li Han sort of understood. This group of top girls, the headliners here, were aiming to find a gold master. So the ordinary venues didn't go, and the high-end venues just accompanied them to drink and chat, and couldn't do much else. Soon, the two girls called Nui and Rose smiled and sat next to Li-han. Li-han smelled the jasmine fragrance on Nui, and felt the tantalizing scent of Saint Laurent on Rose. He couldn't help but sigh as the fragrant breeze hit him. Just this. Which man is not confused? Which cadre can withstand the test? Nah. Li-han picked a good. The other second generation have also picked up the girl. Soon men and women sat together. Each other began to familiarize themselves with climbing. The manager came over to ask what to drink. Li-han directly waved his hand, called 10 bottles of the most expensive Royal Salute 21. All the men and women in the entire box shouted in unison. Brother Li is awesome. Brother Li is mighty. 10 bottles of Royal Salute. The waiter young master took 1 bottle each, stood in a row in front of the crowd, held a wine ordering ceremony. The row was directly pulled full. Nui and Rosebud looked at each other at this time, and their eyes revealed a fine light. To be able to order 10 bottles of the most expensive wine at once without even blinking an eyebrow. This is a proper rich big brother. Moreover, they all realized that these other rich kids were very respectful towards Li-han. Coupled with Li-han's age, this made him the perfect target in the hearts of the two women. The constraints at the beginning were gone. They knew that the gears of fate had begun to turn, and whether or not they would be happy in their future lives might depend on tonight. Royal Salute is whiskey. Alcohol content of 40%. Ordinary people with ice cannot afford to drink pure, so often a bottle of whiskey but also to add a lot of other drinks. According to personal taste, some want green tea, some want jasmine tea, some directly love to add iced black tea with ice. A variety of just want to pour these drinks into the mouth. Brother Li, Xiaonan toasts you. Xiao Nui took the initiative to help Li-han mix the wine, poured it and raised her glass out. Like her pure and sweet face, her voice was also whiny and gentle like bathing in the spring breeze. Chapter 60 Respect for Choice. Li-han and the two women played a small drinking game, shaking the dice, guessing, and playing together with those second generation of Wang Xiaodong to drink together. Basically, he drank less and the two girls drank more. Nui and Rose drank a lot of wine. Are some face scarlet? I don't know if they were really drunk and red from drinking. With the infection of alcohol, the atmosphere was getting warmer and warmer. Wang Xiaodong hiccuped and told the DJ to start playing dance music. Listening to the dynamic music and the exciting atmosphere, soon the second generation and the girls were dancing vigorously under the energetic lights, releasing themselves to the fullest. This kind of passionate place was easy on the heart. Seeing Li-han's body swaying along with the music, Chance thought he wanted to move, so he enthusiastically pulled to enter the dance floor as well. In front of Li-han, Rosebud jumped very boldly, hands up, face to face with him, swaying left and right, jumping high, but also pulling Li-han's hand, placed on his own slender waist, with him swaying together. Li-han dance did not learn much. The fire is a lot more vigorous. Brother Li, how is it? Did I dance well? Chance had just finished speaking when the second generation next to him cheered and whistled. Seductive red lips exhaled in his ear. Li-han couldn't help but kiss it, and the two of them kissed passionately like this as the second generation next to him cheered and whistled. Go go go. Where don't you guys have female companions? Blindly making noise. Li-han blankly glanced at the crowd, and only then did they laughingly disperse, each playing their own. Deleted. The big guy's crazy play to more than 12 o'clock. Li-han also do not know how much to drink. Head a little dizzy. Suddenly the manager came in to clap his hands. The girls have left the box. Wang Xiaodong came over and said with a bad smile, let's go to the inside bathroom to change. Change? Change what? Li-han was a bit strange, but after being brought into the bathroom by Wang Xiaodong, she knew. The original change was a disposable swimsuit. Ah, is this going into the pool to play in the water? When Li-han changed into his swim trunks and came out, he realized that he didn't know when the girls had returned. Looking at a piece of flowery green in front of him, Li-han couldn't help but curse in his heart. Grass. This is called the world of flowers. Ah. Only now did he understand what is called the life of a rich man. Plop. Everyone jumped into the pool together, frolicking and playing with each other, fighting water wars and having a great time. Deleted. The pool party was over and Li-han felt much more refreshed after rinsing and dressing. The girls changed into their IN 77 uniform dresses again and accompanied their male counterparts. It was already 2 a.m. and the entertainment was nearing its end, and everyone was a bit tired of playing. After all, swimming is very physically demanding. Nui and Rose were beside Li-han, and the three of them ended up chatting. Brother Li, I still don't know what kind of business you do. Is it convenient to reveal? He, I do some business. It's just a little bit of money. Brother Li, don't joke. I don't believe it. Make a little money and still come here to play? Rose pouted. I can't bear to part with you. I'm asking, is Brother Li married? Not married. Hearing this, Rosebud and Nui instantly glistened. A proper diamond bachelor. Ah. Brother Li, what do you think of us? Xiao Nui couldn't help herself either, and hurriedly spoke out. You guys are quite outstanding.
But I currently have no plans to get married, and you guys aren't my ideal marriage partner either.
There were some things that it was better to make clear earlier, so as to save any unwanted thoughts that should not arise.
Li Han smiled and got up. If you want to have further development with me you can, but first you have to quit this current job.
Nui and Rose looked at each other,
both hesitating a bit. They understood Li Han's meaning,
but they also had their concerns.
Once they resigned,
they wouldn't have the means to continue to find high-end resources, and they didn't know if there was a future or not if they followed him. After all, it wasn't the main house, so if they got tired of playing with him and just threw him away,
then they would lose a lot of money. Brother Li, I still have to think about it. Rose clearly beat a retreat.
She was a bit reluctant.
Yes, it's okay, I respect your choice. Li Han turned his head towards Nui. What about you? Little Nui was also torn.
Sometimes making choices in life was often the hardest.
Hesitating again and again, after looking at Li Han's indifferent eyes, she suddenly got up and nodded. Good.
Li Han smiled and walked to Wang Xiaodong's side with her little Nui and said,
Still can't leave?
Wang Xiaodong saw that Li Han only brought Xiaonan alone,
and couldn't help but wonder, it shouldn't be that Rosebud girl didn't have eyes? Actually did not even take the initiative to want to communicate with you in death ideas? Go to your, people have people's ideas? I respect her choice.
Li Han laughed and cursed out.
You think I'm the same as you? Brother Li, I get it. You call this compassion, right? It's still brotherly. Unlike us big old men,
we know how to destroy flowers with a hot hand.
Bah, are you complimenting me or undermining me? Of course I'm complimenting you.
Wang Xiaodong hurriedly explained with a smile. Li Han handed the black gold card to the manager at this time,
who swiped the card and gave him the list. After a brief look, the total amount spent was over $140,000. Sure enough, this was simply not a place where ordinary people could afford to spend money.
Walking out of the door of the box, Li Han then said towards the manager,
Nui will not be working here from today.
The manager was a bit surprised,
but reacted quickly and smiled. Congratulations, Nui. Manager,
thank you for taking care of me during this period of time. Xia Nui reddened her pretty face and said towards Li Han,
Brother Li, I'm going to change my clothes. Go.
Li Han patted her lightly.
Just as Nui left,
the door to the box near the aisle was suddenly opened,
and the figure of the crying girl rushed out from inside. Stinky woman, where are you running? Stop where you are. Chapter 61 Bitterness.
The chubby middle-aged old man rushed out from inside the box, ruthlessly pulling the long hair of the girl who had just escaped and pulling her to the wall.
Mr. Su, so painful. The girl cried and screamed miserably and struggled,
but simply made the other party indifferent.
Stinking,
old son out to drink still have to look at your face.
Who the do you think you are? Who the hell do you think you are? Whoever comes today won't be able to make it work. I'm going to fill you up so much that you won't even recognize your mother. The middle-aged old man called Mr. Su was full of obscenities,
and Li Han frowned when he heard it, but he didn't intend to mind his own business.
In nightclubs, there were too many quarrels and fights every day. Besides, the girl looks to be a companion. People spend money as the master, really want to manage that is also here staff to manage. But then again, escort this industry is really not easy. The lower the grade meets the quality of people is also lower. That Mr. Su scolded enough. Dragging the girl will go to the box.
This time the manager cannot help but smile to welcome.
Go up to ask about the situation. Manager, save me. Me, I can't drink. Really can't drink. Oh.
The girl cried for help. The manager glanced at her.
Toward Mr. Su said, you do not take offense.
She just came to work a few days. The amount of alcohol has not been practiced.
Or I will give you a change. Packet you satisfied? How? I can't afford it? Do I still need you to change it? I want this one. I want her to drink. Mr.
Su poo-pooed his mouth and said,
come out to sell and still pretending here. Pretending your mom then.
Li Han at this time faced some strange, because this girl voice, how to feel some familiar.
At this time, her hair is messy. Makeup also cried flowers. Really do not see too clear looks. Li Han also thought that there is an illusion. Ping, I told you before you came.
You have to be able to drink at this level. You said that you were so bad at drinking that you insisted on taking the job,
and made the guests unhappy.
The manager persuaded bitterly.
Be obedient. Accompany the guests well. Don't make Big Brother unhappy. Ping, Lu Ping, isn't she Wang Jing's girlfriend? It couldn't be. Li Han was surprised and looked at the girl carefully. Not to mention, the silhouette is a bit like, is wearing a sexy wraparound skirt and cognitively rural girl contrast is a bit big. How is it possible? Didn't Wang Jing say that his girlfriend also worked in the factory as a temporary laborer? How could she appear in this kind of high-end club? At this time, Li Han spoke out to test. Lu Ping?
The girl heard the name and obviously raised her head to look this way. When she saw Li Han's face, she immediately lowered her head in fear, turned around and wanted to walk into the box. Stop right there. Now, Li Han knew he hadn't guessed wrong. This escort lady, surprisingly, was really Lu Pingping. Holy, he was instantly on fire, feeling bad for his good brother Wang Jing. Without guessing, Li Han could know that this Lu Pingping was working here, and Wang Jing must have been kept in the dark. Nonsense! What normal man would agree to his beloved girlfriend going to accompany other men to drink flowery wine? Mr. Li, you guys, you know each other? The manager was shocked beyond belief. He really couldn't imagine why such a rich boss would know such an ordinary escort girl. Li Han ignored the manager, striding over to Lu Pingping, who was standing in place shivering, and ruffled her hair to have a look. Under the close distance, Li Han could finally be sure that his guess was right. This heavily made-up girl in front of him was Wang Jing's girlfriend. Come, you come over, I have something to ask you. Li Han forced down his anger and ordered out. Lu Pingping looked at him in awe and wiped her tears. She could only bow her head and follow. Who the are you? Old man's woman you say you want? You, ouch. Before that middle-aged old man, Mr. Su, finished cursing, Wang Xiaodong had already kicked him over with a flying kick and flipped him over on the ground. Dare to speak out against brotherly, looking for death. Brothers, beat him up. A group of second generation immediately whistled and pounced on him, punching and kicking Mr. Su. Such a big commotion made Mr. Su's friends in the box also rushed out, but before they could make a move, the second generation had already greeted them. Both sides immediately twisted into a mess. Obviously, the young second generation has the advantage. Beat these middle-aged people crying, until the security guards arrived to pull the two sides apart. Li Han simply did not care about these guys, pulled Lu Pingping to the side of an unoccupied box, closed the door and stared coldly at her. Tell me, what's going on? Can you not talk to Wang Jing about this? Wang Jing and I are good brothers. Do you think I will not say anything? Li Han said angrily, letting Wang Jing be kept in the dark and letting his girlfriend drink with other men outside? Li brother. Me, I didn't want to. Lu Pingping said this, tears could not stop flowing down. Choked, I also have no way. You also know, factory work wages on those, but my father at home due to severe diabetes hospitalized. The doctor said that if not treated in the future may have to amputate. I don't want to let my dad can't even keep his legs off. I have a sister in the factory also come here to do part-time work, said that it is easy and fast to make money here, so I came to try. Hearing this, Li Han understood somewhat. It turned out to be for his father's treatment, and his anger subsided a lot, and after thinking about it, he said, this is something I will investigate, and if you lie, then you should be able to know what kind of consequences there will be. Brother Li, I didn't lie to you. What I said is true. Good, I'll believe you for once. Li Han thought about it and said, how much does it cost to treat the disease? This time, hospitalization, before and after about 10 or 20,000. The doctor said that in the future, every month to 2 or 3,000 of drug costs. Okay, I'll give it to you. Don't do this kind of work. No, how can I ask for your money? Lu Pingping shook her head. Wang Jing said that he took you as his best friend, so he can't take your money. Taking it would be tasteless. He's one-dimensional and you're one-dimensional too? Don't want to save your father? Li Han was a bit speechless. If he doesn't take it, you take it. Just don't talk to him. How can this work? In case he wants to know. Lu Pingping nervously leaned against the wall and kept shaking her head to refuse. Li Han did not expect that this Lu Pingping also quite listened to Wang Jing, thought for a while and said, that way, the money is even if I borrowed from you. I have a few stores, give you to rent and manage them, give you 10% drawback, and return to me when you earn money. You just say with Wang Jing that it's a job given by your relative, so it's always okay, right? You make money with your labor. It's better than working here, right? Li Han did have many stores. All the stores in the 4 directions of that Hengtai neighborhood had been built. However, he had already asked Zhou Ying to send a team to make a smooth handover with Hengtai, and the subsequent rotten building construction and repair work was also underway. It was estimated that in 1 or 2 months' time, all the works in the neighborhood would be completed, and at that time the stores could be officially rented out. Thank you, Brother Li. I will work hard. Lu Pingping finally agreed. Okay, I'll lend you 50,000 first. Ask me again when it's not enough. Li Han took out his cell phone, added Lu Pingping green bubble, and directly transferred 50,000 over. Enough. Lu Pingping was moved to tears, choked and suddenly fell to her knees. Chapter 62 Help You Out. The book was reported. Review Stop recommending. Debut the 3rd day are really miserable. Delete it. See if you can pass. Just righteous fathers have no eyes to serve. What are you doing? Get up. Li Han hurriedly helped her up and said, you don't have to be like this. I helped you completely for Wang Jing's face. As long as you and Wang Jing can be happy,
I didn't do this favor in vain. Brother, you are so nice. Lu Pingping choked.
Wang Jing also knows about my father, but his family is also difficult. His two younger brothers are still in college. Ask those workers to borrow. Beg grandpa and grandma before borrowing a few $100s.
Which is like you. Once you step in, all problems are solved. Li Han waved his hand and said, people do labor is not rich, can borrow our sentiment. Right. Outside. What about outside? They fought. It's okay, just now that old man did not how to bully you, right?
Lu Pingping said with a red face, that person has been unclean hands and feet, but also old. Let me drink.
I really can't drink but also pour me wine. So I just escaped. But I heard that Su is always a big boss. Very powerful. Brotherly. Will not even involve you all? Big boss? There are bosses bigger than him? Then I'm afraid it's really uncommon. It's okay, I'll help you out in a while.
After Li Han finished speaking, he took Lu Pingping out of the box. Outside the box, because of the intervention of the security guards, the two sides had been divided into two groups, and were cursing at each other. The total amount of Su's head was bleeding. His clothes were full of footprints and messy. Obviously he had suffered a lot of losses. Zhang Digua with his bodyguards also heard the wind and rushed in.
But they didn't get Li Han's order and didn't make a move. Brotherly, Xiao Nui,
who had finished changing her clothes, had already returned and was stopping by to watch.
When she saw Li Han come out, she immediately walked over in a well-behaved manner. Xiao Nui changed into a one-piece chiffon dress.
Wrapped in flesh-colored stockings under her beautiful legs was a pair of white high heels, coupled with a romantic princess hairstyle, pure and sweet. Li Han thought of Jean Shasha's appearance when she was young at a glance. She was really comparable to Yang Yan. Both were the best of the sweet sisters.
Nui, it's better for you to wear this one. It's less dusty. I like it better. Thank you brotherly for the compliment.
Xiao Nui was complimented happily smiled. At this time she looked at Lu Pingping who was a bit messy next to her.
She couldn't help but be vigilant. This one is?
Oh, the girlfriend of one of my friends. Was bullied. So I came to manage.
Li Han patted her small hand and came straight to the rich second generation. Brotherly. Good day brotherly.
The rich dilettantes shouted respectfully.
Li Han nodded towards them.
Brothers have worked hard.
No hard work. What is this?
That's right. Helping brotherly out.
That's our honor.
Asterisk him to death. He dares to be arrogant in front of brotherly.
What the hell? The rich second generation guys were clamoring nonstop.
Li Han felt that these guys were quite cute at this time.
Grass. You have the guts not to go. That's right. Too unreasonable. Come up and hit people. Come on again. Just fight. Who's afraid? On Mr. Su's side. He also kept clamoring, obviously unconvinced. Li Han swept a glance at them, didn't say anything, and directly waved his hand. Zhang Dugui immediately understood and directly rushed into the crowd, dragging out the injured general manager Su. What are you guys doing? Ouch. When Mr. Su was dragged out of the crowd, his friends immediately quit, breaking through the security guards and pouncing towards Zhang Dugui and the others. Zhang Digui and his friends were not Wang Xiaodong's second generation who had been emptied of their bodies by alcohol and sex, and they put all these guys on the ground in 3 tries. How much alcohol did this guy pour into you just now? He forced me to drink most of a bottle of red wine. Old Zhang. Pour him a bottle of red wine. No leaks. Got it Mr. Li.
Zhang Digua smiled and waved his hand. The bodyguard immediately took out a bottle of high-grade red wine from the box, and after opening it, he turned the mouth of the bottle towards the man who had already been forcibly controlled, and pinched his mouth to forcefully pour it.
Gulp.
The jaw was pinched hard, not be able to move the middle-aged man, so was poured a whole bottle of red wine into the stomach.
Dizziness fell to the ground and wanted to vomit. If you dare to vomit, pour another bottle.
As soon as these words left his mouth, the difficult guy immediately dared not move in fear, and his face turned green.
At this moment, he finally turned good. What else did he do to you?
He also slapped me and spilled a beer on my body.
Li Han made a wink towards Zhang Dugua, who immediately understood,
and directly went over and slapped General Manager Su's face as he wailed in pain, and then picked up a bottle of foreign wine and poured it over him from head to toe.
That Mr. Su was made to tremble, not having any temper at all, because he had already realized it. Just for these bodyguards, right now, the more he resisted, the more he would only suffer. How about it? Relieved? Thank you brotherly. Lu Pingping thankfully couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Although she was poor, she also had dignity. Li Han had helped her regain her dignity, and that was why she was so grateful that her tears were flowing. The little Nui next to her also had glowing eyes, and holding on to Li Han, she pouted. Brotherly, you're so powerful, so great. He. I'm great everywhere. Everywhere is great.
Li Han laughed and reached out to lift the little Nui's chin and stole a kiss.
Bad. So many people. Xiao Nui's face was red and shy.
Wang Xiaodong at this time proudly squatted in front of that Mr.
Su, patted his face and said, "Old man, do you know who we are? Speaking out scares you to death. Don't think that you can't get away with having a couple of dollars. In IN 77, it's not your turn to be crazy, Mr. Su's old face turned red, and only half a day later did he say, "You guys, who the hell are you?" Wang Xiaodong directly reported his name,
and the other second-generation rich men also reported their names one by one.
At this point, Mr. Su and his friends realized that they had stirred up the hornet's nest of rich second generation.
The earlier defiance immediately disappeared.
With the strength of these small bosses of theirs, how could they be a match for this group of rich second generation? Do you really think that everyone is Li Han? Can these rich second generation to be able to rule these rich second generation to the obedience?
Li Han looked lazy to look at them,
patted Wang Xiaodong's shoulder. "I'll go first, you deal with here. Good Lu brother, don't worry, these guys can't set off any waves."
Wang Xiaodong, this kind of nightlife experienced guy, everywhere to cause trouble, that is also to have the strength.
Really think anyone can ride his head to?
Under the protection of Zhang Dugua,
Li Han took the two girls and left IN 77 first. After leaving the gate,
when the black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped in front of the three people, Nui and Lu Pingping both covered their mouths in shock. Although both girls knew that Li Han was rich, they obviously did not expect that Li Han would be so rich. The driver was actually a Rolls-Royce with tens of millions of dollars.
Xiao Nui's beautiful eyes were glowing with excitement and thrill. She knew that she had gambled right and succeeded. Lu Pingping, on the other hand, was lamenting. Her boyfriend, Wang Jing, worked in a factory and rode an electric bicycle, while Wang Jing's friend, Li Han, is dashing around in IN 77, traveling in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The gap between people is really too big. Chapter 63, Su Nui. All you righteous fathers support more. Give positive feedback to send a free gift. Point to urge more to do the data. The better the data, the better the book will survive. The better the data, the better the book will survive. Li Han personally sent Lu Pingping back to the factory dormitory, because it was too late in the day, and did not want Wang Jing to know that his girlfriend had gone to IN 77 tonight, so he did not meet with him. Returning to the large flat where he lived, both parties finally had private time. In the face of Xiao Nui's initiative, Li Han was aware of it. Since she resigned from IN 77, she had already gone out of her way. Her only task now would be to wholeheartedly treat Li Han well and win his favor. In this world, no one is subordinate to anyone. It only depends on who holds the capital. Dry wood, a little bit of fire. Afterward, Li Han smelled the faint jasmine scent coming from her body and laughed. "Little Nui is your stage name? My real name is Su Nui."
Su Nui leaned her pretty face on Li Han's shoulder and tenderly said,
"Brother Li, what about you? My name is Li Han." Li Han, brother is really a person with substance. Ha ha, what about you? Single name An, meaning little girl of the Su family? Well,
I'm the youngest of my generation in our family,
and the only girl in this round of the Su family. That's why I was named Nui. Interesting, Li Han curiously said. I heard from the manager there that you are a lady of the house, or a book graduate? Well, my family is in Sioux City. The family has a history of thousands of years. The ancestors have produced officials and merchants. It is considered to be the local famous family once. Only now it has declined. When Su Nui said this, she playfully spat out her tongue. Embarrassed, I graduated from Hangzhou University of Finance and Economics, majoring in economics. Oh, that's really talented. Hangzhou University of Finance and Economics was not a bad school. It was a proper first class. To be able to enter such a school, calling it a talented girl was not unfair at all. In fact, I previously opened my own financial consulting company through the family's pooled funds, but unfortunately the epidemic was difficult for 3 years, and because I was counted by the partners and transferred the assets in the name of investment, I had to close down at a loss. In order to pay off the debt, my parents sold the house in Sioux City. I can't bear to see them continue to pay for me. In order to pay off the rest of the debt, can only go to the nightclub. Speaking here, Su Nui choked and her eyes were red, tightly hugging Li Han. Fortunately, God favored me. On the third day of work in the nightclub, I met my brother. I know, the big families are concerned about the door is right. I can't match brother Liu. So, I only ask to be the little woman by your side. Just ask you not to forget me just fine. Looking at Su Nui's pitiful and compassionate appearance, Li Han couldn't help but feel emotion inside, obedient and understanding, but also fascinated by a special creature. Even if you have a heart of iron, it is estimated that you will be melted, right? Don't worry, everything has me. Li Han patted her shoulder. How much do you still owe? Su Nui somewhat embarrassed. The principal bank still owes 1 million. Outside loan sharks also borrowed 1.5 million. You also borrow loan sharks? Well,
Because of the early founding of the company is the family capitalization. I have some relatives' life is also relatively strained. So the company closed down. They will be very anxious. Every day to ask my parents to ask for debt. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and borrowed a loan shark to pay off the debt. Got it. I'll take care of it for you tomorrow, so you don't even have to worry about it anymore in the future. Li Han smiled and said, since you chose to follow me, I naturally won't let you suffer. Sun Wan froze, surprised. Brother, you want to pay off the entire debt for me? Really? As long as you are willing. That's great. Thank you, brother. Brother is the best. Su Nui was so excited that she hugged Li Han and kissed him fiercely. Deleted. A night of madness. Li Han looked at the sleeping Su Nui, and then looked at the energy value in the lower right corner of the line of sight. Li Han woke up and looked at the energy value in the lower right corner of his line of sight again. Emotional energy, 100000000/63768. It was very surprising that this time, the energy value had gone up by 20,000. It seems that there is a difference in the energy value that each woman converts into, but these are all just a drop in the bucket. Just go with the flow. Awake? Li Han was blow-drying her hair after working out and washing up. When she felt the hug coming from her back, she knew that Su Nui had woken up. Aha! You wash up first. The nanny should be here to cook. We'll eat and then go to solve the matter of settling your arrears. Really? Thank you, brother. Call me what? Hubby. Then I'll take a shower and go. Oh. Sun Wan's crispy and delicate voice almost made Li Han interested again. Mr. Li, you're up? Li Han opened the door and came to the living room. He saw that the nanny was carrying burnt dishes on the dining table, and smiled respectfully. The Chinese meal is burnt. I saw the high heels on the door, so I gave you an extra bowl of rice. Don't underestimate the profession of nanny. High-end nannies and housekeepers are often extremely demanding. Oftentimes, they even have to learn the art of verbal behavior. Say what needs to be said. Don't say what shouldn't be said. Do what needs to be done, not what shouldn't be done. Not only that, but they also have to have an eye for what's going on. Like right now, for the private lives of rich people, these nannies had seen it all long ago. Guama worked hard, not hard work. Ha! Not long after Li Han sat down at the dining table, Sun Wan finished washing up and also walked out. This is Guama. Hello, Guama. Miss, you are so beautiful. Quickly sit down. Zhou Ying's newly recruited nanny, Li Han, was particularly satisfied because although the dishes she cooked were all basic home cooking, they had a good taste and were very much to his liking. Is it good? Well, the home-cooked dishes are really good. Su Nui smiled sweetly and said, Guama is really great. Li Han didn't feel anything wrong with Su Nui's initiative to show her favor. It was said that the driver and nanny were the closest people to the boss. One was responsible for safety and the other for food, so there was nothing wrong with sucking up to them. After dinner, Li Han took Su Nui to the bank to deal with her overdue loan. It just so happens that the bank Su Nui owes money to his Oriental bank, so Li Han asked Governor Zhang to deal with it. With Mr. Zhang's help, the defaulted loans were processed much faster. He also took the initiative to help Sunan apply for many bank policies to minimize the interest on the loan. Chapter 64, Paying Off the Debt. While Su Nui followed the staff forward to complete the formalities, Li Han was inside the governor's office, leaning on the sofa and sipping tea. Governor Jiang, what I told you about the information provided by Su Nui, there's no problem, right? Governor Jiang understood as soon as he heard it and laughed. Don't worry, Mr. Li, I've read all of Ms. Su's information, and it's indeed the same as what she said. The loan was owed after the business failed last year. Good, then I am relieved. It wasn't that Li Han didn't trust Sun Wan, but the heart of harm is not to be had, and the heart of defense is not to be lost. 8 out of 10 words of the girls in the nightclub are false, so I'm afraid I'll be tricked into going to the ditch if I don't keep an eye out. It seems that Su Nui, the girl, has not been in contact with nightclubs for a long time, and has not been exposed to those vices. He can pay the bill for women, but the premise is not to take him as a big grudge. It didn't take long for the formalities to be completed and the transfer to be completed. The loan plus interest totaled more than 1.03 million repaid. The bank loan was solved, and the next step was the loan shark. The fleet traveled all the way and arrived at the old city. Li Han put his arm around Sun Wan and got off the car, looking up at the billboard hanging on the old house not far in front of him. Bayalig Microfinance Company. This is it, right? It's this. Su Nui was a little nervous at this time and grabbed Li Han's arm and said, Brother, I'm a little scared. That brother Bao is fierce. It's fine, with me here, he can't be a bit fierce. Accompanied by Zhang Dugua and other bodyguards, Li Han brought Sun Wan into the company. The company was very small, less than 100 square feet. There were only a few guys who looked like clerks but had fierce faces sitting there at work, getting high on melon seeds and relaxing. At this time, a bald man wearing a large gold chain stood up from the desk. Hey,
Who did I think it was? So it's MS. Sue. The bald man's big buck teeth are colorful and especially lewd and disgusting. Looking at Su Nui a little afraid to say, Brother Bao. I came to return the money. You who? The sun has come out of the west? Brother Bao was a bit surprised and laughed. You can. This is a big money? Brother Bao. This is my boyfriend Li Han. He paid off the bill for me. Brother Bao looked at Li Han and thought he was quite young. He couldn't help but say with some contempt, Mr. Li is quite powerful at such a young age? How much do you plan to pay back? Interest first or? Of course it's all paid back. You who? You can't tell. You're quite rich? Bao Bao was surprised and asked his subordinate to bring the bookkeeping book to look at it, and looked up and smiled. MS. Sue, the total amount with interest is $260,000. As soon as these words came out, Su Nui was confused. Brother Bao, you're talking nonsense. I only borrowed $5 million. How did it become so much? I didn't pick you. It's clearly written on the contract. 12 cents interest. 180,000 in January. 4 months and a few days. Isn't that 760,000? Su Nui opened her mouth, unexpectedly unable to refute. Brother Bao, right? In this way, the principal of $5 million. I give my woman to pay back. As for the interest, let's follow the bank's lending rate. I calculate at 6%, a total of 90,000. So it's 59 million, make up the whole 160. How? Upon hearing Li Han's words, Bao Bao instantly laughed. I say buddy, I'm not a bank, come to me for a loan. Which one is not a bank that can't borrow out before lending? According to the bank's interest rate, that I closed down long ago, but, can borrow 4 months on 760,000 interest, is too much. That can't be helped. We also have to take risks, right? I don't care if you take the risk. I only know that usury is illegal. Even if you take the loan, note to the court will not be established. Li Han coldly said, either according to the bank interest I pay the money off, or not a penny. You sue us. For him, as long as money could solve the problem, it was not a problem. But that didn't mean he was willing to be the wrongdoer. He wouldn't pay out a single penny if he shouldn't. Bao Bao was instantly exasperated and laughed as he clapped his hands and said, this is to teach me the law? If they were all like you, I'd still lend a load of debt. Whether you lend or not has nothing to do with me. Asterisk. You're really out of your depth, aren't you? If you want to smash my place, you have to ask my brother if he's willing to do it. Brother Bao slammed his cup in anger, and all the employees in the office stood up. Some of them even showed various daggers, hammers and other weapons. Su Nui was trembling with fear. She knew that these loan sharks are not a good person. They are all gangsters who lick blood from the mouth of the knife. Li Han was not moved at all, sat down on the chair next to him, crossed his legs and said, since you don't want to talk about it properly, then you don't need to talk about it properly. Old Zhang, do it. Zhang Dugui nodded and smoothly kicked the company's door closed. The other bodyguards immediately found their respective targets and rushed over. The ruffians were holding their weapons, and before they could make a move, they saw a black shadow pouncing towards their side. With their eyes blinking and their heads hurting, they fainted unconscious. In less than half a minute, all of Brother Bao's men in the office were lying down, letting out painful groans and helpless screams. Brother Bao was dumbfounded at the scene in front of him, and only after a long time did he endeavor to swallow his saliva. Now, can we speak the law and talk properly? Li Han knocked on the table and inquired out towards Brother Bao. Bao Bao, miserably white, trembled and nodded. Loan note taken away. Loan contract cancelled. Li Han transfer 1.6 million dashing away. Back in the car. Su Nui's eyes were a little red. Such a big trouble. So easy to get rid of. She is still a little as if living in a dream. Li Han hugged her and comforted her. It's okay, little Nui. Thank you, husband. Su Nui took the initiative to kiss Li Han on the cheek and sighed. This loan pressurized me and I can't breathe. Husband, you casually solved it. It's really too powerful. I don't even know how to repay your kindness. Want to repay me? Aha. Then just remember to unlock more poses and learn new skills in the future. Li Han's words with a bad smile made Su Nui shy, but she still nodded her head vigorously. It seems that she really took it seriously. Hey, sexually happy life just around the corner. After settling all the arrears, Li Han sent Su Nui back to the house she rented. The large flat has Li Han's residence. Of course, Su Nui cannot live for a long time, so he intends to send her a house and car in a while. The car is quite convenient. There is one in the garage. It's the house that he doesn't know which one to give. A large flat? Leapfrog? Or a villa? Speaking of villas, the 10 villas he bought when the system returned to the cache, he had already told Su Man to send someone to decorate them. And after a while when they were installed, then he would go to see how the effect was. But for Su Man's ability, he would not worry. After a few days, Li Han came to Tsanglong Mansion office. Just as he arrived at the president's area,
he saw Jin Shasha sitting on the sofa in the parlor.
Waiting for me? Yes, Mr. Li.
When Jin Shasha saw Li Han, she hurriedly got up and walked over. Today's Jin Shasha was wearing a professional outfit, and her charming face and figure added a lot of points to her.
The two entered the president's office.
Li Han sat down and glanced at her.
Is it about the creation of the movie and entertainment company?
Yes. A few days ago when you and I talked about this, I immediately contacted some of the ideal team members in my heart.
And many of them are willing to work with me,
Jin Shasha said rather excitedly.
So I want to report back to you. Well, you do that. Before reporting, I'll give you a request first. You say, I won't intervene in filming and cultivating stars or anything else, but I have a request.
As soon as possible to set up a team to organize concerts.
I want the company to be the fastest speed,
can host all kinds of star concerts?
Chapter 65, Strange Requests.
Ha! Jin Shasha was dumbfounded at hearing this. She didn't understand at all what Li Han meant by this.
Organize a concert? The company hadn't even gotten to the bottom of it yet. What concert? What's this bull asterisk 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 asterisk? What? Can't do it? No, Mr. Li, according to my vision,
I think the new company has just been established, so I still have to take it step by step.
I don't have time to take it step by step, but I have money to jump around. Li Han waved his hand in a domineering manner. It doesn't matter if you don't have experience, just take the money and smash it.
I don't care if you lose tens of millions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars. Jin Shasha really can't understand Li Han's thinking,
but she can't help but admire it. That is, Li Han is not poor in money. With money, you could really do whatever you wanted.
Good. Then I'll prepare the concert team first and have the ability to organize concerts as soon as possible.
Right, that's it. Li Han finally revealed a silk smile. But Mr. Li, you really have to be prepared to lose money. Concerts aren't something you can just organize, and it takes a lot of money to set up such a team. And if it's not one of your own artists and you want to cooperate with other company stars, then you have to use the best price to get the right to cooperate. And it's possible that you'll have to lose money on every concert. I know, just don't worry and go about it boldly. Oh, I forgot to mention, what I'm going to organize is a free concert.
Jin Shasha was stunned again and said blankly,
Mr. Li, what do you mean by free concert? That is, all the costs of the concert, all by our company, the star appearance fee we out, the stage fee we out, including the audience's tickets, also we out.
Jin Shasha's head was completely dumbfounded at this time. With 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past inside, she felt that this Li Han,
was he playing with himself? Mr. Li, don't joke. Jokes like this aren't funny. You think I'm joking with you? Li Han laughed. I'm not that boring. Are you? You serious?
Of course. Li Han didn't care how much he lost. What he cared about most was the absorption of the system's energy value. The sudden idea he had during the last concert. He wanted to verify whether it was reliable or not.
Watching the concert for free, letting the audience appreciate him, thus gaining energy value.
For a concert of tens of thousands of people, the energy value could be more than 100,000.
What about 10? What about 100?
At the very least, this was currently the fastest way to gain energy value that he could think of. Jin Shasha was on the verge of crying, aggravated.
Then this is a hard loss. How else can the company make a profit?
The loss of the concert in the early stage is listed separately,
by me to give you guys out.
Later the company's profitability scale up,
and then by your own solution. Li Han also understood that the general scale of tens of thousands of concerts, the basic expenses are in the 8 or 9 million to 10 or 20 million level. His daily interest is nearly $200 million. Of course this money loss, even if the concert every day are not afraid.
Once Jin Shasha heard that the concert team's profits were separately advanced, this time her face looked a lot better.
You're rich, you're powerful, you're in charge. Okay, General Manager Li, then let's operate like this for now.
Jin Shasha said,
in addition to the concert team,
I intend to first make a skit team and start training and recruiting trainees.
Well, just watch over these. Li Han thought for a moment and said, as for funding, I will provide it as soon as possible. Financially, it's best if headquarters sends someone to take charge.
Jin Shasha was very smart. She knew that money was the root of a company. Li Han had invested so much money, it was impossible not to get the finances in hand. Otherwise the company becomes Jin Shasha's one word. How she says to spend how to spend. Wouldn't it be too good to engage in corruption?
Finance. Li Han suddenly thought of Sunan. Yeah, isn't she a graduate of the University of Finance and Economics?
And she and Jin Shasha look somewhat similar, but have no intersection with each other at all.
Completely competent. Besides,
it's not good to keep the canary in a cage all the time. Finding something for her to do might make her happier.
Good.
I already have a candidate for the company's financial manager.
so I'll delegate it over at that time. Okay, then I'll leave.
Jin Shasha said here.
Seemed to think of something and smiled. Mr. Lee, Yang Yan quite wants to make friends with you. I don't know.
Li Han's wonderful body as well as Yang Yan's absolutely beautiful face appeared in his mind.
He couldn't help but smile and said, isn't she engaged in some kind of live broadcast? What's the name?
I'll go and take a look when I have the chance. Her live broadcast number is called Pure Baby. After she finishes all her acting classes, I'm going to let her audition for a short play.
Yang Yan is so pretty, and if her acting skills are okay, she is more suitable to be an actress. Li Han also expressed his affirmation. Actresses. Acting skill is the first thing, but a good figure and high color value is also a plus point.
After chatting with Jin Shasha for a while,
she said goodbye and left. Not long after, Zhou walked in and brought him a cup of coffee. Thanks.
Li Han drank his coffee and appreciated the beautiful female secretary in front of him who was helping to organize the documents in a very pleasant way.
Mr. Li, I would like to take a vacation for the National Day.
Zhou was a little embarrassed by Li Han's gaze and said with a red pretty face,
I want to go back to my hometown. Go back home?
Li Han thought about it and nodded her head.
Okay, you should also take a rest. Speaking of my hometown, I haven't been back for a while. Mr. Li is not from Hang City either? Yes, my hometown is in River Province, Yanyang City Terrace County, a poor county, at the junction of Mountain Province and River Province. I guess you definitely haven't heard of it. River Province? That's quite far from Zhejiang Province. Of course, driving 900 kilometers to drive 10 hours.
By train direct only 17 hours of hard seat.
The plane is not. Go-back trip is indeed very troublesome. Li Han actually never went back.
Besides the trouble of the trip, there were also other considerations.
For one thing, he certainly intended to stabilize his industry in Hang City first. Heavenly fortune is right, but guarding wealth that is also a study. Secondly,
he did not think about how to go back home to face his parents and relatives. His parents are poor county all his life and the ordinary people
have not seen what the world. Afraid of scaring them. Taking advantage of the National Day vacation, it was time to go back. Secretary Zhou, help me procure some gifts for people.
I plan to go back home to my family and friends.
Okay, Mr. Li, if there's nothing going on, go out and rest more, but don't work so hard like Su Man.
Li Han said this, remembered something and said,
right, did she come to the headquarters to report? No, probably still handling the handover. Okay, I know. Li Han looked at the time and laughed. It's okay at noon. Why don't we go find a place to eat? Zhou laughed. Good. It's certainly no problem to follow Mr. Li out to eat delicacies from the sea. This mouth of yours. Ha!
Li Han was just about to open his cell phone to see what delicious places there were, when suddenly the office door was knocked on.
Come in. As soon as the door was opened,
Secretary Assistant Wang Nini rushed in with her heels on fire,
nervously saying, Old boss, Secretary Zhou, it's not good. There's a mess. Chapter 66, Traveling to Soft Rain Technology. Nini, what are you yelling for? Zhou frowned. There are no rules. Wang Nini was a secretarial assistant, Zhou Ying's direct subordinate, because Li Han, the boss, wanted to be the hands-off boss. A lot of the work had to be done by Zhou Ying, the secretary. She, the secretary, could be said to be equal to half an administrative supervisor. The secretariat definitely couldn't work with just her, so with Li Han's permission, 6 highly educated and young secretarial assistants were recruited to assist Zhou Ying together. Wang Nini was one of them.
Only after hearing Zhou Ying's words did Wang Nini slow down from her loss of composure. She hurriedly stood steadily and calmed her emotions before saying,
Mr. Li, Secretary Zhou, there was an employee strike and riot over at Zhou Technology, and the factory has been forced to shut down and stop production. When this news came out, Li Han and Zhou Ying both froze. What's going on? Didn't the team we sent to Soft Rain Technology just take over? Li Han frowned in dissatisfaction. How did this fiasco come about? I'll immediately understand the situation.
Zhou Ying hurriedly pulled out her cell phone and hurriedly contacted Soft Rain Technology.
Because the contact with the headhunting company,
including the selection of the candidate team, are her Zhou Ying single-handedly organized.
If something goes wrong, she is undoubtedly to blame. After about 10 minutes on the phone, Zhou Ying walked out of the lounge and said to Li Han, things are clear. What happened?
It's the team we sent to handover and the original leadership of Soft Rain Technology that erupted into conflict,
and some of the leaders intentionally incited and compelled the workers to go on strike in protest. Is there any evidence?
Zhou Ying froze and shook her head.
Not yet. No evidence to say anything. Li Han thought for a moment and said, buy me the fastest airfare. I'm going to make the trip myself. I'll accompany you. Li Han was a bit angry. If this was really the case, then these original executives of Soft Rain Technology were really shameless. Lao Zi wholly acquired this enterprise, did not open them at the first time. They turned out not only ungrateful, but also resisted the reception. Inciting trouble? Simply lawless. More than half an hour later, the airfare has been fixed. A group of people left the headquarters, drove to the airport, this time to go to the soft rain technology. The headquarters must send some people to follow. Li Han thought about it. The Su man also temporarily called to go. This woman will come to work in the headquarters. Let her understand the subordinate company situation in advance. Is also needed. In addition to Su man, the headquarters also sent 2 managers and 2 supervisors, together with Zhou Ying and a secretarial assistant. There were 7 members, together with Li Han, as well as Zhang Dugua, who was in charge of security, and 3 bodyguards from his subordinates. A total of 12 people made up the traveling team. There were only 12 seats in the first class of the mainline airliner, all of which were rounded up by Li Han. But then again, first class is convenient. The lounge was dedicated, the channel was dedicated, and getting on the plane was prioritized in advance. After the entire group boarded the plane, the flight attendants came to serve them. Li Han had only sat in the economy class once before, and it was the first time he sat in the first class, so he could clearly feel that the service of the stewardesses was more considerate. However, when he heard others say that the first-class stewardesses were prettier than the economy-class stewardesses, he was still envious, but now it seems to be false rumors. You can say that first-class flight attendants are more professional, but the face value is actually not absolute. Hang City was about 1,000 kilometers away from Deep City in Guangnan province, and the plane arrived safely in an hour and a half. After getting off the plane, just walking out from the exit, he saw that there were already people holding a large Sanglong group sign to receive the plane. Zhang Daigui ran to pick up the meeting, and soon the team arrived in front of the crowd of people receiving the plane. The president came to inspect. Zojirushi technology is naturally like a great enemy. This time to pick up the plane in addition to the company really have something cannot leave. The leadership of the other characters almost all came, but obviously, they were divided into 2 small groups, clearly separated. Mr. Li, the first one to come forward to shake hands was Zhang Feng, the team leader sent by the headquarters. Li Han shook hands with him. Wen Zhou Kuang, the representative of the former management of Soft Rain Technology next to him, also took the initiative to come over and shake hands. This Zhou Kuang was the CEO when he acquired Soft Rain Technology. Li Han naturally had an impression of him. Zhou Kuang, I haven't seen you for a while. Seeing that you've lost a lot of weight, pay more attention to your health. Mr. Li, thank you for your concern. Zhou Kuang didn't expect Li Han to actually take the initiative to climb into conversation with him, and was somewhat flattered. Don't stand. All get on the car. What's going on back at the company? Li Han didn't want to let others see the joke by piling so many people together at the airport, and directly ordered to go back to the company first. A group of people quickly went to the basement to sit in the car. A huge fleet of more than a dozen cars, slowly traveling on the deep city's urban expressway. In the business car, Li Han looked at Zhang Feng beside him and said, "Tell me, Mr. Zhang, what's going on?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Li, I've let you down." Zhang Feng was somewhat embarrassed like a child who did something wrong. Drooping his head, "We didn't expect that things would turn out like this. Letting you guys take over Soft Rain Technology is not letting you guys be the big man." "You didn't expect it?" One sentence did not expect to solve the problem? Li Han some disappointment. It seems that this headhunter also have to look away from the time. In front of this Zhang Feng, diploma education is high, but a little bare no. Encounter a little trouble on the momentum lost. How to lead the team. Mr. Li, we really did not expect Soft Rain Technology before those management people to eat the surface of a set behind a set. Those workers and listen to their words. Only will. Then tell me, why exactly did the workers go on strike? What was the trigger? It was someone in the management who intentionally incited the workers' emotions, causing the workers to cause panic before they went on strike. And why did someone in management incite emotions to go on strike? Because after we moved into Soft Rain Technology, we were prepared to give away the cell phone business according to your request. And there were people in the leadership who were unwilling to do so. We've argued many times, and they're all dead set against it, so we can only forcefully cut off the funding for the cell phone division. Zhang Feng had no choice but to tell them all. I guess it might have been this move that completely angered them and caused the strike. Li Han was a bit puzzled. Why didn't they agree to cancel the production of cell phones? Don't they know that it was because of the cell phone business that Soft Rain Technology fell into a broken capital chain? That's right. That's why I resolutely carried out the president's order for them to shut down the cell phone business. But who knows? Li Han waved his hand, signaling for him to stop talking. He also felt strange. Logically speaking, these old management people of Soft Rain Technology shouldn't be unaware of the problems with the cell phone business. Why were they still so obsessed, making it possible to compel the workers to go on strike rather than allowing the headquarters to lay off the cell phone division? After an hour of traveling,
The fleet arrived at the headquarters park of Soft Rain Technology located in the suburbs of Shenzhen City. This is located in the deep city's high-tech industrial park. Covers an area of 100,000 square meters. Construction area of 400,000 square meters. When the investment of nearly 10 billion, the scale can be seen how huge. After getting off the bus, surrounded by a group of people, Li Han walked into the office building of Soft Rain Technology. Once inside the door, the large 4 words of sincere cooperation will be printed into the eyes. Li Han turned his head into the large conference room. Chapter 67 The Reason. Tell me, how is it? Li Han looked at all the senior leaders of Soft Rain Technology who were already seated in the conference room, and coldly said, it's really an eye-opener. A high-tech company of such a large size would actually make such a mess. You guys are really good. In the face of Li Han's questioning, many people lowered their heads. After all, the current owner of Soft Rain Technology was Li Han. It was the company that Li Han had bought with tens of billions of real money. And for them, these wage earners, to have actually startled the boss, it was embarrassing not to be ashamed. Mr. Li, I'm sorry, I have to take the main responsibility. Zhou Kuang stood up at this time and said awkwardly, the company caused the current situation. It's all because of my unfavorable coordination. Don't be in a hurry to admit your mistakes. Let me ask first, has the employee strike been dealt with? It's already been quelled, and currently production has begun to gradually recover. Well, that's not bad for efficiency. Li Han nodded. Then as the current main person in charge of Soft Rain Technology, can you say why this is? This, Zhou Kuang seemed to have something hard to say, glancing towards Jiang Feng on the side, helplessly saying, it was caused by our failure to follow through with the headquarters' intention to shut down the cell phone department. Once Zhou Kuang admitted it, then Li Han knew that what Jiang Feng said was basically true. This group of Soft Rain Technology's original management staff did not carry out the abolition of the cell phone department and caused this company turmoil. Then can you guys tell me why you don't execute it? Mr. Li, we can't lay off Yes, Mr. Li, the cell phone department is the heart and soul of Soft Rain Technology. It's too much of a pity to withdraw it. Yes, it can't be cancelled. As soon as they heard this, the stage immediately shouted. Snap! Li Han slapped his hand hard on the table and said angrily, it's still against you guys. Whether the cell phone department is to be abolished or not is up to me. Not up to you. A continuous loss almost led Soft Rain Technology bankruptcy department. You are still not willing to withdraw. Is the intention to spend me also to bankruptcy? Seeing Li Han's angry outburst, everyone immediately silenced. No one dared to answer. Mr. Li, you don't need to be angry at them because the staff strike was secretly initiated by me. Suddenly, one person stood up. Although Li Han had never seen him before, he recognized him at a glance. Lu Zihong, the former founder of Soft Rain Technology, the chief scientist of the research department. However, he had long been dismissed from his position as president of Soft Rain Technology, and was currently staying in the company merely in the form of an expert. It could be said that he basically did not have any power within this company at the moment, but Li Han was also clear that this company was all founded by him, and his influence on this place still could not be underestimated. If I remember correctly, Mr. Lu, your current status is that of an expert scholar. Why do you still have to manage the company's operations? Don't get me wrong, Mr. Li, the strike is just to get the attention of the headquarters. My main purpose is to talk to the leaders about the cell phone department. Li Han glanced at Lu Zihong before saying, good, I'll give you this opportunity, let's talk privately. After saying that, Li Han got up and walked out of the conference room to the office next to him. Lu Zihong walked in alone. Mr. Li, I admit that in terms of making money, you've left me behind by 10 streets. Otherwise you wouldn't be so young and have a fortune. But if we talk about screen technology, cell phone technology, then I know more than you. Professionals do professional things. You don't deny that, do you? Li Han took a sip of the tea Zhou brought in and nodded. Continue. I know that Soft Rain Technology has today, all because of my problems. Lu Zihong sighed and said, I was a technician, but I became an entrepreneur. The smoothness of the financing, the confidence of the technology made me inflated, greedy and arrogant. So much so that the unicorn enterprise that was red hot back then, turned into a field that is going to bankruptcy and liquidation. Mr. Li, this period of time I also reflected on it. Maybe I have problems in doing business, but for the pursuit of technology, I have no problem. I understand everything you said. I'm just curious, why are you reluctant to let me lay off the cell phone department? Because I know that the cell phone department has the potential to be, in the future, the most profitable department of Soft Rain Technology. Oh, Li Han said with some interest, tell me about it? Our research team, as early as a few years ago began to develop a flexible screen. The terminology will not be said, for fear that you do not understand. Lu Zihong proudly said, This kind of screen can make the phone like opening a drawer to unfold the triple screen.
Folding screen I've seen. What does triple screen mean?
A normal folding screen consists of 2 screens combined, while a triple screen consists of 3 screens combined.
Not only is the screen bigger, but our screen is more colorful and responsive. That's so, but isn't the more screens the thicker it is? That's the problem, Lu Zihong said excitedly. We've been able to make a triple screen phone only 6 to 8 millimeters thicker than a normal phone. That's still too thick. But what if we can reduce the thickness to the same as a normal cell phone?
Ha! Li Han was surprised. How so? I've already contacted a foreign expert in batteries that can use distribution technology to make the battery flat the thinnest. As long as this patented technology is bought and mass-produced,
this phone will become the world's first ultra-thin triple screen phone. Can you be sure?
Yes, but it needs funding approval, Lu Zihong said excitedly.
As long as the headquarters is willing to give money, I'm confident that I can take it. Other than that, are there any other techniques? Just this alone, do you think consumers will buy it? I know, this is only the first step. In the second step,
I plan to cooperate with Zhongwei to access the Hongmeng system.
The software will not engage in self-research, and will directly use the best adaptations. Hearing this, Li Han was a bit surprised. Lu Zihong actually said that he would use other companies' technology?
Early would be this adaptable.
Soft rain technology would not be mixed to this point today. Sure enough, learning from one's mistakes, society was a university that allowed people to grow. Mr. Li, once this phone comes out, it will definitely amaze everyone. I have this confidence, and I hope you can give the cell phone department another chance. At the same time,
it's also a chance for me to redeem myself. I owe too much to soft rain technology.
I want to make up for it. I want to make this company return to its former glory. Saying that, Lu Zihong choked and shed tears. Li Han fell into deep thought. In the end, lay off or not? Not cut. It is possible that the cell phone department with this phone into the product circle, to a big turnaround. Of course, there is also the possibility that the new phone will still not be willing to buy. The more you sell, the more you lose. Lay off these new technologies. If no one wants, then all the early R&D investment in vain. Not to mention,
soft rain technology can only look up to others honestly as a screen supplier.
Not to no profit, but the development is so. He thought for a moment and said, I'm not afraid of losing money.
But I think if soft rain technology has become the top of the food chain of the cell phone industry,
you can still fight for it, Lu Zihong excitedly said. Mr. Li, you are agreeing to this? Chapter 68 Going out to sea. Agreeing is agreeing, but Lu Zihong,
if this triple screen cell phone project fails,
you and these original executives, one for each, I'll fire all of them. Li Han coldly said, actually learned the ancient forced palace that set. There is something cannot be directly with me to say? Have to make a mess of the company. Lu Zihong laughed bitterly. Mr. Li, it's not that we don't want to say it, but there is no chance to be able to contact you, much less react to the headquarters. That manager Jiang, as soon as he and his team came, they carried out a rectification campaign. The company was tossed around, not to mention that they directly said that the headquarters asked to abolish the cell phone department. No matter how hard we try to communicate with them, they won't listen to a word and say that the headquarters asked for this. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have been forced to go out of my way and plan to take the risk of going through and relying on a strike to get the attention of the headquarters. Li Han was somewhat speechless as he listened. If this was really the case, then this Jiang phone was really too disappointing to him. Typical nerd who doesn't know how to adapt. I'll investigate this matter. If it's really as you said, I'll change the person in charge of soft rain technology, Li Han said seriously. In short, I can give you the funds. I can agree to your demands, but you have to make the cell phone a success for me. Do you understand? Understood, Mr. Li. Lu Zihong's eyes were glowing with excitement. He couldn't wait to say goodbye, so he shared this joy with the others. Su Man, did you hear everything? Li Han waited for Lu Zihong to leave the office before speaking. Unexpectedly, Su Man didn't know when he hid behind the curtains, when he poked his head out and laughed. I heard it all. What do you think about me handling it like this? Mr. Li, if the funds are abundant, I also support a fight. After all, if we can kill a piece of heaven in the cell phone market, then the rise of soft rain technology will be even more rapid. But the drawbacks of this Lu Zihong and these old leadership are also showing. This company, they are so entrenched that they can't even control the headquarters. I'm afraid it will be more troublesome in the future. You are right. Li Han glanced at her and said, so, I want to keep you here, so that you can take over from Jiang Feng and manage soft rain technology. Me? Su Man was shocked beyond words and said, this is a bit sudden. I don't know if I can handle it. I have confidence in you. Li Han laughed. I don't care how you toss it around. First of all, you have to make the triple screen cell phone successfully mass-produced and marketed. And secondly,
You have to take control of the company's management within a few months. Su-man hesitated before saying,
It's difficult, but I can try. It's not to try, but it must be taken. Li Han seriously said, as long as you do a good job, the position of CEO of Soft Rain Technology is yours. Su-man's breathing was a little short in excitement. She originally thought that going to the headquarters as a small manager would be very good, but she did not expect Li Han to temporarily change her mind, and drew a big cake for her to go up and chew. Su-man ate this. There is no way. The headquarters of the small manager and the market value of tens of billions of Soft Rain Technology CEO. Which is more important? She closed her eyes can see out. Li Han will not listen to one side of the story. The next 2 days, he was in the Soft Rain Technology. Serious investigation. After investigation, this matter is basically consistent with what Lu Zihong said. Soft Rain Technology spent a lot of time and money to research the triple screen cell phone. It is indeed very novel, and has the conditions for a fire. Next, it would depend on whether the cell phone could be made as comfortable and thin as an ordinary cell phone, and also be able to smoothly access the Hongmeng system and become a member of the Hongmeng big family. Once the investigation was over, Li Han made adjustments. He gathered all the employees and publicly announced that he would keep the cell phone business department and would then put the focus on it. At this moment, the entire staff cheered happily. Immediately afterward, Li Han announced that Su-man would be dispatched from headquarters to temporarily take charge of Soft Rain Technology, while Jiang Feng was transferred back to headquarters. When the announcement was made, Jiang Feng's face was ugly. However, Soft Rain Technology is Li Han's. He said how to adjust, did not say fired him has been considered to give face. Zhou Kuang and Lu Zihong of Soft Rain Technology thought that a beautiful woman had come to take charge of the company and would speak better. But they didn't even know that Su-man's arrival was the beginning of their real nightmare. Emotional energy, 1000000/65872. After the matter of Soft Rain Technology was temporarily dealt with, Li Han realized that the emotional energy had grown quite a bit, with more than 20,000 points. These should basically all be due to the employees' emotions that he had inspired by announcing the retention of the cell phone business. He seemed to have found another good way to increase his energy value. After things were done, Li Han planned to play in the deep city for a few days. After all, it was the most economically developed city in the south of the country. So if you came here, you had to play shallowly? Thus, he decided to give his subordinates who came along a vacation. Other than Su-man who was already busy, everyone else started their vacation mode. The women went shopping at the mall, while the men went tea tasting and horseback riding to take a bath. Li Han checked on his cell phone that there was actually a yacht marina in Deep City. He immediately became interested and asked Zhou to book a yacht, intending to go to the sea to have some fun. The next day, Li Han and Zhou came to the marina. Zhou rented a 68-foot azimuth luxury yacht from Italy. The whole body is white. The upper and lower 3 floors. There are living rooms and cabins. The interior decoration is luxurious, and the package day plus catering and wine service totaled 40,000 yuan. Li Han is quite satisfied with this yacht, and let the captain open the boat after boarding. The sea breeze gusts. The yacht speed is very fast. Not long before the harbor has been invisible. The water on the coastline had begun to gradually become blue. From the inner sea they traveled towards the outer sea. Wow! Facing the whistling wind, Li Han stood at the bow of the ship with his hands spread wide and shouted in excitement. Strictly speaking, this was his first time going out to sea and the first time he felt the vastness of the ocean. This feeling was something that words could not experience. Zhou beside him was afraid that Li Han would fall off and couldn't help but stand beside him and worry. The bumps in the yacht's traveling came out of nowhere. She didn't stand still and screamed as her whole body fell towards Li Han. Li Han rushed to hold her, when both of them lost their center of gravity and fell on the bow of the boat. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, are you alright? Zhou leaned on Li Han and hurriedly climbed up to speak out in embarrassment. It's fine, take care of yourself. Li Han got up and grabbed the railing and said, the sea is windy, remember to pull the handrail. Aha! Zhou stroked her hair that was messed up by the sea breeze and nodded shyly. The yacht traveled all the way. Even the mountains had disappeared in the distance, and the seawater had turned clear and turquoise. It looked like it should be far away from the coastline. Boss, we can see fish here and swim under the sun. The captain stopped the yacht at this time and shouted towards Li Han in greeting. The chef is already preparing lunch down below. Zhou, what are you planning to play? I'm casual, but I don't know how to swim or see fish. Ha ha, you're still a dry duck? Li Han laughed. Then let's get some drinks and sunbathe here with the sea breeze. Okay. Before Zhou could finish her sentence, Li Han took off her blouse, revealing her shapely body inside. True to say, after this period of persistent fitness, his body was obviously much fitter than before. Not to say that the muscle angles were clearly defined, at least the basic contours were visible. Zhou looked shy as she was surprised. Mr. Li, Why did you take off your clothes? Sunbathing? Ah, of course I have to take it off. Come on, help me put on some sunscreen. Li Han said this seems to remember something. You also hurry up? Ha, me too? Zhou was instantly confused. Chapter 69, Unmarriageableism. No, what are you thinking? Li Han didn't have the good sense to say. There are brand new bathing suits and bathrobes in the room. How are you going to sunbathe in your formal attire? Oh, okay. Zhou Ying's pretty face reddened in embarrassment. Not to mention that sometimes this girl is quite cute and naive. While Zhou Ying was changing her clothes, the chef had already brought over the cooked lunch. French-style baked prawns, cherry foie gras, sirloin steak, fruit salad, together with 2 Mai Tai cocktails. It was sumptuous and full of Western romance. It so happened that Zhou Ying came out of the cabin at that moment. Wrapped in her bathrobe, she was obviously a little embarrassed. You're wrapping dumplings here? Li Han cried and laughed. How can you sunbathe like this? Zhou Ying's shy face was red. Li Han helplessly said, okay, then sit and eat first. Aha! Zhou Ying took her seat, and the two of them savored the delicious food. Li Han chewed a piece of cut steak, picked up a cocktail and said, come on, cheers, cheers. Zhou Ying picked up her glass and clinked it, taking a shallow sip. Her beautiful eyes brightened and said, well, this is so good. It's okay, there seems to be orange juice and lime in it. Li Han smiled and said, drink more if it's good. Don't have enough and call again. Zhou Ying curiously took another sip. The spiciness made her rush to eat a few bites of food. Zhou Ying, how do you think the company is currently developing? Are there any shortcomings? Li Han said as she ate, listening to both sides and believing in both sides. I want to hear more from others. Mr. Li, I think the company is currently operating in a relatively healthy manner. In addition to the two major industries of automobiles and display phones, there are also 20 to 30 small and medium-sized enterprises that have been integrated into several major industrial chains. For the internet industry, the live broadcast plus bandwagon plus e-commerce model is very good, and the current earnings have reached a scale of $10 million per month. Retail industry, food production plus food processing plus super mall model has been integrated. Pre-promotion effect is good. At present has been able to turn a loss into a profit. I believe that in the future the annual income of tens of millions of dollars is possible. Cultural and entertainment services industry, the newly established film and television entertainment plus teaching and training plus healthcare, covering a variety of cultural and entertainment needs of the people, but it is still in the investment stage. Only the teaching and training industry is in profit. In addition, there are more than a dozen scattered manufacturers, are also currently planning to form an industrial scale. The acquisition of mergers and acquisitions of other enterprises are also in progress. Can the company's profit and loss take care of itself at the moment? If we remove the movie and entertainment company and high-end auto, there is no problem at all, and there is even a surplus. Very good. Li Han took a sip of his cocktail and pondered for a while. Zhou Ying, you are very capable. Don't worry, I won't treat you poorly in the future. I won't let you be my secretary for the rest of your life. Zhou Ying smiled and said, actually, I'm quite satisfied with this now. I live a fulfilling life every day, and my income is not low. What? Is it because you're afraid that the position is too high and you can't find a husband? No, it's not. Zhou Ying shook her head. I don't plan to get married. I know that right now you're young and haven't considered this. What about after you can? It's not that. I plan to stay unmarried for the rest of my life. Ha! Zhou Ying's words made Li Han startled, and only after a long time did she come back to her senses and said, unmarriageableism? Well, sort of. Zhou Ying took a big sip of her cocktail and said with a red pretty face, I was born in a divorced family. My mother was abandoned by my father and never looked for another man in her life. I especially hated my father when I was a child, so at that time I swore that I would never get married again. Your father may be a case. There are still quite a lot of good men. Mr. Li, what about you? After you get married you will not start and stop, will not look for other women outside? Cough cough, that's something. Today's weather is really nice. Have you eaten enough? Zhou Ying looked at Li Han who changed the topic and snickered. I knew that Mr. Li is also a philandering man. Li Han was embarrassed. He could sense that this Zhou Ying was a little drunk, otherwise she wouldn't dare to be so bold. All flirting with the boss? So you're not getting married in this life and don't plan to find a man? Li Han curiously said. It can't be. You have problems with your orientation too, right? Who said that? I don't. Zhou Ying pouted. Don't talk nonsense. Anyway, I don't believe it. If a woman doesn't like men, doesn't that mean she likes women? No, I just said I don't want to get married. I didn't say I don't like men. Then how do you prove it? What how to prove? Li Han pointed to her cheeks. It is said that wine strengthens the courage of the people. Zhou Ying unexpectedly in order to prove herself, really came to Li Han's side and bent down.
The two were face to face and close to each other. Li Han was dumbfounded at this. He was just joking around. Who knew this woman would take it seriously? Ahem. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Zhou didn't goad Li Han first. He hurriedly backed his head back. Who would have thought that this action obviously made Zhou misunderstand? Her eyes reddened and she complained. Mr. Li, am I that disgusting and annoying? I don't mean that. Li Han was speechless, and at this time he froze a little. Li Han, goat what goat ah? The tiger does not give strength, really think it is a sick cat? Thinking of here. Li Han immediately full of momentum directly a hand to grasp Zhou Ying's waist, while she backhanded in the arms. Zhou Ying's eyes widened, and her whole body was stunned. Didn't they say it was only a kiss on the cheek? The darkness almost didn't make Zhou Ying suffocate. Mr. Li, what are you doing? Nothing. Hey, I can now prove that your orientation is fine. Zhou Ying was angry and laughing, helplessly saying, this is my first kiss. Ha! Li Han was surprised this time. You're so big. You've never even kissed? Zhou Ying shook her head shyly. Come on, then I'm taking advantage of this bargain more than worth it. What did you say? No, nothing. I'm saying that this misunderstanding can make a big mess. Humph, bad president. Zhou Ying glared at him and drank some wine. That flavorful look almost mesmerized Li Han. Li Han raised his wineglass and said towards Zhou Ying, come on, let's toast and finish it. Let's drink the wine here. Let's bask in the sun on the recliner. Zhou Ying nodded. Chapter 70. Watching the sunset with you. So beautiful. Looking at Zhou Ying in her swimsuit in front of her, Li Han couldn't help but sigh. This woman should only be found in heaven. I don't know why she's on earth. Mr. Li, don't laugh at me. I'm so uncomfortable. Zhou Ying was so shy that her face was almost dripping with water. She lowered her head and just leaned on the recliner. Li Han also leaned on the recliner beside her, enjoying the sunbathing and sea breeze. So comfortable. Zhou Ying lamented, listening to the sound of the waves, the sea breeze, the warm sunshine. It's so nice to go out to sea. Like it? Then let's also buy a big yacht and go out to the sea for leisure when we are free in the future. Good ah. Zhou Ying was a bit happy. This proposal is good. In the future, if the company wants to organize any small activities or talk about business or something, we can also borrow the boss's yacht to use it. Ha, you are really dedicated. Your mind always forgets about the company. Zhou Ying spat out her fragrant tongue and said mischievously, being an executive secretary, there are some conditioned reflexes. The two of them chatted like this while sunbathing, and Li Han couldn't help but jump into the sea for a swim. The captain provided sea fishing tools at this time, and he caught fish again with the help of the captain. Don't say, the luck was not bad. Although did not catch what bluefin tuna are these valuable fish species, but at least it is not a grain of no income. Fishing large and small dozen of ordinary sea fish. The captain simply took out the grill. So in the yacht ate grilled fish, pure natural wild sea fish grilled up with beer. That's really a masterpiece. Time passed minute by minute. The sun was setting, and the fiery red evening sun obscured most of the sea and sky level. It's so beautiful. Nice romantic sunset. Zhou Ying gratefully said. Thank you, Mr. Li. Thank you for letting me see such a beautiful view. It's my honor to accompany you to watch the sunset. Li Han raised his wineglass and took a sip, looking at the reddish sunset in the distance. Zhou Ying looked at his magnificent back and couldn't help but gradually go out of her mind. Gradually, she borrowed the strength of wine and quietly walked behind Li Han, nervously trembling her small hands, and took the initiative to hug Li Han. Li Han felt the softness coming from behind him, smiled and swept her into his arms, about to kiss. Don't. I want to be held by you like this and watch the sunset. Li Han looked at her clear gaze and nodded. Since Zhou Ying was not willing to pierce this window paper, he also respected this woman's choice. There would be a long time to come, so why be in a hurry? The two of them embraced each other and just enjoyed the sunset view. Back in Hangzhou, Li Han started to get busy again. Gala Automobile was in full swing for the initial mass production of the new model, and Li Han was invited to attend the ceremony. There were two new models. One is a replacement and upgrade based on the old Hi-Fi Z, with the addition of the ADS3.0 smart driving system in cooperation with Zhongwei, along with the technological upgrade of the product. The price has dropped. From the original 51 to 63 lakhs, it has been directly officially reduced to 30 to 39 lakhs. The other one is a pure new car. It is the SUV and sedan same chassis model derived from the company's once developed and designed mid-sized car based on Li Han's request. Named by Li Han, the Hi-Fi W. The W means win. W, meaning win. Winning. This is a battle that Hi-Fi Auto can only win, not lose. Hi-Fi W in the high end for the wise driving, low end on the main high range. In addition to pure electric, but also added a range extended version.
The guide price has been determined internally.
18 to 25 million for the pure electric version and 15 to 18 million for the extended range version. Li Han looked at the cool appearance of the brand new Hi-Fi W and the interior full of future technology, and then associated with the price of the car, he could not help but sigh. If this model doesn't sell well, then there is really no God's justice. He was happy that Gawa Auto was able to finalize the new model so officially in a short period of time, and publicly announced an additional 2 billion investment in Gawa Auto. In Li Han's words, since the new energy track is very roll, then we roll up, roll them to death. We have the courage to roll up, rolled up, rolled up, rolled up a dead one counts one, overbearing declaration, also let Li Han won the high-end automobile employees embrace, but also make them completely from the imminent bankruptcy of the haze of peace of mind. A few days later, the rotten building Hengtai neighborhood project restarted repair and construction. Li Han was again invited to inspect. Li Han took the headquarter team on a general tour of the entire second and third phases of the restoration project, and went to watch the construction of the show flats. Hengtai district has been officially renamed as Tsanglong district, operated by the newly established real estate branch of Tsanglong Group, although now the real estate recession, but because Li Han ate the price of this rotten neighborhood is not high, so even if the construction and repair is completed, the official selling price is low is still profitable. Tsanglong Group is moving into the right track. The business of the formation of industrial clusters began to show the effect of the development of the feverish. On Friday, Li Han received a notice from the municipal government asking him to participate in a meeting of entrepreneurs personally convened by Mayor Zhou Yongkan. Li Han on behalf of Tsanglong Group naturally no reason not to go, invited to participate. Once he arrived at the venue, he realized that there were many familiar figures, just like the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, Zheng Kuei-do. This group of people, old brother, you also came to the meeting? When Zheng Kuei-do saw Li Han, he hurriedly and enthusiastically came over to greet him. But yes, with the scale of Tsanglong Group, how can a meeting like this be without you? Older brother just knows to make fun of me. How can I compare to you seniors? Li Han modestly polite a few words, looked toward the podium said, Mayor Zhou really personally come? Of course, but also to the Entrepreneurs Award. Award? Yes, the annual meeting of entrepreneurs is to discuss the merits and rewards. The government evaluates and rates each entrepreneur's tax revenue, employment, local investment, and other items, and the ones with the highest scores get the awards. Entrepreneurs who are recognized by the government will naturally have more face in Hangzhou, and will be given a lot of convenience and benefits in terms of policies. Li Han then realized the importance of this entrepreneur meeting. It seems that officials everywhere are the same. For investment attraction, for the contribution of local enterprises to the local economy are very important. It was also true that when the economy developed, the various statements would look good, and when the statements were excellent, they naturally belonged to the officials' political achievements. Can the officials not pay attention to it? Under the leadership of Zheng Kuei-do, Li Han met some more prestigious entrepreneurs and businessmen in Hangzhou. Unlike the previous charity dinners where no one asked for help, nowadays when Li Han announced the name of Tsanglong Group, he would immediately be warmly talked to, which made him a bit uncomfortable. This was the name of a man and the shadow of a tree. This Tsanglong Group's reputation is considered out. Before the meeting started, everyone chatted and exchanged business cards. Li Han's business card, or Zhouing called a professional company design and production, golden edge black background. The whole business card hidden penetration of a rocking up the simplified golden dragon, wanting to Tsanglong to soar into the clouds. The golden dragon is made of pure gold, and the eyes of the dragon are inlaid with diamonds. The business card reveals luxury and prestige everywhere. The production price of a business card is as high as 6,666 yuan, a symbol of Li Han's status. However, for the trillionaire, these were just expenses for a hair and a sprinkle. Mr. Li, Mayor Zhou's secretary Su Wen didn't know when he came to the side of the crowd and shook hands with a smile. Haven't seen you in a while. Chapter 71 Award Presentation. Secretary Su, Mayor Zhou is here? He's here, he's resting in the lounge. I took the time to come out and meet everyone. Li Han nodded with understanding. Mayor Secretary Su Wen will naturally go down to the grassroots as a leader in the future. If he can get acquainted with the entrepreneurs, it will be good for him to carry out his work in the future. Oh yeah, the last reunion thing, haven't thanked you yet. Just a show of hands. Who let that second generation is too arrogant, without giving some color to teach a lesson. They don't know what is called the height of the sky. Secretary Su waved his hand and laughed. Let's not mention this. Li Han, congratulations in advance. Congratulate me? Congratulate me on what? He. You'll know in a moment. Li Han was a bit puzzled, but Su Wen obviously didn't want to say anything. He went to say a few more greetings to the other entrepreneurs, and then went to the lounge to accompany the mayor. The entrepreneurs meeting officially began with the sound of grand music. and the entrepreneurs participating in the conference applauded enthusiastically, welcoming the arrival of the city leaders, especially after Mayor Zhou entered the scene. It made the whole venue reach a climax. Mayor Zhou Yongkang delivered a speech, talking about the Hangzhou city government's emphasis on entrepreneurs and support efforts, as well as the second half of the key requirements for economic work. Throughout, Li Han felt the tremendous pressure of the current economy. Under the influence of the tidal wave of interest rate hikes in the United States, the domestic real estate crash, the middle-class assets have shrunk considerably, and domestic consumption has declined severely. Foreign trade has been subject to all kinds of restrictions and sanctions. The economy of any place up and down the country is not good. It is in this situation, governments around the world for investment and employment indicators more attention. Hangzhou City is no exception. This meeting is not so much about rewarding the achievements, but rather about tying these enterprises deeply in Hangzhou City. After the speeches of the other city leaders, it was time for the awards. The first award presented by Mayor Zhou was the Entrepreneur's Tax Payment Award, and a total of 30 outstanding enterprises were selected. Li Han's Sanglong Group, because it had just been established and formed, the current tax payment had not yet risen to the top. However, after this quarterly report, it will certainly be able to squeeze into the forefront. The second award was the Outstanding State Enterprise Award. The third award is the Outstanding Chamber of Commerce Award. Just when Li Han felt that he was just playing the sauce to join in the fun, and his attention was a little unfocused, suddenly his name came on the stereo. When he looked up, he realized that Zhou Yongkang was staring at him with a smile on his face, and he subconsciously looked at the screen next to him before realizing that he had won a title. Outstanding Young Entrepreneur of Hangzhou City. Li Han finally understood what Su Wen meant by congratulations. The Outstanding Young Entrepreneur title was usually awarded to particularly outstanding young businessmen. At such a young age, Li Han owned the $100 billion Sanglong Group, so he really deserved the title of Outstanding Young Entrepreneur. Going up to the stage to receive the award, Mayor Zhou Yongkang smilingly handed Li Han the certificate and trophy. Congratulations, little brother. This title is well deserved. Li Han took the trophy certificate and said, "Thank you for the government valuing me so much. Keep up the good work. I can wait for the day when I cut the ribbon for Soft Rain Technologies' Hang City headquarters." Li Han smiled and did not say anything. In fact, he knew that this old fox gave himself this title for the relocation of Soft Rain Technology to Hang City. It was obvious how much employment would be increased and how much investment would be added once the headquarters of such a large enterprise moved here. But he was also the master of not seeing the rabbit. 1 year, or 2 years, or 5 years? Promise to relocate is a promise to relocate, but the specific time is up to him. Do not give enough benefits and policies, he will not be stupid for a reputation to obey. Of course, with the title of the city's Outstanding Young Entrepreneur, Li Han is undoubtedly considered to be the real Hangzhou city government and the business community's recognition. Officially stepped into the Hangzhou business community. Time passes quickly, and the National Day is approaching. Li Han was finally able to take a break from the cumbersome affairs. The Sanglong Group was on the rise. Its assets were rapidly expanding, and his private daily interest was constantly hitting his bank account. Currently, the total amount of his cash account had reached as much as $74 billion. This was still under the premise of removing the $1.5 billion invested in film and television entertainment and the additional $2 billion in high-end automobiles. It can't be spent. It can't be spent at all. These days, Li Han was so busy that he really didn't have much of a private life except for Lu Ting, who accompanied him for a night. He then remembered that he hadn't contacted Su Nanan for a long time. This girl shouldn't think that he had forgotten about her, right? He didn't realize that half an hour ago, Su Nui was sitting in a cafe drinking afternoon tea. Sitting across from her was none other than the 888th girl, Rosebud, who didn't leave IN 77 with Li Han that night. Haven't seen you lately, what have you been doing? Rose took out a lady's cigarette, lit it and smoked it. Look at your sad face. What's wrong? Nothing, some boredom is all. Su Nui forced a smile. What about you? How have you been? It's just like that, but I've caught a kaiju who's quite rich. Bought me a bag last night, $36,000 of LV. Rose put the bag on the upper table and showed it off. How is it? Pretty, right? Well, it's quite nice. How about you? Still using that coach from before? Rose looked at the white bag placed on the chair beside her, and couldn't help but despise. How long has this $1,000 bag been used? The skin is wrinkled. It's fine. It's quite good to use. Ha! Su Nui returned dryly. How does she not know that Rose is intentionally undermining herself? Did not pick up the fight. Sisters that she knew in the nightclub. How could any of them be sincere? If you have a good life, they will be jealous. If you are poor, they will mock and ridicule. This Rose asked her out. Just want to show off their own evening big money. At the same time to prove that night to choose her is not wrong. Sure enough, Chance took a sip of coffee and deliberately asked,
That rich son of a who led you away last time. How are you guys doing? Didn't he say he'd support you if he quit his job? Ask him to buy you he is quite good to me. How good?
Rose looked at her and said, live or live in the original that rented the old neighborhood.
The car is not the bag did not change
I said sisters.
You so easy to meet No, he is recently busy. Say, how long have you not seen him? A week. Haven't seen for a week? Rose was speechless. You slept with him for nothing?
That was your first time. Sunui's face was reddened by Chance's words,
and she couldn't help but defend. No,
he helped me pay back all my debts.
Pay back the debt? Pay what debt? The credit card? That's only how much? Chance didn't take it seriously and said, full of superiority. I'm talking to you, Nui. Men are all fond of the new. In my opinion, a week does not look for you.
It is estimated that it is cold treatment.
Or, you and I go back to work again? No need. Sunui shook her head. I've paid off my debt now.
I don't need to rely on this kind of means to cheat money anymore.
What do you mean by cheating money? We give them emotional value in face. They give us money. This is an equal transaction. Before Chance could finish, her cell phone rang. Whispering after picking up the phone, that Rosie smiled and said, that Kai Z came.
A moment to pick me up to go to the shopping mall to consume and then go to dinner.
You don't worry, or I will take you to dinner and ask him to introduce his friends to you to recognize?
Sunui bites her red lips and shakes her head to refuse again.
Okay, whatever. Dead brain. Rose skimmed her lips and said no more. After about 10 or so minutes, the Kai Z in Rosie's mouth appeared. Is a fat man. Wearing is not the kind of thug type, but also quite elegant. Just this age. Estimated fast enough to give Rose as a father. Chapter 72. Do not need to worry because of money. Brothers, it is not easy.
Was reported into the small black house for more than 20 days.
I thought I could not come out. Deleted a whole lot. Are involved in driving? No, all understand. I cannot help. Finally, Tomato Father spared me this dog life. That there is what to say. Continue to update. I also hope that everyone more support. It would have been very difficult. The data is not good. We'll really have to GA. Husband. Rose clamped her voice and wrapped her arms around the man, and with a green tea-like face, she said towards Su Nui, Xiao Nui, introduce. This is the general manager I told you about. Mr. Yu, this is Su Nui. Just call him Little Nui. Rose pouted as she scraped her breasts against the man's arm. She's my good sister. Mr. Yu, hello. Sunwon got up and called out.
That general manager Yu just lit up when he saw Sunwon.
General manager Yu. People are calling you. Chang Wei was a little wary out.
She pulled General Manager Yu's body and said, you're not allowed to look at my bosom friend like that.
Oh, thinking about things.
Chief Yu came back to his senses and smiled somewhat awkwardly at Sunwon.
Let's go? Go to the mall for a stroll. Not having a drink here? No, didn't you say you had your eye on a Saint Laurent dress? Go buy it now. Speaking of this, Mr. Yu turned towards Su Nui and said, MS. Su, why don't you join us? Just as Su Nui wanted to refuse, she was pulled up by Rose and out of the coffee shop. The three of them got on Mr. Yu's Mercedes, and Romway said smugly from the passenger seat, Nui, this is a luxurious car, isn't it? It's called Maybach. It's even more expensive than a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Right, Mr. Yu? Right. Mr. Yu laughed. It was originally paired with a driver, but I'm willing to be a driver for a beautiful woman. It's my honor. Count on you to speak. Rose smiled daintily and kissed Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu couldn't help but touch her beautiful legs in black silk. Ouch, nasty. Watching the two flirting, Su Nui in the backseat was embarrassed beyond measure. Just at this moment, suddenly her phone rang. Pulling it out of her bag, she froze. The ringtone kept thinking, but Su Nui nervously didn't answer it for half a day. Who's looking for you? Why don't you answer? Rose said. Harassing calls, just hang up. No, it's not. I'll answer. Su Nui's voice even had a hint of crying in it, because she had been waiting for this call for a long time. Hello, Nui, where are you? I'm in the car, about to go to the mall. Which mall? The one on Lakeshore Road. Good. I've been busy lately. I haven't contacted you. I'm coming over to keep you company. Are you free? Yes. See you later then. Su Nui hung up the phone before the tears could not stop flowing out. It was only then that she realized that giving someone a mistress was not at all as easy as others said, especially the ones who have moved their feelings. The car was parked in the underground garage, and Su Nui was still there hurriedly fixing her makeup. She wanted to show the most beautiful side to him. The three entered the mall and went straight to the Saint Laurent store. Nui, does this one look good? Not bad. How about this one? Not bad either. You want to try it on too? It's too expensive for me.
Rose kept asking Sun Nan about expensive clothes, deliberately trying to stimulate her. Su Nui was always smiling. Her mood was obviously much better than just now in the coffee shop. Seeing that she kept showing off that Su Nui wasn't impressed, Chang Wei also felt that it was meaningless, so she picked 2 pieces and handed them to the waitress. A total of 87,003. How much? Mister. You froze for a moment. 87,000 sir. Mister. You was a little embarrassed and said towards Rose, didn't you say you were buying a skirt today? How come you bought so much in one purchase? Not much just a skirt and 2 pieces of clothing. Not much? Double the price is called not much? See you always angry to Catty. Rose hurriedly looked at Su Nui a glance, hold him to the side of the small voice pouting said, oops, I just want to show off in front of girlfriends you're good to me well. Husband. Begged you well. You total was Rose Wei winesome cannot stand. Anxious color a pinch her buttocks. Bad smile. By what can? But tonight you must open room with me. Chang Wei's face stiffened. Her eyes kept on rolling. This old man really does not die until the Yellow River, trying to do everything just to want her body. It was also true that if he didn't slander her body, why should he spend money on her? Oh, mister, why don't I just buy a skirt? What do you mean, mister? You frown in displeasure. You just don't want to be with me, do you? No, I don't mean, just too sudden. People need some time. Well, need what time? This is a week. The flower have spent the buy have bought. Really take the old man as the Kai see it? No, I really. Just when Rosie and general manager you were entangled. Su Nui's cell phone, who was standing on the side, rang. After she picked up the phone, she said the name of the store. About 2 minutes later, the man that Su Nui had been thinking about day and night appeared in front of her. The person who came was none other than Li Han. He looked at Su Nui with a smile on his face and opened his arms. Su Nui happily jumped into Li Han's arms, smelling the familiar jasmine fragrance coming from her body. Li Han smiled and said, have you missed me these days? Missed you a lot. How much do you miss me? Missed you very much. Ha ha. Li Han laughed out loud and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, giving her a kiss on the cheek. A lot of people. Su Nui was shy, but her face revealed all the sweetness. At this time, Rose came over and deliberately laughed. Isn't this Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee, you didn't look for Nui Nui for so many days. I thought you forgot all about Nui Nui. Li Han then remembered that the woman in front of him is the 888 girl Rosebud who was in IN 77 last time. He couldn't help but say towards Su Nui, sorry, I'm very busy with work this week. I forgot to contact you for a while. It made you worry, right? No, you are a businessman. Busy is normal. Su Nui shook her head in embarrassment. I was afraid of disturbing you, so I didn't have the heart to send you a message. Ha ha, there is no need to be so polite in the future. You are my woman. In the future you can send messages if you want to, and call if you want to. Aha! Hearing this, a happy smile appeared on Su Nui's face. What are you doing here? Buying clothes? Only then did Li Han look around at the clothes and said, Saint Laurent? The taste of the clothes in this store is not bad. Did you buy them? No. Su Nui shook her head and said, too expensive. Can't afford it. Li Han touched her hair and said, it's okay, go pick. I'll pay the bill. Su Nui shook her head and said, forget it, this luxury brand is too expensive. I can buy a lot of it in other small stores. Nui Nui, you have to remember. Li Han seriously said, being my woman, you never need to worry about money. Li Han's words were not only heard by Su Nui, but also by Rosie and Mr. You next to her. Ha, what a big mouth. What's the origin? General manager you disdainfully inquired in a low voice, not very clear, but should be relatively rich. Last time an IN 77 spent more than 100,000. 100,000 or so is nothing. My old man spends $1 million a year in the clubhouse. Am I so pretentious? Mister, you sneered. Young people just love to show off. Rosie was also very upset, thought about it and said with a bad smile, Nui Nui, since Mr. Lee isn't poor, then I'll help you pick it out, and make sure you're satisfied. Before Su Nui could open her mouth to refuse, Rosie pretended to be enthusiastic and started picking out clothes for her. Chapter 73, No comparison, no harm. It's almost late fall. The trench coat needs to be a piece. This purple mulberry silk crossover dress, knit draped collar dress all match your temperament. Plain crepe blouse with lace pencil skirt, double crepe bow neck blouse with low-waisted jeans, perfect match. OPYUM gold-heeled patent leather stilettos, a Saint Laurent classic. Nikki oversized fur handbag, so beautiful. This purse also looks good, with a few silk scarves. The waitress followed Rose. Saying one thing the waitress took one thing. Soon her hands were piled with clothes. Enough, enough. Rosebud, you're crazy pick so many. Pick it first, it doesn't look good and then return it. As soon as Rosie said this, Su Nui thought about it. Anyway, try and no money.
Jewelry. Yes, St. Laurent's jewelry is also very good. Rosie pulled Su Nui to the jewelry counter and started picking out jewelry. What earrings, necklaces, bracelets, brooches, ankle chains matched a whole set of high-class ones. This young lady, you are long and beautiful. This set of jewelry is too suitable for you, the waiter complimented. The current you can be completely described as graceful and bejeweled. Yes, beautiful, really beautiful, Rosebud said towards Li Han, who was not far away. Mr. Li, look, is Su Nui pretty? Li Han had just finished receiving a phone call, and seeing Su Nui at this moment, he couldn't help but smile. Indeed very pretty, not bad. Then you see, do you need to help this lady wrap it up? The waiter inquired. Wrap it up? What about those clothes? Li Han waved his hand and said, as long as she likes them, wrap them all up. Su Nui was startled, and said, that, I still want to pick. It's just too much. What's too much? Other Mr. Li doesn't mind too much and you still mind too much. Waiter, wrap it all up and count it. Rose directly blocked Su Nui. Let the waiter gleefully take the clothes, shoes and bags to be packed. Mr. Yu, who was watching the show from the sidelines, smiled coldly. He already knew what kind of routine Chang Wei was doing. This is a proper cupping. Saint Laurent was a high-end luxury store, not a wholesale department on a street stall. What kind of person buys like this? Buying dozens of products at once? Is this not treating money as money? When it's time to pay, just wait and see. After the waiter wrapped all the goods, he walked to Li Han and smiled. Esteemed sir, the bill has come out. Your lady's dress, shoes and bag consumed a total of 263,400 yuan, and the high-class jewelry totaled 568,300. Together it's 831,700 yuan. Rose smiled badly at this time and glanced at Li Han. She just wanted to embarrass Li Han, who made him so arrogant just now, saying something about not needing to be bothered by money. You are rich, but you can't afford to spend like this, right? Spending millions on a woman at one time. Let's see if you have any worries. Upon hearing the bill, Su Nui immediately waved her hand in fear and said, too much. Why don't you return some of the jewelry? Yes, Mr. Li, if you can't afford it, just return some of it. There's no shame in it. Next to Mr. Yu sneered and said, why bother with your own wallet? Li Han glanced at that Mr. Yu and ignored him, directly pulling out his black and gold card and said, swipe your card. Out of the expectation of Mr. Yu and Rose, Li Han didn't even care. Yes, without even looking at the bill, he swiped his card. When the familiar sound of typing the bill came from the POS machine, both of them froze. More than 800,000. Eyes do not even blink a little. So paid? Is so rich? Oh right Nui Nui, I've arranged a job for you. Li Han remembered something and said, you buy 2 more professional suits. A job? Yes, a newly established entertainment company as a financial manager, and your professional counterpart. Are you willing? Sun Wan did not expect Li Han even helped her to find such a good job. Suddenly excited and afraid. I'm worried that I can't do it well. It's okay, you used to be able to open a company. How can this job not be good? Have confidence in yourself. Li Han casually said. You can try first. If you don't like it, I'll change it for you. Okay, then I'll buy 2 more workplace outfits. Su Nui was very happy, because with a job, she could be self-reliant. If there was a way, which woman would want to be a canary, locked up in a birdcage for the rest of her life? After buying a set of white, a set of black professional suit shirt plus short skirt, and 2 pairs of high heels, Li Han swiped her card and the total amount of consumption came to $1 million. That is to say, from the time Li Han entered the store until now, just half an hour's time, he consumed $1 million. Rosie's face was ugly at this time. It was jealous, envious, and even more remorseful. She knew Li Han was rich, but she didn't know it was this rich. For the sake of a woman, millions of goods were bought just like that? What about Mr. Yu? Only to buy a few pieces of clothes of more than 80,000 yuan, then caddy and blackmail to sleep with. There's no harm in comparison. People are more angry than people. The waiter quickly handed over the bags. Li Han took the initiative to help Su Nui carry the bags. Su Nui was as happy as a newly married woman. Rose, on the other hand, was sour as a lemon. General Manager Yu, look at others. I also want these clothes and skirts, help me buy it. General Manager Yu was racked, and he didn't want to lose face, so he could only harden his teeth and said, okay, bye. Coming out from the St. Laurent store, Li Han said towards Sun Wan, let's go, take you to a place. What place? You'll know when we go. Seeing the two so mysterious, Rose did not die and said, Su Nui, how can you leave me behind? Are you still a good sister? Mr. Li, we also want to go. Can we? You guys go too? Li Han glanced at Su Nui and said, that's fine. If there's nothing else, let's go together and take a look. When they arrived at the underground garage, Chance and Mr. Yu came to the car. At this time Chance said, Mr. Lee, did you drive here? How about taking Mr. Yu's Maybach with Sunan? Lee Han glanced at the Maybach and laughed. No need, I drove here. After saying that, he brought Su Nui to the place where he parked his car and pointed to the brand new pink Porsche 911 parked next to him. I remember you when I said that you used to have a car that you could drive, right? Well, there was a car, and then I sold it in order to pay off my debts. Okay, this car belongs to you. After saying that, he took out the keys of the Porsche from his pocket and handed it to Su Nui. You said that this Porsche sports car sends me? Su Nui's shocked beauty eyes were filled with little stars. Yes, a gift for you. Like it? Like it. Too much. Thank you, husband. Su Nui excitedly wrapped her arms around Li Han and kissed her. Li Han hugged her petite body, naturally, and she embraced and kissed together without any hesitation. In the end, it ended with Su Nui's reddened face begging for mercy. Husband, look at you. The skirt is crooked. After straightening out the wrinkled and crooked hem of her skirt, Su Nui pampered and whacked him. Ha ha, what is this? Careful on the ground. Humph, come on, I'm not afraid of you. Su Nui's red face was full of provocation. This girl, absolutely intentional. Chapter 74, gutted. Less tempt me, quickly go. People are still waiting for us. Sun Wan laughed daintily then, and Li Han put the purchased goods into the front trunk, sat in the car and started the engine. Where are we going? To CC Meiyuan neighborhood. Oh good. Su Nui didn't ask why, and after navigating, she drove the 911 sports car out of the underground parking garage. Just after leaving the basement, she saw the Maybach parked on the side of the road. Drop. Su Nui, who honked the horn and lowered the window, beckoned. Follow my car. When Mr. Yu inside the driver's cab saw the pink Porsche sports car, he couldn't help but scoff. This Mr. Lee is quite a girly girl, isn't he? Driving a pink sports car. TSK. Who says it's not? Which is like Mr. You drive a Maybach so powerful and domineering. Chance echoed and patted up the ass. And General Manager Yu colorfully put his hand in. Stop it. Drive properly. Chance's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of disgust, and then daintily said, Mr. Yu, where do you think they are going? How do I know? Just follow. General Manager Yu was not finished saying, Rosebud, I must eat you tonight. I, General Manager Yu, you just know how to bully me. Rosie hurriedly said perfunctorily, let's talk about it at night. Soon, the two cars arrived one after the other near the CC Meiyuan neighborhood located in the west of the city. What is he doing bringing Su Nui here? Rose looked at the high-rise buildings in this neighborhood and couldn't help but react. Yes, it should be to help her rent an apartment. This neighborhood is quite upscale. This Mr. Lee has put in the blood. When Mr. Yu said this, he put his arm around Chance and said, if you want to follow me, how about I also rent you a set here? Rose knows that this neighborhood is more upscale. Rent a suite is estimated to be more than 10,000 per month. Compared to the old neighborhood she lived in before is definitely much better. But just to rent a house will want to sleep themselves. Rose obviously still some hesitation. She thought for a moment and said, living here is fine. If you really want to support me, you have to give me monthly living expenses. Of course, must give. Say it, how much? How can it be 50,000 a month? Hiss, you little goblin, what a lion's share. Mister, you had some meat pain. Raise a woman like this? Monthly living expenses plus rent have to be 60,000 at the bottom, plus the usual shopping consumption. That is not 100,000 to start? Over $1 million a year? He is indeed some not too willing to give up. But when he saw Rosebud's gluttonous body, he was a little shaken again and gritted his teeth. Okay, for you, I'll give up. Cluck. Rose threw a wink and got out of the car. At this time Li Han and Su Nui also get off. The four people together into the district, came to the first building to take the elevator. Rosie pulled Su Nui road aside, whispered, Su Nui, you also want to rent a house for me here? We can become neighbors in the future. You also, rent a house here? Su Nui was a little surprised. What? Not welcome sister me No, ha. Su Nui was somewhat speechless. It's not like she's mixing with nightclubs anymore. She's going to return to her normal white-collar life in the future. One day and one night. I'm afraid she can't even meet you as a neighbor, right? Su Nui, you are you. Just too good for men. Li Han is wrapping you up, but you're not a chauffeur. Why do you still want to drive for him? I'm telling you, women can't be too nice to men, or they'll get an inch. Don't be submissive to him just because he wants to rent you an apartment here. Listening to Rosie's gushing words, Su Nui couldn't help but interrupt her. Rosie, you're mistaken. That sports car, it's a gift from Li Han to me. You, what did you say? Rosebud, who was halfway through her words, immediately had her voice come to a screeching halt. I said, that sports car was specially given to me by Li Han. Otherwise why would a big man like him drive a pink sports car? Speaking here, Su Nui brightened the car key in her hand. Looking at the brightly shining Porsche key, Rosie's jealous face was a little deformed, and she said sourly, that's really congratulations. The elevator reached the topmost floor, and after the four of them walked out, Li Han entered the password to open the door. Once inside, Rose looked around at the luxurious decoration and said in surprise, such a big house? Or is it a leaping floor? Yes, upper and lower floors, 190 square feet, 4 rooms, 2 halls and 3 baths, finely decorated. Li Han wrapped his arms around Su Nui and said, little Nui, how is it? Satisfied? This house is so beautiful and upscale. Su Nui exclaimed, it's better than my previous house, but I see that this house seems quite new, like no one has lived here before? Yes, this is a new house. New house? Do new houses also have people renting them out? Rental? What rental? Aren't we here to rent a house? Li Han heard this and laughed. Do you think my Li Han's woman would rent a house to live in? This is a house that belongs to you, and your name will be written on the real estate license. Ha! Not only was Sun Wan confused, but Rose beside her was completely stunned. Giving away millions of luxury goods without blinking was fine. Sending a brand new Porsche sports car without blinking was also not a problem. The high-class neighborhood in front of her actually sends a luxury house on a leaping floor? Even if the current housing prices are falling, how can the housing prices here be 50,000 a square foot to start with? 190 square feet. That's more than $5 million. Adding up just this one day, Su Nui has harvested tens of millions of assets. This Li Han, why is he so bossy? Why is he so rich? At this moment, Rose finally repented her intestines. Although she didn't want to admit it, it was already clear in her heart that it was she who had looked away. That night, she should have gone with Li Han just like Sun Wan. The house, the car, the clothes, the jewelry, she would have all of them. The more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. The more she thought about it, the more she was chagrined. Rose's eyes were a little black, and she almost didn't pass out from anger. Husband, Su Nui choked, both eyes glistening with tears, moved to jump into Li Han's arms. You are too good to me. Li Han patted her jade back and softly said, since you are willing to be my woman, I certainly want to give you happy living conditions. I'm too happy. Kiss me. For such a request from Su Nui, Li Han naturally would not be polite. In front of the two big bulbs, Li Han then kissed Su Nui's red lips, watching the two of them showing their love. Next to him, Mr. You came to Chiang Wei's side and said, let's kiss one too, then you can buy me a house, a car, jewelry and clothes like him? Mr. You was stuck in a shell. Are you kidding me? He's not stupid. Spending tens of millions to support a woman? Crazy almost. The more Qianwei thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Why? Why should Su Nui be able to have a happy life? Have a man who loves her and is young and rich, but she had to serve such a petty and barbaric old man. Get lost. I don't want to see you again. What did you say? I told you to get lost. Rose finally vented. Growled. You do not look in the mirror. See how old you are. Full of only a little hair left in the brain and still want to pick me up? You don't have money. What are you going to do with a girl? Go home and hold your ugly wife. If you don't want to spend money, how can you support me? You, Pa. Before Chance could finish, Mr. You slapped her hard. Chapter 75, No Pill of Regret. Stinking woman. You think you're worth a few dollars. Still think I give less money. The amount of money I spend on you, I can play with a dozen that are as pretty as you. Rose's cheeks were instantly red and swollen from the beating. She obviously didn't expect the man in front of her to make a move on herself. You hit me? I'll fight you. She punched and kicked at Mr. You as if she was a shrew. Mr. Yu's face was colorful from her scratching, and now he was so enraged that he pushed her to the ground. Nervous? Crazy? You don't want to go to work at in 77 in the future. Once you go there I'll kill you once. Mr. You cursed and turned around and left, leaving only Rosebud, who fell to the ground, crying out. Just now, she was crazy with jealousy, so she vented her frustration on Mr. You. The result was good, not to mention getting a beating. Not only did she fail to get a package, but she even lost her job at the nightclub. It's really a loss of a wife and a soldier. Li Han cold on the sidelines to watch the show. Su Nui is a little heart, half-squatting body want to help Rose up. The result was unanticipated, but was pushed to the ground by a hand of Rosie as well. I don't need you to pity me, Rosebud cried out. It's all because of you. My man is gone. My job is gone. Woo woo. Su Nui was just about to open her mouth when Li Han next to her suddenly spoke out. You blame this and that. Why don't you blame yourself? You treat all the men in the world as tools of profit, constantly weighing the pros and cons, being indecisive, always wanting to find a better one.
It's greed that makes a snake swallow an elephant that caused today's downfall. When Rose heard Li Han's words, she suddenly got up and flung herself over,
hanging on Li Han, choking. Brother Li, I'm wrong. It's all because I'm obsessed and confused for a moment. Brother Li, I want to follow you. Saying this, she suddenly frantically kissed Li Han's cheeks and said, I don't want a name. I want to be your woman. Climbing the dragon and phoenix, the chin and sepulchre, curving and flattering, the fish flies to the bottom of the shallow bottom. All the poses are at your disposal. Next to Su Nui's pretty face is a little red. She just realized that this Rose is so good at playing, so good at pleasing men. Thinking about herself, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. No, I also have to study hard and try to improve. Li Han was embraced by Rosie like this, warm and soft jade into the arms. To say that there is no feeling, that is a lie. It was said that men were animals that thought in the lower body, and Chance thought that this set would be useful to all men. Unfortunately, she underestimated Li Han. Li Han had his principles. What's more, Chance doing this in front of Sunanan would undoubtedly alienate the two of them, and she was obviously doing it on purpose. How could he let a woman with a big heart count so easily? At this moment, he forcefully pushed Rosebud's petite body away, and coldly uttered, Rosebud, on that night in IN 77, I gave you a choice, and since you refused, it's destined for us to not be destined to be together. That's it, I don't want to see you again. No, no. Rose desperately pounced over again, her face twisted with jealousy. Why? Why is Su Nui's life so good? Why can't I? Why can't you give me another chance? Snap! Without waiting for Rosie to pounce on her, Li Han backhanded her with a slap, then slapped her to sit down on the ground. Covering her red and swollen cheeks, Rosebud frantically tried to pounce again. Li Han did not hesitate to kick her in the abdomen, sending her flying directly out. Chances sometimes only come once. If you can't grasp it yourself, don't blame others. Li Han said in disgust, the more you are like this, the more I despise you. A woman who doesn't even want dignity. What's the difference between that and rotten goods? I don't like rotten goods. You can get lost. Rotten goods. Ha ha, rotten goods. Rose Snot in tears have already put the makeup, have already cried. Unkempt and woeful clothes. She suddenly laughed in despair, just like crazy. Suddenly, she stared fiercely at Li Han and Su Nui, gritted her teeth and said, I will prove myself. I will make all of you people pay the price. Pay the price. After saying that, Rose rushed out of the room without looking back. Is everything alright? Li Han helped Sunan up and hugged her. I'm fine. Sunwan shook her head. Hubby, I see that she seems to hate us. Li Han frowned, looking at Rose's eyes that were filled with resentment when she left. It was indeed as Sunwan said, but soon he laughed to himself. A woman with a little bit of poise was just a woman. What waves could she set off? But the necessary caution was still necessary. When a woman goes crazy, she can do anything. You can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent them. After thinking about it, he was still vigilant out loud. In this case, you should be careful in general. Don't come into contact with her again. I'll send a female bodyguard to protect your safety then. If it's fine after a few months, then it should be fine. Okay, I'll listen to my husband. Su Nui nodded her head obediently, and said somewhat expectantly, tonight, are we staying here? Yes, see you. Li Han laughed. Staying at my place is fine. Let's stay here. It's all well decorated. We'll go and buy some daily necessities in a while, and we'll be able to live here. Su Nui said happily, this is our love nest. Seeing that Su Nui was happy, Li Han didn't refuse. After the two of them lingered on the sofa for a while, they went downstairs together and went to the nearby supermarket to buy a lot of daily necessities. Li Han called Zhang Dugua and the bodyguards who were waiting outside the neighborhood to come over and help move all the stuff into the house. Pots and pans, toiletries, ingredients, bedding and so on. Busy Su Nui cannot be separated. It wasn't until darkness fell that Su Nui finished her work and finally made the house look like a home. She personally cooked and started to cook. In the time it took Li Han to watch a TV, several colorful and fragrant Sioux City dishes were already out of the pot. Sioux City's dishes taste on the list of refreshing. Li Han ate but also quite like, straight to praise her cooking skills good. Hearing her man praising her, Su Nui smiled happily. Nightfall, Su Nui took a bath, wearing a purple silk nightgown, accompanied Li Han sitting on the sofa watching TV. As she watched, the atmosphere became a little ambiguous. Delete all. Fellow righteous fathers, tomatoes are not for the taking.